Minato, take Naruto and go. Kushina's shout pierced through the crumbling earth, reaching the deepest chamber of the bluffing ancestral home. In the underground secret room, the ceiling patterns pressing upon the dark ice coffin suddenly flickered for a moment. The consciousness that had been dormant for years within the coffin stirred slightly. Minato. Bingen had not heard that name for a long time. Then the cry of a baby reached his yet unclear consciousness, tightening it sharply. A flood of memories surged forth, the blonde-haired boy chasing him in the yard, calling "Big Brother," gradually overlapping with the man in the Hokage's robe. Above, the earth shook again. A massive, suffocating chakra swept across the ancestral home, pressing down even through multiple seals, causing the ice coffin's surface to crack continuously. The Nine Tails, Minato, Kushina, and the newborn child. The scattered clues finally clicked into place. Bingen now understood what was happening outside. Tonight was the night of Kushina's childbirth. Also the night Minato was originally supposed to die. The ice coffin was silent for a moment. Then a blue cold light burst from Binjian's opened eyes. I just woke up. He raised his hand, pressing against the cracked coffin lid. Who allowed you to die? No way. A hoarse, dry voice filled with extreme cold. Boom. The ceiling array, already eroded by the extreme cold for years, shattered in an instant as Binjian's emotions went berserk. The hard ice burst into countless ice crystals. The bone-chilling cold erupted from underground like a volcanic eruption, even freezing the remaining flames on the ruins of the ancestral home above. An umbu in the distance shivered, such cold chakra. Something is coming out from under the fourth Hokage's ancestral home. Bingen stepped out of the broken ice coffin. His long hair wildly danced, half of his body still covered with blue frost patches. The blood bond of this life collided with the memories not belonging to this world, burning into uncontrollable anger. Frost spread rapidly from his feet. He turned into a cold shadow, rushing straight toward the core of the battlefield. At this moment, Konoha was already a living hell. The Nine Tails' massive body towered above the rooftops, its violent tail sweeping and crushing clusters of buildings with every swing. On the broken ceiling platform, Minato was covered in blood, his chakra nearly exhausted, yet he still tightly held the swaddled baby beneath him. Kushina knelt beside him, her red hair disheveled, the adamantine ceiling chains on her back, snapping one by one under the absolute power of the Nine Tails. The tailed beast had been extracted from her body, her life force rapidly fading. A savage crimson vertical pupil flickered, and the Nine Tails' giant claw capable of tearing mountains swept down with a fierce wind toward the desperate family of three. Minato hugged the child tightly. Kushina threw herself forward. They unhesitatingly faced death with their own flesh and blood. Die! The Nine Tails growled cruelly from its throat. Boom. Just as the sharp claw was about to press onto Minato's back, a cold blue ice pillar burst out from the ground without warning. The extreme cold erupted with Minato and Kushina as the center. The Nine Tails' huge fox claw, which blotted out the sky, was actually frozen solid in midair at the last moment. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had arrived outside the barrier, widened his old eyes. Such pure ice release. Could it be him? He actually woke up. The umbu beside him exclaimed in shock. The Nine Tails' movement was frozen. The Nine Tails struggled violently, only to find its entire right arm locked by thick ice. At that moment, Bingen had silently appeared before Minato's family. He stood straight as a sword, his robe still carrying fragments of frost from breaking out his back, broad enough to block all the malice of the world. Minato, Kushina. Binjian's voice was cold as ice, yet it struck the two behind him like a thunderbolt. Minato raised his head stiffly, looking at the familiar, yet unfamiliar back. His eyes instantly reddened, his voice trembling with barely concealed emotion. Elder brother, you are still alive. Bingen did not turn around, his palm pressed heavily in the air. Boom. A massive ice wall covered with frost patterns rose from the ground, layers of ice interlocking forcibly, shoving the Nine Tails' huge body back a large distance. Let's not catch up first, Bingen said coldly. If I had woken up a little later, the bluffing family would only have this child left. Before the words faded, a thin layer of frost had silently covered the jagged wound on Kushina's abdomen. The fading life force was forcibly frozen, slowed, allowing her rapid weakening breathing to stabilize slightly. Minato snapped out of shock, his instinct as Hokage assessing the situation. Elder brother, protect Naruto first. Even in this desperate situation, he still pushed the path of life to others, gritting his teeth to prop up his broken body. The Nine Tails hasn't been sealed yet. Konoha can't survive another tailed beast ball. It must end here. Binjian's movement paused. Those words stabbed him more than the Nine Tails' claws. He turned his head slightly, looked at the baby, crying loudly in Minato's arms, and the coldness in his eyes completely lost control. Minato. Binjian's voice was exceptionally clear in the wind and snow. A man of the Bluffing clan can die in battle, but you must never regard sacrifice as the only solution. Roar. The frustrated Nine Tails fell into a rage, Nine Tails sweeping wildly, shattering the ice wall before them. Binyan stepped forward. His entire right arm turned into pure ice, his 5 fingers spread wide. An even larger ice wall rose from the ground, forcibly blocking the sweeping tail. Bang! The terrifying impact force caused the ground beneath his feet to collapse in a large area. But the moment Binjian's body took the impact, it shattered into ice mist, then immediately reformed in place. He was torn apart by the Nine Tails chakra just now. How is he standing again? The barrier squad ninja in the distance was stunned. They only saw the scattered ice mist gather again, and Binjian's outline solidified once more. Normal cuts could not harm his core, but the Nine Tails chakra was still gnawing at his ice shell. Freeze one layer, then it was violently torn open again. Binyan had just broken the seal, and his current state could not fully suppress the Nine Tails rampage. The Nine Tails opened its mouth wide, dark red and blue high-density chakra rapidly compressing in its mouth. A tailed beast ball that could destroy everything. Crack! The outer layer of the tailed beast ball in the Nine Tails' mouth immediately froze into thick ice, and a furious rotation inside was forcibly slowed by the crack. The outer layer of the tailed beast ball in the Nine Tails' mouth immediately froze into thick ice, and a furious rotation inside was forcibly slowed by the extreme cold. Even so, the tailed beast ball continued to expand stubbornly. Binjian's arm cracked with fine frost patterns, the cold energy reversed, causing his chest to tighten. Elder brother. Shut up, just stay alive. Binyan suppressed the bitterness in his throat. Minato shook his head firm. He knew well that his brother's ice release could buy time, but without a sealing formula the disaster would not end. And Minato knew better than anyone that he could stall the Nine Tails, but he could not complete the dead demon-consuming seal and the Jinchuriki seal for him. As Hokage, he had to press the final seal. Minato gently placed Naruto down, his bloodied fingers beginning to form seals rapidly, his voice remarkably steady. Elder brother, hold it down for 10 breaths. They'll complete the final sealing formula. Binyan finally turned his head and looked deeply at his younger brother. He knew his brother's personality too well. Once he made a decision, he couldn't be pulled back. At that moment, the tailed beast ball in the Nine Tails' mouth had been compressed to the extreme, an aura of destruction spreading everywhere. Binyan withdrew his gaze, a flash of desperate madness in his eyes. Wanna die? As long as I, the elder brother, am here, even the king of hell can't take you. His hands suddenly clasped in front of his chest. 10 breaths. He replied in a low voice, each word squeezed out as if from ice crevices. He'll give them to you. Boom. Endless frost poured out from his body like an avalanche, and the entire charred battlefield was frozen into a huge white prison in the blink of an eye. In the center of the ice prison, the Nine Tails let out an earth-shattering roar. The dark red-tailed beast ball, capable of tearing apart a large part of the village, had already expanded beyond what the ice could bear. Half of Binjian's body began to shatter. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at the orb of destruction, murderous intent surging. 10 breaths are up. Minato, do it now. A dark red-tailed beast ball rapidly spins within the nine-tailed fox's mouth. A devastating pressure sweeps across the entire field. The rubble on the ruins is swept into the air by the violent winds, but in an instant it is frozen by ice and frost hanging suspended in the wind. Shuomen's hand seal had just begun to rise, but Binyan had already stepped forward. As soon as the words fell, frost-white ice surged like raging waves up the nine-tailed fox's lower jaw. Several thick ice pillars burst from the ground, crisscrossing to trap the nine-tailed fox's limbs, firmly pinning its massive body. A bone-chilling cold swept across, and large swathes of ruins were swallowed by a layer of frost. The center of the battlefield turned into a frigid ice prison. Bing Yan slammed his hands heavily onto the ground, veins bulging on his forehead. Vast amounts of chakra poured out from his body without reserve. He had just broken free from the seal, and the extreme cold power deep within his body was still on the verge of being out of control. Every time he forcibly used it, the meridians inside his body endured tearing pain. But he did not retreat a single step. Once the nine-tailed fox spat out the tailed beast ball Shumen's seal would be interrupted, Kushina would die on the spot, and the newborn Naruto would be obliterated in the explosion's aftermath. The nine-tailed fox struggled violently in the ice prison. Hard ice cracked piece by piece, but was immediately reinforced by Bing Yan's even more domineering cold. Arrogant humans. The nine-tailed fox's giant mouth erupted with a sky-shaking roar. Do you think this little ice can trap me? Bing Yan's right arm had already become translucent crystalline ice, with fine cracks spreading from the back of his hand all the way to his shoulder. He stared at the giant beast before him, his voice cold and sharp. Holding you for 10 breaths is enough. At this moment, Shuemin had already begun rapidly forming hand seals. Bing Yan's peripheral vision caught the familiar starting posture. Dead Demon Consuming Seal. In the original Fate, Shuemin had used this forbidden technique to exchange his own life. Bing Yan's figure flickered in the ice mist, and in the next moment, he had flashed to Shumen's side, tightly gripping his wrist that was forming seals. Shumen's chakra was nearly exhausted, and being caught by his brother's grip, his seal-forming motion was forced to pause in midair. Change it. The Umbu members outside the barrier exchanged glances. The fourth Hokage's hand seals have stopped. What is that ice release ninja doing? How can you hesitate at a time like this? Shumen's movements paused. He did not ask why his brother recognized this absolute forbidden technique of Konoha. The nine-tailed fox's pressure was right in front of them. Brother, this is the fastest and most reliable method. Shuemin explained anxiously. Bing Yan stared into his eyes, his tone cold and hard. The fastest method can also be replaced with one that lets you live. Shuemin pressed his lips tightly together. The duty of the Hokage forced him to choose the safest seal, but the instinct of a father and husband would not let him ignore the living family before him. The sound of Naruto's young cries came to his ears. Before him were Kushina, still alive, and his brother, who had just broken free and was protecting him with all his might. Kushina weakly lifted her eyelids, her bright red hair stuck to her pale face by blood, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. Shuemin. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, and activated the adamantine sealing chains once more. You still have me. Dazzling chakra chains shot through the air straight toward the nine-tailed fox. I am Naruto's mother, and also the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. She shook her head, looking at Shuemin, her voice weak but firm. I will suppress the nine tails. Shuemin looked at his wife with deep affection, then turned to look at Bing Yan beside him. Bing Yan still firmly grasped his wrist, showing no sign of letting go. In the distance, the tailed beast ball in the nine-tailed fox's mouth continued to expand, and the thick ice crystals on its outer layer emitted cracking sounds of strain. Shuemin closed his eyes in pain. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was full of determination. He dispersed the starting posture of the dead demon consuming seal. His hands flew, and a new sealing technique rapidly unfolded in his palms. Using the 4-symbol seal as the base and the 8 trigrams array as the shell, he would split the nine-tailed fox's vast chakra into 2 parts without sacrificing his life. The Yin chakra was sealed back into Kushina's body, using the tailed beast's power to forcibly sustain her exhausted life force. The Yang chakra was sealed into Naruto's body. This path was extremely dangerous. It required Kushina to desperately lock the nine-tailed fox Bing Yan to forcibly freeze the overflowing violent aura and continuous reinforcement over the long years to come. But Minato Namikaze would survive. Sensing the change in the technique, Bing Yan finally let go, and the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. This is the Shuemin I know. Shuemin gave a helpless, bitter smile. Brother, don't praise too early. This seal can only barely stabilize tonight's situation. Bing Yan suddenly stomped his foot heavily, and the cracked ice beneath him was reinforced and thickened. As long as we survive tonight, we can deal with the mess later. The change in the sealing technique made the nine-tailed fox struggle even more frantically. Violent-tailed beast chakra continuously collided with the ice prison and huge cracks exploded around its massive body. Shattered ice scattered everywhere only to be refrozen by the ceaseless cold air in midair. The cracks on Bing Yan's right arm deepened sharply. A faint blue ice crystal seeped from the corner of his left eye. Then the core cold of the ice prison began to roll inward, suppressing the nine-tailed fox's violent movements to the extreme. Shuemin precisely seized the momentary opening. Four flying thunder god kunai simultaneously struck the four directions of the ceiling array. Kushina's adamantine ceiling chains pierced through the nine-tailed fox's outer chakra defense, firmly hooking the core fluctuation deep inside. Shuemin now. Hearing his wife shout, Shuemin slammed his palms onto the center of the ceiling array. Complex chakra patterns suddenly lit up from the ground, spreading to Kushina's and Naruto's abdomens. The baby's cries in the swaddling clothes gradually weakened. The nine-tailed fox finally panicked. What it hated most in its life was being locked into that dark cage again. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and you damned Iceman. It erupted with unprecedented, terrifying chakra. 9 huge tails slammed down simultaneously. Boom. The solid ice prison collapsed over a large area. Bing Yan sharply raised his eyes. The ice beneath his feet shattered inch by inch, but he did not retreat a half step, quickly forming a seal with one hand. In an instant, the broken water pipes collapsed reservoirs, and even the deeply buried water veins simultaneously emitted a deafening roar. Massive water currents surged from all directions of the ruins. Bing Yan pushed his palm forward fiercely. A towering wave carrying rubble and broken beams slammed violently into the nine-tailed fox's chest. Water release, great waterfall technique. The massive water wave crashed down, and the nine-tailed fox's huge body was forced to stagger back half a step by the immense force, its sharp claws plowing deep furrows into the ground. The next moment, Bing Yan's hands suddenly clapped together. Extreme cold exploded from beneath his feet, rapidly climbing along the surging waterway. The towering flood that had just washed over the nine-tailed fox's body turned into indestructible thick ice in an instant. Ice release, ice age. A harsh crackling sound of freezing echoed in unison. Thick ice spread from the nine-tailed beast's chest all the way to its shoulders and neck, then rapidly extended along its limbs and tail. Before the surging waves of water could even hit the ground, they had already solidified into a towering glacier that pierced the clouds. Half of the nine-tailed beast's body was firmly frozen within the glacier. The beast's massive gaping maw was also largely sealed by the biting frost. The rotation speed of the tailed beast ball was forcibly suppressed once more. Minato's eyes gleamed with sharp light. Enough. Hiruzen Tsurutobi gripped his adamantine staff tightly, his face full of shock, to turn such a massive water release into ice in an instant. Even at my peak, I couldn't achieve this level of chakra control. Beside him, an Umbu member stared intently at the glacier, his voice trembling. He single-handedly completely immobilized the nine-tailed beast's movements. The next moment, Bing Yan transformed into a chilling icy afterimage, charging straight at the beast's head. He pressed both palms heavily against the beast's upper and lower jaws, forcibly pushing the nearly erupting tailed beast ball back slightly. Shut up. The ice crystals on the outer layer of the tailed beast ball thickened rapidly, slowing the frantic chakra flow within. Inside Bing Yan's body, a faint, unsettling cracking sound could be heard. Minato's expression darkened. The frost patterns on his brother's back had already spread to his neck. Soon the framework of the 8-trigram seal was fully formed. Then Kushina successfully locked down the nine-tailed beast, collapsing weakly to her knees. At that moment, Minato slammed his palms together with a thunderous roar. 8-trigram seal. A brilliant ceiling array light shot into the sky. The nine-tailed beast's massive body was forcibly torn apart amidst its unwilling roar, transforming into 2 surging streams of dark red chakra. The Yin chakra surged toward Uzumaki Kushina, while the Yang chakra rapidly flowed into Naruto's body. Minato, with his last reserves of chakra, distributed the sealing pressure across several circuits of the array, carefully avoiding Naruto's still fragile consciousness. On Naruto's abdomen, intricate sealing patterns slowly took shape. At the outermost edge of the seal, a fine ring of icy blue frost patterns quietly settled as well. This was not a new sealing core. Its sole purpose was to shield the infant's fragile consciousness from the initial impact of the nine-tailed beast's malice. In his swaddle, Naruto sniffled softly, his tense little face gradually relaxing, as if he had finally avoided the malice that could have crushed an infant. Before being completely forced back into the seal, the nine-tailed beast's crimson-slit pupils fixed on the man before him, its voice dripping with venomous hatred. "You who use ice release. I will remember you." Lin Yan slowly withdrew his hands, the frost patterns on his palms still cracking. He sneered indifferently. "Good. Remember it well. If you ever dare to wake Naruto in his dreams, he'll personally lock you in an ice cage of absolute zero." The nine-tailed beast's roar was completely swallowed by the seal. The chaotic battlefield fell into sudden silence. Minato knelt weakly in the rubble, gasping for breath, his once bright golden hair now soaked with sweat and blood. Beside him, Kushina finally gave out, collapsing forward. Even with half of the nine-tailed beast's chakra inside her, the wound from the extraction of the beast was still fatal, and her life force was rapidly draining away. Lin Yan moved in a flash, catching Kushina steadily. Seeing his sister-in-law's pale face, he channeled pure extreme cold from his palm without hesitation. "Brother Lin Yan." Kushina opened her eyes weakly, her voice barely a whisper. "Sleep for a while. Leave the rest to me." Lin Yan's tone softened as the cold quickly enveloped Kushina's entire body. Blue ice encased her whole form, forcibly freezing both her fading life force and the passage of time. Lin Yan controlled a gentle frost to support Minato while shielding the ice coffin containing Kushina behind him. Minato's eyes were filled with worry. "Brother Kushina. She won't die. I've sealed her heart meridian and life force with mystic ice," Lin Yan said, looking down at him. "Once Tsunade returns to the village, we'll dispel the seal and treat her." Minato let out a sigh of relief, then looked at the sealing patterns on the child's abdomen. "This level of seal isn't stable enough." Lin Yan snorted coldly, turning his head away. "That's why you need to stay alive and fix it." Minato looked up. "Brother, your condition." At that moment, Lin Yan's right arm was still cracking, with white frost marks crawling over half his skin as ice crystals and flesh painfully struggled against each other. He hid his right hand inside his wide sleeve and said calmly, "Still better than you almost dying just now. Once you can stand on your own, he'll have a proper reckoning with you." The arriving medical ninjas, their eyes red with emotion, shouted with trembling voices, "Great! The fourth Hokage is alive. Hurry, stretcher team, move forward." In the distance, rapid footsteps were approaching. Elite Umbu, the barrier team medical ninjas, and the high-ranking officials of Konoha arrived one after another at the ruins. Hiruzen Sarutobi led the charge, his wrinkled face filled with shock. He saw Minato still alive. He saw Kushina sealed in mystic ice. He saw Naruto, who had successfully sealed the nine-tailed beast. And he saw Lin Yan standing beside the family of three, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Further back in the crowd, Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane, stepped out, grimly flanked by several root ninjas. He coldly surveyed the chaotic scene, then greedily fixed his gaze on the swaddled Naruto. The fourth Hokage's chakra is exhausted and Kushina's fate is uncertain. Danzo's voice was hoarse and ominous. "The nine-tailed seal has just been formed, its stability is not yet confirmed. This matter concerns the survival of Konoha. Root can temporarily take over the outer perimeter guard and participate in backing up the sealing data." He tapped his cane lightly, his gaze still fixed on Naruto. "The fourth Hokage is now too injured to manage. The care of the Jinchuriki must be overseen by the advisory council. We cannot put Konoha in danger due to personal feelings." Minato's already pale face turned livid. Lin Yan slowly raised his eyes, his deep pupils radiating a suffocating, killing intent as piercing cold emanated from him, spreading across the devastated ground toward Danzo. The root ninjas behind Danzo instinctively drew their short swords, but thick frost instantly formed on the blades, and the biting chill forced them to retreat step by step. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression changed drastically, and he quickly stepped forward to block between them. "Lin Yan, don't act rashly. Danzo, we need to focus on saving lives first. Don't bring this up now." "Old dog, which eye of yours?" was just staring at Lin Yan's voice was icy to the core. And who were you thinking of taking away? Wolfing Bingyan. Danzo did not immediately reach out to seize the man. He knew better than anyone that a direct power grab would only push him completely into opposition against the Hokage. Therefore, every word he spoke was under the pretense of considering Konoha's interests. The Ninetales has just been sealed. It may run rampant at any moment. Danzo's voice was hoarse, but his gaze uncontrollably flickered toward the sleeping infant. The fourth Hokage's chakra is depleted. He cannot undertake surveillance duties in the short term. Kushina's condition is uncertain, as she cannot serve as a seal's safeguard either. Ordinary Umbu have no experience dealing with a rampaging tailed beast. Root can immediately take over the highest level of containment. Furthermore, the sealing records must be backed up in case no one can handle an emergency after the fourth Hokage falls unconscious. These words were watertight. Several ninjas from the barrier squad showed hesitation. Several Umbu members wore complex expressions. Having just experienced the Ninetales rampage, everyone harbored deep fear. Fear of the Ninetales breaking free again, fear that the seal on Mingren's stomach was not secure enough. Danzo precisely exploited this fear. He pointed his spear directly at the newborn child. The Ninetales Jinchuriki must be placed under the village's highest surveillance temporarily. Beside him, an Umbu member tightened his grip on his short sword. How can Lord Danzo treat the fourth Hokage's child like this? He muttered through clenched teeth. Bingyan stared at Danzo. The frost left on his sleeve from suppressing the Ninetales earlier emitted faint cracking sounds, shattering with his rising killing intent. In his memories of another world, that child was treated as a demon fox subjected to coldness and surveillance. In his original Buddhist memories, Shuemin was his blood brother and Mingren was the flesh and blood of the Bluffing family. The two memories converged at this moment. His killing intent surged. Bingyan did not argue. Who did you just say you wanted to place under surveillance? Danzo's face darkened, finally tearing off the cloak of righteousness. This old man was referring to the Ninetales container. Before the words faded, a glint of deep blue cold light suddenly flashed. A light sound rang out. Danzo's right arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder. As blood just began to gush, the smooth cut was instantly sealed by extreme frost. The surrounding root ninjas didn't even have time to draw their blades. Danzo's body shook violently, his single eye widening abruptly. The next moment, excruciating pain shot straight into his brain. He let out a scream, staggered back several steps. His cane slammed heavily onto the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen tightened his grip on the adamantine staff, his face darkening. No hand seals. His ice release is more dangerous than before. Kohru Yuditane, who had just arrived, was so frightened she stepped back repeatedly. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted sternly, "Bingyan, stop." Hamura Mitokado stared at the severed arm on the ground, his face grim. "Bluffing Bingyan, do you know what you're doing?" Bingyan didn't even glance at them. He stepped forward, walking straight toward Danzo. Frost spread rapidly outward from his feet. Several elite root ninjas moved simultaneously. Some swiftly formed hand seals to deploy a defensive barrier, others threw out dense sealing scrolls, and still others rushed in front of Danzo to forcibly evacuate him. Bingyan raised his hand and pressed down in the air. A thick layer of frost suddenly condensed on the surface of the barrier's formula. The chakra flow was forcibly slowed by the extreme cold, and the entire barrier shattered into countless ice shards with a crisp cracking sound. The sealing scrolls in midair were frozen into ice flakes, falling to the ground and shattering into powder. The root ninja at the forefront found his ankles locked firmly by ice, his entire body frozen in place, unable to move. Binjian's right arm, hidden in his sleeve, faltered slightly. Frost patterns crept up the back of his hand, as if intent on freezing the remaining flesh as well. He had just suppressed the Ninetales, and the cold within him should have receded. But those few words from Danzo forcibly drove his killing intent back out. The barrier squad ninjas were horrified. The root defensive barrier couldn't even hold for a moment. Bingyan walked past them. "I only cut off one arm to keep the first night of Mingren's birth clean." His voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. "I don't want him to hear too many disgusting screams on his first night." He stopped before the shattered root defensive line. Deep blue cold air swirled in his palm. "You are still breathing only because Shuemin is still the Hokage. People like you don't deserve." Danzo tightly clutched his severed arm. Cold sweat covered his forehead, yet he still gritted his teeth and growled. Everything this old man does is for Konoha. Binjian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He had heard this all-purpose lifeline so many times in his other memories that it had worn out his ears. What a coincidence. Then he'll kill you the root of all evil for Konoha's sake first. A sharp ice spike quickly formed in his palm. The remaining root ninjas threw themselves forward recklessly. Binyan took a step forward. In an instant, thick frost clung to their forehead protectors, masks, arms, and knees. Before Binyan, who had nearly suppressed the Nine Tails single-handedly, these obstacles seemed utterly ridiculous. Binyan showed no mercy. These people were merely Danzo's claws reaching for Mingren. All could be severed. True fear surged in Danzo's eyes. The man before him truly intended to kill him. The advisors were present. The third Hokage tried to stop him, and the root guards were there. None could block that will to kill. The sharp ice spike hovered in front of Danzo's heart. The bone-chilling cold caused white frost to form on the fabric over Danzo's chest. Shueimon finally spoke. Elder brother. Binjian's hand stopped steadily. Shueimon gritted his teeth and stood up. His face was pale, his chakra nearly depleted. The striking Hokage's Haori still draped over his shoulders. Don't kill him here. Binyan turned his head, frowning. He was about to touch Mingren. Shueimon nodded. I know. He shifted his gaze, looking coldly at Danzo. In his usually gentle blue eyes, anger also burned. His actions have bordered on rebellion. Hamura Mitakoto's face turned pale. Shueimon, as the Hokage, are you going to publicly judge an advisor? Sarutobi Hiruzen tightened his grip on the adamantine staff, remaining silent. Shueimon ignored the advisor. But he cannot die here. Not on the first night of your awakening, and certainly not when Mingren has just become a Jinchuriki. Otherwise this blade will become a new handle for them. Root will use it to attack, and all the clues from tonight will be muddied by them. Shueimon took a difficult step forward, his body swaying slightly, yet he stood straight. Elder brother, give me some time. I will deal with him myself, as the Hokage. Binyan stared at Shueimon silently. This was the first confrontation between the two brothers since their reunion. Binjian's logic was simple: eliminate the source of danger immediately. Shueimon's consideration was equally clear: Danzo must die under solid evidence in a Hokage's order. Allowing him to die here would cause Konoha's situation to spiral completely out of control. Binyan did not agree with this concern, but seeing Shueimon tottering, yet stubbornly blocking his way, trying to take control of the situation, he finally reined in his killing intent. This was the brother he protected, and also the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Binyan withdrew the ice spike from his fingertip. The frost marks on Danzo's chest slowly faded. But there was no trace of relief in his heart. Binyan glanced at him and said coldly, "Remember, it's Shueimon who is pleading for you this time. Next time no one will have time to speak up to save you." Shueimon turned around, his gaze sweeping over the entire scene. Though his voice was weak, each word carried the weight of silencing the whole place. Wolfing Mingren is the child of Jixinai and me. The Nine-Tailed Seal was completed by me personally, and custody belongs to me and Jixinai. From now on, the Hokage's direct Umbu and the Sealing Squad will take over perimeter security. Root members are absolutely forbidden from approaching within 10 steps of Mingren without the Hokage's order. The Nine-Tails sealing records are strictly prohibited from being transmitted, copied, or taken away without my approval. He paused, his tone icy. Those who disobey will be executed on the spot for rebellion. The Umbu members present knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, "Yes, fourth Hokage." An Umbu squad leader raised his head with a resolute look. The Umbu will protect the fourth Hokage and young Master Mingren with our lives. If Root dares to cross the line, we will kill without mercy. Medical ninjas stepped forward to guard the frozen Jixinai and the sleeping Mingren. The barrier squad quickly redeployed their defenses. This time the direction of defense was extremely clear, guarding against both the aftershocks of the Nine Tails and the hidden Root. Danzo was supported by Root ninjas retreating in disgrace. The wound at his shoulder, severed cleanly, was sealed by frost, preventing immediate medical treatment. His single eye overflowed with cold resentment. Binyan saw this resentment, and Shueimon also noted it. Shueimon lowered his eyes, memorizing the direction Danzo retreated. Root must be investigated immediately. Binjian's thoughts were simpler. Next time Danzo crossed the line, he would freeze that old dog's last words in his throat. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood aside, his expression shifting. He opened his mouth, wanting to smooth things over. But seeing the quiet child in Shumen's arms and glimpsing the severed arm on the ground, he ultimately swallowed his words. The Ninetales had just retreated. The village was devastated. If internal strife among the high ranks erupted now, the last breath of Konoha would be drained. But everyone knew that a crack had already formed among Konoha's high-ranking officials. From now on, the bluffing family would no longer have only the gentle and tolerant fourth Hokage. There was also a cold-hearted elder brother who crawled out of an ice coffin and dared to kill at the slightest disagreement. Danzo retreated into the depths of the shadows under guard. Root ninjas took out medicine packs and sealing scrolls, trying to suppress the cold at the wound. Danzo stared intently at the empty sleeve. The deep blue frost clinging to the severed arm emitted a chilling aura in the night. The extreme cold poison had already silently crept into his meridians along the wound. Cannot be dispelled. The sky had yet to lighten. The Nanoha shrine was shrouded in dim lantern light. The smoke and dust rising from the wreckage of Konoha drifted all the way to the Uchiha compound, carrying the acrid stench of charred wood. Several Uchiha Jonin stood solemnly at the foot of the stone steps. Their police force uniforms still bore the ash of the previous night. Last night the Ninetales ran rampant, yet the police force was barred from the core battlefield. The scar-faced Jonin, barely containing his fury, gritted his teeth. And their excuse? The risk of the Sharingan. They've branded the entire clan as suspects. The young core member beside him sneered. Danzo merely utters a few words, and the entire clan is nailed to the position of suspects. The atmosphere within the stone chamber grew heavy. The Ninetales' eyes had manifested the Sharingan, and Danzo used this to issue a wartime provisional security order. The Uchiha were excluded from the core battlefield, relegated to peripheral evacuation and patrol duties. This order did not publicly condemn them, yet it forcibly pressed the brand of suspicion upon the Uchiha's heads. We must go to the Hokage's office today. A clan member raised his head, the three Tomo, faintly flickering in his eyes, before he forcefully suppressed them. The higher-ups owe us an explanation. The scar-faced Jonin spoke. Go to the Hokage's office. Is the fourth Hokage even able to stand now? The stone chamber fell silent for a moment. Though they had been isolated on the periphery the previous night, they had still felt the overwhelming, bone-chilling cold that erupted from the direction of the Namikaze ancestral home. That domineering, unmatched cold had even caused the fire-release chakra they took pride in to feel as if it were freezing. The intelligence relayed by the Umbu was even more alarming. Minato Namikaze's elder brother, who had been in slumber for years, had awakened. He had single-handedly suppressed the Ninetales with ice release, and even publicly severed one of Danzo's arms. The young core member lowered his voice. Precisely because of this we should go. The Namikaze family now has such a formidable figure, and the higher-ups are deliberately isolating the Uchiha. If we don't speak up now, what power will the police force have left after the post-war purge? The scar-faced Jonin snorted coldly. Of course we're not going to cause trouble. Officially we will inspect the disaster zone, assist the fourth Hokage in re-establishing defenses, and express our condolences to the fourth's family. Someone pressed, and in reality, we will go to see if this Namikaze Hyōga is a true god, or merely a bluff. The breathing in the stone chamber grew heavier. A young clan member in the corner clenched his fists. If he's just an empty shell, what right do the higher-ups have to use the Namikaze family to suppress us? If he still has strength, we will bide our time. The scar-faced Jonin gritted his teeth, but if he exhausted his chakra suppressing the Ninetales, then the Uchiha cannot be pushed around. The young core member nodded. Select our elites, bring the medical team and patrol documents, and put on a proper front. Who gave you the audacity? A calm voice came from the shrine entrance. Everyone turned. Clan head Fugaku Uchiha stood at the door, his black clan attire immaculate. Several of his trusted subordinates stood silently behind him, blocking the exit. The scar-faced Jonin met Fugaku's gaze without flinching. Clan head, regarding last night's events, the entire clan must adopt a firm stance. Fugaku looked at him, his tone flat. Your stance is to send men to test a monster who suppressed the Ninetales with one hand. It's called assisting in defense. You know very well what you truly call it. Fugaku exposed him mercilessly. The scar-faced Jonin raised his voice clan head. With a single word from Danzo, the police force was isolated. If we swallow our pride today, tomorrow they will dare to strip the police force of all its power. The young corps member reluctantly echoed, the village has already begun to suspect the Uchiha. If we don't show strength, everyone will believe we are guilty. Namikaze Hyōga must have been severely weakened by suppressing the Nine Tails. If we don't probe his true state now, we won't even have a seat at the negotiation table later. Fugaku swept his gaze over him. The young corps member's throat tightened, his legs went weak, and he involuntarily stepped back half a pace, his face pale, as he fell silent. Fugaku did not argue. He raised his hand slightly. A trusted subordinate presented a yellowed, aged scroll. Its outer casing bore the seal of a police force border code fence subfile, and alongside, it was the incomplete number of a catalog. Fugaku slapped the scroll onto the stone table. Open it. The trusted subordinate undid the seal and unrolled the scroll. It was a single page of remnant paper. Records related to Namikaze Hyōga and the border cold wave operation. In the later stages of the Third Great Ninja War, a front line stretching for dozens of li on the northwestern border, along with the ninjutsu chakra, and even the desperate screams of over 1,000 elite enemy shinobi, were transformed overnight into an eternal glacier that would never melt. Fugaku did not argue. He raised his hand slightly. A trusted subordinate presented a yellowed, aged scroll. Its outer casing bore the seal of a police force border code fence subfile, and alongside, it was the Hokage's office classified him as an S-class, extremely dangerous target. Complete records are jointly sealed by the Hokage's office and the Namikaze family. The scar-faced Jonin's expression changed. For the first time, genuine fear flickered across his face, which had always been fearless. The young corps member stared at that remnant page, unable to utter a single word for a long time. S-class, extremely dangerous target. The scar-faced Jonin stared at the record. Even the police force can only keep such a subfile. Before this, they had assumed that Minato Namikaze's elder brother was merely an ordinary ice-release ninja from a bygone era. An older clan member lowered his voice. I've heard this rumor. In the later stages of the war, vast frozen areas suddenly appeared on the northwestern border, entire enemy supply convoys vanished without a trace, and the village publicly claimed it was the achievement of multiple elite squads. He looked at the scroll, his voice dry. So the man in that rumor was him. A single man freezing an entire front line in one night. The young corps member stepped back. Was suppressing the Nine Tails last night not even his limit? Fugaku's gaze swept across the crowd. The three tomo spun wildly in his eyes, as if he were recalling some great terror. I saw clearly from the periphery last night with my Sharingan. After he forcibly suppressed the Nine Tails, the chakra within him did not deplete. Instead, it was like an abyss of ultimate cold that could devour everything. You think he was severely weakened? Wrong. When he severed Danzo's arm, he didn't even need to form hand seals, and even the Nine Tails' violent chakra instinctively trembled under his cold aura. He didn't even use his full power. What makes you so certain he was weakened? Based on your pitiful common sense. No one spoke in the stone chamber, leaving only the faint crackling of the lamp wick. The reason he didn't pursue Danzo last night was that Minato personally pleaded for him. Fugaku slammed his hand heavily on the stone table, his voice sharp and cold. Do you think he is a gentle Hokage like Minato? If you dare to cause the slightest trouble today, he will not hesitate to freeze the entire Nana shrine into an ice sculpture. Then who will plead for the Uchiha? The scar-faced Jonin gritted his teeth. Clan head, we can't just shrink inside the compound and do nothing. Who said we are doing? Fugaku strode into the stone chamber. The Sharingan appeared in the Nine Tails' eyes. The clan is already being roasted over the fire. Danzo is hoping for the Uchiha to make a mistake, and public opinion in the village is desperately seeking a scapegoat. He pointed at the scroll on the stone table. If you dare to approach the Namikaze ancestral home under the guise of an inspection today, the root will twist it into evidence that the Uchiha, guilty of a guilty conscience, attempted to make contact with the Jinchuriki again. By then the Namikaze family will investigate you, the Hokage's office will be on guard against you, and every villager will be watching you. You call this retaliation? Fugaku's voice was icy. This is handing the knife directly to Danzo. Several eager Uchiha ninja loosened their grips on their sword hilts, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. If they were truly branded with the charge of contacting the Jinchuriki, the entire clan would be doomed. The moment they stepped out of the compound, countless eyes would be fixed on them. If Hyōjin acted, the Uchiha would face only a one-sided massacre. If Hyōjin did not act, Root would exploit this. This was not a deadlock. It was a bottomless abyss at the edge of a cliff. The scar-faced Jonin remained indignant. Then what does the clan head intend to do? Just wait for Minato to provide an explanation. Fugaku looked out at the shrine. From the direction of the ruins came the shouts of the medical team. No, we will hand the explanation to them proactively. Everyone was stunned. Clan head voluntarily handing over our records. What will outsiders think of us? Fugaku ignored the question. Immediately compile the most complete duty records from last night. Fugaku ordered, including patrol routes, evacuation zones, casualty figures, and any anomalous traces. Organize them and deliver them voluntarily to the Hokage's direct investigation team. We will also voluntarily request a joint unit of Umbu and the police force to handle post-disaster patrols. Furthermore, we demand that the Hokage's office publicly clarify that last night's isolation order was a temporary measure for wartime risk management and does not constitute a guilty verdict against the Uchiha. The young corps member asked, won't this make the Uchiha appear weak and submissive? A step back allows the clan to survive. Fugaku stared at him. Is it dignified to run headfirst into a blade for the sake of pride? Deep in the stone chamber, a clan member whispered a reminder: the hardliners in the clan may not comply. Fugaku rolled up the scroll. Slap this subfile in their faces. If they still refuse to accept it after seeing this, let them go ask Danzo how his arm was severed. No one objected further. Fugaku turned and walked toward the door. Prepare the records. I will go see the 4th Hokage personally. An intelligence ninja from the police force's external division silently landed outside the shrine. The intelligence ninja knelt on one knee and handed over an urgent copy that had just been transcribed, its edges still bearing the hastily stamped mark of top secrecy. The trusted subordinate read only the first few lines. His breath grew heavy, and he immediately passed it to Fugaku. Fugaku took the notice and unrolled it only to find that it lacked the signature of the 3rd Hokage. It bore the joint seal of the 3 advisors, Shimura, Danzo, Udatane, Koharu, and Mitokado Hamura. The content was a request submitted in the name of the Council of Advisors to the Hokage's office to convene an emergency post-war hearing. The agenda directly addressed village reconstruction, the review of Jinchuriki custodianship, post-war budget allocation, and temporary adjustments to core defense zones. Fugaku stared at the final few lines, his thumb slowly pressing down on the corner of the paper, leaving a deep crease. Danzo is definitely not going to heal his wound. Fugaku raised his head. He intends to use that severed arm to gain sympathy, and while the 4th Hokage's chakra is depleted, he will drag the Jinchuriki, the budget, and the core defense zones into the hands of the Council of Advisors. On the walls outside the meeting room, remnants of hastily wiped bloodstains lingered. Several elite Umbu guards stood at the door, their hands pressed firmly against their sword hilts. At the other end of the corridor, Root shinobi lurked in the shadows, their cold masks concealing their faces, their positions sealing off every possible escape route. The two sides faced off at a short distance. Any minor movement from either party would send blades clashing. Though the swords had yet to be drawn, heavy breaths already collided back and forth through the corridor. The atmosphere inside the meeting room was oppressive. Minato Namikaze sat at the head of the table, pale-faced, with blood-stained bandages wrapped around his forehead. A medical ninja stood unwaveringly behind him. A faint green glow flickered in his palm, barely stabilizing his overstrained meridians and injuries. At this moment, Minato should have been lying in a hospital bed watching over Kushina and Naruto. Kushina's fate was uncertain, and Naruto's seal urgently needed reinforcement. But once the position of Hokage was vacated, the hands reaching for the Jinchuriki would multiply immediately. Danzo sat on the left side, his right arm empty, thick bandages wrapped from his shoulder down to his chest, with fine frost constantly forming on the outer layer. The medical team's jutsu could only barely stop the bleeding, but could not extract the vicious cold poison entrenched in the wound. The chill was creeping along his meridians. With every breath, Danzo exhaled white mist. Yet he forced himself to sit at the conference table, hoping to use this severed arm to drag the authority of the Hokage's office back into the hands of the advisors. The Jonin representatives in the observer seats stared at the ever-frosting bandages, their expressions shifting. Koharu broke the deadlock. Fourth Hokage. The village suffered heavy losses after the Ninetales rampage. The resettlement of victims, reconstruction budget, and defense reorganization cannot be delayed. Hamura followed immediately. You overexerted your chakra last night. Kushina's condition is uncertain, and the newborn Jinchuriki seal requires long-term observation. Risk assessment cannot rely solely on the judgment of the Namikaze clan. He looked through his glasses at the weakened Minato. The Hokage's office must present a plan that reassures the major clans and the daimyo's court. Minato raised his eyes. So Koharu pushed a scroll to the center of the table. The advisory council proposes the immediate establishment of a temporary post-war review panel. The Hokage retains final command authority. Her tone grew heavier as she stared at Minato, but the reconstruction budget, core defense zone deployments, and post-disaster risk archives must be jointly reviewed by the Hokage, the advisors, and representatives from each squad. Inside the meeting room, several Jonin representatives' expressions changed drastically. The representative of the Nara clan's eyes darkened. If defense zone deployment was stalled, Umbu's movements would be restricted. If the post-disaster risk archives fell into the hands of the advisors, Naruto's seal situation would eventually be exposed. Minato looked at the scroll, but did not respond. Koharu continued to apply pressure. Fourth Hokage. Danzo was also severely injured last night. Everyone's gaze fell on Danzo's empty right arm. Danzo kept his eyelids lowered, silent. Binyan Namikaze publicly severed the arm of a Konoha elder. Danzo can swallow this for the sake of the greater. Koharu's voice hardened. But if the village pretends it never happened, who will still believe in the authority of the Hokage's office tomorrow? A high-risk combatant classified as S-rank out-of-control risk in the sealed archives actually attacked a Konoha elder in the core battlefield last night. If no restraint mechanism is established today, who will take responsibility when he overrides the Hokage's orders tomorrow under the guise of kinship? The neutral Jonin in the room tightened their expressions. Binyan had indeed suppressed the Ninetales, but the ruthlessness with which he severed Danzo's arm also struck fear into the high-ranking officials. Koharu pressed step by step. As Hokage, you cannot consider only your clan. Hamura adjusted his glasses. The third Hokage is currently comforting the injured in the disaster zone. We did not ask him to sign this scroll to save face for the fourth Hokage and resolve this matter internally. If results are delayed, every clan will believe the Hokage's office has lost the ability to stabilize the situation. Minato's hands under the table slowly clenched, veins bulging on his knuckles. This was a coup. Danzo played the victim, using the advisory council to launch the attack. They tied together post-war reconstruction, daimyo accountability, and seal guardianship. Under the guise of review, they aimed to carve a gap into the Hokage's command system. If he forcefully rejected it, the council could exploit the Hokage, protecting his kin. If he yielded, even an inch, Naruto's custody would eventually be dragged into so-called public discussion. Minato stared at the two advisors. Brother Binyan risked his life to suppress the Ninetales last night. He saved Konoha. Hamura met Minato's gaze. We acknowledge his merit. But merit and risk coexist. The Ninetales is Konoha's power, and the Jinchuriki also requires strict supervision. His voice was cold. Is Binyan Namikaze any less dangerous than a Jinchuriki? Several Jonin representatives looked grim. With that remark, Hamura essentially placed Binyan, who had saved Konoha last night, under the same scrutiny as a threat. This was a complete break of decorum. Minato's gaze turned icy. Are the two advisors suggesting my elder brother be placed on an investigation list? Hamura rebutted bluntly. He must undergo a formal inquiry by the Hokage's office. All related ICE release data and sealed archives must be registered in detail. Minato's voice deepened. The sealed archives involve the Namikaze clan's absolute secrets. Koharu raised her voice precisely because it involves classified information. It should be incorporated into the highest level sealing process of the Hokage's office, so no one can evade accountability later. The village is riddled with scars. No high-risk combat power can be left outside institutional control. Danzo sat steady in his chair, his single eye fixed on Minato. Minato was too young to attach to the village's procedures. As long as he put his seal on the scroll, the deployment of core defense zones would first open a crack. Once that crack widened, Naruto's seal condition would eventually be dragged into the council's files. Minato suddenly covered his mouth and coughed violently. The medical ninja wanted to step forward, but Minato raised a hand to stop him. Danzo took in the scene, greed flickering in his single eye. In Danzo's eyes, Minato Namikaze was weaker than last night, more likely to be forced into retreat by the rules. Koharu pushed the scroll forward. Fourth Hokage, the ruined village cannot wait. She stared at Minato. Please sign and confirm immediately. The meeting room fell into dead silence. All eyes weighed on Minato. He looked at the scroll spread on the table. Every proposal was cloaked in the most reasonable guise, each one chipping away at the Hokage's authority. Minato raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the three high-ranking officials. What if I refuse? The frost on Danzo's severed arm spread outward a little. The excruciating pain stiffened his back, but he still gritted his teeth and remained silent. Koharu made his point clear. Fourth, the advisory council does not want the village to head toward division because of the Hokage's personal interests after the Ninetales disaster. Personal interests. Those two words slammed heavily onto the conference table. The Umbu squad leader suddenly gripped his sword hilt. The fourth Hokage's family had fought desperately to protect the village last night, only to be branded with the label of selfishness. The elite Umbu outside the door sensed the anomaly inside, their chakra fluctuations tightening in the corridor. Koharu pressed the record scroll in front of Minato, forcing him to affix his seal on the spot. Crack! A crisp, unusual sound came from outside the meeting room door. The Umbu guards at the entrance spun around abruptly. A layer of icy white frost materialized on the edge of the thick solid wood door. The freezing accelerated, and in the blink of an eye the door frame was engulfed by thick ice. The core barrier technique laid by the barrier squad emitted a shrill shattering sound. The flowing chakra was forcibly slowed by the overbearing extreme cold, and the outer layers of the technique came to a halt one after another. The Umbu members stared at the spreading frost, their voices trembling. The outer layer of the core barrier has been frozen solid. The temperature in the corridor plummeted. The root shinobi hidden in the shadows drew their short blades in unison. The moment the blades left their sheaths, fine ice crystals crawled over the metal surface, stiffening the hands that gripped them. Inside the meeting room, Danzo's expression changed drastically. The cold poison lurking in his severed arm, drawn by the same source as the chill outside, surged from the depths of the wound. Intense agony tore through his nerves, bending his back sharply. Minato turned his head toward the frozen door, a flicker of headache and helplessness in his eyes. Outside the door, the bone-piercing cold chakra continued to rise. The violent chill could not be suppressed, even by the Hokage building's core barrier. Danzo stared fixedly at the door about to shatter. His single eye, always cold and calculating, revealed genuine terror. He recognized this cold aura. The one who had dared to cut off his arm in public, Lin Yan Namikaze, had arrived. The door of the Hokage building's meeting room was covered in a layer of white frost. The defensive seals deployed by the barrier squad flickered one after another, only to dim and shatter under the relentless erosion of the extreme cold. The Umbu guarding the entrance had barely reached for their blades when the frost crept over their sawls, spreading rapidly across the corridor floor, freezing every movement in place. Lin Yan stood at the end of the corridor, azure cold air swirling within his wide sleeves. Wherever it passed, even the air crystallized into fine ice particles. He still carried the bone-chilling cold of the underground medical ward. Moments ago, he had been calmly maintaining the frozen seal on Kushina's heart meridian and the sealing array on Naruto. But the frost mark left on Minato's wound last night suddenly transmitted a turbulent chakra vibration laced with weakness and the exhaustion of forced endurance. The barrier fluctuations in the conference area of the Hokage building had turned abnormal. A large amount of root chakra was converging there. Lin Yan rose to his feet on the spot. The medical ninja beside him trembled as he spoke. Lord Lin Yan, Lady Kushina's ice formation still requires your maintenance. I have pressed a frost pattern into the array's core. The ice will not dissipate within half an hour. Lin Yan did not turn back. The next moment, he had vanished from the underground medical ward. The medical ninja swallowed hard, gazing at the frost pattern still steadily circulating at the array's base. With that level of cold, how much chakra does he have left? Outside the conference room, several root ninjas stood with blades drawn, blocking Lin Yan's path. The high-level tribunal is in session. No one may enter without permission. Bing Yan raised his eyes to them. Step aside. The leading root ninja tightened his grip on his short sword. Wolfing Bing Yan, you have no authority to enter the core conference area of the Hokage building. Bing Yan lowered his gaze to the blade in the man's hand. Without any visible movement, thick ice crystals formed on the steel short sword. The extreme cold climbed up the hilt and brutally crawled onto the ninja's wrist. Say one more word, and both the blade and your hand will stay. The root ninja's throat tightened, his face turning pale. The Umbu captain beside him immediately stepped aside to clear the passage. Last night, he had witnessed Bing Yan nearly kill Danzo. Standing before this god of slaughter at such a moment was pure suicide. Bing Yan walked past the Umbu. The Umbu captain lowered his voice. Lord Bing Yan, the fourth Hokage is inside. I know. Bing Yan raised his hand and pressed it against the heavy door. With a crisp cracking sound, the supposedly invincible defensive seals on the door rapidly frosted from the center. Their light dimmed, and then they completely collapsed. The Umbu captain stared at the frost-covered door, his eyes twitching violently. The highest-level defensive barrier had not held for even. Inside the conference room, Koharu sensed the disturbance and rose to her feet, shouting sternly, "How dare you!" The door burst open inward, and a violent surge of cold air rushed through the gap, sweeping across the entire room. Teacups on the table shattered under the extreme cold, and the unrolled scrolls were quickly coated with a thin layer of ice. Several Umbu guards attempted to draw their ninja tools. Their wrists were instantly locked by the sudden frost. The tools froze midair, unable to descend. The solemn Hokage building meeting room was transformed into an ice cellar in an instant. Bing Yan stepped inside. His gaze swept across Minato, who sat in the main seat. Minato's face was pale as paper, but his shoulders and back were straight, maintaining the dignity of the Hokage. At the center of the table lay the glaring tribunal scroll demanding the transfer of power. Bing Yan glanced at it, and his eyes darkened instantly. Koharu pointed at Bing Yan and scolded, "Bluffing Bing Yan, you have forcibly entered the high-level tribunal and frozen the core conference area of the Hokage building. Are you trying to confirm the council's concerns with your own hands?" Hamura's face was ashen. "Fourth Hokage, this is nothing short of a forced entry into the Hokage building's core area." The surrounding guards made no move, for they were frozen in place. Chair legs, sleeves, documents at hand, even the ninja tools at their hips. All were firmly locked by solid ice. Bing Yan had not taken any lives. But the documents were sealed, the tools locked, and the chairs nailed into the ice. The rules that they thought could suppress the Hokage were now frozen solid on the tabletop. Koharu watched the frost creeping up her sleeve and turned pale. "You. What do you intend to do?" Bing Yan walked to the conference table and pressed his fingertip onto the scroll. Azure frost rapidly spread across the paper, forcibly erasing the glaring words "temporary tribunal" and sealing them under an impenetrable layer of ice. Koharu stared at the frozen scroll. "You are openly challenging the highest decision-making body of Konoha." Bing Yan leaned forward slightly. "I am saving lives underground, and you are here forcing my brother to surrender his authority." He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the two advisors. "Is this how Konoha's high-level tribunal is conducted?" Danzo, struggling to sit upright, fixed his one eye on Bing Yan. "Wolfing Bing Yan, your act of forcibly entering the Hokage building today is enough to prove that the village cannot allow such power to remain outside the records." Bing Yan turned to look at him. The temperature in the room dropped again. Thicker white frost condensed on the bandages covering Danzo's severed arm. The bone-deep agony of the cold poison made his face ghastly pale. He clenched his teeth to stay silent. Bing Yan walked toward. "Last night, I only took one of your arms because Minato personally pleaded for mercy." Bing Yan's voice was icy. "Today you still dare to come and pressure him. It seems you truly believe my temper is good." Several root guards immediately stepped in front of Danzo. Bing Yan did not even form hand seals. He simply raised his hand casually, and the icy floor surged forward like a raging wave, freezing the legs of those root elites instantly, leaving their bodies rigid. One of them desperately tried to extract chakra to form hand seals and counterattack, but Bing Yan pressed his palm through the air, and the man's hands, along with his will to resist, were tightly wrapped in thick ice, his fingers frozen in the seal position, turning him into an ice sculpture. The root ninja forced out a hoarse voice through clenched teeth. "Chakra. It's blocked. Can't move." Danzo's eyes flashed with unconcealed fear. His proud root elites could not even complete a single attack in front of this man. Koharu trembled with rage and turned to the main seat. Fourth Hokage, are you going to allow your brother to run rampant in the Hokage building like this? Minato lifted his eyes. His gaze swept over the frozen teacup, the sealed scroll, the suspended ninja tools, and the rigid chair legs. Bingen had not killed anyone. The advisors were unharmed. Only the tribunal scroll and the root's blades were frozen. Minato slowly loosened his hand under the table, deep marks left by his fingernails on his palm. He raised his hand to straighten the Hokage cloak on his shoulder, and his eyes finally turned cold. The advisors had placed the blade on the table. Now it was time for the Hokage to take it back. Bingen had already reached Danzo. The last root guard in front of Danzo tried to draw a kunai, but the moment it left the sheath it froze into brittle ice and shattered on the table with a crack. Bingen looked down at Danzo, his tone mocking. You kept your eye on Naruto last night, and today you come to stare at the sealing records. Bingen watched Danzo's suddenly tense face, and his voice grew colder. Your remaining eye certainly has its hands full. Danzo's face darkened. I requested a review of the Jinchuriki and the core defense areas to ensure Konoha survives last night's disaster. For Konoha, Bingen let out a cold laugh. When Konoha was being trampled into rubble by the Nine Tails last night, you were busy finding excuses to guard against the Uchiha. When Naruto was just born, your mind was consumed with how to take him away. Now before Minato has even caught his breath, you are rushing to seize the core defense areas and sealing records. He leaned down, locking eyes with Danzo. Old dog, you keep saying it's for Konoha, but which Konoha are you really doing this for? Minato lowered his eyes, a warmth surging in his heart. Hamura was left speechless, his face red, unable to utter a single retort. Danzo coughed violently. The cold poison in his severed arm raged, causing him to break out in cold sweat from the pain. Hamura shouted sternly, bluffing Bingen, your reckless words have severely disrupted the order of the high-level tribunal. Bingen glanced back at him. The legs of Hamura's chair were instantly locked into the floor by ice. He tried to stand, but a force of extreme cold held him firmly in place. What do you want to lose a hand to? Koharu slumped into her chair, muttering to herself, crazy. The entire bluffing family is insane. Hamura's face froze, cold sweat beading on his forehead. A dead silence fell over the conference room. Konoha's high-level rules still lay on the table. The meeting's record scroll was still beside them. But those who thought they held the rules, in the face of absolute power, they no longer even had the right to raise their hand. Bingen turned his gaze back to Danzo. A sharp ice spike formed at his fingertip, gleaming with a chilling light. Danzo's breathing faltered. The pain from last night's severed arm clawed back from the marrow, gnawing at his nerves. Bingen stared at the stump, still oozing cold air. It seems that blow last night didn't freeze you through. He raised the ice spike and without warning thrust it forward with a sudden motion. With a muffled sound of flesh torn by frost, it pierced straight through Danzo's intact left shoulder. Today do you plan to keep this other hand as well? Azure cold air brutally surged through the flesh, and Danzo let out a shriek of agony, toppling over with his chair onto the icy floor. Large drops of cold sweat rolled down his forehead as he convulsed pitifully on the ice. Wolfeng Bingen, how dare you? Up. Danzo pierced through his left shoulder, tumbled backward with his chair onto the icy floor, convulsing in agony like a dying beast. The azure chill ruthlessly invaded his meridians through the wound. Bingen gazed down at him from above, a sharp icicle coalescing at his fingertip as he hovered it slowly over Danzo's trembling left hand. The chamber fell into dead silence. All eyes were fixed on that shimmering blue cold light. Danzo's left hand quivered, attempting to form a hand seal, only to find his fingertips already frozen black and numb. Under Bingian's expressionless yet murderous stare, the once arrogant shadow of the shinobi world dared not even breathe, deeply fearing the inhaled chill would sever his heart meridian. He tried to move backward, but his body was already pinned to the ground by thick ice, and the root guards behind him were encased in frost, unable to. Last night his survival was solely due to Minato's plea. Danzo turned to the main seat, his voice trembling. Fourth Hokage, are you going to let him kill a Konoha advisor inside the Fire Shadow building? Koharu turned pale, her voice shrill with panic. Fourth Hokage, stop him at once. Hamura's hand, pushing up his glasses, also trembled as he forced pressure. Minato, If bloodshed occurs during the High-Level Council, Konoha's authority will collapse. Minato did not intervene. He gazed at Binjian's back and called out, "Brother, hold on." Danzo thought Minato was giving in, but Minato calmly said they haven't recorded it yet. The recording shinobi's wrist stiffened, his brush scratching a dark streak across the edge of the old scroll. Koharu turned fourth Hokage. "What do you mean?" Minato sat upright in the main seat, his face still pale, but the fatigue had faded from his eyes, revealing a sharp edge. "The meaning is simple. Earlier the advisors suggested that the Fire Shadow building needs a review mechanism. Now I have several post-war resolutions that require everyone's confirmation." Danzo's eye trembled as he finally understood Minato's silence. Binjian's killing intent was real and Minato's restraint was also real. These two brothers. One wielded the blade, the other stamped the seal. With every moment the council delayed, the icicle pressed a fraction closer. Minato could stop Binjian, and he could also control this trial. But the council had overstepped the Hokage's authority first. Now reclaiming military command authority was precisely what a wartime Hokage should do. Minato picked up the frozen council scroll. The ice melted under his chakra. Without reading it, he pushed the scroll to the corner of the table. All proposals rejected. Koharu snapped, "Fourth Hokage, post-war resolutions concern the entire village. How can you bypass the council's review?" Binjian's icicle pressed lower, the azure chill devouring the sleeve of Danzo's left hand as frost spread. Danzo grunted, gritting his teeth, and snarling, "Let him speak." Koharu fell silent. Minato looked at the recording shinobi. "Start a new record." The recording shinobi spread out a blank scroll. Minato spoke first. "The post-war temporary council shall retain only the power to advise and record, and shall not interfere with the Hokage's military orders. All orders will be personally signed by me. Second, the reconstruction budget shall be reviewed by the logistics and finance units. The council may inspect the accounts, but has no authority to intervene in resource allocation." Hamura tried to speak, but a cold glance from Binjian made him swallow his words. Third, reaffirm last night's defense orders. Root shall immediately withdraw from the Fire Shadow building, the sealing squad, the medical area, and all core defense zones. Without my explicit order, no Root member may approach the Ninetales, Jinchuriki, Kushina's treatment area, or the sealing chamber. Danzo's eye twitched. This directly severed Root's tentacles in Konoha's core area. Fourth, all Ninetales sealing documents shall be kept under the direct custody of the Hokage's sealing squad. Access, copying, or archiving requires my personal signature. Danzo's face turned ashen. The icicle hovered above his right hand, and the chill seeping from his severed right arm and the wound on his left shoulder had nearly frozen half his body. Minato delivered the final resolution. Fifth, establish a special investigation team for the Ninetales incident to probe Root's overreach, the anomalous source of the Ninetales dojutsu intelligence leaks, and the masked man's identity. The team shall be directly under the Hokage's jurisdiction. From the gallery, a representative of the Nalyan clan whispered, "Even Root is being investigated." Hamura's hand, pushing his glasses, froze midair. "Minato, do you know what you're doing?" Danzo jerked his head up. "Fourth Hokage, are you suspecting Root?" Minato met his gaze. "I am investigating the entire Konoha. If Elder Danzo is innocent, then Root's withdrawal from core defense zones is merely cooperating with the investigation. The council had just used the pretense of righteousness to pressure him." Now Minato threw the same words back at them. Danzo's face darkened. Binjian's force had shattered his rhythm, and Minato seized the opening, turning the agenda against them. Koharu stared at the new scroll, her voice tight. "Fourth Hokage, these resolutions are too hasty." Minato looked at her. "The village is in ruins. We can't afford to wait." These were the very words she had used to pressure him moments ago. Koharu was left speechless. Minato turned to Danzo. "Elder Danzo, what do you think of these resolutions?" Binjian's icicle pressed down again. Crack! The sleeve of Danzo's left hand shattered from the extreme cold. The sting bit into his skin. If he dared utter a single word of dissent, his other hand would be nailed to the table. Danzo glared at the scroll, venom seething in his lone eye. He knew well that if he held out any longer, the Root guards would first be charged with assaulting the Fire Shadow building. For now, stepping back at least allowed him to hide the remnants of his roots in the shadows. He gritted his teeth and forced out a few syllables. "I concur." The Root shinobi gripped their short blades, but dared not approach. The elite Umbu members' eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Koharu and Hamura were silent as cicadas in winter. With Danzo bowing his head, they dared not persist. The recording shinobi's brush flew across the paper. As the Crimson Hokage seal pressed down, the seals of the three advisors were also forced onto the scroll one by one. The Umbu captain immediately turned to redeploy the defenses within the Fire Shadow building. Root shinobi were forced to retreat, and their positions in the corridor shadows were taken over by the Hokage's direct Umbu. Has it really come to pass? The sealing squad representative received the scroll with both hands, his face tense, but unable to conceal the excitement in his eyes. At this moment, Root's hand reaching into the core defense zones was severed by Minato himself. Crackle! Bing Yan dispersed the icicle, and the chill receded slightly. The guards regained their mobility, but remained frozen in place. Damn it! Danzo slumped back in his broken chair, gasping heavily. What? Do you have any other objections? Bing Yan turned to leave, but paused beside Danzo, causing Danzo's entire body to tense. Binjian's gaze swept over him, and a wisp of cold silently tugged at the frost pattern near the wound on Danzo's left shoulder. Don't be afraid. Binjian's voice was barely audible. I won't kill you. For now. The frost lurking in his severed right arm and left shoulder was violently triggered by this aura. The cold poison surged through his meridians. Oh. Danzo coughed up blood mixed with ice shards and collapsed unconscious on the spot. Koharu fell back into her chair. You dare to gravely injure an advisor inside the Fire Shadow building. The medical shinobi stood frozen, unwilling to approach. Elder Danzo. Several root shinobi rushed forward to support him. The moment their hands touched Danzo's shoulder, they screamed and recoiled, their fingers frozen by the explosive cold. No one in the chamber dared move. Minato rubbed his temples. Brother. Bing Yan stopped. Minato smiled wryly. Next time you act, could you at least give me a signal with your eyes? Bing Yan didn't turn back. I did. Minato was stunned when I walked in, I glanced at you. Minato was speechless. Bing Yan walked to the shattered door. You didn't stop me. The high-ranking officials remained silent. Minato looked at the new resolutions stamped with the seal. The blade his brother handed him was indeed useful, but the mess also needed cleaning up. An Umbu shinobi strode quickly into the room and knelt on one knee. Fourth Hokagesama Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head, is outside requesting an audience. Minato's eyes flickered. Bing Yan, who was about to leave, also stopped. The traces of the Sharingan in the Ninetales' eyes had yet to be investigated, and yet Uchiha Fugaku had taken the initiative to come. Minato looked at Bing Yan. Bing Yan turned around to see him. It's time to put some accounts on the table and clarify them. Outside the side hall of the Hokage building, Uchiha Fugaku stood silently, followed only by a few trusted retainers. He wore no emblematic battle armor of the Uchiha clan, but instead held several sealed duty record scrolls respectfully in his hands. Though his posture was humble, his back remained ramrod straight. The traces of the Sharingan in the Ninetales' eyes last night had already turned the Uchiha into a thorn lodged in everyone's hearts. But Fugaku arrived too quickly. No sooner had the High-Level Council ended than he stepped into the Hokage building. The Umbu captain lowered his voice. The Uchiha clan leader actually voluntarily handed over the duty records. I thought they would resist to the end. Another Umbu nodded slightly. To see the situation clearly at such a time, this clan leader is no ordinary man. The great doors slowly swung open. Fugaku raised his head and first saw Minato seated in the main seat. Minato's face was pale as paper, yet his expression still radiated tolerance and gentleness. Then Fugaku's gaze fell upon Bing Yan, who stood beside Minato. Their eyes met. The wariness Fugaku had felt from the sealed fragmentary records surged up as a tangible chill. This man's chakra was too cold. So cold that Fugaku's trusted retainers subconsciously tensed their shoulders. As their hands moved, Fugaku raised his own to stop them, signaling not to act rashly. Uchiha Fugaku greets the fourth Hokage. He stepped forward, his voice steady. Minato nodded slightly, his gaze gentle. Clan leader Fugaku, please sit. You worked hard last night maintaining the outer perimeter with the police force. Fugaku presented the scrolls with both hands, his voice open. Last night the police force was temporarily ordered to the outer perimeter. This is the most complete duty record of the Uchiha police force during the Ninetales night. It details each squad's patrol routes, evacuation zones, casualties, and all timestamps of anomalies discovered. He paused, then added with a resolute tone, "The Uchiha are willing to unconditionally cooperate with the investigation of the Hokage's Special Inquiry Team." Minato took the scrolls, but did not open them immediately. He looked at Fugaku, his eyes carrying the understanding and sigh of a close friend. "Fugaku, we have had a private friendship for years, and I know all the difficulty of your position between clan and village. But the traces of the Sharingan in the Nine-Tails' eyes have indeed pushed the Uchiha into the storm." Fugaku nodded heavily. "I know, so I did not run away. Coming alone with only a few trusted men shows you still have your wits about you." Bing Yan sat in a side chair, his gaze fixed on Fugaku, his tone flat, but cutting to the point. "I know it wasn't you who controlled the Nine-Tails last night, nor was it necessarily anyone from your police force." Fugaku's eyes snapped up, meeting Bing Yan's gaze. Their eyes clashed silently in the air. "Lord Bing Yan means..." Fugaku's heart trembled, never expecting the Namikaze elder brother to see through things so clearly. Bing Yan's cold gaze swept over him as he continued. "But the hardliners you can't control among your clan are very cooperative with Danzo's schemes, eager to push the entire clan into the abyss." Behind Fugaku, his trusted retainers clenched their fists, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. One of them gritted his teeth, breathing completely erratic. This man had not only seen through the truth of the Nine-Tails incident, but also pinpointed the sharpest internal conflict within the Uchiha. Bing Yan ignored their loss of composure and continued. "If your clan's hardliners dare to launch any more covert probing actions, Root won't even need to bother forging evidence. They just need to map your movement routes onto the Namikaze ancestral home, and Naruto and the Uchiha become suspects of rebellion." Fugaku lowered his eyes, his voice heavy. "That is why I came today, to ask the Hokage building to give the Uchiha a clear set of rules and a path forward for the entire clan." Minato looked at Fugaku, his eyes full of honesty and trust. Bing Yan interjected, "A path can be given, but the conditions must be written clearly in advance." Fugaku said solemnly, "Please speak." Bing Yan raised his first finger, a wisp of icy white mist curling around his fingertip. "First hand over the most complete duty records of the Nine-Tails Night. If I find you deleted a single section or left out a single squad, I will personally go to your Naka shrine to demand an explanation." Fugaku replied in a deep voice, "The records have been sealed and brought here. The Hokage building may verify the seals on the spot, and the police force is willing to accept a cross-check. Second, no one in the Uchiha clan is allowed to privately investigate the sealing condition of the Namikaze ancestral home or Naruto, nor to test my boundaries." Bing Yan's eyes blazed. "Anyone who crosses the line, you as clan leader are responsible for disciplining. If you can't handle it, I will personally do it for you." Fugaku's eyes darkened slightly. This was a knife pressed against the necks of the Uchiha hardliners, but he had no room to refuse. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. "I will write this into the clan's prohibition. If anyone violates it, I as clan leader will deal with them first." A flicker of satisfaction passed through Bing Yan's eyes, and then he raised a third finger. "Third, the police force must conduct post-disaster joint patrols with the Hokage's direct umbu. You must appear publicly in the disaster area, openly rescue people, openly maintain order, so that all villagers can clearly see the Uchiha bleeding and working for the village." The umbu and the side hall exchanged glances. Joint patrols with the police force. This meant pulling the Uchiha directly into the front line of defense. Fugaku's eyes flickered violently. He keenly grasped the lifeline behind this condition. The Uchiha had long monopolized the police force, leading to naturally tense relations with the villagers. Joint post-disaster patrols would both place the Uchiha under the Hokage's scrutiny to show openness, and allow the entire village to recognize the Uchiha's contributions anew. Fugaku suppressed the tremor in his heart, and said solemnly, "The police force is willing to accept joint patrols, and to make the rescue records public for villagers to inspect." Bing Yan turned to look at Minato. Minato understood and gave his friend a gentle smile. "Fourth, once the post-war situation stabilizes, some of the external combat duties and border rotation quotas stripped from Root will be redistributed by the Hokage building. Clan leader Fugaku, the Uchiha's elite, can officially enter the candidate list." Fugaku's head snapped up. Behind him, his trusted retainers felt their eyes burn with disbelief and excitement. Border rotations. External combat duties. This was the public merit channel the Uchiha had long craved, but was blocked by the higher-ups. The police force's work had turned them into cold enforcers in the villagers' eyes, but border missions could restore their image as heroes protecting the village. Fugaku looked at Minato, then deeply at Bing Yan. Only now did he see the vision and means of the Namikaze brothers. Minato embraced them with emotion and trust. Bing Yan guided them with tactics and deterrence. These two brothers wanted to pull the Uchiha up from the abyss of isolation. Fugaku lowered his proud head. The Uchiha are willing to fully cooperate with the Hokage building's investigation and post-disaster reconstruction. Fugaku maintained the dignity befitting a clan leader, and Minato gave his friend and the Uchiha the respect they deserved. This was a path of survival fought for by a clan leader at the edge of the cliff, using all his strength for the entire clan. Bing Yan looked at him coldly. As long as the Uchiha behave themselves, the Namikaze family will never treat you as scapegoats like Danzo. But if you can't control those brainless hardliners in your clan, I will personally silence them forever. Fugaku gave a solemn promise. I will strictly discipline them. Bing Yan withdrew his hand and suddenly changed the subject. One more thing. Fugaku's heart, which had just calmed down, tensed again. I heard your clan has an eldest son named Itachi. How old is he this year? Fugaku's pupils contracted sharply. A storm surged in his heart. This Namikaze elder brother, who had been dormant for years, had not only seen through the police force's situation, but also knew all about his young eldest son. The chilling sensation of being completely seen through made Fugaku's spine run cold. Minato also looked at his brother with confusion. The Umbu guards nearby showed surprise, clearly never having heard of that name. Fugaku suppressed the shock in his heart and answered with extreme caution, he is still young. Binjian's tone was indifferent. Then let him grow up like a normal child. Don't put the clan council's dirty accounts and schemes before his eyes too early. Fugaku's expression was complex. He could not fathom why the other party had suddenly brought up his eldest son, but this sentence precisely struck the clan's greatest pain point. After a long silence, he nodded heavily. Lord Binjian's words, I will remember. The negotiation thus concluded. As Fugaku left the Hokage building, the dawn light pierced through the heavy smoke and dust spilling over the devastated ruins. He gazed at the destroyed streets, his tense shoulders slowly relaxing. The Uchiha finally had a way to survive. But every step on this path was like walking on thin ice. If they tread carefully, the whole clan could live. One misstep would lead to eternal damnation. Inside the Hokage building, Minato signaled the Umbu to secure the duty records. Bing Yan turned without hesitation and strode toward the underground medical area. Kushina's mystic ice array required his maintenance, and the seal inside Naruto urgently needed further reinforcement. Escorted by medical ninja, an Umbu, Minato forced himself to follow into the underground corridor and lowered his voice. Brother, why did you specifically mention that child named Itachi just now? Bing Yan did not stop his steps, just took a liking to him. Minato raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing a single word. Given the chance, I will take him, as Bing Yan was too lazy to explain further. In the interweaving memories of past and present lives, he knew too well that the dazzlingly talented child would later be caught between clan and village, gradually ground into a blade turned against his own kin. Since he had awakened now, the tragedies that should have been severed in Konoha would not be allowed to follow the old path. Inside the underground medical area, chill mist swirled. A crystalline mystic ice block lay silently at the center of the ceiling matrix. Kushina lay within the thick ice, her face as pale as paper, the fragile thread of life within her body firmly locked by the extreme cold. The newborn Naruto slept soundly on a small bed nearby, the seal pattern on his abdomen occasionally flickering with a faint glow as he breathed. The medical ninjas guarding the surroundings finally relaxed their tense nerves when they saw Bing Yan return. Bing Yan walked to the mystic ice and placed his palm on the cold surface. The pure cold force flowed through his palm and re-entered the sealing matrix. The life force within the mystic ice was still firmly locked, and the slight fluctuations at the edge of the outer seal were suppressed. At that moment, Binjian's movements abruptly halted. He raised his eyes sharply. On the bottom of the mystic ice at the edge of the outer ice pattern there remained an extremely cold, and eerie chakra trace. That wisp of chakra was exceedingly faint, almost merging into the ice pattern, as if it had secretly probed through the outer seal via some medium. Only after being cut off by the mystic ice's cold power did it leave a winding grayish-white mark. Binjian's gaze turned icy. He bent down, scraping a bit of frozen grayish-white debris from the bottom of the ice. Within the debris, a trace of bizarre chakra residue that definitely did not belong to the medical area was sealed. It was sticky cold, and even carried a nauseating smell of experimental chemicals. Minato keenly sensed his brother's anomaly, his face darkening as he stepped forward quickly. "What is this?" Lin Yan stared at the debris on his fingertip. In his mind, the dark rumors about old laboratories lurking in Konoha's shadows flashed by. Poisonous snakes, human experiments, forbidden techniques. These filthy deeds buried deep in Konoha's shadow had never truly been cleaned up. His 5 fingers slowly closed. The extreme cold turned that eerie chakra into powder. Someone has taken an interest in the mystic ice sealing Kushina. Binjian's voice was cold enough to shatter. The medical ninja beside him turned pale with fear, stumbling back. How could foreign chakra have left traces? The outer barrier gave no warning, and the duty records show nothing abnormal. As Binjian's killing intent rose, the temperature in the medical area plummeted to freezing point. On the small bed, Naruto was disturbed by the chill, his little hand stirring restlessly in his swaddling. Lin Yan restrained the leaking cold aura, his gaze like a blade piercing straight into the dark ventilation duct. No figure could be seen there, only some traces of the ventilation seal being worn away, but from the lingering scent he could still detect the cloying snake-like stench that had not yet dissipated. Lin Yan curled his lips into a cold, sinister smile. The old accounts with Danzo's side haven't been settled yet. The venomous snakes in the shadows have already crawled, overdrawn by the scent of blood. The chill in the underground medical area pressed down layer by layer, and white frost condensed on the mouths of the medicinal bottles in the corners. Lin Yan tossed the grayish-white debris onto the metal table. Although frozen, the debris still emitted an unpleasant, chilling cold. The medical squad leader leaned in to examine it closely, his face suddenly changing. There are residues of preservatives commonly used in vivisection experiments. Minato, wearing the Hokage's Hyōga, strode over quickly, his face still pale. Although he had stopped the bleeding, with simple treatment, the extreme fatigue from chakra depletion was undeniable. Minato stared at the remnants, pressing his palm hard against the edge of the table. His tone was icy. Not just the chemicals, but this released chakra also carries the distinctive aura of a snake summoning technique. Hearing this, an elderly medical ninja clutched his collar, his voice trembling. Both characteristics at once. Could it be Lord Orochimaru? The surrounding medical ninja all turned pale. In Konoha, everyone knew who was skilled in snake summoning and obsessed with experiments. Even though no one said another word, the atmosphere in the medical zone grew heavy. Lin Yan turned to look at Kushina within the mystic ice, where the red-haired woman slept peacefully, her face pale in the clear azure ice. The extreme cold forcibly sealed her fading vitality and preserved the last breath remaining after the tailed beast's extraction. But this was merely buying time. It could only last until Tsunade returned to the village, until someone could mend the life gap torn open by the Nine Tails. Minato's gaze fell on his wife, his eyes growing heavier. The Umbu sent to find Lady Tsunade have not returned any message. As his words fell, several ninja in the medical zone lowered their heads in shame. Minato closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with exhaustion. The medical squad has tried every available method. Regular medical ninjutsu can only repair external injuries, but tailed beast extraction causes a complete collapse of vitality. Kushina is still holding on only thanks to your mystic ice, brother. He paused for a moment, his voice hoarse. But the mystic ice cannot seal her forever. Lin Yan gazed at his sister-in-law in the ice coffin, knowing full well that the mystic ice could slow time and keep death at bay, but could not create life out of nothing. He had just awakened, and his body was still painfully torn between crystallization and flesh. Forcibly maintaining the seal would only make the extreme cold within him more violent. But he couldn't be bothered to mention these risks to scare Minato. Minato was already suffering enough. If he added more pressure, the fourth Hokage might collapse under the weight of his own Hyōga. Bing Yin raised his hand, and the cold air swirled, freezing the grayish-white debris on the table into an extremely thin ice shard. Within the ice shard, the chilling chakra was forcibly compressed into a gray line. Since we can't find Tsunade, let's take another path, Bing Yin said calmly. Minato turned sharply to look at him. Bing Yin continued, since Orochimaru has set his sights on the mystic ice, it means he has realized that the mystic ice can slow the loss of vitality to an extreme. Minato immediately caught the implication. Brother, you want to go after Orochimaru? Go after. Bing Yin let out a cold laugh. He dares to extend his technique to the bedside of the Namikaze family. He'll follow this trail and drag him out myself. Is that considered going after? As Bing Yin spoke, the temperature in the medical zone plummeted again. A nearby ceiling squad ninja broke out in a cold sweat and braced himself to speak. Lord Bing Yin, if we truly involve Lord Orochimaru, the matter will run deep. He is after all the third Hokage's prized disciple, and behind him are many old experimental projects and remnants of Roots records. So you think it's troublesome? Bing Yin gave him a cold glance. If it's troublesome, then freeze both the person and the trouble together. The ninja was so frightened that he immediately shut it. Minato analyzed in a low voice. Orochimaru is slippery. His great snake substitute summoning technique and various bizarre forbidden arts are extremely troublesome. If we act rashly and he escapes, he will hide in the deepest shadows of Konoha. Moreover, the village has just experienced the Nine-Tails rampage, and the high-level situation is barely under control. Danzo's root has just lost an arm, the third Hokage is still watching, and the council is even more dissatisfied. He looked grim. If Orochimaru is also entangled with their dirty old secrets, this will inevitably stir up a huge mess. Bing Yin listened quietly, his eyes expressionless. He looked straight at Minato. You are the Hokage. The political concerns are for you to weigh. Minato gave a wry smile. His brother's words sounded like passing the buck, but they also left him the dignity befitting a Hokage. Bing Yin could simply charge over and turn Orochimaru's lab into a giant ice coffin with his ice release. But if he did that, Konoha's high command would fall into chaos, the third Hokage's faction would be cornered, and Root's remnants would take the opportunity to move all evidence of their crimes. Minato couldn't just focus on saving his wife. He carried the weight of the entire crumbling village on his shoulders. Bing Yin slowly raised his hand, and a layer of crystalline ice appeared on his palm, within which the cold chakra pulse still struggled stubbornly. The next moment, the cold in his palm suddenly tightened, and the pulse was frozen dead. As for Orochimaru's vaunted life-saving technique, Bing Yin said coldly with absolute confidence, the Great Snake substitute is impervious to fire and blades, relying only on soft body modification and chakra activity. He suddenly clenched his fingers. The thin ice shard along with the gray line inside shattered into a cloud of ice powder. In my absolute zero cold, he won't be able to shed even a single layer of skin. As his words fell, the frost pattern on his palm cracked slightly, and he nonchalantly pressed it back into his sleeve. Witnessing the terrifying ability that could even erase release chakra directly, the medical squad leader swallowed, and his gaze toward Bing Yin added a layer of deep reverence. However, Minato still frowned, but his methods are extremely insidious. Brother, you have just awakened, and your condition is unstable. If he doesn't confront you directly, but uses those bizarre forbidden arts, deadly poison traps, or the curse marks in his lab to counter you. That's why I said we need to take another path. Bing Yin turned around and walked straight to Kushina's mystic ice coffin. He raised his hand and pressed it heavily against the cold coffin surface. Azure frost patterns rapidly spread outward from his palm, recompacting and reinforcing the sealing technique around Kushina. Beneath the ice coffin, several fine ice patterns quietly extended into the ground, tightly interlocking with the outer barrier of the entire medical. Minato's eyes flashed with surprise. Brother, are you reinforcing the sealing array? During my absence, any foreign chakra that dares to touch this place will trigger the frost pattern's backlash, and the chakra circuits will be frozen first. Bing Yin slowly withdrew his hand and said with certainty, I've made the same arrangements for Naruto. As soon as he finished, a faint baby's whimper came from the small resting room next door. Bing Yin glanced sideways. Naruto was being watched over by a medical ninja in his small bed. The azure frost pattern on the outer layer of his abdominal seal softly glowed like a quiet, gentle cold moon shielding him from all external disturbances. Bing Yin immediately restrained the piercing cold emanating from his body. Feeling the cold recede, the little one soon fell back into a peaceful sleep. Seeing this, Minato's eyes warmed. From the moment Bing Yin shattered the ice and awoke, this brother had been as cold as a tenth of sandier mystic ice. Yet the way he protected every member of the Namikaze family was straightforward and almost overbearingly protective. Minato solemnly took out a specially made flying thunder god kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Around the hilt of the kunai was wrapped a sealing cloth representing the Hokage's direct umbu. Brother. Minato handed over the kunai. Bing Yin reached out and took it. Minato lowered his voice and said seriously, "This is the Hokage's temporary investigation authorization. You go on behalf of the Hokage to retrieve the medicine, gather evidence, and confirm the source of the threat." Bing Yin glanced down at the kunai in his hand with slight disdain. So many rules, such a hassle. Minato gave a helpless wry smile. This is the trouble one must face as Hokage. Bing Yin casually tucked the kunai into his wide sleeve and said indifferently, "Fine, I'll try to leave you a live one." Seeing this, a few umbu members were about to follow and assist, but Bing Yin did not stop, coldly spitting out a few words. "You stay here. Guard this place with your lives." However, when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. Minato. Minato looked up. Bing Yin turned his head slightly, his eyes filled with deep, cold, and murderous intent. "If any of Danzo's men dare to come within a step of the medical zone before I return." Minato slowly straightened up, and the sharpness of the yellow flash was released without reserve this time. "The fourth Hokage's direct umbu will execute them on the spot for treason." The umbu captain gripped his sword hilt, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. As long as Lord Bing Yin had their back, the Hokage's office would never be pushed around. Bing Yin finally withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. "This decision finally makes you look like a Hokage." Before his words faded, his figure turned into a wisp of cold mist, disappearing at the end of the underground passage. Outside the Hokage building, the night wind howled, carrying the heavy smell of scorched earth after the Ninetales rampage. The entire Konoha village was still struggling to breathe amid the ashes of the fire. Bing Yin stepped over the ruins, following the cold aura that had been intercepted by the mystic ice. With every step he took, a layer of pale white frost silently formed on the ground. The cold aura did not head straight for the old experimental area of Konoha, but instead circled around the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory, as if someone had deliberately led the trail toward the Naka Shrine area. In a dark corner, a small white snake hidden in a crack in the wall had just poked its head out, but before it could even flick its tongue, it was frozen into an ice sculpture by the spreading extreme cold. Bing Yin didn't even spare a glance at the dead snake. "Since you've had your fill of watching, now it's my turn to come see you." The biting wind suddenly swirled. He followed the deliberately diverted cold aura, heading straight for the long-abandoned underground drainage channel on the outskirts of the Naka Shrine. Shortly after Bing Yin left the underground medical zone inside the Nanga Shrine, Uchiha Fugaku was pressing down on the stone table. The final fierce argument within the clan had just subsided. The mixed patrols, border quotas, and external combat readiness issued by the Hokage building temporarily quelled the hardliners' fury at being isolated from the core battlefield during the Night of the Nine Tails. Furthermore, Bing Yin had publicly severed Danzo's arm, and Danzo's plan to exploit the Uchiha clan was forcefully suppressed. With tangible benefits laid out on the clan council's stone table, no matter how dissatisfied the hardliners were, they could only fall silent. Fugaku stood at the head of the hall, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. Starting tonight, the police force will fully cooperate with the umbu to patrol the disaster-stricken key areas of the village. The operations must be led by elites. Absolutely no private contact with the Ninetales Jinchuriki, no provoking the umbu, and no street conflicts with villagers. A hardliner ninja frowned deeply. "Clan leader, are we to continue swallowing our pride?" Fugaku looked at him, his three tomos spinning in the scarlet depths of his eyes. "What do you propose? Charge into the Hokage building and demand an apology from the fourth Hokage, or go to Danzo for a reckoning?" The clan member flushed, unable to speak. Fugaku's voice remained steady. "Rush into the Hokage building and forced the fourth Hokage to apologize. Or go seek an explanation from Danzo. The shrine fell silent. The news of Danzo's severed arm had already spread back to the clan compound. Namikaze Hyōga dared to publicly cut off the arm of the root leader. If the Uchiha truly stirred up trouble, he would definitely take direct action. The hardliner ninja clenched his molars. That man named Hyōga, he strikes too ruthlessly. A nearby clan member chimed in. He even dared to act against a counselor. If we go looking for trouble now, he would truly kill someone at the Nanga shrine. Fugaku withdrew his gaze. Konoha nearly fell to the Nine Tails tonight. Whoever incites internal strife first will be the village's sinner. The quotas given by the Hokage building are a golden opportunity for the Uchiha to step into the light. Whoever dares to ruin this path, I will personally lock them in the clan prison. No further objections arose in the shrine. A trusted retainer responsible for perimeter security hurried in just as he was about to raise an alert. His expression suddenly changed. Fugaku turned his head at the same moment, seeing that on the stone steps of the shrine a bone-chilling frost mist was silently spreading along the ground, even freezing the outer defensive barrier into stagnation. Hyōga stood there. Moonlight fell upon his shoulders, illuminating the faint blue frost that had yet to dissipate from the edge of his robe. Uchiha Yashiro suddenly drew his short sword. His Sharingan fixed on the figure below the steps. The outer barrier flickered only once before being suppressed. The sentries didn't have time to warn us. Several young clansmen's hands trembled as they gripped their blades. When did he arrive? In an instant, the Uchiha ninja in the shrine were on full alert, multiple pairs of crimson Sharingan blazing in the darkness. However, Hyōga merely glanced over the crowd with a cold smile. Quite the gathering. Have I come at a bad time? Yet at that single sentence, no one present dared to step forward and respond. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Fugaku decisively raised his hand and barked an order, subduing the clansmen's movements. All of you withdraw. A clansman hesitated. Clan leader. Fugaku's expression remained unchanged, his gaze stern. Withdraw. The visible Uchiha ninja quickly retreated. Only Fugaku and Hyōga remained in the vast central hall of the shrine, while Yashiro and Anabi, along with a few trusted retainers, retreated into the shadows, still guarding the clan leader's escape route. The night wind carried a chill across the stone steps. Fugaku strode out of the shrine and stopped a few paces from Hyōga. Lord Hyōga's late-night visit must be for something important. Hyōga looked at him. I want to catch a snake. One that sheds its skin, burrows through holes, and bites back with forbidden techniques. Fugaku's eyes flickered. In Konoha, there was only one snake worth Hyōga's effort to borrow the Sharingan as a safety net. Fugaku's gaze turned solemn. The legendary Sannin. He touched Kushina's mystic ice sealing array. Hyōga's voice turned icy. Fugaku's heart shook. If Orochimaru tampering with the mystic ice at this critical moment became known, the balance within Konoha's high command would collapse immediately. Uchiha Anabi, hidden in the shadows, could not suppress his shock and muttered, Lord Orochimaru. How dare he touch the fourth Hokage's family? Another trusted retainer whispered, we just suppressed the Nine Tails, and now we have to deal with the Sannin. Fugaku raised his hand to silence the murmurs in the dark and asked solemnly, whom does Lord Hyōga wish to borrow? The Uchiha's most advanced Jinjutsu. Hyōga stared straight at him. He'll handle the body, you handle the mind. Fugaku was silent for a moment, rapidly weighing the stakes of this operation. The Uchiha had just secured the mixed patrols and border quotas. The Hokage building had extended an olive branch. Now it was the Uchiha's turn to show their sincerity. If they succeeded in capturing Orochimaru, the Uchiha would be irrevocably bound to the fourth Hokage. If they failed, Orochimaru and the remnants of Root would target the Uchiha relentlessly. Fugaku's gaze swept over Hyōga's sleeve. On the flying thunder god Kanai, there was the crest of the Hokage's direct umbu. This was a mission formally authorized by the fourth Hokage. Hyōga stood there, offering no pressure. After a moment, Fugaku lifted his eyes, the three tomo spinning steadily in his pupils. The Uchiha's pledge of allegiance must be delivered by the clan leader's own hand. He drew the ninja sword at his waist. The blade reflected the crescent moon, killing intent flickering. I'll go myself. Uchiha Yashiro rushed out from the shadows and knelt on one knee. Clan leader Orochimaru's methods are sinister. Let me lead an elite team in your stead. Inabi also blocked the way. You are the clan leader, you cannot risk yourself. Lin Yan looked at Fugaku, his tone carrying a hint of approval. You do have some semblance of a clan leader. Fugaku ignored his retainer's protests. He turned and issued a stern command. After I leave the clan compound, will be managed by Yashiro and Inabi. No one is to ask about my whereabouts. Acknowledgement came from the shadows. Fugaku added, if the Umbu inquires, say, I am following the 4th Hokage's orders to investigate the aftermath of the Ninetales incident. The clansmen in the shadows responded in low voices. Fugaku turned back. Where is the snake? Lin Yan did not produce any tracking device. He simply lifted his foot and gently stamped on the stone step. An icy ripple spread silently along the earth's veins, and the faint moisture in the air rapidly condensed. The bodily fluids and abnormal body temperature left by a cold-blooded creature while it slithers are as glaring as a torch in my ice release perception. On the ground along an extremely concealed route, the moisture had crystallized into fine snakescale-shaped ice crystals distinct from the surrounding area, pointing directly outside the core zone of Konoha. A snake always leaves traces when it crosses snow. The two moved at the same time. Lin Yan transformed into a frigid shadow gliding over the rooftops, with Fugaku following closely behind. The streets were still strewn with rubble. On a rooftop, a rookie Umbu patrolman tightened his grip on his ninja sword. The Uchiha clan leader is walking alongside Lord Lin Yan. The veteran Umbu beside him grabbed his hand. Don't meddle. Can't you see the Hokage's direct kunai on Lord Lin Yan's sleeve? This level of operation is beyond our concern. No one dared to stop them. The two sped across several ruins, shrouded in white mist. Fugaku used his Sharingan several times to correct the chakra afterimages, eventually circling to the back of the Nanga Shrine's rear mountain and stopping beside a long-abandoned underground drainage channel. At the entrance of the abandoned sewer, a damp, pungent stench rushed forth. Fuyue halted before the entrance, retrieving a sealed emergency transmission scroll from his ninja tool pouch. He swiftly inscribed the location of the sewer and the discovery of aberrant chakra. He pressed the police department's chakra imprint onto the end of the scroll, sealing a voice command within. Request the Hokage's direct Umbu to seal the entrance immediately. All personnel entering must leave a complete record of their actions. The scroll transformed into a slender streak of fire soaring up from the waterway entrance into the night sky, racing toward the Hokage building. Fuyue also left a secret mark used internally by the police department on the stone wall at the entrance. Lin Yan stood silently in the darkness, his cold gaze piercing through the narrow channel directly fixed on the depths beyond. Lin Yan stood silently in the darkness, his cold gaze piercing through the narrow channel directly fixed on the depths beyond. Done. This is adjacent to the Uchiha clan grounds. Fuyue withdrew his hand, his tone steady. If I dared not even investigate the scene, anyone could pin this black mark on the Uchiha by tomorrow. Lin Yan did not respond. He turned and stepped into the dark channel. Fuyue followed. The moment he took half a step, his foot landed on a layer of dried snake skin. The snake skin clung to the stone crevices, extending downward with extremely faint traces of chakra fluctuation remaining on its surface. The three Tomo and Fuyue's eyes slowly rotated. The entrance has been tampered with. Lin Yan's gaze followed the shed skin deep into the darkness. He let out a cold snort. Not cleaned thoroughly enough. As his words fell, he lifted his foot and stomped hard on the snake's skin. Crack! Bitter frost surged rapidly along the snake's skin, and the small seals hidden within the shed skin lit up one after another. The next moment, a vast swarm of pale snake shadows emerged from the darkness. They crawled densely over the walls, pipes, and stagnant water, each diving into different branching paths. Every snake shadow emitted a similar chakra fluctuation. Fuyue's eyes narrowed. There's a Jinjutsu lure mixed in. The Tomo in his eyes were about to accelerate, attempting to see through the illusionary disguise before him. Yet Lin Yan merely snorted, and the cold air beneath his feet exploded outward. Absolute power crushed all the snake shadows and the Jinjutsu together. The remaining empty snake skins clinging to the walls along with the small seals embedded inside all turned into lifeless frozen shards in the extreme. Lin Yan did not stop. The cold continued to spread from under his feet deeper into the waterway, and the sewage seeping from the walls quickly turned into solid ice. Fuyue followed closely behind, leaving behind chakra marks used internally by the police department along the way, and copied the key snake seals from the walls into his recording scroll. After walking a distance, Bing Yan said without turning back, "You certainly like to carry rules with you." Fuyue quickened his pace to catch up, his tone calm. "Rules can be troublesome sometimes. But sometimes they make even the damned die without a word." Bing Yan glanced at him sideways. Fuyue's steady position as the Uchiha clan head was indeed not solely due to his Sharingan. The deeper they went, the narrower the sewer became. The walls on both sides gradually revealed traces of artificial excavation. The original drainage pipes had been forcibly widened with metal grooves embedded in the stone walls. Tiny chakra conduits were hidden within, transmitting energy in different directions. The smell of snakes grew heavier in the air. Suddenly, a dense rustling sound came from above. Fuyue looked up sharply. Swarms of gray snakes poured out from the ventilation shafts, bearing venom-drenched fangs as they lunged at the two. Bing Yan didn't even bother to lift his head. A chilling white frost surged upward in an instant. The gray snakes barely out of the vents froze into solid ice midair, their venomous fangs sealed tightly within the ice, unable to spread further. Before the frozen snakes could fall, Bing Yan's hand gently clenched in the void. With a dull bang, the ice snakes in midair shattered into powder, scattering into the frozen sewage below. Bing Yan kept his hands behind his back, not a single trace of chakra disturbance. He continued walking over the frost-covered ground, as if he had merely crushed a swarm of insignificant ants. Fuyue took in the scene, his expression revealing undisguised shock. Sealless jutsu, even sealing the venom. He stared at Bing Yan's back. With this pure destructive power, Orochimaru's traps are meaningless. Bing Yan cast a cold glance ahead. A mere trick. Immediately after, the sound of mechanical gears turning came from the shadows. Several steel needles coated in purple venom shot out from hidden holes in the wall, aiming straight for their necks and hearts. Fuyue was about to draw his blade to slash. Bing Yan let out a single cold snort, and the poison needles froze solid midair before them, losing momentum and falling to the ground. He crouched down, using the tip of his blade to pick up one of the needles. At the base of the needle, a partially worn-away mark was faintly visible. Fuyue's eyes turned colder. "This is Konoha's standard-issue ninja tool." Bing Yan glanced at it. "Root's work. For now, it only proves it came from the village's ninja tool workshop." Fuyue carefully sealed the poison needle into an evidence bag. "We need to thoroughly check the workshop's production records, issue numbers, and personnel involved." Bing Yan snorted. "Catch the snake inside and pry his mouth open. That's faster." "If he were willing to tell the truth, you wouldn't have come to borrow the Uchiha's eyes." Fuyue put away the evidence bag, gripped his sword, and continued forward. Bing Yan did not retort, but the killing intent in his eyes grew fiercer. The two passed through a sloping dark stone staircase. The space ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a massive underground. Fuyue's eyes darkened. In the old files of the police department, this area was only marked as an abandoned drainage layer. Yet the space before them was layered with old pipes and concealment seals, clearly having been in use for years. The cavern was filled with crisscrossing stone bridges. Layer upon layer of giant snake skins hung from the bridge surfaces, swaying gently in the damp air. Behind each layer of snake skin, a narrow passageway was hidden. At a rough glance, the layers of snake skins concealed countless branching paths, almost impossible to count. The Tomo and Fuyue's eyes rotated slowly. In the vision of the Sharingan, chakra reactions lurked deep within each passage, varying in intensity. Bing Yan too detected dense signs of life from the subtle temperature differences in the air. Some chakra fluctuations were close to those of trained ninja, while others were as faint as the dying. A few fluctuations were exceptionally strange, the vitality of the flesh completely mismatched with the chakra frequency. Fuyue's hand on his sword tightened slowly. "There are many people imprisoned here." Bing Yan stopped, and the cold in his eyes gradually solidified. Orochimaru had turned this place into a vast living maze. Those imprisoned underground were both experimental subjects and interference sources to block pursuers. Further inside, a chakra conduit carried a faint cold fluctuation that felt particularly familiar to Bing Yan. That trace of chakra was identical to the marks left at the bottom of the mystic ice ceiling array. The enemy had already sent the chakra probe from the outer layer of Kushina's mystic ice into this place. Bing Yan slowly raised his right hand, a violent torrent of cold air rapidly gathering in his palm. The temperature of the entire underground cavern plummeted. Thick white frost quickly formed on the edges of the stone bridges. The venomous insects hidden behind the snake's skins died stiff before they could flee. Fuyue sensed something wrong and warned in a deep voice, "Bing Yan, the Hokage wants live captives and evidence." The chakra on the mystic ice sealing array has already been sent into these passages. Bing Yan stared at the chakra conduit deep within, his voice devoid of warmth. "He'll seal all exits first, then dig that snake out from the eye." Fuyue's expression darkened. "These passages are interconnected. If the cold erupts, the people inside won't survive. Look closely." Before the words faded, the cold air surged from Bing Yan's palm, pressing into all passages. The force of extreme cold rampaged through the entire underground maze, unstoppable. The stone ceiling above, unable to withstand the drastic temperature drop, emitted agonizing cracking sounds. The underground water instantly froze solid, and the snake skins at all passage entrances were completely covered in thick white frost. Yet Fuyue's Sharingan clearly captured that the violent cold air seemed to possess a life of its own, precisely bypassing all faint signs of living humans, freezing only the chakra conduit's mechanisms and poisons. Fuyue had originally drawn his blade to block, but the sword edge froze midair, stunned by this godlike control, unable to strike. The fire attribute chakra he had gathered on the blade was extinguished in an instant within the absolute domain of cold, and a layer of ice quickly formed on the blade. In no time, the entire ninja sword was covered in a layer of ice crystals. Fuyue's hands remained stiff in place, his eyes filled with shock. Bing Yan turned around. In the deep blue pupils, Fuyue's scarlet, Freedomo Sharingan was reflected. "What the Uchiha clan head is teaching me how to do things." Fuyue met Bing Yan's gaze without yielding. "First, distinguish between guards, experimental subjects, and evidence." Fuyue said in a deep voice, "If you press down with that palm, the passage will collapse, and the techniques will be thrown into chaos. The Shiwan may not die, but if the living witnesses and evidence here are compromised, the Uchiha clan will never clear their name tonight." The chill surged between them. Frost quickly formed on Fuyue's hem, and the ice on his blade emitted fine crackling sounds. "Teaching me how to do things." Bing Yan sneered, "Do you think I brought you here so you could teach me how to kill?" Fuyue's hand gripping the sword tightened abruptly. Just as he was about to speak, the sight before him made his Sharingan constrict sharply. Bing Yan did not withdraw the violent chill. He merely turned his palm casually. Boom. The devastating frost that could have frozen the entire underground cavern instantly transformed into countless azure threads finer than silk. These ice threads darted swiftly along the stone walls and pipes, evading all faint traces of living energy, and precisely, but ruthlessly drilled into every mechanism, node, and chakra circuit. Crack, crack, crack. The crystal ball in the surveillance room quickly frosted over, the images completely severed, and the hidden poison gas valves were firmly frozen shut. Fuyue's Sharingan captured the trajectory of every frost thread, noticing they brushed past the living aura, but only seized the mechanisms and conduits without disturbing even the life-sustaining chakra flow. A flicker of shock passed through Fuyue's eyes, then he forcibly suppressed his emotions and began reassessing the chakra distribution in the passage. "Now do you see clearly?" Bing Yan's voice was calm, exuding absolute control. "Don't let anything useful disappear. You gather the evidence, leave the rest to me." Fuyue took a deep breath and sheathed his blade with a clean motion. He finally understood that the man before him possessed the power to destroy everything as well as the control to dominate the minutiae of the battlefield. Fuyue moved swiftly along the stone bridge, his Sharingan scanning every footprint and mechanism conduit on the surface. The left passage has recent drag marks. The materials are being moved. He reported quickly. The conduits below are delivering life-sustaining energy. The living witnesses are beneath. The deepest path is the direction where the Shiwan is hiding. As soon as the words fell, a forest white chill rapidly coalesced beside Bing Yan. As the white mist took shape, a faint crack sounded from the right arm hidden in Bing Yan's sleeve. His expression remained unchanged, merely pressing the split frost lines back into his sleeve. In the blink of an eye, a frost clone identical to him, capable of independent action, stepped out from the white mist, without even needing hand seals. Seal all the materials and scrolls being transferred. Anyone who touches them freeze their hands off. Bing Yan commanded. The frost clone turned into a blur, charging straight toward the left passage. Bing Yan's main body walked directly toward the living chamber below. Just as the two stepped onto the descending stone bridge, a harsh mechanical sound echoed through the underground cavern. The snake shed hanging in midair eerily opened, and a cascade of explosive tags slid out from within, sealing the retreat layer by layer. Flames had just begun to flicker at the edges of the tags, and the wave of destruction was about to erupt. Self-destruct mechanism. Fuyu shouted sharply, his hand already on the sword hilt. Noisy. Bing Yan did not even pause his steps, nor did he raise a hand. He merely cast a cold glance. The domain of extreme cold expanded violently around him. The chakra circuits on the explosive tags were forcibly frozen by the extreme cold. The flames that had just ignited flickered for a moment before being completely swallowed by azure ice crystals. The large swath of explosive tags encased in thick ice shells fell like harmless hailstones into the deep pit, shattering into pieces. Fuyu's hand on the sword paused for a moment, then he withdrew it instead, noting the positions of the hidden explosive tags and the traces of the techniques. The crisis averted, the two arrived at the door of the chamber. The heavy stone door was covered in intricate composite sealing techniques, faintly radiating a sinister chakra. Fuyu activated his Sharingan, locking onto several counterattack circuits on the door. These seals are connected to the silencing techniques inside the chamber. Tampering with them will harm the living witnesses. Step aside. Bing Yan, unwilling to hear any nonsense, pressed his palm roughly against the center of the stone door. Crack! A deafening sound of freezing exploded. The Shiwan's proud composite sealing array could not hold for even a moment. It was directly frozen through by the extreme cold. The frost then traveled along the doorframe, freezing and severing the counterattack circuits leading inside the chamber. Having done this, Bing Yan's 5 fingers hooked like iron claws into the stone door, and he violently wrenched it outward along with the surrounding ring of hard stone. Rumble. The entire massive stone door was torn out by the roots and slammed heavily to the side. Although the sealing structure was damaged, the main technique patterns on the door and broken wall remained clear, fully usable as solid evidence to take away. Fuyu looked at the stone door on the ground, his eyelid twitching, slightly breaking the array with brute force, yet perfectly avoiding the core circuits. Your understanding of sealing techniques is no less than Shui Men's. Bing Yan walked into the chamber, without looking back. Seeing the evidence clearly is enough. Fuyu was momentarily speechless, yet found no ground. Inside the chamber, the light was dim and oppressive. Rows of cold iron beds were aligned neatly, each bearing a person on the verge of death. Some were wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, while others had grotesque surgical sutures all over their exposed skin. A few had anomalous flesh growths on their arms and shoulders, their flesh a sickly gray-white, no longer resembling human flesh. The murderous intent in Bing Yan's eyes rose like a tangible force. He strode to the nearest iron bed. Lying on it was a frail youth no more than 10 years old, his breathing faint as a thread and a black technique carved into his throat. The youth opened his eyes with difficulty. Upon seeing Bing Yan's unfamiliar face, his body tensed in terror. He opened his mouth to make a sound, but the black technique on his throat lit up, its vicious lines rapidly spreading toward his heart. Bing Yan's eye sharpened. He quickly raised a finger, and the extreme cold precisely landed on the edge of the technique, forcibly slowing the spread of the black lines. Fuyu immediately stepped forward, using his Sharingan to observe the chakra flow of the technique exposed on the skin. It's a vicious silencing technique. Once someone tries to forcibly leak information, the technique will directly shred the heart meridians. Bing Yan's tone was icy. Can you dismantle it? It needs a professional sealing squad. Then freeze it for now. Bing Yan gently tapped with his fingertip. A layer of crystalline frost covered the youth's throat, firmly suppressing the operation of the silencing technique. The youth's rapid, painful breathing gradually calmed. Fuyu lifted the record plate beside the iron bed. On the cold metal plate was a string of emotionless numbers, and in front of the numbers a root symbol was deliberately scratched out with a sharp tool. Deshiwan's proud composite ceiling array could not hold for even a moment. It was directly frozen through by the extreme cold. The frost then traveled along the doorframe, freezing and severing the counterattack circuits leading inside the chamber. In the corners, several experimental subjects who were still conscious saw Fuyu's Sharingan. Fear first appeared on their numb faces, then a deeper despair emerged. A middle-aged ninja, tortured beyond recognition, moved his blood-dripping fingers with difficulty, scrawling a few shocking blood characters on the hard bedboard. Root. Snake. Will kill. Fuyu stared at those blood characters, his face darkening. These clues were enough to become crucial evidence tracing Root's involvement in the live experiments. But the cunning Tuanzong himself had never appeared in any visible records. The record plates, escort numbers, and technique batches were all separated. Fuyu understood after only a few glances that the capture, escort, and experimentation were split into different stages. The higher one checked, the fewer names appeared. This indeed fit Tuanzang's dark and vicious modus operandi. Bing Yin walked to the center of the chamber, and the cold spread rapidly along the floor. With successive sounds of freezing and cracking, the heavy restraints binding the experimental subjects on the iron beds snapped one after another. Yet the life-sustaining conduits maintaining their survival were carefully protected by a layer of exquisite cold, ensuring the chakra flow remained at the minimum survival threshold. Those who can still walk, stand up on your own. Bing Yin looked around, his voice cold and hard. Those who can't, lie there and wait for the village's medical squad to come for you. In the corner, an experimental subject stared at him in disbelief, his cracked lips trembling violently, tears mixing with blood and dirt on the bedboard. Who are you? Bing Yin looked down at him. Someone who's come to catch the snake. The experimental subject curled up, his broken body trembling, as if grasping the last straw, sobbing. Can we finally leave this hell alive? Bing Yin looked at the numb, terrified faces in the chamber, his tone still cold. Yes. As long as I stand here, no one will kill you tonight. Fuyue unfurled the special recording scroll of the police department and wrote with lightning speed. The location of the secret chamber, the number of experimental subjects, their identification codes, the characteristics of their injuries, and the residual traces of the jutsu formulas left around were all meticulously recorded. Several metal identification plates bearing the remnants of the Root organization were also sealed into evidence bags. These items are enough to prove that Root was involved in the escort and confinement of the experimental subjects, but they still cannot pin Danzo down. Fuyue temporarily closed the record scroll, the 3 tomo in his eyes rotating slowly. The arrest, transport, and experimentation were deliberately split into several separate lines. Danzo can shift the blame to his out-of-control subordinates at any time and wash his hands completely clean. Bingyan did not respond. His gaze passed over the cultivation tanks and fixed on the deepest part of the chamber. There stood a solitary metal experimental table. On the table were no human samples, only a few sheets of deduction paper, with ink still fresh. At the edges of the paper, transparent mucus left by a tiny white snake crawling past remained. Bingyan stepped forward and picked up the top sheet. The paper was densely covered with several core data points: tailed beast extraction, cliff-like decline of vitality, suppression of cell death rate under extreme cold, and the activity of chakra and spirit in a sealed state. On the back of one sheet, a detailed diagram of the frost pattern cracking structure of the outer ice layer was drawn. Fuyue approached, and upon seeing the content, his expression darkened. Bingyan wasted no words. His 5 fingers slightly closed, and a layer of transparent thin ice rapidly covered the entire stack of deduction papers, sealing the ink, snake mucus, and residual chakra completely within. He handed the frozen document to Fuyue. Keep it safe. Not a single page missing. Fuyue took it and sealed it separately into an evidence scroll. He's using these things to save his own skin. Bingyan lowered his hand, his eyes still cold. He left Root's traces so blatantly, betting that we must spare his life for Kushina's sake. Fuyue surveyed the experimental bodies around him and had already understood the setup. Orochimaru and Root had once taken what they needed from each other, but now that the situation had changed, this laboratory had become a tail that could be cut off at any time. Bingyan brushed the ice shavings off his sleeve. A snake can still crawl after shedding its tail. Fuyue rested his hand on his sword hilt, understanding tacitly. So he must have prepared a bargaining chip that would make you hold back for now. As soon as the words were spoken, a heavy, grating sound of friction came from the deepest part of the chamber. The rock wall at the deepest point split slowly to both sides, revealing a hidden passage. At the end of the passage, dim white lights flickered on one by one. A heavy stone door opened by itself, revealing an even vaster space beyond. Dense rows of cylindrical cultivation tanks were arranged inside. Pale green nutrient fluid bubbled constantly, containing floating flesh tissues of various forms. Orochimaru stood in the midst of the tanks, an experimental record clutched between his pale fingers. He extended his long tongue to lick his lips, and a low laugh echoed through the empty chamber. That sealed record, once classified as shrank risk, indeed only described a fraction of you. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils fixed on Lin Yan. Namikaze Lin Yan, you are far more dangerous than the old files suggest. Fuyue grasped his sword hilt, the three tomo silently rotating in his eyes. Lin Yan stepped through the stone door, and a layer of frost spread forward beneath his feet. With a roar, even the green liquid in the cultivation tanks quickly developed a thin layer of ice. Orochimaru did not retreat, but his pale fingers involuntarily tightened due to the extreme cold. He pretended to be composed, and shook the deduction record in his hand. Sealing life, delaying cell death, suppressing the decay of chakra and spirit. Such power is indeed rare. Lin Yan stopped not far from Orochimaru, the frost at his feet having already reached the tip of the other's shoes. My rule is simple. Touch my family, and you leave your life behind. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile. That summoning snake only touched the outer layer of the ice, neither harming anyone nor entering the core of the seal. Strictly speaking, I only conducted an unauthorized observation. Fuyue, standing to the side, quickly swept his gaze across the entire laboratory. On the walls, floor, cultivation tanks, and ventilation ducts, multiple chakra fluctuations mixed together were concealed. Some fluctuations came from snake summoning beasts, some were hidden behind the cultivation tanks, and others were nearly identical to the aura of the Orochimaru before them. The Orochimaru standing under the light could at any moment leave behind only a shell for negotiation. Lin Yan looked at Orochimaru. Admitting only to an investigation, and you think he'll let you go? I am staying here because I am willing to explain. Orochimaru raised the record. Uzumaki Kushina's life is fading. Your ice has slowed the process, but it cannot fill the vitality she has already lost. Sealing has its limits. Once her life force is completely severed, even the ice cannot save her. A blue frost pattern abruptly lit up along Lin Yan's sleeve. The moisture in the entire laboratory condensed at once, and even the bubbles in the cultivation tanks froze in the nutrient fluid. Orochimaru's eyes could no longer conceal their wariness. The oppressive force of extreme cold turned his breath into white frost, yet he still clung to his arrogant demeanor, staring intently at Lin Yan. After the Nine Tails is extracted, an ordinary person would die instantly. The powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan plus half of the Nine Tails chakra resealed within her body has allowed her to barely survive until now. He shook the record, undisguised greed surfacing in his slit pupils. She is the only known Jinchuriki subject in Konoha who can sustain life after the Nine Tails extraction. Subject. Those few words fell lightly. The last trace of patience in Lin Yan's eyes vanished completely. Fuyue felt a piercing chill climbing up his spine, and his breathing became heavy. He had already realized that Orochimaru thought he held Kushina's life and death in his hands, forcing Lin Yan to negotiate. But Lin Yan, from the moment he stepped in here, had no intention of surrendering the initiative. You're done. Lin Yan spoke. The record in Orochimaru's hands suddenly froze. The ice did not destroy the pages but sealed his hand and the entire document tightly. The next moment, the walls, vents, pipes, and stone door of the entire laboratory were covered in blue frost. All visible exits were frozen solid. The chill continued to spread along the chakra circuits inside the walls, pressing toward the hidden passages that had not yet fully closed. Thick ice formed beneath Orochimaru's feet. He looked down at the spreading ice, and his smirk became stiff. Indeed, familial affection can save a lot of pointless probing. Lin Yan raised his hand. An ice spike pierced through Orochimaru's chest. The splattered blood before it could fall was frozen into a string of dark red ice beads suspended in midair. Orochimaru's body twisted backward unnaturally. The next moment he transformed into a mass of writhing white snakes. Countless snakes surged from his torn robes, frantically scattering in all directions across the laboratory. The Great Snake Substitution Technique. Countless snake shadows overlapped chakra fluctuations, constantly dispersing, attempting to disrupt Binjian's perception within the domain of extreme cold. Fuyue drew his blade, the tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly. The sword left its sheath, cleaving apart a snake shadow that slid past a cultivation tank. The snake shadow twisted and dissipated the Genjutsu chakra concealed within, severed by the Sharingan. The ones on the right are illusions. Fuyue's gaze shifted quickly, locking onto the top of the wall. The snake in the ventilation duct is also a Binyan did not look at the scattered snake shadows. The miniature summoning snake that had invaded the medical area earlier still carried a wisp of Orochimaru's chakra. When he froze that snake, he had memorized the frequency of that chakra. No matter how many snakes there were or how real the illusions, they could not change the core fluctuation required to maintain the Great Snake Substitution Technique. The entire laboratory was within Binjian's domain of extreme cold. The body temperature of every snake, the flow of every chakra strand was clear and impossible to hide. Binjian's eyes contracted with a blue light. Amid the chaotic snake chakra, a familiar core fluctuation was moving rapidly toward the deep. Found you. A narrow crack opened behind the deepest wall. A pale hand reached out from the stone. The main body, carrying Orochimaru's core chakra, was trying to squeeze into the hidden passage before it completely froze using its softened body. Binyan closed his 5 fingers from a distance. Crack! Orochimaru's right arm, which had entered the passage, stiffened instantly. The domineering cold surged through the arm into the shoulder, freezing muscles, meridians, and chakra circuits simultaneously. Binjian's cold gaze swept over him as he continued. But the hardliners you can't control among your clan are very cooperative with Danzo's schemes, eager to push the entire. He opened his mouth wide. A head covered in mucus began to emerge from within, attempting to forcibly abandon the frozen body and complete another mold. But the moment the new flesh touched the air, white frost had already covered it. The tiny blood vessels stopped flowing. The chakra in the meridians was locked tight by the cold. The head that had barely emerged hung frozen in midair, the newborn flesh, not even having a chance to breathe before being frozen to death by the terrifying absolute zero. Who would have thought that Orochimaru's prideful, supposedly immortal Great Snake Substitution Technique would become a joke of self-imprisonment before Binjian's absolute power? The 3 Tomo and Fuyue's eyes froze for an instant. Orochimaru's flesh, modified over many years, could not even complete a single full molt in front of Binyan. Binyan took a single step, a cold shadow crossing the entire laboratory, like instantaneous movement blocking the escape route. He grabbed Orochimaru's cold, wet hair like a god looking down upon an ant and yanked him, along with the core body that had not yet escaped, out of the old shell and the stone crevice, as if pulling out a dead snake. Boom. Orochimaru's back slammed heavily onto the experimental table. The hard metal surface instantly dented, and the surrounding cultivation tanks shook, sending ripples across the pale green nutrient fluid. Binyan pinned Orochimaru's chest with one hand. The blue frost, like a clinging curse, avoided the heart meridian's consciousness center and throat, but brutally and violently drilled into his limbs and every meridian. Just as Orochimaru tried to mobilize chakra to resist, a dense, bone-chilling sound of freezing came from within his body. The soft body modification failed. The summoning technique was severed. The Great Snake Substitution Technique became a dead end. All his proud life-saving measures were precisely and mercilessly frozen within his own flesh by the absolute cold. Orochimaru's golden-slit pupils contracted violently, the mask of composure on his face completely torn away, replaced by deep terror. Only at this moment did he truly realize that his prized trump cards were utterly feeble before this man. Binyan looked down at the pale, stiff face. "You like shedding skin." The next moment his 5 fingers tightened abruptly. Orochimaru's entire meridian system was covered in blue frost. His limbs were completely incapacitated, but Binyan deliberately left a thread of breathing room at his throat and tongue. Who do you think you are to negotiate with me? The killing intent surged in Binjian's eyes, the cold in his hand freezing Orochimaru's life force inch by inch like a slow death, yet precisely avoiding his heart and consciousness. Hand over the method to save Kushina. Otherwise I will freeze your soul in ice, making death itself a luxury for you. The biting cold was still spreading within Orochimaru's body. His shoulders, chest, and legs had long lost sensation, and the remaining chakra that approached his hands was completely severed by the frost within his meridians. Even the summoning scroll hidden in his sleeve had frozen into a solid block from the previous strike. Orochimaru's slit pupils locked tightly onto Binjian's palm. Having only touched a wisp of chakra from a summoned snake, you were able to bypass all my substitutes and lock onto my core directly. Orochimaru's voice trembled slightly, but he forced himself to remain calm. Very interesting. Binjian's palm pressed down further, the azure chill nearly piercing through Orochimaru's bones and blood. You'll soon find it less in. Watch out. On the other side, Fuyu's crimson Sharingan swept over Orochimaru's stiffened body, then warily glanced at the still operating culture tanks. He warned in a low voice he must have a backup plan. A pale, sinister smile twisted at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. The next moment, all the culture tanks erupted with shrill, piercing alarms. The life support fluid rapidly drained, and the chakra conduits connected to the tanks began to shut down automatically. Several test subjects floating in the liquid convulsed violently, their chests rising and falling ever more weakly. Fuyu's expression changed drastically. His Sharingan keenly caught the extinguishing chakra nodes within the walls, and he exclaimed, "The life support system is shutting down." He's bound the lives of these test subjects into a chakra-sensing self-destruct seal. Orochimaru let out a low, raspy laugh that echoed through the cold laboratory. This lab confirms my chakra at regular intervals. Once it loses a response, the life support jutsu will automatically deactivate. He stared at Binyan, a hint of cold triumph creeping back into his eyes. If you want them to live, you'll have to release the ice within me and let my chakra reconnect to the core array. Inside one of the culture tanks, a test subject's hand weakly slapped against the glass. Tap. The sound was almost inaudible, but it drew the attention of everyone in the lab. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Binyan, waiting for him to lift the cold seal. Each feeble tap on the tank glass was a pressure tactic, forcing Binyan to yield. But Binyan didn't even blink. Instead, he released his hand from Orochimaru's chest. Crackle. Several thick azure ice pillars erupted without warning, pinning Orochimaru's shoulders, waist, and legs firmly to the experimental table. Then Binyan dropped to one knee and slammed his palm against the ground. Boom. Violent azure frost lines split from beneath his fingers like countless icy dragons, spreading across the entire laboratory floor in an instant. These frost lines didn't head for the culture tanks. Instead, they brutally burrowed into the hard stone, racing along the chakra jutsu path. Fuyue immediately drew his blade, slicing through the metal casing that concealed the jutsu pathways. He shouted, "The left side is an induction barrier. There's a sensing curse seal hidden in the lower right. I've already locked onto it." Binjian's voice was devoid of emotion. Over a dozen visible and hidden jutsu patterns crisscrossed, even overlapping with each other. His cold energy forcefully invaded the stone and walls through the frost lines, revealing every hidden jutsu pathway in his perception. Any crude severance would trigger the entire culture system, killing all the test subjects instantly. Orochimaru had prepared thoroughly and viciously. The frost patterns on Binjian's right arm lit up one by one. The extreme cold intensified as it passed through his arm, and each dispersing frost line fell precisely under his absolute control. Without a moment's hesitation, several frost lines, like the most precise scalpels, locked onto the jutsu nodes, sealed the chakra conduits, and forcibly severed all connections between Orochimaru and the core jutsu. Then an even more overwhelming cold energy embedded itself into the entire jutsu system, using azure ice crystals to forcibly construct a brand new life support channel. The rapidly dropping fluid level in the culture tanks abruptly halted. The composure in Orochimaru's eyes shattered, and for the first time an expression of disbelief and shock appeared on his pale face. "How is this possible?" His voice cracked, laced with deep fear. You seized control of the entire jutsu system. Fuyu's hand gripping the sword was taut with bulging veins. In the ultimate vision of his Sharingan, he clearly saw that Binjian's released cold energy did not destroy the core jutsu. Instead, it transformed into countless azure ice crystals, perfectly embedding into every gap, flawlessly replacing Orochimaru's chakra and forcibly reconnecting the severed life support lines. This terrifying level of chakra control far surpassed any sealing technique or Uchiha barrier Fuyue had ever seen in the police force. Even the complex composite jutsu Orochimaru had cultivated for years was like a child's toy before Binyan forcibly taken over on the spot. Binyan slowly rose to his feet, looking down at Orochimaru pinned to the table as if he were a pathetic clown. The mechanism relies on chakra to transmit commands. I seal the nodes and take over the jutsu, and your chakra blocking command will never get through. As his words fell, the last few hidden curse seals were covered in ice. Then the culture tanks resumed receiving life support fluid, the piercing alarms subsided, and the test subjects' breathing gradually steadied. Only then did Orochimaru truly grasp the gap between them. Binyan could not only destroy the entire snake lair with brute force, but also seize control of every single jutsu here with absolute mastery. No wonder you're the legendary bluffing Binyan. Your astonishing talent is in no way inferior to bluffing Shueimon. The so-called leverage Orochimaru had meticulously prepared using innocent people became a meaningless joke before Binyan turning instead into solid evidence that pinned him down. Fuyue immediately took out a scroll and meticulously recorded the mechanism's structure and triggering method. He said coldly, "Orochimaru, this mechanism has existed for a long time. You can claim it was to guard against Danzo, but it precisely proves that you knew all along that Root might kill everyone here to silence them." Orochimaru didn't answer, just stared at him darkly. Fuyue continued, "You knew these people's lives were tied to a self-destruct seal, yet you kept the experiment running. The mechanism just now couldn't save you, and it can't erase what you've done." Orochimaru stared at the scroll in Fuyue's hand, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Recording so meticulously. Are you trying to convict me for the Hokage, or are you eager to clear the Uchiha of suspicion?" Fuyue closed the scroll with a firm snap, his gaze resolute. "I want every jutsu, every identification plate, and every victim to be clearly recorded in the official documentation. That way no one can spout some hypocritical will of fire and try to erase all these lives." Orochimaru's eyes flickered slightly. Will of fire was precisely Danzo's most common phrase. Binyan stepped forward, walking back to the experimental table. His right hand had already transformed into translucent azure ice, the cold energy flowing with perfect stability. After precisely taking over the entire massive jutsu system, his chakra remained bottomless without any disorder. Orochimaru tried to muster the last of his strength to struggle, but Binjian's palm landed heavily on his chest. Bang! The sturdy experimental table let out another strained groan, sinking downward. Violent cold energy surged through Orochimaru's meridians, locking down all the chakra nodes responsible for his soft body modification, summoning jutsu, and shedding techniques. His hands, neck, throat, and abdomen, all sealed by azure frost. Orochimaru's body was as stiff as iron, even his tongue and mouth cavity suppressed by the cold, preventing him from biting his flesh to activate any jutsu. Binyan stared at him, his gaze as cold as ice. "Your snake den, your substitutes, your hostage mechanism. They're all gone now. Any other cards, bring them out to..." Orochimaru tried to move his fingers, but found no response. He was silent for a moment, then let out a low, eerie laugh. "I've prepared many ways to deal with you. Jinjutsu, poison seals, summoning beasts, and high-temperature techniques specifically designed to counter ice release. It seems you'll need to recalculate everything. You won't have a chance to recalculate." Binjian's expression was utterly impassive. "I do." Orochimaru's gaze greedily fell on Binjian's fully crystallized right arm, a morbid excitement flickering in his slit pupils. He still sought a weakness in Binyan to exploit, a potential leverage for a comeback. Flesh is crystallizing. By any law of living body modification, you can't last long. Orochimaru's bones creaked from the cold, yet he kept his eyes fixed on Binjian's right arm. "The more you use this power, the faster the transformation. Once the ice invades your consciousness, you'll eventually fall back into that ice coffin. Only I can research a way to slow the transformation. Backlash. You call this backlash. Bing Yan let out a cold sneer, and the arm that had turned into crystalline azure ice suddenly trembled. The cold force beneath his palm intensified, precisely fracturing the edge of Orochimaru's sternum, while sparing his heart and lungs within the limits of interrogation. Crack. Orochimaru's entire body convulsed, staring at the pure, flawless ice arm, the excitement in his eyes replaced by boundless terror. In the perception of the Sharingan and Orochimaru himself, there was no decaying or necrotic flesh within the ice crystal. On the contrary, each chakra was becoming purer, and the conduction speed of the cold was far greater than before. Orochimaru's pride in his scientific judgment collapsed on the spot. The crystallization is actually increasing your chakra purity. His voice trembled, losing composure. Your flesh is actively adapting to it. Bing Yan looked down at him, disdain in his eyes. After all these years of studying human modification, your vision is still this limited. This power isn't destroying me, it's reshaping my body. The more I integrate, the stronger I become. The terror in Orochimaru's eyes could no longer be suppressed. He had once viewed Bing Yan's power as a runaway bloodline mutation, hoping to use so-called treatment as a bargaining chip. But Bing Yan had never needed. The ice arm that Orochimaru saw as a weakness was no limitation. It was absolute proof of Bing Yan's ascension to a higher level of existence. Orochimaru endured the searing pain in his chest, clutching his last bargaining chip. Kill me, and Kushina will remain trapped in the ice forever. The drug formula, cell culture data, and transplant sequence needed to save her. All in my head. Spare me, and you'll get the complete method. Bing Yan pressed the cold force deeper, the ice crystals sealing off the meridians around Orochimaru's blood vessels, compressing his breath until he could barely speak. Orochimaru, it seems you still don't understand your situation. Bing Yan stared at him, as if examining a specimen on the table. Whether you talk or not, the result is the same. Freeze your mental defenses, and then let Fuyue dig out everything you've hidden in your mind piece by piece. As he spoke, the three Tomo in Fuyue's eyes began to spin rapidly. The crimson light passed over Bing Yan's shoulder, firmly locking onto Orochimaru's terrified golden slit pupils. Bing Yan slowly closed his fingers. The last few chakra nodes within Orochimaru that could trigger memory self-destruction or forbidden seals were frozen one by the absolute cold. Thus his body, jutsu mechanisms, and mental defenses were all under Bing Yan's absolute control. Now hand over the method to save Kushina. Bing Yan leaned down, azure light surging in his pupils, radiating an unyielding killing intent. If you try to delay, I'll open your skull myself and take the method out. Bing Yan's palm pressed against Shiwan's chest did not loosen as the cold energy continued to seal his meridians. Death will put an end to all research. Soon rapid footsteps sounded from the periphery. The Hokage's direct ANBU and medical team, who had received Fuyue's earlier message, arrived and began swiftly evacuating the experimental subjects from the chamber. Fuyue first retreated to the stone door, clearly reporting the number of survivors, the silencing seal technique, and the life-sustaining mechanisms. He then ordered the police force ninjas and ANBU to jointly record the transfer process. Only after the first batch of critically wounded were evacuated from the snake lair did he return to the experimental table. Bing Yan looked down upon Shiwan from a commanding height. Produce something valuable enough to keep you alive. Fuyue, standing on the other side of the experimental table, added, providing a treatment plan will only earn you the chance to undergo the Hokage's review. The experimental subjects' forbidden technique records and documents related to Root will all become evidence against you in your trial. Shiwan rolled his eyes and looked at Fuyue. The Uchiha clan head has already begun interrogating me on behalf of the 4th Hokage. The police force is responsible for recording. Fuyue's tone was steady. The trial is not for me to decide. Whether you live to stand on the trial platform depends on what you hand over next. Bing Yan released his hand, but the cold energy within Shiwan's body still firmly locked his meridians, and the ice pillars piercing his limbs were not dispelled. Shiwan could only lie awkwardly on the experimental table, looking up at Bing Yan. This negotiation posture was utterly undignified, yet he quickly suppressed his humiliation. As long as he could still observe Bing Yan's power, a temporary concession was worthwhile. Hyōga currently has several interconnected fatal issues. Deshiwan quickly threw out his bargaining chip. The life force decline caused by the extraction of the tailed beast, the comprehensive damage to meridians and internal organs, and the Nine-Tails chakra resealed within her body have not yet achieved balance with her current physique. Your mystic ice sealed all these issues together, staving off death, while suppressing the self-repair of flesh to a minimum. To save her, you must maintain the seal, while gradually restoring flesh vitality in each area. Bing Yan asked coldly. Success rate. I lack the complete records of Hyōga's current state. The specific plan needs to be adjusted based on the distribution of Nine-Tails chakra, the extent of internal organ damage, and the depth of mystic ice preservation. Deshiwan met Bing Yan's gaze. Let me enter the medical area. I can accept direct supervision by the Hokage, and the medical team and sealing squad can record all procedures. I only retain the right to observe the changes in the mystic ice. The coldness in Bing Yan's eyes intensified. You still want to touch the mystic ice? I want to study it. Deshiwan admitted frankly, the desire for research can be the rope that binds me. You should be well aware of this. Fuyu asked coldly, what about those people in the cultivation tanks? All of them will be handed over to the medical team. Subsequent treatments will no longer use them to verify techniques. Fuyu stared at him. For subsequent verification, prioritize using isolated tissues, sealed substitutes, and existing records from the medical team. Every hand seal you make, every change in chakra must be documented. Any unauthorized attempt will be added to the trial records. A flash of impatience crossed Deshiwan's eyes. The cold energy from Bing Yan's palm immediately pressed down, and the frozen meridians of Deshiwan emitted a series of fine crisp cracks. You have no right to bargain. After a moment of silence, Deshiwan finally lowered his slit pupils. Agreed. First, write the plan. Bing Yan said, provide a first-stage plan that can be immediately verified. Only when the efficacy is confirmed will you be qualified to enter the medical area. Deshiwan regained partial mobility in his left hand, retrieved materials from a hidden compartment, and began deducing the prescription. After some time, records filled with drug ratios, chakra flow directions, and treatment sequences covered the experimental table. After verifying the last page, you looked at Bing Yan. Bing Yan raised his right arm, which had been completely crystallized into ice, and extracted a wisp of extreme cold chakra from his fingertip, devoid of any flesh tissue. The cold force condensed into a glittering crystal in the air, which fell into a petri dish. This is a temporary crystal formed from the power of the ice crystal right arm. Bing Yan's gaze fell upon Deshiwan's face. It can only exist within the range of my cold seal. Once foreign chakra invades, the crystal will shatter on its own, and the cold seal within your body will also activate. Pure energy, perfect form. This is not a backlash at all. This is evolution. Deshiwan's breathing grew rapid as he stared fixedly at the ice crystal, his golden slit pupils filled with incredulous fanaticism and trembling awe. The flesh modification he had pursued his entire life was nothing compared to this. Bing Yan flicked his finger. The ice crystal instantly turned into fine frost dust, leaving not even a trace of residue to preserve. The fanaticism in Deshiwan's eyes was instantly doused like a bucket of cold water replaced by deep wariness. Save people follow the rules, and he'll let you continue observing. Cross the line, and he'll leave you on the experimental table and dissect you. Deshiwan stared at the empty petri dish for a long time, finally concealing the impatience in his eyes. He could temporarily wear shackles as long as the other end of the shackles was connected to secrets of sufficient value. Fuyu then inspected the hidden compartments of the laboratory, pried open a secret panel, and retrieved a black scroll case engraved with a root serial number. This is the project directory left by Tuan Zong. Deshiwan said. Bing Yan pressed his palm around the scroll case, and his overbearing frost directly extinguished the outer fire release self-destruction seal. Deshiwan formed a single-handed seal to remove the internal lock. Fuyu unrolled the directory. First, Hokage cell transplantation compatibility. Chakra and mental burden after transplanting the Sharingan into a non-Uchiha host. The Sharingan in Fuyu's eyes grew even colder. These ironclad proofs were enough to demonstrate that Root had already included first Hokage cells and the Sharingan in its secret research. Fuyu carefully put away the scroll. Then the group escorted Shiwan and quickly evacuated this underground snake lair which was about to be sealed off. Half an hour later, the stone door of the underground medical area reopened. The ANBU on duty simultaneously drew their swords, staring warily at Shiwan, who was escorted in with his meridians locked by cold energy. Shui Min stood up leaning against the wall and swept his gaze over the three. Then Fuyu stepped forward handing over the scroll and all evidence to Shui Min and reported in detail on the experimental base survivors and self-destruction mechanisms. Shui Min quickly ordered the sealing of the snake lair and verification of the list, then turned his sharp gaze to Shiwan. Shiwan, you dispatched a summoning snake into the medical area without authorization and secretly established a human experimentation base within the village. There are many things you need to explain. Regarding the experimental base, I will submit records. As for the summoning snake, its mission was merely to check Jiu Xion's life status. Bing Yin placed the prescription before Shui Min, cutting off his explanation. Verify it first. Once verified, save the person immediately. Settle other accounts after the rescue. Shui Min took the prescription and ordered the medical team and sealing squad to jointly verify it. The drug records were largely consistent with the medical team's existing data, and the effects of several key drugs could be immediately verified using isolated tissues. After confirming the efficacy of the first stage plan, Shiwan voluntarily accepted Shui Min's Flying Thunder God positioning mark, put on sealing restraints, allowed Bing Yin to reinforce the cold seal, and remained under ANBU surveillance throughout. Shui Min personally stamped the Hokage seal on the detention and medical cooperation order. From now on, the cooperation is in effect, and the review begins simultaneously. Any unauthorized action will terminate the cooperation. Soon Shiwan was brought to the periphery of the mystic ice, only able to observe Kushina's condition from outside the isolation barrier. Tu Umbu locked his hand seal space on either side, while the medical squad controlled all the drugs and instruments. As the medical squad, following the prescription, injected the verified first-stage drugs into the life support catheter, gentle medical chakra entered Kushina's body, and several of the most severely damaged meridians gradually regained faint activity. The sealing squad again deployed isolation barriers around the mystic ice, separating the physical repair area from the impact point of the Nine-Tails chakra. Shiwan looked into the depths of the seal. The half of the Nine-Tails chakra resealed within her body has sustained her vital pulse, but the seal is not yet fully stable. The violent will carried by the Nine-Tails chakra is assailing her weakened spirit. The body can be gradually repaired, but the erosion on the spiritual level will slow down the entire process. According to the conventional plan, the seal needs to be adjusted in stages. Bing Yin stood beside the mystic ice, his gaze sweeping over the meridians that had regained some activity. How long will it take? At least several days of observation. Each time only a small amount of Nine-Tails chakra can be released, then the outer ring must be readjusted. Bing Yin looked at Minato. The medicine has stabilized the main meridians and the isolation barrier is complete. The remaining seal adjustments don't need to drag on for days. Minato, can you only loosen the outer layer of the seal? Minato quickly inspected the 8 trigram seal. It's possible. Once the Nine-Tails charges with full force, the outer ring can only hold for a very short time. That's enough. Bing Yin raised his right hand. Let it charge. It'll pin the leaked chakra at the exit. You take care of reforming the outer ring, and Shiwan will repair the meridians impacted by the surge. The medical squad leader's expression changed slightly. Lord Bing Yin, the seal opening connects to Lady Kushina's meridians and spirit. If the Nine-Tails chakra explodes inside her body, medical techniques won't be able to handle the secondary damage. It won't explode. Bing Yin coldly looked at Shiwan. You've been proving yourself irreplaceable. Now do the treat. Faced with this completely unreasonable, violent plan, the corner of Shiwan's eye twitched. He stared fixedly at Bing Yin, finally swallowing all his objections, and quickly formed hand seals to adjust the medical technique. It'll protect the main meridians, but the impact of the Nine-Tails chakra can only be handled by you. Bing Yin slowly closed his 5 fingers, the dark blue cold air converging toward the seal's exit. I've even frozen the original Nine Tails. The chakra leaking from half of the Nine Tails is not qualified to pass through my hand. Minato walked to the ceiling platform and ordered the combined treatment to begin. He pressed both palms on the outer part of the 8-trigram seal, and the first layer of the outer ring immediately released a gap. Boom. Dark red chakra carrying a violent will surged out from the gap like a bursting flood. The entire medical area shook violently, and the isolation barriers set up by the ceiling squad flickered one after another as if they were about to collapse at any moment. However, Bing Yan didn't even raise an eyelid. He simply stepped forward, pressed his right hand onto the frost pattern of the mystic ice, and the dark blue cold air pressed down with a thunderous force. The dark red chakra that had rushed out of the seal had no time to wreak havoc before it was frozen on the spot, forcibly turned into a crimson ice river solidified in midair. That's too exaggerated. The medical squad leader, who had been on high alert, widened his eyes and shook his back, instantly drenched in cold sweat. That was the power of the tailed beast that even the elite ceiling squad had to resist with all their might, yet Bing Yan had nonchalantly pinned it dead in midair with just one hand. Roar! The Nine Tails let out a furious roar from deep within the seal, and more chakra crazily slammed against the outer ring, trying to break through this restraint. Brother, the impact is still increasing, Minato warned. Let it continue. Bing Yan's 5 fingers tightened on the mystic ice. The dark blue ice layer advanced along the crimson ice river. Every wave of chakra raised by the Nine Tails as soon as it rushed out of the seal was compressed, frozen, and firmly pinned at the exit. Not a single bit of the seal's power fell onto Kushina's meridians. Deshiwan immediately formed hand seals, and the medical chakra advanced rapidly along the pre-stabilized pathways, repairing several minor damages one by one. He had originally prepared multiple rounds of technique adjustments to handle the intensity, will erosion, and impact direction of the Nine Tails. After Bing Yan pressed down on the exit with one palm, these variables were simultaneously frozen. Deshiwan only needed to complete the most basic meridian transmission. The Nine Tails, sensing that the seal was about to close, let out an unwilling roar and suddenly launched a final, more violent impact. The ground cracked open in large fissures, and debris continuously fell from above the medical area. But Bing Yan stood before the mystic ice, not retreating half a step, his posture like an insurmountable glacier. The dark red waves crashed against the dark blue mystic ice, and the massive tailed beast chakra was frozen layer by layer, forcibly compressed back into the depths of the seal. That power, enough to overwhelm the ceiling squad's defenses, never crossed Bing Yan's hand. Now, Deshiwan shouted. Seal. Minato brought his palms together, and the 8-trigram seal closed with a thunderous sound. The frost pattern left by Bing Yan on the outer edge simultaneously lit up, completely locking the seal's border. The raging airflow in the medical area quickly subsided. The medical squad ninja immediately checked Kushina's condition. The main meridians vitality has stopped declining, and the mental fluctuations have calmed down. Lady Kushina has a chance to wake up. Minato quickly walked to the mystic ice and placed his palm on the ice layer. The red-haired woman inside the mystic ice gently moved her finger, and a trace of color returned to her pale face. The death that had hung over her head last night was finally pushed back by Bing Yan's own hands. Deshiwan stared at the seal records, not speaking for a long time, his golden vertical pupils filled with undisguised shock. The plan he had originally prepared required the top medical squad and sealing squad to cooperate and adjust with extreme caution for several consecutive days. Any slight mistake would cause the seal to collapse. Yet this man before him, using only one hand, had forcibly crushed the most dangerous treatment stage in one go with the most brutal, overbearing, and unreasonable method. In the face of this absolute power, all precise calculations became superfluous. Bing Yan withdrew his right hand. Suppressing the Nine Tails had not caused even a trace of decline in his aura. Bing Yan looked at Kushina in the mystic ice, the tension in his eyes finally easing slightly. The sky was gradually brightening. An UMBU member quickly walked into the medical area carrying a sealed evidence box. This was the last scroll found deep in Deshiwan's laboratory. Minato pressed down on the outer fire release seal, and Deshiwan removed the inner lock. Fugaku activated his Sharingan, confirming that the scroll had no traces of Genjutsu or substitution. Finally, the scroll slowly unfolded. The last page recorded a project that had not yet been officially launched. Ninetales Jinchuriki Mental Control Adaptation Plan. Minato's hand holding the scroll suddenly tensed. Danzo's struggle for Naruto's guardianship had never been solely about controlling the Nine Tails. He had already prepared to erase Naruto's will and turn Minato's son into a weapon controlled by Root. Umbu, listen to my order. Minato raised his head, the last trace of warmth in his eyes completely gone. Immediately seal off all known Root strongholds. Any act of destroying files or transferring personnel shall be treated as treason against the village. Yes. The Umbu ninja accepted the order and left. The temperature that had just risen in the medical area suddenly dropped. Bing Yin slowly raised his right hand and grasped the scroll from a distance. Crack. The self-destruction technique hidden in the scroll's interlayer was frozen on the spot. However, the stone platform supporting the evidence cracked inch by inch from the palm print, and the debris was all sealed into the dark blue ice. The Umbu elite closest to it could not withstand the cold, and were forced to step back a few paces, yet they still gripped their ninja swords tightly to guard the entrance. The cold seal on Da Shiwan's chest suddenly tightened, and piercing frost instantly climbed up his neck, making it extremely difficult for him to even breathe. He looked at the man before him in terror, clearly sensing that Bing Yan's killing intent had completely crossed the boundary of interrogation and punishment, turning into an abyss capable of crushing everything. He hurriedly reminded, "Keep Danzo alive, and we can find every remaining root hidden beneath Konoha." Bing Yan placed the intact scroll into the evidence box in Fugaku's hand, and the cold ice immediately sealed the box's opening. Of course he must live. Bing Yan turned to look in the direction of Root, dark blue pupils surging with coldness, each word like ice. Live to confess every stronghold, every list of names, every blood debt. And live to watch me dig out his roots one by one cleanly. Minato, this time, I as your elder brother will take action. Do you have any objections? No objections. Shui Min answered without a moment's hesitation. He raised his hand and pressed down on the tightly locked evidence box on the desk, a chilling sharpness in his gaze beneath the golden tips of his hair. All known strongholds of the Genbu are to be immediately listed for treason investigation. The roster's archives and any survivors must all be secured. Capture Tuanzong alive if possible. If he initiates a large-scale destruction technique, takes villagers hostage, or orders the Genbu to launch a rebellion, my elder brother may execute him on the spot. Bing Yan turned and walked outward. Then let's see if he can resist choosing a path to his own death. Shui Min gazed at his brothers retreating back, his tone steady. The direct Umbu and the police department will take over the battlefield shortly. Brother, at least let everyone in my see what Jishu Tuanzong has been doing underground. Bing Yan did not pause his steps. He won't have a chance to destroy the evidence. The sky was barely light, and the abandoned training ground in the northwest corner of Mai was shrouded in thin mist. Several squads of the Hokage's direct Umbu had already sealed off the perimeter tightly. Conventional perception ninjutsu, when cast into the ground, could only touch a deceptive barrier of ambiguous reality, utterly failing to find the entrance to the Genbu base. Bing Yan stepped alone into the center of the training ground. He glanced at the seemingly flat ground beneath his feet, then raised his right leg and stomped down heavily. Boom. The earth trembled violently. The hard rock layers and multiple camouflage techniques buried deep underground strong enough to withstand a combined bombardment from Jonin instantly shattered and crumbled under the impact of the brutal cold force. Soil churned and exploded. A heavy black stone door covered in defensive seals along with the surrounding hidden technique nodes was exposed to everyone's sight. The Genbu guards behind the door sensed the disturbance and were about to form hand seals to initiate a self-destructive counterattack when the perception barrier on the stone door flickered with a glaring red light. Bing Yan did not even have the interest to spare another glance. He pressed his right hand down in the air from a distance. Crack! The entire composite seal stone door along with the large surrounding rock walls was frozen solid by the raging blue-black cold. Ice exploded outward from the center of the stone door. That underground gate, reinforced by the Jinbu for years and capable of withstanding a direct-tailed beast ball strike, instantly shattered into a heap of frozen rubble. The Jinbu guards behind the door stared in horror at the broken stones, their voices trembling. Triple Earth release defenses combined with the 9-character seal, and he crushed it with one stomp. Activate maximum alert. Meanwhile, deep in the underground base, the core monitoring crystal vibrated violently, the images filled with flying ice shards. Tuanzong leaned back in the leader's seat. His empty right sleeve and his left arm, ruined by the ice poison, were bound in thick bandages, his face ashen and lifeless. When he saw through the crystal that only Bing Yan had broken in, a fierce light flashed in his single eye. Only he came alone. A Jinbu death soldier, kneeling on one knee, reported urgently, his tone laced with disbelief. The Hokage's direct forces are assembling on the surface perimeter, and the Uchiha Police Department is also on its way. Currently, only Bofeng Bing Yan has entered the tunnel. Tuanzong stared at the white-robed figure in the monitoring crystal. Perfect. Order all combat squads. Bofeng Bing Yan has been corroded by the Nine-Tails chakra and has lost his mind, attacking fellow village ninjas. His voice was frigid. The darkness of my must never be extinguished. For the sake of the village, kill this traitor with all means. Yes. Before rising, the death soldier added, monitoring techniques show the target's chakra flow is stable with no signs of weakening yet. Tuanzang's single eye narrowed sharply. Having lost to Bing Yan twice in a row, he naturally understood that this man could not be measured by ordinary ninja standards. But every ninjutsu has its limit of endurance. Having just suppressed the Nine-Tails, subdued Orochimaru, and forcibly stabilized the tailed beast chakra within Zhou Xianai, Bing Yan must have reached a limit to his body after such frequent use of extreme cold power. Tuanzong turned his head to look at the overall barrier map on the wall. Activate the devouring flow barrier. The A, B, and C death soldier squads will engage in rotation. The devouring flow barrier will probe his chakra changes. The death soldiers will force him to expand his ice release range. He stared at the final defensive gate leading to the core area, his single eye filled with dark calculation. This devouring flow barrier can even forcibly drain tailed beast chakra. I want to see with my own eyes just how long he can hold out. The orders spread rapidly through the underground passages. As soon as Bing Yan stepped through the shattered stone door, the ground beneath his feet and the walls on both sides suddenly lit up with dense black technique patterns. The devouring flow barrier activated fully. A powerful suction force designed to devour foreign energy pressed in from all directions, frantically tearing at the cold air radiating from Bing Yan and following that force to trace back to his chakra source. At the same time, dozens of fully armed Jinbu death soldiers burst out from hidden doors on both sides. A barrage of kunai poison, senbon, violent fire release, and sharp wind release rained down from multiple angles. The entire narrow passage was covered in lethal techniques. Bing Yan lifted his eyelids, his blue-black pupils glancing coldly over the charging death soldiers. Using the great cause of Mai to force fellow village ninja to die for you. Jishu Tuanzong, after half a lifetime your methods have not improved one bit. Boom. Bing Yan did not form hand seals, nor did he show any sign of gathering power within his body. The domain of extreme cold erupted. The temperature in the entire passage plummeted. The moment the devouring flow patterns on the walls absorbed the first wisp of cold air, blue-black frost lines surged backward into the rock walls through the chakra circuits that the barrier itself had opened. The devouring flow barrier attempted to trace the cold air to Bing Yan's chakra source and drain him dry. Instead of resisting, Bing Yan poured all his raging extreme cold power into it, turning that vaunted barrier into a high-speed conduit to every core node of the base. Crackle, crackle. The chakra crystals buried deep in the rock layers were one by one coated in thick ice. In an instant, the entire devouring flow barrier shattered from within. The force that had tried to devour Bing Yan's power instead channeled his cold air into every critical junction. The Jinbu death soldiers at the front had not even reached Bing Yan's vicinity before their rapidly circulating chakra was locked in their meridians by the extreme cold. Fire release was trapped in their throats. Wind release dissipated before their palms. The flying poison needles and kunai froze midair coated in pale frost, then fell to the ground as clumps of ice. A Jinbu Jonin leading the charge froze in the middle of the passage, watching helplessly as the wind-release blade he had just formed in his palm shattered into ice shards. The chakra circuits have been reverse-locked. The devouring flow barrier brought his cold air in. Bing Yan walked through the crowd expressionlessly, hands behind his back, without even lifting his eyelids. The ground traps the death soldiers had laid were triggered, but their internal mechanisms had already been frozen solid by the cold. The explosive tags beneath the stone slabs couldn't even light up before their chakra supply was cut off. The secret pipes delivering toxic gas were instantly sealed by blue-black ice. Dozens of elite Jinbu death soldiers remained frozen in postures of charging, and forming hand seals stiffened on both sides of the passage. Their minds were still conscious, but their bodies and chakra had been completely stripped of control, leaving them only to watch in utter despair as the white-robed figure passed by calmly. Tuanzong had sent them to buy time with their lives, to exhaust Bing Yan. As Bing Yan walked among them, his steps remained steady. All the lives sacrificed by the entire death soldier squad could not even make him pause for a single step. Ahead, a second heavy steel gate weighing thousands of genes slammed down. This gate was not meant to block Bing Yan. As the gate fell, the fire release technique within the rear wall lit up, ready to incinerate all records in the archive rooms on both. Bing Yan raised his right hand, fully crystallized into ice, and casually waved it forward. The domineering glacial force swept through like a tidal wave, instantly covering the surface of the massive steel gate, with deep blue cracks shattering it into fragile ice powder. The frost continued onward, surging into the rear archive room, freezing all the evidence-destroying techniques in mid-operation. The flames were extinguished. The scrolls remained intact. The root ninja responsible for activating the techniques were frozen solid in place, their eyes filled with residual terror, deprived of even the chance to bite the poison capsules in their mouths. Bing Yan stepped over the ice powder. A third layer of composite barrier rose behind him. 10 sealing suicide soldiers lined both sides of the passage, simultaneously injecting their chakra into the barrier. A thick wall of light completely blocked the path. This barrier could withstand a direct strength ninjutsu assault, while also connecting to the underground load-bearing structure. Once damaged by external force, the surrounding passages would collapse in a chain reaction, burying the core area and the archive vault together. Bing Yan showed no sign of evasion, striding directly toward the barrier. The moment his shoulder touched the barrier, deep blue cracks spread like a spiderweb from the point of impact, tearing across the entire membrane. The cold followed the barrier's internal flow pattern, sealing off all triggering nodes connected to the load-bearing structure. Boom! The thick light barrier shattered behind Bing Yan into a rain of cold light. Extreme horror flashed in the eyes of the 10 sealing suicide soldiers as they simultaneously lost control of the technique. The boiling chakra within them was instantly locked by the surging extreme cold, freezing them into 10 despairing ice statues. The underground passage did not collapse. The scrolls hidden in the surrounding walls remained intact. Bing Yan did not even turn back to confirm the result. He headed downward, his white robe brushing past the shattered barrier fragments, leaving behind a frozen passage completely under his control. When Fugaku led the Uchiha police force and the Hokage's direct ANBU to the underground entrance, everyone paused. There was no debris from a large-scale explosion, nor a destroyed archive vault. Before them lay only a passage extending downward, entirely covered in deep blue frost. Fugaku activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, scanning the frozen suicide soldiers at the passage's sides and the mechanisms buried deep within the walls. The more he saw, the graver his expression became. Secret doors, killing arrays, poison gas pipes, absorption barriers, and evidence-destroying techniques. All of them have been individually locked by the frost. The scrolls, personnel registers, and major technique patterns inside the walls used to indict Danzo are still intact. The suicide soldiers are also alive. Behind him, Uchiha Tetsuka gripped his ninja sword, his palm already sweating. With so many attacks coming down simultaneously, he still had to distinguish between living targets, mechanisms, evidence, and load-bearing structures. This level of control exceeds the recorded range of the police force's existing techniques. The ANBU captain beside Fugaku gazed into the depths of the passage, his eyes filled with an unshakable awe. The underground fortress that Root had operated for decades was a labyrinth of traps. For an ordinary elite jonin, merely surviving the first layer would be a feat to boast about. After Bing Yan passed through, all defenses, killing arrays, and evidence destruction methods were forcibly taken over. Not a single piece of incriminating evidence left by Root was damaged. The suicide soldiers sent to block him were all captured alive, awaiting interrogation. He had crushed the Root fortress with absolute power, leaving a direct path to the core area for those who followed. Police force immediately collect evidence for conviction. Yinbiyu take control of the living prisoners in the passage. Fugaku was the first to descend along the ice layer. A Uchiha police officer approached the wall, preparing to apply a sealing technique to the scrolls hidden inside. Fugaku raised his hand to stop him. "Don't touch any of this ice." He swept his Sharingan over the frost lines connecting the mechanisms, quickly understanding Binjian's. The frost has sealed the evidence-destroying techniques, and also lock the chakra traces around the evidence. Number them on site, record the positions, and wait for the sealing division to take over. Fugaku looked up into the passage. He left us a path and also an absolute seal on Danzo's escape route. Deep within the underground base, the last monitoring crystal on the wall was being eroded by extreme cold, its surface gradually frosting over. Just before the image cut out completely, Danzo stared fixedly at Bing Yan approaching the core chamber. That man's aura was deep as the sea, his steps unerring, his unblemished white robe devoid of any bloodstain or dust. The absorption barrier operated at full power, yet failed to sway even a single strand of his chakra. Several fearless Root squads engaged him in turn, but could not force him to form a single extra hand seal. The final record sent back by the monitoring barrier showed that Binjian's chakra remained steady, with no signs of attenuation in the released frost. Danzo's attempt to exhaust Bing Yan through lives and barriers had now become a complete joke. The man's chakra was like a bottomless abyss of frozen sea. Every probe and attempt at depletion only revealed to Danzo a more suffocating depth of despair. From the distant passage, the heavy sound of freezing was approaching the core chamber. Each resounding step marked the complete erasure of another defense Danzo had prided himself on. What terrified him more was that Bing Yan had left behind all the archives and living witnesses. The secrets Root had hidden for decades were being systematically taken over by the Hokage's direct ANBU and the Uchiha police force. His carefully layered defenses were treated as nothing, and even the last retreat route of shifting blame to subordinates was firmly sealed by Binjian's absolute ice. Danzo's single eye contracted violently, his breathing breaking for the first time. He whirled around, roaring at the Root medical team cowering in the corner. "Hurry! Push the cultivation pod over here." Several Root researchers, their faces pale, desperately pushed the heavy metal axle. A massive cultivation pod filled with turbid pale green liquid was hastily wheeled into the core chamber. Within the churning green liquid, two pale, twisted arms were sealed in stillness. The surface of the arms was covered with rough wood-like texture, with internal blood vessels intertwined with plant roots. Just approaching the pod, one could sense a violent, chaotic life force. These were the prosthetic limbs cultivated from Hashirama cells developed by Orochimaru, according to Danzo's body data. The rejection reaction could never be suppressed, and a forced transplant risked immediate loss of control. Danzo had originally planned to continue adjusting the experimental data and wait for Orochimaru to solve the rampage issue of the Hashirama cells before transplanting the arms onto himself. Now the heavy freezing sound had stopped right outside the core chamber. Danzo had no time left. He stared at the prosthetic limbs in the cultivation pod, his terror gradually consumed by madness. Bing Yan had crippled his arms. Bing Yan had seized Root's defenses, authority, and archives. Bing Yan was going to let him stand alive on the trial platform, watching as the entire Root structure he had built over half a lifetime was unearthed piece by piece. The fear in Danzo's eyes transformed into the madness of a cornered beast. Even if he had to turn into a monster, he would never allow himself to stand on the trial platform as a criminal. Tuanzang spun around, abruptly glaring at the medical ninja behind him and bellowing furiously. "Take it out." The medical ninja trembled, stepping back in fear. "Lord Tuanzang, the compatibility experiment is not yet complete. Transplanting both simultaneously means the first Hokage's cells will likely devour your body. A murderous intent flickered in Tuanzang's eyes, forcing the speaker to swallow the rest of his words. I said take it out. The cultivation chamber's locking mechanism was forcibly activated. Pale green liquid cascaded down the walls. Two pallid wooden arms were exposed to the air, their surface roots writhing incessantly, attempting to grasp any nearby flesh to parasitize. The researchers in the corner dared not pause, hastily activating the transplantation platform. At the same moment, a piercing sound of freezing cracks echoed from outside the core chamber. The outermost defensive seal on the door was completely extinguished. Tuanzang stared at the chamber door, his face twisted with rage. Bluffing Bingyan, let me see if your ice can freeze the power of the first Hokage. Intense life chakra filled the entire chamber. The two pale arms twitched in the remnants of the nutrient solution, their wood-grained flesh proliferating chaotically, quickly sprouting fine roots on the metal platform. A root researcher knelt before Tuanzang, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Lord Tuanzang, this batch of prosthetics has only undergone initial cultivation. The suppression technique can last at most a moment. If you force the transplant now, you may not survive the battle. If I die, root will fall. Tuanzang tore open the bandages on his shoulder, revealing the necrotic wounds on both sides. Begin. The researcher immediately activated the transplantation platform. Metal locks firmly secured Tuanzang's body, and dense sealing needles brutally pierced into his shoulders. The sutured tissue at the base of the two prosthetics suddenly opened, forcefully biting into the flesh of the shoulders. The moment flesh met, wooden roots burrowed along Tuanzang's meridians toward his chest. Several sealing needles, unable to withstand that life force, snapped on the spot. Several researchers made hand seals simultaneously. The suppression seal engraved within the prosthetics suddenly lit up, temporarily confining the expanding woody tissue to the vicinity of the shoulders. Tuanzang's entire body convulsed with excruciating pain, yet a sick fervor spread across his face. Activate the chakra absorption technique. The lead researcher looked up abruptly. The absorption technique will stimulate the first Hokage's cells. The suppression seal won't last long, and your body cannot withstand it. Carry out the order. Tuanzang roared fiercely. The researcher could only make hand seals again, and dark technique patterns emerged on the palms of the pale arms. Tuanzang activated the shoulder technique, and the two wooden arms clenched into fists. The power was harsh and wild, threatening to backfire at any moment, yet it was enough to support one final counterattack. The first Hokage's power belongs to Konoha. I borrow this strength to slay the rogue rebel. That is how I protect the will of fire. As the words fell, the final defensive door of the chamber buckled inward with a thunderous crash. Cerulean frost surged through the door cracks, shattering every sealing lock behind it. Tuanzang stood up, the wood grain on his pale arms bulging in large patches. Wood release could suppress tailed beast chakra, and the absorption seal within the prosthetics could drain the target's power through vines. No matter how extreme Bluffing Bingyan's cold was, it still required chakra to sustain. The old root archives recorded it clearly. That fully crystallized right arm was a sign of a bloodline limit going out of control. As for the chakra stability reported by the monitoring technique, Tuanzang could no longer afford to care. He had no retreat. He could only gamble that Bingyan would break first. Boom. The heavy chamber door was ripped off by immense force, flying horizontally across the floor. The researchers who had retreated to the corner scrambled to dodge. The door panel brushed past them, embedding itself deeply into the opposite stone wall. Several researchers collapsed to the ground. Bingyan's white robe bore no trace of blood, yet behind him stretched an ice-sealed passage that cut through the entire root base. Along the way, killing arrays, suicide soldiers, and barriers had not slowed him by a single step. Bingyan stepped through the surging cold mist, his gaze settling on Tuanzang's newly attached arms. The eerie pale flesh exuded a chilling aura he had just witnessed in Orochimaru's laboratory. Digging up the first Hokage's remains, experimenting on live subjects, and grafting those two rotten logs onto yourself. The cold in Bingyan's eyes deepened. Your will of fire is truly filthy. Tuanzang raised his arms, the twisted wooden flesh swelling rapidly, chakra seething violently within the chamber. Everything I have done is for the sake of Konoha. As long as Root remains, Konoha will never fall. Bing Yan swept his gaze over the researchers cowering in the corner, then looked at the recording crystal suspended above the chamber. Tuanzang still intended to use these recordings to paint himself as a hero who confronted a powerful enemy for the village. Bing Yan flicked his finger. A layer of transparent thin ice silently covered the recording crystal, sealing the technique inside, while preserving the images and sounds being. Whether Konoha stands or falls is not for a rotten root to decide. Tuanzang clapped his hands together. Would release violent spear tree. Boom. Massive tree roots burst from the ground, their sharp wooden spikes tearing through the metal floor, instantly filling the entire chamber. Countless vines intertwined, forming a twisted forest of trees that surged toward Bing Yan. The absorption technique patterns on the vines glowed simultaneously. Upon contact with the target, this would entangle the opponent's limbs, forcibly drain their chakra, and then invade the flesh with the out-of-control first Hokage cells. Facing the overwhelming would release killing intent, Bing Yan did not even raise his right hand. He stood with his hands behind his back, neither dodging nor flinching. The murderous gleam in Tuanzang's eyes quickly turned to ecstasy, bluffing Bing Yan. You are too arrogant. The foremost vine slammed into the frost layer beneath Bing Yan's feet, and the chakra absorption technique activated instantly. The immense power of extreme cold surged along the wood release and technique patterns, racing toward Tuanzang's pale arms. The smile on Tuanzang's face had just spread when his entire body stiffened. He had indeed absorbed chakra, but what he received was not a convertible nutrient. It was a bottomless abyss of extreme cold. The moment that cerulean cold entered the prosthetics, it tore through the absorption technique's control with brutal arrogance, crushed the wood release meridians, and shattered the ceiling structure. The vaunted vitality of the first Hokage cells was frozen to death in the face of absolute zero. The foremost vines lost their color first, and transparent ice immediately covered the entire branch. Frost raced backward along the roots. One. Several. The entire violent spear tree ceased growing at once. Crack. Countless vines split from the roots. The massive forest that had been rampaging moments ago turned into a silent cerulean ice forest in an instant. The first Hokage cells in the prosthetics have stopped proliferating. The researcher stared at the monitoring crystal, his face drained of all color. The life activity of the wood release is fading. Tuanzang abruptly jerked his arms, trying to sever the technique. The chakra absorption seal had become a fatal channel connecting both sides. The extreme cold surged past his shoulders, violently flooding into his chest. The freshly transplanted flesh quickly lost its vitality. The two pale arms began to freeze from the palms, the wood grain necrotizing in patches under the cold. Impossible. Tuanzang urgently channeled chakra, trying to forcibly close the absorption seal. The first Hokage cells had already tightly entwined with his meridians. The harder he had absorbed, the faster the cold flowed back. Bing Yan finally raised his crystalline right hand, a flicker of mockery in his cerulean pupils, and aimed it at Tuanzang from a distance. You want chakra? He spread his fingers slightly. Then absorb to your heart's content. Boom. An even more terrifying, more vast power of extreme cold surged back along the channel established by the absorption technique, like a breached heavenly river violently pressing against the entire ice forest. The sealing needles on Tuanzang's arms snapped one after another. The tyrannical cold crossed his shoulders, freezing his ribs, meridians, and half of his heart and lungs on the spot. He was blasted backward by the force, crashing heavily into the stone wall and embedding himself into the cracked rock. His newly attached arms had lost their flesh form, reduced to two pale, cracked ice logs. Bing Yan stepped forward. The ice forest along his path shattered with each step, scattering into ice shards on the ground. Tuanzang struggled to raise. The two wooden arms barely moved before they snapped cleanly at the shoulders, crashing to the ground as ice debris. The power of the first Hokage that Tuanzang had staked everything on failed to complete even a single effective counterattack. Instead, the wood release and absorption technique had opened his meridians for Bing Yan, delivering the extreme cold into his heart and lungs. Bing Yan reached Tuanzang, his right hand gripping his throat, yanking him out of the stone wall. Your trump cards are gone. Half of Tuanzang's body had completely lost sensation, blood mixed with ice, shards constantly seeping from the corners of his mouth. He stared at Bing Yan's cold face, the madness in his eyes, utterly shattered, replaced only by a bottomless terror. Bing Yan's fingers slowly tightened, the cold penetrating Tuanzang's entire body like a clinging curse, freezing the poison sac hidden behind his teeth, the self-destruct technique in his chest, and the last few chakra nodes. In the face of absolute power, Tuanzang was forcibly deprived even of the right to choose death. The recording crystal at the top of the chamber continued his every word. The transplant of the first Hokage cells, the order to activate forbidden techniques, and his loud declarations of the will of fire, was perfectly preserved by Bing Yan. In the distance, orderly footsteps approached. The Hokage's direct umbu and the Uchiha police force had already reached the core area along the ice-sealed passage. Bing Yan dragged Tuanzang by the throat toward the center of the chamber. If you want a quick death, you must first settle the debts you owe. Bing Yan slowly tightened his fingers. Now hand over the list of routes, bases, and operatives. Danzo stared at him, his withered face twisted in agony and despair. You want me to kneel and confess? Beneath his torn chest, a dense array of black curse marks suddenly flared. The four symbols seal technique. The moment the black curse marks ignited, the remnants of chakra within Danzo's body surged violently toward his chest. Bing Yan's right hand gripping his throat was instantly coated in icy blue frost, freezing the peripheral seal patterns that had just appeared on Danzo's chest. Yet this suicidal technique was already inextricably bound to Danzo's life force, and the core of the seal continued to churn madly, fueled by his remaining vitality. Danzo poured every last shred of his life into the seal, driving it to its critical point. Black blood burst from his chest, rapidly forming dense death patterns that expanded outward through the chamber. Wolfing Bing Yan, Danzo let out a hoarse, maniacal laugh, his life force being drained. You destroy root, and you sever the hand that Konoha hides in the dark. Since you force me to the brink, you shall vanish along with everything here. The black blood overlapped, creating an ever-expanding absolute seal. The frozen would release shattered metal tables and surrounding rock walls. Upon touching the black seal patterns, were torn apart by a terrifying force and dragged toward Danzo's broken body. The chamber's ceiling trembled violently, and massive chunks of stone crashed down from the cracks. This place lay deep beneath Konoha. Once the inner four symbols seal expanded through the tunnels, the surrounding rock layers would be devoured by the sealing power. By then, a catastrophic collapse would engulf vast areas of the surface. The special flying thunder god kunai at Bing Yan's waist emitted a Minato sensed the chakra upheaval underground and was requesting a teleport. Bing Yan did not touch the kunai. A trace of frost seeped from the tip of his right finger, suppressing the spatial pull on the kunai, while sending a stabilizing response back to Minato through the frost mark. Flee! If he left, the seal would devour the entire underground base, dragging the civilians taking refuge on the surface into the abyss. Danzo built the base beneath the civilian district to turn everyone into his final shield. Now on the verge of death, he turned these innocents into pawns for a mass funeral. Danzo stared at him, a twisted grin of satisfaction spreading across his withered face. This is the inner four symbol seal. Everything that touches the black blood patterns will be sealed into my corpse. Can your ice freeze flesh and blood but stop an already activated seal? The black seal patterns surged like a tidal wave, rapidly closing in on. The violent pull tugged at his white robe, tearing up layers of thick ice beneath his feet and mercilessly hurling them into the dark seal behind Danzo. In the outer corridor, Fugaku abruptly halted. Through his Sharingan, he saw the chakra ahead converging rapidly toward Danzo. All the techniques in the underground base were being dragged toward the same point. The filing cabinets sealed by Bing Yan began to slide forward, and several root ninja under ENBU control were lifted off their feet. Fugaku swung his blade to cut a metal pipe coiling toward a wounded ninja, then poured chakra into his feet to stabilize himself. If this seal fully expanded in the narrow underground base, all witnesses and evidence would be swept away. Danzo clearly intended to erase all traces of his crimes. The ENBU elite behind Fugaku paled. It's the inner four symbols seal. Retreat. Once this technique expands, it will devour rock layers for hundreds of meters. Everyone move upward. Fugaku immediately ordered the ANBU and police force to withdraw with the prisoners. He himself remained at the corridor entrance enduring the terrifying pull and quickly unrolled a scroll to record the expansion direction of the seal patterns. Inside the chamber, Bing Yan slowly raised his right arm, now fully crystallized with ice. Within the azure ice, countless fine frost patterns converged. The raging cold that had filled the entire chamber rushed back toward his palm like rivers returning to the sea. This time, instead of expanding the domain of extreme cold, he compressed all destructive force into a single point. The seal patterns formed by black blood slammed into his palm. A terrifying pull surged along his right arm, trying to drag his flesh and chakra into Danzo's body. A flicker of vengeful satisfaction crossed Danzo's eyes. But the next moment, the rapidly expanding black seal patterns came to an abrupt. The moment Bing Yan's palm touched the black blood, a piercing azure cold erupted. The inner four symbol seal was said to be irreversible once activated, relying on the chakra flow within the black blood to devour everything. But Bing Yan did not directly oppose that devouring force. Instead, his frost turned into countless domineering icy threads cutting against the black blood's flow. The boiling black blood instantly froze solid. This was not just a suppression of power, but a forcible rewriting of the seal's underlying rules. Key chakra nodes were locked down by the extreme cold in an instant, and the once unified absolute seal was brutally severed into countless frozen, inert blocks. The expansion of the black seal patterns visibly stalled. The terrifying pull toward Danzo's body also rapidly diminished as chakra transmission was. The smile on Danzo's face gradually stiffened, then vanished entirely. Impossible. Fugaku at the corridor entrance stared ahead. Through his Sharingan, the chakra circuits of that strength sealing technique were being frozen inch by inch. He actually froze the chakra circuits inside the technique. This completely defies the principle that sealing techniques are irreversible. Fugaku's knuckles whitened as he gripped his blade, his eyes filled with. Bing Yan looked down at Danzo. A technique requires chakra to operate. He gazed at the frozen black blood on Danzo's chest. If the blood is frozen, what will you use to activate it? His translucent right arm suddenly blazed with piercing azure light. The extreme cold surged along all the black seal patterns, spreading with irresistible force. The inner four symbols seal trembled violently. The remaining sealing power repeatedly struck the ice, covering the black blood desperately, trying to complete the final expansion. Bing Yan thrust his fingers forward. Boom. The domineering cold and sealing power clashed heat-in, and the chamber walls collapsed in a thunderous roar. Every time the black seal patterns extended an inch, the extreme cold precisely and brutally froze a new chakra node. The life force Danzo had poured into the technique was rapidly depleting. Yet the cold in Bing Yan's palm remained as vast and steady as an abyss. In mere moments, the absolute seal, which could have swallowed the entire chamber and even the surface, was overpowered. The black seal patterns were covered in icy blue frost, and the surging sealing power within was forcibly pressed back layer by layer toward Danzo. Danzo's broken body was trapped in the seal's core, his life force plummeting. The cold from Bing Yan's palm then pressed against his heart, freezing the last thread of life, denying him the chance to escape through death. Danzo desperately squeezed out the last wisp of chakra, but the black seal patterns could no longer move an inch. Bing Yan's hand continued to press down mercilessly. You threatened my family with Konoha. Now you want Konoha to be your burial ground. Danzo, you overestimate yourself. Crack. The final ring of black seal patterns was completely frozen. The dreaded inner four symbol seal was transformed into a massive black ice sculpture on the spot. Danzo's broken body was frozen deep, within only a faint trace of consciousness remaining. The black ice sculpture stood silently in the shattered chamber. Only half of Danzo's face was exposed inside the seal core, his murky eyes fixed on Bing Yan. He couldn't understand. The first Hokage's would release couldn't suppress this man. The suicidal inner four symbols seal couldn't devour him either. The root fortress barriers, suicide soldiers, and forbidden techniques he had painstakingly built over decades all became meaningless jokes before bluffing Bing Yan. Rapid footsteps echoed from the outer corridor. Fugaku led the direct ANBU to the chamber's edge. As he approached, he saw that faint sealing chakra still flowed within the black ice sculpture. He immediately raised his hand to stop the others, activating his Sharingan to examine the patterns within the ice. Moments later, Fugaku saw the completely halted technique patterns deep in the ice, and his shock deepened. The black blood and key nodes are all frozen. This seal has completely lost its ability to expand. Several police ninja who had returned stared at the massive black ice sculpture, their scalps tingling. Even a suicidal forbidden technique was forcibly suppressed. Danzo was denied even the right to self-destruct. Without looking back, Bing Yan glanced at the scattered experimental equipment and filing cabinets. Take charge of the documents. The ANBU quickly dispersed, efficiently sealing all scrolls, experimental instruments, and surveillance crystals. Fugaku personally unrolled evidence scrolls, meticulously recording the ironclad proof of Danzo's transplantation of first Hokage cells. Use of would release and activation of the inner four symbols seal. Danzo painfully moved his eyes to watch the ninja searching Root's core files. You think killing me will control Root? His life force had faded to near extinction. Every word he uttered caused a small crack in the ice. Those Root members have the tongue-cutting seal engraved on them. The spies in the village, the bases in various nations, and all the secret intelligence. Only I can control them. Danzo gritted his teeth, staring at Bing Yan, a twisted, venomous anticipation flickering in his eyes. Once I die, they will lose their constraints. Root will fall into chaos, and Konoha will too. Then Minato will understand. Konoha can never do without me. If those covert assets went rogue, if Konoha paid a heavy price, then he could prove he was never wrong. Bing Yan turned his head, looking at Danzo with only half his face exposed. His azure pupils were filled with the coldness of looking at trash. Even the suicidal inner four symbols seal I can freeze to the root. Bing Yan's tone was utterly flat, yet each word was like ice, shattering Danzo's last illusion. What makes you think that pathetic curse mark you carved on their tongues can withstand my cold eye? Danzo's murky eyes bulged wide, the twisted anticipation in them collapsing instantly, leaving only boundless fear and despair. Bing Yan paid him no further heed, merely pronouncing the final verdict coldly. Even in your last breath, you still try to prove that your life is more important than all of Konoha. The Umbu quickly delivered the last batch of sealed scrolls from the core archives. The distribution of strongholds, personnel rosters, financial flows, and contact codes were all recorded in detail. The last bargaining chip that Tuanzong tried to use to exchange information for his life was also taken away by Bing Yan himself. Bing Yan looked at Tuanzong, who still refused to speak within the ice, and raised his right hand. Your list, strongholds, and hidden agents are all here. Muyi no longer needs you, nor this rotten root. 5 fingers closed casually. Crack. The entire black ice sculpture split open with a sound. The mangled corpse, together with the unfinished reverse 4 symbols seal, shattered inch by inch under the crushing force of extreme cold. The violent sealing power was firmly locked within the ice layer, not even a ripple stirred. Countless deep blue ice shards drifted down, turning into fine cold mist upon landing. Jicun Tuanzong was utterly annihilated, not even a bone remained. That was the reverse 4 symbol seal. The nearby Umbu stared at the ice shards, his fingers gripping the sword, tightening slightly. The sealing core ninja quickly inspected the surroundings, then raised his head. The sealing core has been completely shattered, and all residual power is locked within the ice shards. The archive's survivors and underground structures were all unaffected. Fuyu closed the record scroll, his eyes unable to conceal their awe. The shadow that had lurked beneath Mu Yi for decades, along with its final self-destruction measure, was erased by Bing Yan with a single hand. Meanwhile, on each floor of the base, the root ninjas with black technique markings on their tongues all shuddered simultaneously. A root ninja pinned to the ground closed his eyes, waiting for the cursed seal to silence him. The anticipated excruciating pain of a torn heart meridian never came. When Bing Yan froze the reverse 4 symbols seal, the cold energy had already infiltrated the cursed seal control core along Tuanzong's chakra, completely freezing the final kill command. Now that Tuanzong was dead, the uncontrolled black markings rapidly faded, eventually vanishing completely from the tongues. More and more root ninjas raised their hands to touch their throats. No punishment. The cursed seal did not tighten either. There was no response within their bodies. These death warriors who had been stripped of their names since childhood and left with only code names were able to mention that name without restriction for the first time. Tuanzong is dead. A young ninja opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. The cursed seal did not activate. He lowered his head and warm droplets of water fell onto the ice surface. The cursed seal is gone. These words were like a boulder thrown into stagnant water, instantly shattering the dead silence in the entire corridor. An older Root member tightly clutched his throat, his voice hoarse, carrying years of suppressed madness and relief. That old fox is really dead. More and more Root death warriors collapsed to the ground, some laughing, some crying. These killing tools, stripped of their names since childhood and left with only code names, finally regained the chance to breathe as human beings under the baptism of extreme cold. The Umbu did not immediately begin interrogations. They first sealed everyone's chakra and handed them over to Medical Ninja to confirm whether there were any other control techniques. Fuyu ordered the police department to record each person's code name, age, time of entry into Root, and the handler. After confirming the situation on each floor, the Umbu captain quickly entered the secret room to report. Lord Bing Yan, the curse of tongue sealing has completely disappeared. Resistance at the main base has ceased, and the outer strongholds await takeover. Follow Shui Men's orders. Bing Yan said calmly. Interrogate those who need interrogation, save those who can be saved. The Umbu captain received the order and left. Bing Yan walked to the spot where Tuanzong had disappeared and looked at the black ice shards remaining in his palm. When he froze the reverse 4 symbol seal earlier, his crystalline right arm had concentrated all the vast cold power into his palm, directly freezing through the forbidden technique's core. This strike was sufficiently domineering, and it also showed Bing Yan a more efficient way of using his power. Facing an extremely high-intensity single-point defense, although field coverage could also crush the target, it would cause a large amount of cold power to scatter over irrelevant areas. He needed a pure penetrating force. A brand new technique. No hand seals required. Continuously spin and compress in the palm, concentrating the extreme cold at a single point. When Bing Yan returned to the Hokage Tower, the sky had already brightened. The cold aura on him had not dissipated. Wherever he passed, a thin layer of frost formed on the window sills of the corridor. In the temporary office, Shui Men sat behind a desk piled with files, listening to the Umbu's report. 4th Hokage Tuanzong is confirmed dead. The main base has secured dozens of Root members, sealed a large number of archives, and the outer strongholds await verification. The curse of tongue sealing has disappeared. The sealing core is checking for other control techniques. Shui Men turned to the last page, picked up the Hokage seal, and stamped it heavily on the Root's independent operation permit. The vermilion characters, abolish, covered the original command. The original structure of Root was officially dissolved. All personnel budgets, strongholds, and intelligence channels were unified under the direct review of the Hokage. Shui Men signed a new order at the end. All members will be reviewed individually. Those who did not participate in experiments and lynchings will have their identities reassessed. Those who actively harmed prisoners or destroyed evidence will be transferred to the interrogation department. The Umbu accepted the order and withdrew. Only the 2 brothers remained in the office. Shui Men raised his head, his gaze falling on Bing Yan's crystalline right arm. Did the reverse 4 symbols seal hurt you? No. Bing Yan walked to the table and sat down, picking up a list of strongholds. That technique had a wide coverage, so its power was also dispersed. The field is suitable for suppressing large area targets simultaneously. Facing a concentrated technique core, I can be even faster. Shui Men's action of flipping through the report stopped. Bing Yan spread his palm, and a wisp of deep blue cold energy gathered. I need a ninjutsu that requires no hand seals. Compress chakra in the palm, maintain high-speed rotation, and concentrate the penetration at the moment of contact with the target. After integrating the extreme cold nature, it can freeze through the technique core from a single point. Shui Men was stunned. His blue brother say that requirement again. Bing Yan looked up at him. Chakra compression, palm rotation, sealless release. Shui Men put down the document, stood up, walked around the desk, and came to Bing Yan. He extended his right hand. Chakra gathered into his palm, and began to rotate. At first it was a ball of light blue airflow. Chakra from different directions intertwined, forming a dense vortex that continuously compressed inward. A deep blue chakra sphere hovered in his palm. The surface of the sphere flowed at high speed, emitting a sharp hum, while the interior maintained a perfect spherical shape. The escaping airflow caused the documents on the table to flutter continuously. Shui Min held the chakra sphere, a rare youthful expression on his face. "Follow me." He led Bing Yan into the adjacent small training room. It was used for testing seals with reinforced walls. Shui Min raised his right hand and pressed the chakra sphere against a thick metal target. The high-speed rotating chakra contacted the bullseye, and the hard metal immediately dented inward. The violent force twisted out layers of spiral cracks. The destructive power was perfectly concentrated in the contact area. The sealing paper not far from the bullseye remained intact. This was exactly the single-point compression that Bing Yan needed. Shui Min withdrew his hand, and another chakra sphere condensed in his palm. "Brother, what do you think of this?" Bing Yan stared at the technique. Sealless release, high-density compression, multidirectional continuous rotation. It perfectly matched his conception. "When did you make this?" Shui Min's lips curled up, his tone light. "I got inspiration from the tailed beast ball and spent 3 years completing it. It doesn't rely on chakra nature and doesn't require hand seals. As long as one's control is sufficient, it can be formed in the palm at any time. Last night when dealing with that masked man, I hit him with it." Shui Min's tone carried a hint of pride. "Currently, it hasn't incorporated nature transformation, but relying on rotation and compression, its destructive power is sufficiently concentrated. I call it Rasengan." Bing Yan glanced at his younger brother. Shui Min maintained a calm smile, but the Rasengan was held in the most prominent position, his eyes full of expectation. Bing Yan's lips lifted slightly. "Not bad. Just 2 words. Shui Min pressed. "What else do you want to hear?" Shui Min coughed lightly and resumed the steady demeanor of a Hokage. "Ninjutsu exchanges should be as objective as possible." Bing Yan looked at the Rasengan and chuckled. "Genius. Is that enough?" Shui Min, satisfied, dispelled the technique. "He'll tell you the training method." He explained step by step from chakra condensation, rotation, direction, stabilizing the shell, to final compression. The hardest part is controlling the rotation in multiple directions simultaneously. Ordinary ninjas need to practice in stages using water balloons and rubber balls. "Brother, your control is strong, so you can directly attempt the first stage." Bing Yan spread his palm. Pure deep blue chakra. Just as Shui Min was about to remind him about the rotation direction, he saw that the chakra mass had spontaneously divided into several streams, intertwining in different directions. Forward rotation, reverse interweaving, compression, contraction, stabilizing the shell. All steps were completed in one go. A stably rotating deep blue sphere hovered in Bing Yan's palm, its size, structure, and chakra flow exactly matching the Rasengan that Shui Min had just performed. Shui Min stared at the perfectly formed Rasengan, his smug expression completely frozen. His blue pupils contracted violently. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. "I spent months mastering multidirectional rotation. Brother just heard it once without even trial and error, and you made it perfectly." For an ordinary ninja, the difficulty that required repeated training with water balloons and rubber balls was as simple as breathing in the face of Bing Yan's unfathomable control. Bing Yan did not answer. His fingers moved slightly. A wisp of pure deep blue cold energy, without any hesitation, directly cut into the core of the Rasengan. Inside the blue sphere, dense frost patterns immediately lit up, and the originally stable chakra density crazily surged again under the compression of extreme cold. The temperature that had just recovered in the training room suddenly plummeted below freezing, and the spiral cracks on the distant metal target were instantly covered with thick ice. Even the air let out a strained moan. The smile on Shui Min's face completely vanished, his eyes revealing deep shock and awe. The nature transformation integration that he had failed to complete in 3 years, Bing Yan had directly achieved the very next second after learning it. This seemingly palm-sized, deep blue ice orb now radiated a terrifying pressure, absolutely possessing the destructive power to directly freeze through and shrank sealing core. Bing Yan actively dispelled the extreme cold Rasengan in his palm. The blue-white light turned into fine frost dust slowly falling from between his fingers. The basic technique is indeed good. He looked at the lingering frost on his fingertips, a sharp glint in his eyes, his tone exuding absolute control. Next I will turn it into a true killing move. A cerulean spiral sphere hovered silently in Bing Yan's palm. The originally chaotic azure chakra, under the forceful compression of extreme cold, rapidly coalesced. Within the orb, layers of delicate frost patterns interlocked perfectly. In the high-speed rotation, the terrifying cold capable of freezing any technique was firmly locked within the core, not leaking outward in the slightest. Minato stared at the icy blue sphere, his azure pupils filled with undisguised shock. Nature transformation has already been fully integrated into the core at the moment of formation. He couldn't help but extend two fingers, carefully sensing the faint cold currents emanating from around the sphere, his tone tinged with incredulity. An ordinary Rasengan relies on rotation to destroy the target's interior, but once this one of yours hits, the extreme cold will follow the wound and directly shred the enemy's chakra pathways. He paced half a circle around Bing Yan, his gaze never leaving the technique. However, the current distribution of power still leans toward large-scale freezing. If you can forcefully concentrate all the rotation and cold into a single direction, the single-point penetration can be doubled. Bing Yan's fingers twitched slightly. The icy blue orb in his palm elongated in response to his, while the front coalescing into an extremely sharp, deep blue outline. Minato's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned, walking toward the sealed cabinet in the corner of the testing room. He unsealed it and brought out a stack of blueprints. The paper was densely covered with chakra flow patterns, nature transformation ratios, and various failed structural deductions. I've also previously considered adding nature transformation to the Rasengan. Minato pulled out the top page, his tone focused. When nature is best suited to enhance the Rasengan's cutting power. But when nature is too sharp and violent. If directly infused into the core, it would instantly disrupt the perfect rotational balance. To maintain both shape transformation and nature transformation simultaneously, the two parts of chakra must be kept at exactly the same frequency. Minato flipped to the last page, glanced at the complex formulas, and made a quick calculation. According to the current progress of the deduction, it will probably take another 3 years to truly perfect it. Crack. The moment he finished speaking, the blueprint in his hand was suddenly coated with a layer of piercing frost. Minato looked up. Bing Yan, expressionless, curled his fingers, and the entire stack of frozen blueprints instantly left Minato's palm, falling back into the open sealed cabinet. Keep these deductions for later verification. Bing Yan stepped past the cabinet and walked straight to the center of the testing room. 3 years is too long. Bing Yan turned around, his gaze cold. The Cloud Ninja have been frequently deploying reconnaissance ninja at the border. The masked man who manipulated the Nine Tails last night is still lurking in the shadows. Minato's expression grew serious. At the border, only traces of Cloud reconnaissance have been found so far. It's not enough to conclude they are preparing for an all-out war. Will you make your judgment only after they have a blade at Konoha's throat? Bing Yan stopped, turning his head to stare at Minato. Danzo is dead, and the root tumor has been uprooted. Konoha is now in its weakest period. The ones watching us closely will only be those bloodthirsty jackals outside. Minato's expression turned stern. Precisely because the situation is unstable, I absolutely cannot be injured easily. Kushina is still in a coma receiving treatment. Naruto has just been born, and the village's post-disaster reconstruction and defensive deployments are not yet complete. As the Hokage, I must ensure that I am always at peak condition to fight. So you plan to spend a full 3 years slowly learning how to protect your wife and child. Bing Yan's tone abruptly turned icy, each word a blade. Minato's gaze changed. The warmth faded, replaced by the sharpness of the yellow flash. Bing Yan wasted no words. He raised his right arm, which had completely crystallized into ice. Boom. A vast surge of deep blue cold spread outward from him, expanding aggressively along the floor and reinforced walls. This underground testing room had an independent load-bearing structure surrounded by the highest-grade cushioning barriers. If the unleashed power exceeded the limit, the impact could still flip the Hokage building above. However, after the cold expanded to the edges of the walls, it did not continue to leak out. Instead, it rapidly closed along the barrier circuits, sealing the entire testing room into an isolated battlefield. The AMBU captain on guard outside drew his ninja sword, staring at the spreading frost beneath his feet, stepping back half a pace. The highest grade barrier of the testing room has been triggered. Who is the fourth fighting inside? Beside him, the barrier squad ninja's hands flew through hand signs, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his face. The barrier hasn't broken. The chakra circuits at the base have been assimilated and frozen by the extreme cold. Control is being forcibly seized by someone. Hurry and reinforce the outer walls. Minato sensed the cushioning barriers around him being forced shut by the cold and immediately spoke in a low voice. Brother, stop. The structure here can't withstand your polar domain. The cold is already locked within the barrier. Behind Lin Yan, dozens of sharp, deep blue ice spikes condensed, each tip aimed at Minato's vital points. You just need to make sure your attacks don't hit the walls. Minato frowned deeply. My chakra was heavily depleted last night, and my injuries haven't fully healed. Forcing nature transformation in this state. If it goes out of control, even the flying thunder god might not be able to transfer the residual shock in time. I know how much chakra you have left, and I know how many consecutive transfers the flying thunder god can handle. Lin Yan stared at him, unyielding. In the battle against the Ninetales last night, I prevented you from using the dead demon consuming seal, and your injuries have received the highest grade medical treatment. You might not be able to sustain a prolonged war of attrition, but for a short battle to decide victory, it's enough. Minato's tone turned, forcing nature transformation in this state. This training method is too risky. When the Ninetales claw comes crashing down, it won't pause in midair waiting for you to calculate those tedious formulas. Lin Yan's eyes churned with cold, his killing intent locking onto Minato without reservation. When that masked man had Naruto by the throat, he didn't graciously give you 3 years. If you can't even break through my ice, how are you going to protect Kushina? Those words struck Minato's heart like a hammer. His hand hanging at his side slowly clenched into a fist. The next moment, dozens of polar ice spikes tore through the air, shrieking as they shot out simultaneously. Minato's figure vanished from the spot. Boom. The ice spikes pierced through his afterimage, embedding into the hard metal floor, exploding into a shower of ice shards. Minato reappeared beside a flying thunder god kunai at the edge of the testing room. The spatial movement of the flying thunder god was still too fast to track. However, the moment his feet landed, the ice encasing the kunai surged upward. Dense, sharp ice blades erupted, instantly sealing all possible landing positions around the coordinate. Minato's eyes sharpened, and he activated the flying thunder god again. The golden figure flickered continuously within the testing room. Special 3-pronged kunai scattered across the area, with each movement forming the flying thunder god's combat network. Lin Yan stood with his hands behind his back, not retreating a single step. He did not chase after the golden flash, instead he continuously altered the terrain with his vast cold. The kunai on the ground were pushed toward the corners by rising ice formations. The kunai embedded in the walls sprouted sharp ice crystals around them. The spatial formula of the flying thunder god remained effective. But every coordinate Minato left behind under Lin Yan's control had become a deadly trap zone. Minato dodged ice walls rising from the ground in a series of flashes, his gaze rapidly scanning the ever-shrinking battlefield. Even the spatial coordinates of the flying thunder god could be predicted and sealed with cold. Lin Yan's combat instincts and control over the battlefield were unfathomable. The moment Minato appeared on the left, a thick wall of deep blue mystic ice rose from beneath his feet, blocking his path. Chakra spun rapidly in his palm, and a cerulean Rasengan formed in an instant. Boom. He pressed the azure chakra sphere against the hard ice. The high-speed spinning chakra ground away, sending sharp ice shards flying in all directions. The mystic ice wall trembled violently under the impact, emitting a piercing screech. When Minato withdrew his hand, the ice wall surface bore only a half-inch deep dent. He noticed the dent was rapidly smoothing out under the nourishment. An ordinary Rasengan could easily shatter the hardest rock. Yet facing a wall of mystic ice casually formed by Lin Yan, it couldn't even breach the outermost layer of defense. A piercing chill surged from behind like a shadow. Minato quickly ducked, avoiding a sweeping ice blade. At the same time, he threw both hands. 3 flying thunder god kunai shot out simultaneously, turning into 3 black streaks, locking onto the areas above Bing Yan's head to his left, and Bing Yan raised his right hand slightly. Whoosh! Several condensed streams of cold shot out, like arrows, precisely striking the kunai in midair, altering their flight trajectories. Minato had been waiting for this moment. The instant the kunai were deflected by the cold, he decisively activated the flying thunder god, his golden figure appearing directly above Bing Yan. Rasengan! With a low shout, the cerulean sphere came crashing down with the force of an avalanche. Bing Yan glanced up slightly and raised a thin sheet of ice above his head. Boom! The Rasengan collided head-on with the thin ice, erupting in a deafening roar. This time around the edge of the sphere in Minato's palm, a faint, but extremely sharp emerald wind blade appeared. That wind blade, with its relentless cutting power, sliced into the deep blue mystic ice, tearing a slender crack in the unbreakable surface. Minato stared at the crack, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. It worked. He decisively used the recoil to flip backward, creating distance. Bing Yan didn't even lift an eyelid, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt. A thin sheet of ice I casually formed. You had to use the recoil to pull back and barely cut a single slit. Is this your limit? Before the words faded, the cold within the testing room erupted in full chaos. Thick ice pillars burst from the ground, rising in a crisscross pattern from all directions. The remaining safe spaces around the flying thunder god kunai Minato had scattered were systematically devoured. Midair, Minato swept his gaze across the field and found that only one coordinate 3 steps behind him remained usable. But the moment he activated the flying thunder god and appeared there, Bing Yan had already embedded a polar ice crystal beneath the landing point. The instant Minato materialized, the crystal expanded explosively. A sharp ice blade grazed Minato's haori, slicing a long, thin gash on his broad shoulder. A single drop of crimson blood slid down the torn fabric, falling onto the pristine ice. Minato glanced at the wound on his shoulder, then swept his gaze over all the coordinates sealed by ice. Bing Yan had never chased the flying thunder god. He had gradually compressed the safe landing points deliberately, leaving the last coordinate for Minato to choose. This wound was the result of complete battlefield suppression. Bing Yan raised his crystallized right hand, his tone cold. If that blow had come from the wreckage of Cloud in this state, you would have had no chance to go home alive to see Kushina. Minato did not argue. He slowly raised his palm, a look of determination in his eyes. Azure chakra began to spin rapidly in his palm once more. This time he did not search for the next flying thunder god coordinate, nor did he calculate the angle of Bing Yan's next attack. He forcibly infused the violent wind nature chakra into the outer layer of the Rasengan. Whoom! The edge of the sphere began to tremble violently, the rotational balance broken. Dozens of slender, raging emerald wind blades tore outward from his palm, emitting a sharp screech. At the same moment, Bing Yan also condensed an ice release Rasengan in his hand, which was continuously compressed under the pressure of extreme cold. The raging wind blades and the ultimate frost created an extremely violent chakra resonance in the confined space. The cushioning barriers around the testing room could not withstand the oppressive force, flashing with blinding red light in succession. Amid the piercing shrieks, the unfinished wind release Rasengan in Minato's palm twisted violently. The raging wind blades cut into his palm, threatening to completely lose control and tear apart the surrounding cushioning barriers.
Brother, the barrier is approaching its limit. Shuemin sensed that the chakra circuits within the walls were extremely chaotic and immediately reduced the chakra supply to his jutsu. However, as soon as the wind release chakra diminished, signs of collapse appeared on the edge of the Rasengan. A wild cyan wind blade suddenly shot out, tearing a long, thin gash across the metal floor with a sharp SSH. Shuemin decisively raised his left hand, ready to activate the flying thunder god to transfer this nearly uncontrollable power outside the village. However, before he could even form the hand seals, Bing Yan merely lifted his finger casually. Crack! A layer of deep blue thin ice instantly adhered to the Rasengan's outer shell, forcibly sealing the outward spreading wind release chakra in an extremely overbearing manner. This layer of profound ice only sealed the leaking wind blades, not suppressing the internal disorder for Shuemin. Bing Yan was clearly using absolute power to force him to complete the final step himself. The choice remained in Shuemin's hands, whether to continue maintaining the fusion or immediately transfer the risk. Stabilize it. Bing Yan's voice was devoid of any fluctuation. The ice-release Rasengan in his palm had been compressed to the size of a fist with no cold air escaping from its surface, yet it contained devastating extreme cold within. Shuemin said in a low voice, "If we continue outputting once it goes out of control, the destructive power will multiply. You can also transfer it outside the village." Bing Yan looked at him and said, "Then go back, pick up the drawings on the floor, and read Arrive for 3 years." Shuemin knew his elder brother was deliberately provoking him. But the wind-release Rasengan in his palm was indeed approaching the critical point of success. As long as the wind attribute fully synchronized with the original rotation core, this jutsu could truly cross the threshold of nature transformation. If he dispersed it today relying on this experience, he would eventually reach this stage again in half a year or a year. But the masked man controlling the Nine Tails would never give him time, and the covetous Cloud Village would never wait for Konoha to recover its strength. Shuemin's gaze turned extremely resolute. If the Hokage building really collapses, the reconstruction costs will be deducted from your mission reward. First, shatter my ice. Shuemin's 5 fingers suddenly tightened. The wind-released chakra that had begun to weaken surged again like a tidal wave. The piercing sound of wind filled the entire testing chamber. The sapphire Rasengan was rapidly stretched by the violent force, its edges torn into several incomplete cyan blades. With each high-speed rotation, the blades left fine bloody cuts on Shuemin's palm. The internal structure could collapse at any moment, and the form was far from perfect. Yet shape transformation and nature transformation had finally achieved a miraculous temporary balance at this moment. The fine wind blades kept cutting into his palm, but Shuemin tightened his 5 fingers even more, a sharp light suddenly flashing in his eyes. The chakra frequency has finally synchronized, even if only for an instant. Catch it! Bing Yan raised his hand and directly threw the extremely compressed ice blue sphere from his palm. Shuemin did not retreat, but pushed the unfinished wind-release Rasengan forward to meet it. Boom! The 2 Rasengan collided violently in midair. Wild cyan wind blades swept in all directions. The defensive barrier patterns on the floor lit up with red light one after another, and the entire testing chamber trembled violently. Shuemin was already prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God. But at the very core of the collision, Bing Yan's Rasengan underwent a strange transformation. The rapidly rotating frost patterns inside did not spread outward. Instead, the vast cold air converged rapidly toward a single point ahead with unprecedented ferocity. The fist-sized ice blue sphere suddenly stretched, transforming into a highly condensed spiral ice lance. SSSHHH. The storm core that Shuemin had condensed with all his might was like fragile paper before this ice lance ruthlessly pierced straight through. The wind-released chakra that was rampaging outward was forcibly sealed layer by the cold air emanating from the ice lance. The first layer of profound ice firmly sealed the wild wind blades. The second layer of cold air instantly froze all shockwaves. The third layer of frost patterns rapidly spread along the surrounding buffer barrier, forcibly stabilizing all violently vibrating jutsu nodes one by one. The devastating storm that Shuemin had condensed with all his might was completely sealed and frozen in midair. The cyan wind blades still maintained their tearing posture, but were solidified layer by layer within a massive deep blue ice crystal unable to move an inch. The spiral ice lance piercing the storm core still retained its momentum. It penetrated the huge ice crystal and struck directly the composite metal target used for testing high-level jutsu in the distance. SSSHH. In the center of the thick metal target, a smooth hole the size of a thumb appeared. The ice lance continued its domineering penetration, the first layer of testing rock wall, the second layer of sealing steel plate, the third layer of energy-absorbing barrier, the fourth layer of chakra buffer wall, the fifth layer of metal pressure target. After continuously piercing through 5 layers of extreme defense, the ice lance finally stopped on the profound ice barrier that Bing Yan had pre-condensed. Except for this test axis, the surrounding walls remained intact, and the floor was not torn by any uncontrolled aftershocks. In the center of the 5 layers of defense, only a straight, smooth, penetrating channel was left, continuously emitting bone-chilling cold mist outward. The barrier team ninja outside the door pressed his hands on the formation plate, staring at the stopped flashing red light, his voice trembling. The alarm has stopped. The chakra upheaval inside the barrier, which was enough to overturn the building, was directly flattened by an even greater force. He immediately gestured backward. Cancel the peripheral reinforcement. The barrier control has been taken over from inside. The ANBU captain loosened his grip on the sword handle, staring at the deep blue cold air seeping from the walls, his eyes full of awe. Not only did he suppress the 4th Hokage's jutsu hiden, but he also froze all the destructive aftershocks along with the barrier. This elder brother of the 4th Hokage has an unfathomable control over chakra. Shuemin dissipated the residual chakra in his palm, lowered his head to look at the small wounds cut by the wind blades on his hand, then raised his head to gaze at the deep straight hole. He was well aware that his prototype wind-release Rasengan was enough to completely tear apart this underground testing chamber. Yet Bing Yan, while piercing the core of the jutsu hiden, had also frozen all the destructive aftershocks. The power, rotation, compression, and flow of cold air, each part was controlled with a precision that was terrifying. Shuemin looked at the hole that had pierced 5 layers of defense. Even the chakra buffer wall and composite pressure target were directly penetrated. Such extreme single-point piercing power is extremely difficult to defend against. He carefully examined the penetrating hole for a moment and soon understood the core essence of this technique. Compress all destructive power to a Shuemin analyzed softly. Using the rotation of the Rasengan, the cold air continuously pierces forward. After hitting the target, the extreme cold first freezes the defensive structure, making it brittle, then penetrates it from the same spot. Bing Yan casually raised his hand and withdrew the cold air. The huge ice crystal hanging in midair disintegrated, turning into a sky full of fine cold mist. Ice release spiral piercing spear. Shuemin silently memorized this name in his heart, then lowered his head to look at his palm again. Although that wind-release Rasengan was not yet truly complete, at least he had found the most correct path. The key threshold that would have taken years of derivation and calculation was compressed by Bing Yan into less than half an hour through a high-pressure battle. Shuemin smiled. It seems that my working drafts really need to be rewritten. First, clean up the shredded paper on the floor. Bing Yan glanced at the mess on the floor. That was frozen by you, elder brother. The Hokage will handle it himself. Suddenly, the door of the testing chamber was pushed open from outside. A silver-haired ANBU, wearing an animal mask, stood at the door. His combat suit was covered with dust and dark red bloodstains, and his exposed right eye showed fatigue. Kakashi's right eye swept over the crystalline ice shards on the floor, and his gaze instantly locked onto the terrifying 5-layer penetrating hole on the wall. Penetrating 5 layers of extreme defense consecutively, and not even a trace of chakra explosion shockwave leaked out. Kakashi's pupils contracted, his voice tinged with undisguisable shock. There were no scorch marks from the explosion and very few cracks from large-scale destruction. Only pure extreme single-point penetration remained on the wall, along with the domineering residue that had frozen even the barrier chakra. With his ANBU experience, he instantly judged that this was no ordinary sparring. Both sides had used killing techniques with truly lethal power. His exposed right eye quickly swept over the battlefield, finally settling on the 2 figures. The 4th Hokage's chakra was greatly depleted, and his right shoulder was injured, clearly having just experienced a life-or-death battle. In contrast, Namikaze Bing Yan, standing opposite in a white robe without a speck of dust, not even a hint of disordered breath, as if the earth-shattering clash just now was merely a casual act for him. Kakashi's fingers on the sword hilt loosened weakly, forcing down his vigilant stance. Not only had he crushed the 4th Hokage's killing move hiden, but he also had the spare capacity to forcibly erase all destructive aftershocks and protect the entire building. Such power and control had completely exceeded the limits of what this ANBU elite could comprehend.
Minato returned to the temporary office, seated himself behind the desk, and unrolled a fresh scroll. Kakashi then pushed open the door, and entered dropping to one knee. Lord Hokage. His tone was steady, devoid of any inflection. All core members of Root have been secured. 173 are willing to undergo interrogation, 24 are linked to external communication channels. Those who refuse to confess have been detained in separate zones. The Uchiha police force and direct Umbu are verifying identities, no large-scale resistance. Minato nodded. Casualties. 7 Umbu with minor injuries, 11 from the police force with minor injuries. 2 from Root with severe injuries, no fatalities. The report was impeccably clear. To have taken over Root without shedding blood in such a short time. Kakashi's arrangements were flawless. Yet Minato, watching his disciple, furrowed his brow. The scent of blood on Kakashi was too strong. Against the scattered remnants of Root lacking unified command with his strength, he should never have ended up so battered. Go to the medical unit and have your wounds treated, Minato said. The mission isn't over yet. Kakashi retrieved a bloodstained scroll from his tool pouch. The Northern Patrol spotted traces of cloud reconnaissance. They're verifying the gaps in Konoha's defenses. I request permission to lead a team to the border and eliminate the scouts infiltrating the Land of Fire. Minato did not take the scroll. He saw the slight tremor in Kakashi's fingers as he held the intelligence. It was the physiological response to continuous high-intensity combat and severe chakra depletion. You took part in the Ninetales rescue last night, then purged Root. Minato's voice carried the sternness of a Hokage. Leave the border mission to someone else. Go get some rest. I can continue. Kakashi slowly lifted his head. Behind the mask his right eye was dead and hollow, devoid of any trace of life. Cloud excels at small unit raids. Am familiar with their tactics. If crossing the border is necessary, I can execute it alone. Minato's frown deepened. Crossing the border alone with Cloud already on alert meant a survival rate near zero. Kakashi knew this well. He was seeking death. Kakashi, let him go. Bing Yan's cold voice cut Minato off. Minato turned. Kakashi shifted his gaze. Brother, he's in no condition to go to the border. He says he can, Bing Yan replied, stepping before Kakashi and looking down at him. Silver hair, a forehead protector covering his left eye, and that aura of decay and death. Obito was dead. Rin was dead. On the night of the Ninetales, he had nearly lost his teacher and his teacher's wife. This prodigious youth had buried himself in the Umbu, trying to punish himself through one deadly mission after another. I have one condition. Bing Yan spoke. Kakashi lowered his head. Please instruct me. Before you go to die, let me see if you even have the right. Minato's expression changed slightly. Brother. Bing Yan ignored him, turned, and walked into the adjacent training room. Kakashi did not hesitate. He rose and followed. Minato watched his disciple's dead right eye, ultimately suppressing the words of restraint, and walked to the edge of the training ground with a grim face. Is this an assessment? Kakashi asked. Something like that. What is the passing criterion? Hold on until I allow you to fall. Bing Yan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Crack. Biting cold instantly sealed the training room. A massive wall of thick ice rose with a thunderous crash at the entrance, completely blocking the path of retreat. The moment the words fell, Bing Yan's figure vanished from where he stood. Bang! Kakashi, entirely unable to form seals, took a solid kick to the air. He flew backward like a cannonball, smashing through several thin sheets of ice, before crashing heavily in the center of the training area. Kakashi propped himself up with one hand, forcing down the taste of blood in his throat. So fast. His Ambihan dynamic vision had failed to catch even the initial chakra fluctuation of his opponent's movement. This was the terrifying speed of pure physical prowess. Bing Yan stood with his hands behind his back, the hem of his white robe swaying gently in the cold wind. Control the intensity, Minato cautioned in a low voice. I see his chakra, his old injuries, and his limits more clearly than you do. My ice. I know its limits, Bing Yan said without shifting his gaze. Minato sensed that the chill within the training ground always avoided Kakashi's vital points and severe wounds, and only then did his clenched fingers relax slightly. Before Bing Yan's words faded, a dozen icy blue spikes burst from the ground beneath Kakashi without warning. Kakashi rolled with instinctive speed. The ice spikes grazed his combat suit, and the fabric instantly frosted over with white frost. The cold surged rapidly along the cloth toward his shoulder. Kakashi drew a kunai with his reverse hand slashed off the frozen corner of his garment and swiftly formed seals with the other hand. Bang! The ice spike pierced through a substitute log which froze solid on the spot. The next second Kakashi leaped out from the blind spot behind Bing Yan. The kunai whistled sharply as it aimed straight for the back of Bing Yan's neck. Bing Yan did not turn around. The air behind him chilled abruptly, and a sheet of icy blue ice materialized out of thin air. Ting! The kunai struck the ice surface with force, leaving not even a white scratch. The blade was instantly frozen brittle by the extreme cold. Kakashi abandoned the weapon without hesitation and, using the momentum of his descent, swept his right leg like a battle axe toward Bing Yan's side. Bing Yan turned calmly, raising his right arm slightly. His elbow met Kakashi's shin hiden. A dull impact resounded. Kakashi felt as if he had kicked an eternal, unmeltable iceberg. His entire right leg felt as if the bones were about to shatter, completely numb. The cold snaked like a venomous serpent through the contact point into his meridians. He pushed off, forcefully leaping back, and urgently channeled his lightning-release chakra to forcibly flush out the biting cold from his body. Outside the training ground, Minato gripped the edge of his Hokage robe, his expression grave. Kakashi's taijutsu was already top tier within the Umbu. Yet his elder brother, without even forming a single hand seal, relying solely on physical strength and the naturally radiating cold, had forced Kakashi to resort to lightning release just to barely escape. Such a gap in basic fundamentals was utterly despairing. Decent judgment, Bing Yan said, looking at Kakashi with cold eyes. But you're still holding back. Kakashi drew the standard Umbu short sword from his back, azure chakra flowing at high speed along the blade. This is a sparring match. I never said that. From Bing Yan's palm extended a slender ice blade, radiating leaf. If you keep halfacing it, you'll die next time. Bing Yan took a step forward. From the ceiling and the surrounding walls, a torrent of sharp ice spikes rained down like a storm. Kakashi gripped the short sword in his right hand, performing a series of extreme evasions among the dense ice spikes. Blades flashed continuously. He precisely deflected each ice spike from the side. He chose not to confront them head-on. Each swing of his blade targeted the weakest point of the ice spike, altering its trajectory with minimal effort. His battlefield judgment, honed through life and death struggles, was fully displayed. Bing Yan casually raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread. The deflected ice fragments suddenly halted in midair. Then, under extreme cold compression, the fragments split into countless finer, sharper, icy blue needles. The needles, like a backward storm, swept back from behind Kakashi. All escape routes sealed. Kakashi abruptly flipped up his forehead protector, revealing his scarlet, Freedomo, Sharingan, spinning rapidly. The trajectories of every needle were fully captured in his vision. But his body was already exhausted, his reactions clearly lagging behind the trajectories caught by the Sharingan, making it impossible to execute all the evasive maneuvers. His blade barely deflected a few needles aimed at vital points. The remaining needles sealed off every possible dodge space, forcing him to charge desperately toward Bing Yan's direction. That was the only path of survival Bing Yan had left him. The ice blade swung down mercilessly. Kakashi tilted his head in a last-moment dodge. The blade grazed his animal mask, leaving a deep crack. He did not stop, driving his short sword with a resolute momentum straight for Bing Yan's chest. Bing Yan neither dodged nor blocked, slowly raising his crystalline right hand of ice. His index and middle fingers precisely extended, arrogantly catching the lightning-wreathed blade. Crack! The Umbu blade, laced with chakra-conductive metal, could not hold for even a second before being drained of all resilience by the extreme cold and snapped clean by Bing Yan's two fingers. Kakashi's pupils contracted. Even chakra-conductive metal could be frozen and broken by two fingers. Such absolute dominance over nature transformation made the hand gripping the broken blade tremble uncontrollably. He immediately abandoned the broken blade and retreated rapidly. Bing Yan did not pursue, quietly watching the spinning scarlet Sharingan, a cold, sharp smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Now that's more like a living person. A fierce light blazed in Bing Yan's eyes, and an oppressive aura crashed down like an abyssal ocean. Show me that technique you most want to take to your grave. Kakashi's breath quickened, his chest heaving violently. Under the shadow of absolute death, the primal instinct for survival buried deep within his body finally overwhelmed the hollow will to die. Kakashi did not wait for Bing Yan to strike again. He lowered his center of gravity, his hands blurring into afterimages as he formed seals at lightning speed. The remnants of lightning-released chakra within him converged without reserve toward his right hand. Blinding violent lightning illuminated the entire training ground. The air was torn by a piercing shriek like the simultaneous cry of 1,000 birds. Minato's gaze tensed. He knew all too well how dangerous the penetrating power of that technique was. Yet Bing Yan in the center had not even assumed a defensive stance. Kakashi suddenly lowered his body, his scarlet Sharingan locked onto Bing Yan. All the confusion and death wish condensed into this one desperate strike. Chidori. Wild lightning tightly enveloped Kakashi's right hand. The ice beneath his feet shattered with a thunderous crack. A silver-white figure accompanied by a piercing thunderclap charged straight toward Bing Yan. The Raikiri had immense penetrating power, and the dynamic vision deficit caused by the high-speed charge was fully compensated by the Crimson Sharingan. The subtle movements of Bing Yan's shoulders, waist, and legs were clearly visible in Kakashi's eyes, allowing him to adjust the direction of his thrust at any moment. However, Bing Yan showed no intention of dodging. He stood still with his hands behind his back, calmly raising his right hand, now crystallized into ice, with fingers slightly spread and palm facing the oncoming Raikiri. Kakashi's expression changed sharply. This jutsu was extremely violent and difficult to control. If it struck the heart, it could easily pierce through a human body instantly. Instinctively, Kakashi reduced some of his chakra. Use full power. Bing Yan's cold, stern voice overpowered the thunder. Kakashi's charge hesitated for a moment. If you can't even cut through my hand, you have no right to go to Kumobi-cure and throw your life away. If you hold back, you'll freeze your hand. The dimmed lightning blazed up again with fury. All hesitation in Kakashi's eyes was swept away. Since Bing Yan dared to take this attack head-on, he could no longer treat this battle as a mere sparring match. The Raikiri slammed into Bing Yan's palm. The roar was compressed into a sharp crack. Kakashi's forward momentum abruptly halted his right wrist and shoulder, absorbing the recoil, while the ice beneath his feet cracked into a web of fissures. Lightning danced violently between them. In front of Kakashi's palm, high-density lightning chakra formed a razor-sharp spike, continuously cutting into the deep blue crystal of Bing Yan's palm. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Kakashi clenched his teeth, lowering his center of gravity, and poured all remaining lightning chakra into his right hand. Yet the icy crystal hand did not retreat even half an inch. The Raikiri's legendary piercing power was blocked as solidly as a mountain outside the palm. Outside the arena, Minato gripped the railing, his azure eyes contracting sharply. That was a spike formed by compressing chakra shape and nature transformation to the extreme. Yet now it couldn't even scratch the ice layer on Bing Yan's palm. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly. He could see clearly that the lightning chakra wasn't blocked by mere physical hardness. Every strand of lightning touching Bing Yan's palm was being precisely eroded by the extreme cold chakra. The high-speed chakra flow inside the Raikiri was being sealed off at different points by the frigid energy. The chakra maintaining the front thrust kept pushing forward, but the flow path connecting the wrist to the palm had already stalled. The entire jutsu was losing balance from within. Bing Yan hadn't even increased the thickness of the ice on his palm. He had merely frozen the most critical chakra nodes of the Raikiri, robbing the powerful lightning release of its piercing strength. Crack! A short, sharp sound came from the core of the lightning. Kakashi's face changed drastically. The lightning chakra enveloping his right hand collapsed like shattered crystals. Tiny, powerless sparks fell onto Bing Yan's arm and vanished without a trace. The Raikiri dissipated completely. Bing Yan's palm remained smooth, not even a flake of ice fell. Kakashi remained in the thrusting posture, the crimson tomo in his eye freezing. That was his most confident killing move, and he had just used it with no reservation. Bing Yan had stood still, not moving half a step, and with just one hand, he had completely dismantled this shrank assassination jutsu from the front. Outside the arena, Minato released his grip on the railing and couldn't help but murmur in admiration, directly freezing the flow nodes of lightning chakra. Big Brother's control over chakra is beyond the logic of normal jutsu. Did you see it clearly? Bing Yan slowly closed his fingers, directly grabbing Kakashi's right hand. Lightning release relies on high-speed flow and chakra activity. You put all your power into the forward thrust. Once the internal flow is cut off, this technique becomes nothing but a meaningless straight charge. Kakashi tried to pull his arm back, but found he couldn't budge it an inch. The cold from Bing Yan's palm had already surged back, rapidly spreading up his wrist. Palm, forearm, shoulder, chest. Deep blue ice covered Kakashi's entire body at an astonishing speed. He immediately tried to resist with his lightning chakra. But the newly formed electrical current upon contact with the cold was instantly suppressed by the higher density extreme cold chakra. The ice crossed his waist and quickly sealed his legs. Kakashi was locked in the exact posture of his thrust. Right hand straight forward, front leg bent back, foot only touching the ground, with its toes body maintaining the angle of a fierce charge. His entire body remained in the thrusting pose, but was forcibly frozen midair. Only his head could still move slightly. The thunder fell completely silent, and the training ground returned to stillness. Minato quickly walked to the ice statue and carefully examined it. The cold had only sealed Kakashi's movement and surface chakra flow without harming his internal organs or meridians. The immense burden on his arm from the Raikiri was also temporarily suppressed by the low temperature. Only then did Minato fully relax. Bing Yan looked coldly at the ice statue. Do you see the gap now? Kakashi moved his eyes with difficulty, the death wish in his gaze replaced by a will to survive. I see. Be specific. The chakra flow inside the Raikiri has the risk of being cut off at segments. Kakashi paused, then continued. Once the straight thrust is blocked, the body loses room to change direction. Against an opponent who can disrupt chakra flow, pushing harder only digs you deeper. Minato nodded on the side, his voice carrying the sternness and expectation of a teacher. The Raikiri is indeed fast and sharp, but you only prepared one attack route. In the future, when facing an enemy who dares to catch the Raikiri hidden, you must leave yourself a means of escape. Kakashi was silent for a moment, then replied yes. Bing Yan still stared at him, and Kakashi's eyes twitched deep frustration, making him lower his head. I can't beat you, and I have no right to throw my life away. Recognizing that is the most important thing, Bing Yan walked slowly to Kakashi, his tone still icy. If you can't even beat me, how are you going to seek death on the Kumogakure front lines? Kakashi thought the ice would be released, but Bing Yan pulled a recording scroll from his sleeve and aimed it at the absurd ice statue. Inside the ice statue, Kakashi's entire body trembled violently. His right eye, previously lifeless, surged with intense unease and embarrassment. Minato's mouth twitched, and he silently turned away, pretending not to see the desperate look his student was sending him. Lord Bing Yan. Kakashi was frozen in place, his voice strained. I have already admitted defeat. Bing Yan unhurriedly unfurled the recording scroll. Please release the jutsu. I still need to assist in handling the root members. Not so fast. The recording scroll spread open, and the sealing jutsu formula began to shimmer faintly. Bing Yan stepped back a few paces, capturing the entire ice sculpture within the frame. Kakashi's right hand remained in the striking pose of Chidori, his front leg bent and rear toes touching the ground. From his neck downward, he was firmly locked in thick dark ice, leaving only his head able to turn with difficulty. From the front, he still managed to hold a trace of determination. Bing Yan walked to the side and recorded another angle. From that perspective, the determination vanished, leaving only pitifulness. Minato stood nearby, turning his head to clear his throat. He did not intervene to stop it. What are you doing? A memento. This is not worth remembering. Kakashi gritted his teeth. I think it is. Bing Yan shifted to another angle, and the scroll's jutsu formula glowed again. An unnatural flush crept up Kakashi's ears. Lord Bing Yan, the battle is already over. Who said it's over? I have lost the ability to fight. Next is psychological training. Kakashi's eye twitched. Bing Yan examined the image left in the scroll, evidently very satisfied. This frontal shot goes on the Umbu bulletin board. This side shot goes to the Ninja Academy to serve as a negative example for those brats who only know how to strike poses. And this last one goes beside the memorial stone. Kakashi's head snapped up. The memorial stone. Let Obito and Rin see it. Bing Yan's tone was flat. This is the comrade they risked their lives to bring back. Now he spends every day thinking about how to throw himself into the grave. Kakashi's deadened right eye widened abruptly, bloodshot veins crawling across the white. You can't put that recording there. Why not? It's too humiliating. You still know what humiliation is, eh? Bing Yan picked up the scroll as if ready to record another shot. Kakashi finally abandoned all decorum, desperately channeling his remaining chakra, causing the dark ice on his body to tremble audibly. Stop. Give me the scroll. If you dare post it ill. Bing Yan turned his head to look at him. You'll what? Kakashi's words caught in his throat. He couldn't win. He couldn't snatch it. Even his strongest Chidori had failed to chip a single sliver of ice from Bing Yan's palm. A mere lift of Bing Yan's hand, and he would have to maintain this posture indefinitely. But the thought of such a recording appearing on the Umbu bulletin board was so unbearable that Kakashi would rather face Bing Yan's attack heat-in again. You bastard. The words burst out, and the testing chamber fell silent. Kakashi himself was stunned as if he couldn't believe he had cursed. Yet Bing Yan did not grow angry. Instead, a flicker of barely concealed satisfaction passed through his eyes. Minato stood nearby, a thin layer of red welling up in his eyes. Ever since Obito and Rin had passed away one after another, it had been a long time since he had seen Kakashi display such youthful emotion. Bing Yan did not preach or urge him to forget the past. Bing Yan tore away that mask in the most unreasonable manner, forcing Kakashi to rekindle anger and shame. And Minato finally understood. Bing Yan had never regarded this as an ordinary test from the very beginning. He first shattered Kakashi's qualification for death with absolute power, then used a single recording scroll to drive the Umbu captain, who had only obeyed orders, back into the shape of a teenager. Bing Yan turned to Minato. See? Minato nodded. I see. You've been spoiling him too much all along. I thought I should give Kakashi some time. Time to keep walking toward the grave? The smile on Minato's face faded. He looked at his ice-encased disciple, and a trace of apology crept into his eyes. I was indeed negligent in this matter. Kakashi instinctively averted his gaze. Sensei, I didn't. Kakashi. Minato walked up to him, softening his tone. Kushina has passed the most dangerous stage. She hasn't fully awakened yet, but her vital signs are recovering. Naruto is doing well too. Kakashi's breath caught for a moment. On the night of the Ninetales attack, he had been assigned to a mission within the village. By the time he reached the core area, he only saw the destroyed streets and the medical zone cordoned off by Umbu. He had never dared to ask about Kushina's condition, fearing to hear the news of another death. Minato reached out and placed his hand on Kakashi's. What happened with Obito, with Rin, and everything from the Ninetales night? None of it should be borne by you alone. I am your teacher. I failed to arrive in time, failed to protect my students. I too need to take responsibility. Kakashi suddenly looked at Minato. Sensei was on a mission then, and you were on a mission too. Minato looked at him. You were willing to understand my choices, so you should also try to understand yourself back then. Surviving does not mean you betrayed them. If you truly want to do something for Obito and Rin, live well. See the Konoha they wanted to protect with your own eyes. Kakashi's lips moved. Though his mask covered his expression, the exposed right eye quickly reddened and moisture blurred his vision. Bing Yan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The dark ice covering Kakashi's body shattered instantly. Kakashi lost his support and fell heavily to the ground. He propped himself up on his hands, gasping for breath, white mist dispersing before him. Minato picked up a spare cloak from the wall and draped it over Kakashi's shoulders. Kakashi gripped the cloak tightly, remaining silent for a long time. The border mission. Leave it to another squad. Minato said. Your new task is to remain in the village and assist in reviewing route members. At the same time, you are to be responsible for the outer perimeter security of the underground medical area. When Kushina wakes up, she will probably want to see you. Kakashi lowered his head. After a moment, he gave his answer. Yes. The tone was still brief, but the hand gripping the cloak gradually relaxed. The lingering, deathly aura mostly dissipated, and for the first time, he voluntarily abandoned the path to death leading to the border. Bing Yan casually put away the recording scroll. Kakashi immediately looked up. Leave the scroll. Why? It involves Umbu classified information. What is classified? My face. You're wearing a mask. Kakashi was again rendered speechless. He suddenly rose and reached out to snatch, but Bing Yan nearly turned his wrist, slipping it into his sleeve, causing Kakashi to grab at empty air. See you at the Umbu bulletin board tomorrow morning. Namikaze Bing Yan. Kakashi turned and lunged for the scroll. A faint chill of ice stirred at Bing Yan's feet. Kakashi immediately recalled the taste of that ice sculpture and slammed on the brakes. Minato watched the scene and laughed out loud. Kakashi turned back to glare at his teacher, then grabbed the cloak tightly over his shoulder and rushed out of the testing chamber without looking back. That retreating figure was still disheveled, but his steps were much lighter than when he had entered. An Umbu on standby outside happened to witness this, his eyes wide beneath his mask. Captain Kakashi. Was he running away? He quickly lowered his head, swallowing the words that nearly slipped out. Moments later, this Umbu entered the testing chamber and knelt on one knee. Fourth Hokage, urgent report from the northern border. 3 reconnaissance squads from Kumobikure have crossed the border. Traces of lightning-natured chakra-enhanced bodies have been found along with a long-range communication point that has not yet been activated. Minato's expression grew stern, his softened gaze quickly turning sharp. Bing Yan tucked his hands into his sleeves, his eyes falling on the intelligence from the land of lightning. A wisp of azure frost formed at his fingertips, causing the temperature in the entire testing chamber to plummet. The brat at home has been disciplined. Now it's time to go slaughter those stray dogs that have come sniffing the scent of blood. Half a quarter of an hour before the 2 Yujito crossed the border. Northern Fire Country, 3rd border outpost. A flash of golden light passed by. Minato placed one hand on Binjian's shoulder, bringing him to appear beside a flying thunder god kunai, buried beneath the outpost's ground. This was a border coordinate left from the time of the 3rd Great Ninja War. It was still over 20 li from the position where Cloud had crossed the border. The station ninja, seeing the two, hurried forward to salute, 4th Lord. His gaze then swept over Binjian's ice crystal right arm, which exuded a piercing chill, and his breath briefly halted. Yet he forcibly suppressed his shock, preparing to report. Minato raised his hand to indicate he need not repeat, quickly spreading out a border map. 3 Cloud reconnaissance squads have already crossed the border. The foremost is 7 li from the national boundary line. The border garrison is contracting on the periphery, for now not alerting them. Bing Yan scanned the map, committing to memory the 3 locations where enemy traces were last detected. You return to Leaf. Minato looked at his ice crystal right arm. I can stay to provide backup. The Hokage disappearing from the village is precisely the answer Cloud most desires. Bing Yan took the kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god technique and tucked it into his sleeve. A few stray dogs crossing the border hardly require 2 people from Leaf to deploy. Minato did not argue. He had to remain at the Hokage's office to prevent the outside world from gauging his true injuries. The village's reconstruction and Kushina's treatment also required his immediate attention. Don't chase into the land of lightning, Minato reminded. Depends on how fast they run. Bing Yan left these words behind, and his figure had already vanished into the dense forest. Minato watched the treetops swiftly frosting over along the path, a twitch at his temple. He suddenly felt that his earlier reminder had probably been premature. Deep within the northern forest, several Cloud ninja moved swiftly along the canopy. They did not deliberately conceal the scorch marks left by lightning-released chakra, strengthening their bodies. The Cloud Jonin beside him lowered his voice to report. The northern Leaf garrison is still contracting, only 2 temporary patrols. The 3 reconnaissance squads were spaced several li apart, each controlling 1 retreat route. Along the way, they had set up disposable communication arrays, explosive tag traps, and lava-release rubber barriers. Once encountering Leaf forces, they would alternate covering fire, delay time, then destroy all traces. Regardless of how much intelligence was obtained within half an hour at the latest, all cross-border personnel must withdraw back to the land of lightning. North of the border line, inside a temporary command point shielded by rock layers, Dodo pressed his palm onto the sensing array. 3 faint points of lightning light were slowly advancing within the array plate. The Cloud Jonin beside him lowered his voice to report. The northern Leaf garrison is still contracting. Only 2 temporary patrol squads were encountered along the way. No trace of the 4th Hokage found. Wait further. Dodo stared at the array plate. Could Minato still personally rush to the border? Could Leaf quickly organize a formation-level counterattack? Would this ninja village, just severely wounded by the Nine-Tails, dare to retaliate immediately when facing Cloud's border crossing? These three answers were worth taking a risk. Suddenly, a white light particle lit up at the edge of the array plate. An extremely cold chakra slammed directly into the outermost sensing range. Only a single person. Dodo stared at the isolated light point, identify them. The sensing ninja's hands flashed through seals, and after a moment he immediately looked up. No standard Leaf forehead protector worn. Chakra nature extreme cold. Target is advancing along the direction of the first reconnaissance squad extremely fast. Coming alone and not mobilizing the border garrison. Dodo quickly assessed the available intelligence. Perhaps Leaf's high command was unwilling to escalate the conflict, preparing to first use a single combatant to intimidate, but it could not be ruled out that the newcomer possessed the strength to single-handedly intercept the reconnaissance squad. Dodo did not bet on the former possibility. He immediately decided to have the first squad come forward to verify, while the other two squads would retreat at once. Have the first squad reveal themselves and negotiate according to the accidental border crossing contingency plan. Second squad, third squad cease advance and retreat immediately. The orders were quickly transmitted via the underground communication array. At the same time, Bing Yan stopped before an ancient tree scorched black by lightning. He glanced at the scorch marks on the bark, then pressed his hand against the tree's roots. Cold air silently seeped into the soil. Deep underground, a communication array disk, yet to be activated soon, had its outline traced by frost patterns. Cloud had deliberately left lightning release marks on the trunks to bait pursuers to follow the trail. This array disk hidden underground was the true path. Binjian's 5 fingers slightly contracted. The chakra circuits within the array disk were forcibly illuminated by the extreme cold. The invisible communication lines that should have been hidden underground then extended in 3 directions within his perception. 3 fully staffed reconnaissance squads. 3 independent retreat routes. Supply points for several days, and the command node outside the country coordinating everything. The Cloud Captain's entire body was wreathed in electric arcs, his right arm turning into a blinding lightning blade aiming straight for Binjian's throat. 4 Cloud Ninja actively landed in a clearing in the forest. The leading Cloud Captain took out a document stamped with a seal. We are pursuing a rogue ninja. During the pursuit, we inadvertently crossed into the Fire Country border. He unfolded the document, his tone restrained. Please notify the Leaf border garrison. Cloud is willing to explain the situation in accordance with diplomatic procedures and immediately withdraw. Bingyan did not even glance at the paper. Pursuing a single rogue ninja requires 3 full reconnaissance squads. The Cloud Captain's fingers holding the document stiffened. Bingyan continued, his tone icy. 3 retreat routes, several rubber barriers, explosive tags buried underground. Outside the border, someone is coordinating your actions. The rogue ninja you're chasing has quite the entourage. The Cloud Captain's left hand, hidden in his sleeve, suddenly clenched. They had entered the Fire Country less than half an hour ago. The most concealed communication node had not yet been activated. Yet this person had laid bare the entire Vanguard force's hand. You must be mistaken. The captain stepped forward half a pace, his hidden hand completing the final seal. The document bears the Rikagesima's insignia. Lightning light suddenly. The Cloud Captain's entire body was wreathed in electric arcs, his right arm turning into a blinding lightning blade aiming straight for Binjian's throat. This strike was not meant to kill. If he could force Bingyan back, the 3 members behind him could release smoke screens and disruption jutsu, buying time for the other 2 squads to withdraw. The lightning blade stopped before his fingertip. No hand seals, no defensive jutsu. That slender finger simply tapped lightly onto the lightning light, and the violent lightning released chakra enough to pierce steel was abruptly severed from flowing. Impossible. The high-speed activity of lightning release was forcibly frozen solid. The captain's pupils violently contracted, his eyes filled with shock. He decisively abandoned the assault, attempting to draw his blade and retreat, only to find his entire right arm had completely lost sensation. Dark blue cold air surged upstream along the dancing electric arcs, first freezing the palm, then forcibly invading the chakra meridians operating at high speed within the arm. The lightning covering his entire body instantly solidified. Sharp ice climbed from the arm all the way to the shoulder, sealing him into an ice sculpture frozen in the posture of a thrust. One cloud ninja, suppressing his terror, turned to lunge for the underground communication array, trying to alert the other two squads, but his back slammed heavily into a wall of dark ice that had risen without warning. Another frantically formed hand seals attempting to detonate the explosive tags planted on the retreat route, but those ink techniques lay dead silent beneath the ice, yielding no response. Staring at the dark blue frost patterns rapidly spreading along the ground, his face turned ghastly pale, and his voice trembled. No hand seals. The cold air has completely infiltrated the underground circuits. The communication array, explosive tags, and retreat routes, all locked down by him alone. Crack! The cold air raced along the underground communication array toward three directions simultaneously. The first array disk became covered in ice. The second array disk lost its luster. The lightning release chakra inside the third array disk was frozen into fine crystals. The explosive tags buried on both sides of the retreat route had just been activated when the ink techniques stopped flowing beneath the ice. Further away, the two cloud squads that were retreating both halted in their tracks. Thick dark ice rose from the trench ahead. The forest behind rapidly closed in with extreme cold. All rubber barriers along the way were frozen solid from within their chakra nodes by the cold air. From the moment Lin Yan touched the first array disk to the complete closure of the three retreat paths, only a few breaths had passed. What Cloud had planned to accomplish in half an hour, probing and withdrawal. He had forcibly seized control of communications retreat and battlefield initiative within a few breaths. Inside the command point outside the border, over a dozen communication array disks simultaneously became coated with dark blue frost. The sensing array under Dodo's palm was forcibly severed by an invisible line of ice. The Jonin beside him spoke with a tight voice. All three retreat routes have lost contact. A span of 20 li over a dozen independent array disks, all precisely cut off by extreme cold at the same instant. Dodo stared fixedly at the array plate, his voice heavy, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He traced the faint chakra veins underground and froze all communication and traps in reverse. This is no ordinary ninjutsu. This is absolute domination of the entire battlefield's chakra network. His target from the very beginning was not the first squad. He intended to sever our entire reconnaissance system. Dodo wasted no time analyzing the opponent's identity. He immediately raised his hands to form seals. Abandon all probing objectives. All personnel retreat to the border via the shortest route. Lava release squad, follow me into the forest to provide backup. He slammed his palm onto the highest level backup summoning technique. A crimson beam of light shot out from the rock crevice, crossed the border, and soared into the night sky. Lin Yan stood beneath the frost-covered ancient tree. His gaze pierced through the dense forest, landing to the north. Cloud's commander had finally been forced out of the shadows. The cold air in the forest suddenly expanded. Thick ice ridges rose along valleys, trenches, and tree roots. All terrain that allowed rapid passage was sealed off one by one. The retreat network Cloud had spent days establishing was transformed by his will into a massive ice prison. On the other side of the border, the girl standing on the rock platform raised her head. The crimson signal entered her sight. Dodo's command before departing still echoed in her ears. Before the highest level retreat signal appeared, she must not set foot in the fire country. Now that the signal had risen, it also meant Dodo permitted her to cross the border for backup. The highest level retreat signal. Yujito Ni clenched her teeth, disbelief in her eyes. That's the trump card, deployed only when facing a cage-level enemy and facing annihilation. Ahead are three elite reconnaissance squads. What kind of monster did they encounter that they couldn't even delay for a moment? Scorching blue chakra surged from Yujito Ni's body. In the next moment, clad in a burning two-tails cloak, she crossed the border. She charged straight into the forest that had been completely sealed by frost. Wrapped in azure-tailed beast chakra, the two Yomu were darting swiftly through the forest. She swung her claws, tearing apart the pale white ice crystals that blocked her path. Just as she was about to press deeper, a thick, viscous black rubber wall abruptly rose from the ground ahead. Stop! Tudai strode out from behind the barrier, followed by two support squads. Yomu-rin forced herself to halt, her claws gouging deep furrows into the earth. The highest level signal has been sent. I'm in charge of the extraction. Take the wounded and retreat at full speed across the border. Without giving her a chance to argue, Tadai turned to survey the battlefield, which had been shattered by the jagged ice ridges. The remaining Kumogakure shinobi were rapidly converging from all directions. They moved swiftly, their formation perfectly intact. Yet whenever a squad was about to step onto the planned route, deep blue ice would erupt without warning, completely sealing off their escape. The white-clad man had not even shown himself, yet the entire forest had already become his frozen hunting ground. Tudai's hands blurred through hand signs, and his chakra erupted violently. Melt, release, protective membrane wall. Viscous black rubber gushed from the ground, climbing rapidly at an angle ahead. The first wall tilted to the left. The second wall deflected to the right. The third was driven deep into the earth, locking tightly with the curved trench. The fourth was covered with elastic grooves that could absorb impact. The fifth wall slammed shut in front of Tudai, protecting the retreat formation and the two sealing jonin at its core. The 5 layers of defense were staggered and seamlessly integrated. No matter which layer was struck by a frontal attack, the violent force would be channeled into the ground by the rubber's extreme elasticity and the angled design. Lightning release, shinobi withdraw in groups with intervals of 10 breaths. No simultaneous hand signs. Earth release squad, continue digging curved trenches to the north. Sealing squad, immediately relocate the formation core. Tudai's orders came in rapid succession, and the scattered Kumogakure remnants, fractured by the extreme cold, quickly steadied themselves. Yomu-rin watched Tudai standing before the 5th wall, then turned to head toward the wounded. He'll stay and help you. Take the wounded and go. But he can freeze the entire forest. That's exactly why. You're staying here won't change the outcome of this battle. Tudai's gaze was piercing. Kumogakure has already lost its intelligence advantage. The top priority now is to bring the living intelligence back to the village. Carry out the order. Yomu-rin's chest heaved violently, but she finally gritted her teeth and hoisted a severely wounded comrade onto her back. At that moment, a steady footstep echoed through the dead silent forest. Bing-yin, clad in white, walked calmly out from between 2 towering pillars of azure ice. He casually brushed the frost from his sleeve, casting a fleeting glance at the layered rubber walls, then sweeping his gaze over the Kumogakure shinobi, who were retreating in an orderly fashion. Not a single one panicked. Tudai, moreover, had not placed his hopes on a single layer of defense. Deflection through angled surfaces, absorption through elasticity, curved retreat routes, staggered hand signs, and finally the ultimate transfer via the sealing array. In just a few breaths, this Kumogakure strategist had devised a nearly perfect tactical deployment against Binjian's domain-type ice release. Bing-yin. Tudai stared at that face, his voice low and ominous. At the end of the 3rd Shinobi World War, Kumogakure had received a top-secret dossier on a high-risk shinobi from Konoha, a man who single-handedly had frozen the entire northwestern supply line, forcing several Kumogakure units to detour hundreds of miles. The man in that dossier, described as a monster, now stood alive before him. The jonin beside Tudai's knuckles turned white as he gripped his sword. The monster who cut off the northwestern supply line alone in the 3rd war. Didn't the intelligence say he was crippled by bloodline backlash? Since you recognize me, Bing-yin slowly raised his ice crystal right hand. Azure cold gathered around his fingertips. Then you should know that from the moment I appear, no one leaves with intelligence. Tudai's eyes turned icy. The first rubber wall began to vibrate at high frequency, its thick surface undulating like waves. The layers behind it rapidly adjusted their angles. The 2 sealing jonin exerted their full strength, forcibly pulling the retreat formation core from the ground, preparing to shift it northward. Bing-yin spread his palm flat. A deep blue sphere of chakra suddenly condensed, emitting a piercing shriek. The extreme cold was locked tightly within the core. Instead of expanding outward, the sphere shrank under terrifying compression, finally stretching into a condensed, deadly spiral ice spear radiating destruction. Sensing that compressed chakra, Tudai's cold, hard face finally changed color, and he clenched his fists. In Kumogakure's old intelligence, Bing-yin was most skilled in domain-type ice release that could freeze entire battlefields. He abandoned domain coverage and forcibly compressed the extreme cold into a single point. Tudai stared at the ice spear, a storm rising in his. This killing move, just born in Konoha's underground testing ground, had chosen the 5-layered absolute defense constructed by Kumogakure with all their might as its first whetstone on the battlefield. Change the wall's vibration frequency. Tudai roared. Sealing squad, move the formation core now. The 5 walls simultaneously erupted in violent tremors. Tudai pressed both hands against the 5th layer, pouring his chakra, without reserve, ready to replenish the melt release the moment the wall was breached. Binjian's expression was indifferent. His gaze passed over the 5 walls, already locked onto the retreat formation core, shifting behind them, and then he raised his hand and pushed forward. Ice release, spiral piercing spear. The azure ice spear left his hand. There was no overwhelming wave of cold, no blast wave sweeping in all directions. It transformed into a streak of azure light along an absolutely straight axis, directly striking the first protective wall. The extreme frost concentrated on a contact point the size of a thumb. The originally tough rubber was instantly frozen brittle, its surface unable to even dent inward to absorb the force before the spiral ice spear pierced straight through. The ice spear did not slow, accurately hitting the 2nd layer angled in the opposite direction. The wall tried to channel the force into the ground, but the spiral ice spear released no trace of dispersible residual energy. All the rotation and cold were concentrated on the same axis, overwhelmingly domineering. Tudai watched helplessly as the first 2 layers of defense were torn like paper, his hands pressing desperately against the last layer. The ice spear plunged straight into the frozen earth, precisely piercing the 3rd layer's hidden load-bearing node underground, freezing the rubber skeleton connecting the trench into powder. Next, the elastic grooves on the 4th layer's surface had just begun to contract when a smooth mirror-like hole appeared behind the 5th wall. Tudai's hands snapped together. Molten rubber surged from both sides of the hole, trying to force the passage shut. Yet the ice spear flashed along the same original axis, piercing through the new rubber and the wall alike. Tudai twisted his head to a biting mist of cold screamed past his cheek, directly crossing the 5th wall and slamming into the retreat formation core that was still moving. The Kumogakure Jonin carrying the core didn't even have time to scream before the ice spear punched through his chest. The spattering blood before it could even spray was instantly frozen into a crimson ice cluster, and his life was severed in that moment. The other sealing shinobi desperately twisted sideways, but both arms were completely frozen by the overflowing cold. The chakra surging within his body solidified along the meridians, his fingers stiff as iron, unable to form a single seal. The spatial technique pattern in the center of the retreat formation had only half illuminated when it was sealed by deep blue ice. Crack! The entire formation disk, crushed by the extreme cold, shattered from the center. The 5 walls didn't hold for even a single breath. A Kumogakure lightning release shinobi took a step back, his voice tight. The elastic deflection was useless. His technique never dispersed force to the sides from the start. Yomu-rin stared at the frozen formation, gritting her teeth in a low growl. The core is destroyed. The wounded can't be evacuated as a unit anymore. If he keeps sealing us off, everyone will be trapped here. Tudai's hands pressed against the wall slid down weakly. He slowly turned his head. The 5 protective walls still stood in place, their surfaces showing no large-scale damage. But in the exact center of the 5 walls, there was a single smooth channel that ran straight through from beginning to end. His tactical judgment had not been wrong. The defensive arrangement was also near perfect. Yet all of this was based on Kumogakure's outdated intelligence. Tudai looked at the azure channel radiating freezing cold. He raised his hand to stop the melt-release squad from continuing to reinforce the defense. Everyone stop. The Jonin beside him turned sharply, disbelief on his face. Tudai-izuma. The old dossier is obsolete. Tudai's gaze locked onto Binjian's, slowly lowering right hand, his voice hoarse. He can not only freeze a wide area but also compress the destructive power to a single point. If we continue to fight based on that intelligence, everyone will die even faster. All the tactics that Kumogakure had painstakingly devised against domain-type ice release were shattered in a single line by this newly born technique in the most domineering way. In the distance, Yomu-rin knew that conventional tactics were meaningless. She decisively set down the heavily wounded comrade on her back in a safe corner. The last organized retreat route had been destroyed. If they continued to retreat on foot through this frozen forest, the severely wounded would only be hunted down one by one. She turned around, her steps heavy, and once again stood between Bing Yan and the Kumogakure remnants. Tudai roared, "Yomu, run, retreat, immediately." But the girl did not take a step back. The blistering blue chakra on her body suddenly expanded. A second wild tail of chakra erupted behind her. Deep within the seal, the azure beast that had been watching coldly slowly raised its ferocious head, provoked by the extreme cold. A wave of scorching heat swept through the forest, trying to dispel the biting chill. Bing Yan watched the rising blue-tailed beast chakra, letting the violent heat wave wash over him, yet it could not melt even a single grain of frost within 3 feet of him. There was not a trace of ripple in his eyes. This is barely worth looking at. A wisp of azure frost dust gathered at his fingertips. Again, his tone as flat, as if stating a trivial matter, and even the rhythm of his steps did not change. "They'll leave you your corpses. I can lend you more chakra." From the depths of the seal, the two tails stared at the white-robed man ahead through Yujito's eyes, its voice low and rumbling. "But that man can directly freeze the flow of chakra. Don't let his cold aura linger on your coat for too long." Yujito fixed her gaze on Bing Yan ahead, slammed both hands heavily against the ground, and the two blue tails behind her swept across the forest floor in a sudden arc, shattering several ice walls on the flank simultaneously. In the next instant, scorching-tailed beast chakra surged through her claws, transforming into vast sheets of dark blue flame that rampaged violently toward both sides of the forest. She had never hoped to defeat Bing Yan. As long as she forced him to divert power to stop the fire, the wounded could dash toward the border through the shattered ice walls. "Everyone go." Tudai seized the opportunity and immediately directed the remnants to retreat northward. He remained at Yujito's flank, his eyes locked on Bing Yan, ready to issue new commands at any moment. The blue flames soared above the treetops, yet to fall. Bing Yan raised his right hand, and a wisp of azure cold pierced precisely into the forefront of the flames. The two tails' blue flame sustained its form through tailed beast chakra. The extreme cold spread backward along the chakra, flowing within, first sealing the core of the flame, then expanding simultaneously through every branch of the flow. The raging blue flames in the sky instantly lost their motion. They transformed into clusters of dark blue ice crystals that maintained the shape of burning fire, falling one after another from midair, crashing heavily before the Yunin remnants. The escape route just cleared by the tails was soon blocked again by piled ice crystals. "The path is blocked again." A Yunin shinobi carrying a wounded comrade felt his legs weaken, his voice trembling. "He can even freeze intangible tailed beast flames." Tudai, witnessing this, immediately changed tactics and roared, "Stop using ranged flames. He's freezing the tailed beast chakra that sustains the fire." Yujito stomped hard, and the frozen ground collapsed with a boom. Wrapped in the two tails' shroud, her figure turned into a blue blur, dashing through the ice crystals at high speed. She no longer released flames, her claws carrying a sharp screech that tore the air, struck directly at Bing Yan's chest. Bing Yan sidestepped slightly to avoid the blow. The claws grazed his white robe, leaving 5 trails of scorching blue chakra in the air. Yujito's attack missed, and her two tails immediately lashed at him from both sides with ferocious force. Bing Yan deliberately raised his right arm, letting the left tail slam into his ice crystal arm, producing a dull boom. He shifted only half a step, allowing the other tail to brush past him. In this intentional contact, the first faint frost pattern quietly appeared on the surface of his coat. Using the rebound from the tails, Yujito spun low across the ground, her claws slicing continuously at Bing Yan's waist and knees. Her speed was extreme. Every change of direction deliberately avoided the spots where cold had been left earlier. Bing Yan's range of movement never exceeded a few dozen yards. Raising his hand, turning, stepping aside. No matter how Yujito accelerated and changed direction, he calmly evaded the attacks at the very last moment, never bothering to chase the fast-moving blue blur. And every brief clash left an extremely faint frost pattern on the leaking-tailed beast chakra. Tudai soon noticed the anomaly. He stared at the connected frost patterns, clenching his fist abruptly. He deliberately didn't counterattack just now. Each contact was marking the nodes of chakra flow. Yujito, don't get close anymore. Release the shroud immediately. Yujito also sensed the tailed beast chakra slowing down. But the wounded behind her still hadn't escaped the frozen area. She gritted her teeth and desperately increased chakra output regardless of the consequences. The blue flames on her body became denser, causing the previously scattered frost patterns to glow. 1/5/12. They connected along the chakra circulation of the two-tailed shroud, reconstructing all the trajectories from Yujito's high-speed turns into a deadly ice web in midair. Bing Yan looked at her. Too late to realize now. The frost patterns contracted sharply. Yujito's right arm had just lifted when the tailed beast chakra covering her elbow and shoulder was forcibly frozen. She twisted her waist, sharply swinging her tails, trying to break free. But the cold had already advanced along the two tails, approaching the outer layer of the seal fiercely. From the depths of the seal, the two tails let out a deafening, furious roar. Release the chakra channel. An even greater surge of tailed beast chakra burst out of the seal. A massive blue claw forced open the ice layer, and a semi-materialized cat-like silhouette rapidly expanded in the forest. Thick limbs crushed large tracts of frozen ground, while two giant tails swept away the trees on both sides. Though Yujito's consciousness remained clear, she stood on the brink of losing control, barely managing to place the massive half-tail's transformation in front of the wounded. The giant cat opened its enormous mouth. Crimson and deep blue chakra of extremely high density began to converge rapidly into its jaws. A tailed beast ball, still unstable in its nascent form, slowly compressed amid a piercing roar, radiating a devastating pressure. Tudai's face changed drastically as he shouted, "Yujito, stop. You can't control the aftermath of the tailed beast ball now." The two tails showed no sign of stopping. Bing Yan could freeze tailed beast chakra. Only by completing the compression of the tailed beast ball could there be a chance to tear open this death zone with the explosive impact. Bing Yan stood before the giant cat, looking up at the ever-condensing chakra sphere. The frost patterns left on the coat earlier had expanded along with the half-tail's transformation. They accurately marked the major nodes of the two tails' limbs, tails, and core circulation. He raised his foot and stomped down heavily. Boom. Four towering crystal ice ridges rose simultaneously from the battlefield. The ridges interlaced, and thick ice veins burst violently from the frozen ground, locking the giant cat's limbs and two tails firmly. The two tails roared, straining to lift its body, its massive chakra fiercely impacting the crystal ice. Cracks appeared on the ridge's surfaces, but it could not break free by even a hair. Bing Yan stepped onto a rising ice pillar and in a few bounds reached the top of the giant cat's head. His crystalline ice right hand pressed mercilessly against the two tails' forehead. "I've frozen the nine tails before." Bing Yan looked down at the angry heterochromatic eyes, slowly closing his fingers. "What number are you?" A vast surge of extreme cold flooded in. The cold did not attack the core of Yujito's seal within her body, but advanced simultaneously along the circulation nodes of the outer tailed beast chakra. The chakra channels connecting the limbs, tails, and head were completely frozen section by section. The tailed beast ball in the two tails' mouth immediately lost its supply. The crimson and deep blue chakra trembled violently, then was forcibly crushed into a cloud of ice dust under Bing Yan's palm. Not even a ripple of explosion remained. The nearby Yunin Jonin's hand holding his blade froze in midair, his eyes filled with horror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. A strategic level tailed beast ball didn't even have a chance to explode, erased with a single hand. Tudai stared at that ice crystal right hand, a deep sense of helplessness rising in his heart. That man had not only crushed the tailed beast ball, but also frozen the violent nature transformation of the tailed beast chakra. The massive blue giant cat suddenly froze in place. The semi-materialized body covering the forest began to shrink rapidly from the limbs forcibly pressed back into Yujito's body by the extreme cold layer by layer. The two tails tried to send chakra from other nodes, but every flow collided with the frost patterns left in advance. The crimson and deep blue chakra trembled violently, then was forcibly crushed into a cloud of ice dust under Bing Yan's palm. Not even a ripple of explosion remained. Bing Yan pressed his palm down again. Boom. The giant cat's massive head was slammed directly onto the hard crystal ice, letting out a despairing cry. The remnants of the half-Dale's transformation collapsed. Yujito lost support and fell helplessly from midair. For azure crystal ice locks bound her hands and feet, and the remaining two-tails chakra on the outer layer of the seal was also pressed back into her body by the cold. The young girl's eyes were closed. She had fallen unconscious. Tudai's hand reaching for his ninja tool pouch stiffened. He stared at Yujito lying in the ice and found her breathing still steady. While forcibly freezing the tailed beast chakra and crushing the tailed beast ball with one hand, Bing Yan had precisely avoided all of Yujito's vital points. He didn't even use the lethal technique that pierced the 5 barriers just now, nor did he let the ice domain fully descend. Tudai's voice was bitter and his hand, which had been reaching for his ninja tool pouch, slowly dropped. While suppressing the two tails, he could still avoid Yujito's seal core and all vital points. Killing her would have been effortless. He left her alive only to show us absolute control. Bing Yan landed beside Yujito, and ice chains rose from the ground, firmly binding the crystal ice around the outer sides of her limbs. The azure chains dragged across the frozen soil with a grating screech. Like a death god patrolling his domain, he dragged the unconscious two-tails Jinchuriki, stepping over the frost, advancing step by step toward Tudai. The remnants behind Tudai had no way to retreat. Several Yunin shinobi stopped backing away, shielded the wounded into the center of the formation, and silently gripped their weapons again. Tudai took a deep breath and stepped sideways to block everyone's path. Everyone form a formation and fight to the death. Behind the crowd, the temporary Yun-in command node connected to the evacuation passage beneath the northern mountain. Tudai pressed the violent chakra heavily into the underground node through his palm. The lightning release energy storage array buried deep within the mountain lit up with blinding electric arcs. He had never intended to let everyone die with him. As long as both the command node and the underground passage collapsed simultaneously, the entire mountain would cave in toward the side of the Hui country. He would use lava release to protect the wounded, letting the remnants take Yomurin away amidst the chaos. He himself would stay behind to cover the retreat. Just as the lightning light spread half a foot along the underground technique, a dense sound of freezing came from deep underground. Tudai's arm pressed against the ground suddenly stiffened. The extreme cold chakra flowed upstream along the lightning release energy storage array. The energy core, the detonating paper, fuses the conduction nodes. The violent lightning attribute chakra that was about to run out of control was forcibly halted, frozen together with the rock layers into silent ice. The cold air did not diminish following Tudai's palm that was pressed against the ground, directly invading the meridians of his arm. Lava release protective membrane wall. Tudai let out a low growl, forcibly withdrawing his right hand that had lost sensation, his eyes full of horror. Even the invisible underground conduction network can be frozen in reverse. Under the crisis of life and death, ignoring the sharp pain in his right arm, he formed seals with one hand at lightning speed. Thick, viscous black rubber surged out from in front of him, transforming into an extremely elastic, heavy protective wall. He stood behind the protective wall and barked orders to the remnants. Take Yomurin and leave. A few Yunin ninjas had just rushed out a few steps when the azure frost patterns had already bypassed the thick rubber wall. 2 chilling ice rings rose from the frozen ground, firmly locking Tudai's knees and waist. The cold air precisely pierced several major acupoints on his body. Tudai's hands maintained the seal-forming posture, his mind clear, but his body had completely lost the ability to move. Bing Yan, dressed in white, walked out from the side of the protective membrane wall, as if strolling in a courtyard. The absolute defense that Tudai had placed all his hopes on seemed to him as if it did not exist at all. The ice chains dragged behind him made crisp sounds as they scraped against the frost-covered ground. A Yunin Jonin responsible for support, seeing Tudai frozen in his seal, trembled violently as he gripped his sword. He instinctively retreated half a step, his courage to even go forward and rescue completely extinguished by that chilling cold, and he could only watch helplessly as the white-clad death god approached. Tudai stared intently at the unconscious Yomurin being dragged behind by the chains, gritted his teeth, and spoke. What do you want? He attempted to use his final bargaining chip to gain a glimmer of hope. I can hand over to you the list of all Yunin personnel who crossed the border, the operation documents, and the contact codes. Return the Jinchuriki to Yunin. Bing Yan stopped 3 steps away from him. When Two Dai said these words, he had already prepared himself to be rejected. The Two Tails was Yunin's strategic nuclear weapon for standing in the ninja world. Any hostile ninja village that obtained such a hostage would treat it as an absolute bargaining chip to sway the war situation and extort resources. Bing Yan didn't even raise his eyelids. Casually, he flicked his palm outward. The azure ice chains detached from his fingertip. The unconscious Yomurin, along with the thick, dark ice locking her limbs, traced an arc through the air and crashed directly at Two Dai's feet. A Yunin Jonin beside him stared at the dark ice on the ground, his throat tight. The sealing squad didn't reinforce it, and the chakra limiters are useless. He just returned the Two Tails to us like this. A few Yunin ninjas around instinctively wanted to step forward to assist, but they froze under Bing Yan's cold gaze. Only at this moment did they truly realize that Bing Yan dared to return Yomurin because he simply did not care whether the Two Tails would go berserk again. Two Dai suddenly raised his head. You are willing to let her go. If the Jinchuriki remains in Muyi, it would only be worth a full-scale war that would make Yunin go to any lengths to retrieve the Two Tails. Bing Yan did not look at Yomurin on the ground. He walked straight past Two Dai toward the command node frozen under the ice. Letting her return alive is worth Yunin withdrawing from the northern border of the Hua country. Two Dai's pupils contracted sharply. Bing Yan walked to the command node, casually lifted his 5 fingers upward toward the ground. Crack! Accompanied by the loud sound of frozen earth cracking, one after another communication arrays, secret mission scrolls, and cross-border reconnaissance maps emerged from the ground, perfectly preserved in transparent ice blocks. None of the core evidence that Two Dai had racked his brains to destroy escaped. The last bargaining chip he thought he could use for negotiation was effortlessly taken by Bing Yan from afar, leaving not even a sliver of room for negotiation. Bing Yan's fingertips moved again. The Yunin standard ninja tool boxes, spare headbands, and large quantities of lava release materials scattered in the forest emerged one after another, neatly piled beside the command node. These irrefutable proofs were enough to turn Yunin's diplomatic excuse of accidentally crossing the border into a complete joke. Bing Yan took out a sealing scroll from his sleeve, casually rolled it up, and collected all the frozen evidence on the scene. Then he walked back to Yomurin's side and pressed his crystalline right hand against the outer layer of the tailed beast seal on the girl's abdomen. A circle of light blue frost patterns formed under his fingertips. The frost seal did not touch the inner Two Tails seal core, it precisely connected with the overflowing Two Tails chakra network. At the same time, all the frost pattern nodes left by Bing Yan during the earlier battle in the northern forest resonated and flickered together. Countless azure light dots rapidly connected along several underground evacuation routes and border gaps. On the northern border of the Hua country, they forcibly wove an invisible absolute frost line. Two Dai stared intently at the faintly glowing frost seal on Yomurin's abdomen, his voice heavy. What did you do to her? Left a doorbell. Bing Yan withdrew his hand, his tone calm. As long as she dares to cross this frost line in the future, the mark inside her will immediately respond. As long as she dares to release a large amount of Two Tails chakra on the northern border of the Hua country, this frost seal will freeze her tailed beast cloak from the inside at the very first moment. Bing Yan looked down at Two Dai from above, his eyes filled with absolute confidence and cruelty. After you return to Yunin, you can try to have the village's sealing squad dismantle it. Just taking the Two Tails Jinchuriki's life as the cost of trial and error. Two Dai's face turned extreme. He stared intently at the faintly glowing light blue frost pattern, his fingers digging into his palm, cold sweat dripping. It bypasses the Jinchuriki's seal core and directly attaches to the outer network of the tailed beast chakra. If the village's sealing squad gets one node wrong during removal, the tailed beast chakra will directly run out of control and go berserk inside Yomurin. Bing Yan ignored him and casually raised his right arm outward. The thick ice wall ahead leading toward the lake country slowly split open to both sides. In the center of the frozen death forest, it actively yielded a passage wide enough for only a few people to walk side by side. The other directions remained firmly sealed by towering azure dark ice. Take her and get out. Two Dai stood still, his eyes bloodshot. You severely wounded the reconnaissance elites. We sent, confiscated all the cross-border evidence, and planted this high-risk technique on the Jinchuriki. Lord Laying will never accept such a humiliating outcome. He will accept. Bing Yan looked down at this Yun-in strategist, his cold voice like an icy judgment. Because you will tell AI everything that happened here today along with the fear in your hearts without missing a single word. Go tell your Raikage that Minato Namikaze is willing to abide by your rules and yield ground only because he sits in the position of the fourth Hokage. I am different. Bing Yan raised his ice crystal right hand, pointing far to the north. The frozen passage he had forcibly carved out ran straight through to the borderline. On both sides of the passage, the hidden nodes, standard-issue ninja tools, and logistical supplies exposed along the route of this cross-border operation were all left within the land of fire, transformed into trophies beneath the ice. 3 elite reconnaissance squads, 5 layers of defensive barriers, and even a 2 tails. You staked all the cards you had, yet couldn't even protect your own retreat. Tell her that if the Cloud Ninja Army dares to cross this border by even half a step next time, I will follow this road all the way north and personally knock down the gates of Cloud Hidden Village. Beside him, a Cloud Jonin's hand holding his sword went limp. The blade struck the ice with a crisp. He lowered his head, having completely lost the courage to meet Bing Yan's gaze. Tudai stared at the ice channel running straight north, swallowing the bloody taste in his throat. He understood very well that because Minato took the overall situation into account, Cloud dared to probe repeatedly. But this man before him truly possessed the terrifying power to single-handedly slaughter through the Cloud Lightning Gorge. Bing Yan released his 5 fingers. The thick, heavy ice that had frozen Tudai's legs and waist shattered into fine ice shards on the spot. The cold energy that had sealed his main chakra points still lingered, preventing him from refining chakra for a short time, but enough to support his walking. Tudai stood frozen in place for several breaths, staring at Bing Yan's utterly calm eyes. He knew deep down that this man was not bluffing at all. He truly dared to single-handedly slaughter through the Cloud Lightning Gorge. Without a word, he bent down and hoisted the unconscious Yujito onto his back. Let's go. Tudai's voice was hoarse as he gave the order to the remnants. No one looked back. The surviving Cloud Ninja, supporting their severely wounded comrades, limped northward along the only open passage. From beginning to end, not a single person dared to glance back at the white-clad death god. Bing Yan stood quietly in the frost and snow, watching the last Cloud Ninja cross the border. Only when he was certain that all invaders had left did he withdraw his gaze and turn to walk deeper into the forest. He did not immediately return to Konoha. As early as when the border hunt began, he had sensed a chilling aura deep beneath the ground that did not belong to any human. Before Cloud retreated, he had not disturbed it, lest this hidden underground give an early warning. Now that the battle was settled, that aura began to flee into the distance. Bing Yan walked up to an ancient tree, raised his foot, and stomped down heavily. Boom. The towering ancient tree, already brittle from extreme cold, together with its tangled thick roots underground, shattered into ice debris in an instant. The cold energy pierced through the broken roots into the rock layer, pinning the chilling chakra firmly. The next moment, a section of pale humanoid flesh was torn from its main body by the ice and left in the deepest part of the roots. Deeper in the underground rock layer, the white Zetsu clone, having sacrificed half its body to survive, fled at top speed using the mayfly technique. The white Zetsu clone desperately tunneled through the rock. Namikaze Bing Yan not only possessed power that crushed tailed beasts, but could even precisely track the mayfly technique moving through the earth. This intel must be sent back to the Kamui space immediately. He found you. In the dim stone cave, Obito stood with his back to the incomplete white Zetsu. White Zetsu's half-body had not yet recovered. The severed edges still held residual freezing chakra. Every time its vigorous life force tried to regenerate, the ice crystals embedded in the tissue would freeze it again. He noticed me very early on. White Zetsu slowly sank into the ground, revealing only half a face. He ignored me the whole time. Only after Cloud retreated did he cut off my escape route. The frozen part of my body was taken by him. Obito was silent for a moment. He turned around the Sharingan behind his mask, showing deep wariness. The Mayfly technique could merge with the earth, even evading the Ninetales malice detection. Yet Bing Yin could precisely lock onto White Zetsu's main body, and even forcibly sever this body cultivated from the demonic statue of the outer path. What made Obito even more cautious was that Bing Yin had sensed White Zetsu's presence early on, yet waited until the border battle was completely over to act. From Cloud to White Zetsu, the entire battlefield was under his control. Withdraw all surveillance units within the Land of Fire that are at risk of exposure. Obito lowered his voice, giving an order for full contraction. Retain long-range observation and already planted spores. Do not proactively test Namikaze Bing Yin anymore. White Zetsu grinned. Even you find him troublesome. His power exceeds conventional ninjutsu understanding. Obito spoke coldly. Until we figure out the true nature of his freezing chakra, any approach to him is equivalent to suicide. 2 days later, Konoha Hokage building. Bing Yin tossed the sealing scroll onto the office desk. Minato unsealed the first layer. More than a dozen communication arrays, mission orders, and cross-border maps, perfectly preserved in frozen ice, appeared one by one. Each bore the standard jutsu markings of Kumogakure. The evidence was complete enough to block all diplomatic excuses. Fugaku stared at the intact Cloud ironclad evidence, shock evident in his eyes. He single-handedly destroyed Cloud's entire reconnaissance system and brought back all their trump cards, retreat routes, and cross-border evidence. Fugaku picked up a frozen mission order, his gaze falling on the Cloud's standard markings, his voice filled with deep awe. While crushing 3 elite squads and a Jinchuriki, he could still control his power to the finest degree, extracting these fragile paper scrolls intact. This absolute mastery of chakra is unheard of. Cloud has no room to deny this time. Another transparent icebox contained a section of pale, humanoid tissue. Fugaku activated his Sharingan, observing the chaotic chakra flow inside the tissue, his tone becoming grave. This thing is still alive. Its vitality is abnormally vigorous, yet it can perfectly evade conventional detection. If used for infiltration, the current sensory system of Konoha would have difficulty finding it. Fugaku looked up at Bing Yin. Lord Bing Yin was able to sever it from underground, which means its vaunted stealth ability is useless against freezing. Minato opened the border record Bing Yin had brought back. 3 reconnaissance squads routed. Tudai personally entered the Land of Fire to provide backup. 5 layers of lava release were pierced. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki was suppressed, and then voluntarily released. The last line stated that Bing Yin did not pursue into the Land of Lightning. After reading, Minato let out a long breath, looked up at his elder brother, his eyes full of respect and understanding. Brother, you've beaten them until they hurt. Now it's my turn to leave them no excuse. Bing Yin pulled out a chair and sat down, his tone calm. Handle the diplomatic matters. If they refuse to accept, it'll go to Cloud Lightning Gorge again. Minato pushed the already drafted diplomatic document to the table. The document contained only 3 demands. Cloud withdraw all newly deployed forces near the border. Hand over the complete list of personnel involved in the cross-border operation. Within a specified period, provide a formal response regarding the 3 reconnaissance squads entering the Land of Fire without permission. If they refuse to respond, Konoha will make public all mission orders, base maps, and communication evidence. As for the frost seal inside Yujito, not a single word was mentioned in the document. Minato kept this card under the table. The ANBU took the official ultimatum and sent it to the Land of Lightning through the fastest channel. On the same day, Cloud Hidden Village. Tudai carried the still unconscious Yujito into the Raikib's office. The surviving advance team was stationed outside the door. He omitted no details. From the communication array being reversed by the cold energy to the 5 layers of lava release being pierced in a single line to the Two-Tails chakra being suppressed layer by layer back into the seal. Finally, Bing Yin had voluntarily opened the passage and let them leave. After listening to the entire report, he punched through the desk in front of him, with chips and scrolls scattered all over the floor. He sent Yujito back just to make you deliver a message for him. Tudai knelt on one knee among the scattered with chips, his voice hoarse. but carrying a cold. Lord Raikage Namikaze Bing Yin used only one technique to pierce through my 5 layers of lava release. When Yujito entered the partial tailed beast form, the 2 tails had already begun gathering a tailed beast ball. Namikaze Bing Yin used only one hand to cut off all the tailed beast chakra channels, leaving no chance for an explosion. Tudai raised his head, meeting the furious Raikage's gaze. He let Yujito return alive precisely to let Cloud see with its own eyes that he has the ability to deliver on this ultimatum. The lightning in his eyes flickered violently, and his raging chakra nearly tore the office apart. But Tudai did not yield an inch. Facing the Raikage's pressure, he continued word by word. Lord Raikage, our intelligence and tactics are nothing but a joke before him. If we continue to test him next time, he will definitely leave no survivors. Tudai slammed his forehead to the ground, hammering the suffocating fear before the Raikage. He will follow that frozen passage single-handedly and completely slaughter through Cloud-hidden village. Tudai nodded. He has already gathered sufficient evidence and possesses the capability to detain the Jinchuriki. Releasing them was to let us witness the disparity in its entirety. A ninja from the sealing squad knelt beside Yomu Ren, his hands withdrawing from the seal on her abdomen. Lord Raikage, the frost seal's technique structure has completely locked down the external circulation of the 2 tails chakra. If we forcibly sever any node within it, the 2 tails chakra will instantly spiral out of control, subsequently rebounding against the seal from within Yomu Ren's body. AI stared at the troop deployment order on the table, his rough palm pressed against the paper, the knuckles whitening from excessive force. The moment the Raikage seal was stamped, the border forces would immediately advance toward the land of fire. Yet the battle report Tudai had brought back lingered in his mind like a nightmare. Crushing a tailed beast ball, with one hand piercing through 5 layers of lava release in a single strike, and even daring to throw back a Jinchuriki, bearing the frost seal, as a messenger. He stared at the paper for several breaths, his chest heaving violently, then finally grabbed it, crumpled it into a ball of waste paper, and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Bing Yin had suppressed the 2 tails without disturbing the core of the Jinchuriki seal, and even dared to send her back. The so-called advantages of military strength and tailed beast deterrence had become a farce before this man. Withdraw the front line. Ace's voice was stifled and heavy. All newly deployed forces retreat to the 2nd defense line. The sealing squad will rotate to monitor Yomu Ren. No one is to touch her until the frost seal structure is understood. Tudai confirmed in a low voice. The threat level of bluffing Bing Yin. Raise it to the highest. AI turned to look out the window, gritting his teeth. Shuemin will still be restrained by the identity of the Hokage. That man cares nothing about igniting an all-out war. The underground medical area of Konoha. The frozen white tissue was transported into the highest level storage chamber. Orochimaru, separated by the barrier, pressed his pale fingers against the glass, attempting to release a thread of chakra to sense the white Zetsu tissue. However, the moment his chakra touched the edge of the tissue, a latent extreme cold surged upstream along his perception, causing his fingertip to jerk violently. Its chakra structure does not belong to a complete human, rather it closely resembles the first Hokage cell experiment subjects recorded in the Naruto. Orochimaru withdrew his stiffened finger, letting out a hoarse laugh, with profound wariness and fervor gleaming in his eyes. To precisely sever this thing from underground without damaging its core vitality, and even leave behind this enduring absolute suppression at the breach. Wolfgang Binjian's deprivation and control over chakra is nothing short of an unreasonable monster. Fugaku closed the record scroll and raised his hand to signal the sealing squad to shut the observation window. Immediately seal the sample duplicate all inspection records and submit them to the 4th Hokage for personal review. Then he cast a cold glance at Orochimaru. You are only responsible for treatment. Do not look at anything else nor ask. Inside the ward, Shuemin was holding Naruto at the bedside. The mystical ice covering Kushina's body had turned into a thin layer of frost. The sealing squad and medical ninjas were systematically removing the sustaining techniques. Bing Yan entered the room. He approached the bed and extended a finger, tapping on the last frost pattern node. The thin ice receded along Kushina's arm. Life chakra began to flow anew through the repaired meridians, forming a cycle with the Yinatured 9 tails chakra within her body. Kushina opened her eyes. She saw Shumen, then saw the swaddled Naruto. The child was sleeping soundly, his small hand clutching Shumen's haori. She raised her hand, touched Naruto's face, then grasped Shuemin. You are all here. Shuemin held her hand tightly. We are all here. Kushina paused for a moment, then her gaze shifted past Shuemin to Bing Yin at the foot of the bed. Big brother. Bing Yin nodded. Now that you're awake, don't move around. Your meridians have just been restored, and the Nine-Tails seal still needs observation. Kushina looked at Shuemin, then at Naruto. Tears rolled down the corners of her eyes into the pillow. Bing Yin frowned. You just woke up and you're crying. Are you not worried enough about the medical team? Kushina broke into a smile through her tears. You're still so annoying. Being able to scold people means you want die? Bing Yin reached out to retrieve the last frost pattern. The moment the seal array was severed, the chakra that had resumed circulation within Kushina's body briefly connected to his right hand through the frost pattern. Being a master of sealing techniques, she immediately sensed the anomaly. That arm contained no trace of the deathly aura from withered flesh and blood. The extreme cold chakra had not destroyed the body, instead it had achieved a perfect assimilation between flesh and ice, forming a self-sustaining chakra cycle. As a sealing master of the Uzumaki clan, she understood better than anyone that this was not the backlash of an out-of-control Kekkei Genkai, but rather the body achieving a higher dimensional elementalization with the power of extreme cold. The smile on Kushina's face faded, her eyes filled with disbelief. Big brother, your right hand. Shuemin also looked at the arm hidden in Bing Yin's. Bing Yin did not conceal it, he simply rolled up his sleeve. The entire crystallinized right arm was exposed under the light. Sapphire frost patterns extended from the wrist to the shoulder, and deep within the palm a trace of blue-tailed beast chakra remained unspent. Bing Yin extended his hand toward Shuemin. Give me Naruto. Shuemin handed over the swaddled infant. Bing Yin cradled Naruto with his icy. The chilling force capable of freezing a tailed beast was firmly locked within the arm, as docile as flowing water without a hint of leakage. Naruto stirred his tiny hand emerging from the cloth to grasp a crystalline finger. Bing Yin looked down at the child, his tone as flat, as if stating an insignificant fact. It was this hand that pierced through the 5 layers of lava release. It was this hand that suppressed the two tails. It was also this hand that forced the Cloud Village to retreat. The ward fell silent for a moment. Shuemin took a deep breath. Although he had long guessed that his elder brother would surely leave an unforgettable lesson for the Cloud Village, hearing the staggering feat of suppressing the two tails with one hand and repelling a nation's army still stirred a tempest in his heart. Kushina's eyes widened even further, staring blankly at that crystalline arm. Bing Yin looked at Kushina. Who told you this was a backlash? When the extreme cold reaches its zenith, the body naturally assimilates into the element. It is not crippled, on the contrary, it works better than before. Kushina sensed the chill within the ice crystal. The elementalization is still extending toward the shoulder. Can you truly control it at will? Bing Yin slightly closed his fingers. The frost patterns remaining on the ward floor walls and the ceiling array simultaneously lit up. The scattered cold air was instantly drawn away, all converging into his palm. In a mere breath, that crystallinized right arm shed its icy blue hue within the cold mist, perfectly transforming back into the form of normal flesh without a trace of abnormality. Being able to control chakra capable of freezing a tailed beast to such a degree and even freely switch between flesh and ice, that arm truly required no concern from her. Kushina slowly released the hand that was about to form a seal, her tense expression also relaxing. Once you can get out of bed, I'll let you personally examine this arm. Until then, focus on recovering your health. Bing Yin looked at Naruto, who was grasping his finger, and finally his cold, stern features softened slightly. Since I snatched you all back from the Nine-Tails, he said, from now on no one will ever take a single person away from me again. On the 3rd day after Kushina's awakening within the Hokage Tower, Namikaze Minato placed a scroll submitted by the Uchiha clan for the police force dispatch on the desk, turning his gaze toward Bing Yin, who was preparing to leave. Elder brother, the matter of your personally requesting to take Itachi as a disciple. Fugaku has already spread the word far and wide. Minato gestured to the corner of the desk, See, even the elaborate gift list for the apprenticeship ceremony has been grandly submitted to the Hokage's office. He invited all the clan elders to attend the ceremony, intending to use your deterrence to showcase to the council the deep bond between the Uchiha and the Hokage lineage. The person I specifically requested, he wouldn't dare refuse. Lin Yan casually draped a white robe over his shoulders, but he's clever enough to go with the flow and stage this spectacle, packaging the surrender of his eldest son as a political chip of the Uchiha's goodwill. He pushed open the door. As for this performance, I have no interest in playing along. By then the main gate of the Uchiha clan grounds had already been carpeted with a long red rug. The clan elders and the core members of the police force stood in 2 rows on either side. The apprenticeship tea gift list and witnessing scroll were all in place. Fugaku stood before the gate, his gaze frequently darting toward the street corner. According to the agreement, bluffing Lin Yan should have appeared from the main gate long ago, yet the street corner remained empty. Fugaku knew in his heart that since Lin Yan had agreed to come, he would not break his promise. His delay could only mean that he had no intention of walking the path Fugaku had laid out. Moments later, a police force ninja leaped down from the roof on the north side, landing on one knee. Clan leader and ice path has appeared on the outer wall of the clan grounds. Fugaku raised his head sharply. A trail of azure mystic ice, exuding a bone-chilling aura, ran along the ridge of the roof, bypassing the main gate, and extended straight toward the training ground at the rear mountain. The elders waiting in formation looked up one after another, staring at the ice mark that spanned overhead. The man they had been waiting for so long had not even entered through the main gate, but had stepped directly over everyone's heads. An Uchiha elder gripped his cane tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand, not even setting foot through the main gate. Is he trampling all the grand ceremony we Uchiha have meticulously prepared? Beside him, the police force squad leader, whose palm gripping the sword hilt was already drenched in cold sweat, lowered his voice, his tone laced with deep dread. Elder, be cautious. That is the monster who single-handedly suppressed the Nine Tails and the Cloud Shinobi. He has no need to care about our political scheming. Fugaku raised a hand to quell the clan's unrest. The ceremony is postponed. Everyone remains at the main gate. No one is to follow me into the rear mountain. With that, he turned and hurried toward the training ground. When Fugaku arrived at the training ground, the 5-year-old Itachi was standing before a wooden target, a few shuriken in his hand. Wolfgang Lin Yan, clad in white, his back to the entrance, was examining the dense cluster of impact points around the bullseye. Send all those outside away. Lin Yan spoke without turning his head. Fugaku halted at the edge of the field. Today is the formal apprenticeship. The witnesses of the clan elders can suppress many rumors. What rumors? Itachi is the clan leader's eldest son. If you take him away privately, the hardliners will inevitably suspect that he has been sent to the Hokage faction as a hostage. Lin Yan slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the faint figures visible beyond the training ground. So you set up the elders, the police force, and an entire red carpet, just to hang a 5-year-old child as the Uchiha's new banner. Fugaku did not avoid his eyes. The child of a clan leader from birth can hardly belong only to himself. As the words fell, the temperature within the training ground plummeted. Azure frost spread rapidly from beneath Lin Yan's feet, freezing the red carpet that had been laid all the way into the training ground solidly in place. Outside this door, he can be the clan leader's eldest son. Lin Yan's voice was flat. Inside my training ground, he is first a person. He raised his eyes toward the outside and uttered 2 words. Clear the area. Fugaku held his gaze for a moment, then under the invisible pressure finally raised his hand. Everyone withdraw. An obvious stir arose among those outside. An elder was about to speak, but Fugaku turned his head. Did you not understand the order? The crowd had no choice but to retreat. In the end, only Fugaku, the police force jonin in charge of recording the training protocol, and the 5-year-old Itachi remained in the training ground. That jonin stepped to the boundary line and unfurled a scroll. Lin Yan glanced at the recording jonin who had retreated beyond the boundary, then looked at the exit sealed by the mystic ice. After confirming that the chill would not cross the training ground's perimeter, he finally focused his attention back on Itachi. I heard your shuriken throwing is quite good. Itachi answered seriously, I am still practicing. A wooden target cannot kill. Bing Yan casually flicked the frost dust off his shoulder. Today we'll use one that can kill you. Boom. A precisely restrained wave of killing intent slammed down. The surrounding grass instantly flattened, and a layer of white frost formed on the surface of the wooden target. Itachi's breath hitched for a moment. Bing Yan still stood in place, not even lifting a finger. Yet that terrifying pressure gradually stiffened Itachi's muscles, making it extremely difficult for him to even hold the shuriken. Fugaku's eyes instantly turned crimson. The moment his Sharingan began to rotate, Bing Yan flicked his fingers in rapid succession. For tiny but lethal ice needles sliced through the air. The first aimed directly at Itachi's left shoulder, the second sealed off his path to dodge to the right. The third flew past Itachi, approaching the recording Jonin's neck from behind his flank, while the fourth hid within the icy mist stirred up by the front needles, shooting straight for Itachi's brow. Fugaku's hand immediately grasped the hilt of his sword. However, before the blade could leave the scabbard, both the scabbard and the ground beneath his feet were firmly locked by azure mystic ice. The piercing cold climbed up the guard, forcing him unable to take a single step. Fugaku's three-demo Sharingan spun rapidly, but his pupils abruptly contracted. He realized with horror that not only his body, but even the chakra attempting to surge within him had been forcibly halted in its meridians by that extreme cold in an instant. Even chakra flow can be frozen in an instant. Under Binjian's extreme frost suppression, this Uchiha clan leader did not even have a chance to draw his sword. If I truly wished to kill him, Bing Yan said without turning back, he would have been dead before you opened your eyes. Fugaku's arm trembled with tension. The killing intent of the 4 ice needles was real enough to take a life, yet each one had avoided Itachi's vital points. At that moment he finally understood Bing Yan was testing Itachi, and also telling him that if he rashly intervened it would only rob Itachi of the chance to make a true judgment. Faced with the threat of death, Itachi suddenly raised his arm. Clang! The first shuriken struck the ice needle at an angle, deflecting it into the nearby wooden target. He then crouched and rolled, narrowly avoiding the second ice needle that had sealed off his right side. The moment he steadied himself, Itachi noticed that the third ice needle had already passed him. The recording Jonin also sensed the chill from behind his flank, lowering his shoulder to dodge. If Itachi continued moving left, he could easily avoid the remaining attacks, but he stopped and hurled the last kunai in his hand. The kunai precisely struck the third ice needle in midair. The two scraped together, sending a spray of ice fragments brushing past the recording Jonin's shoulder before embedding themselves into the stone wall behind. Itachi thus lost his last chance to evade. The fourth ice needle, hidden in the frosty mist, had already stopped right before his brow. The cold spread against his skin. Itachi's face turned slightly pale, yet he still raised his head to stare directly at Bing Yan, without calling out to Fuyue for help. Bing Yan lightly twisted 2 fingers, and the ice needle, suspended before Itachi's brow, dissipated into frosty dust. The killing intent that had enveloped the training ground vanished with it. Itachi's legs grew weak, but he forced himself to remain standing. The Jonin tasked with recording, whose neck was pressed against the kunai embedded in the wall, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He abruptly turned to look at the pale-faced Itachi, his voice trembling with barely concealed shock. He's only 5 years old, facing a certain death situation, yet he still had the presence of mind to protect a bystander. The crimson in Fuyue's eyes slowly receded, his tense body relaxing slightly, as he gazed at Itachi with a profoundly complex expression. In the Uchiha doctrine, this was far from the optimal tactical choice, yet the child had instinctively chosen to protect a comrade. Bing Yan walked up to Itachi, his gaze sweeping over the boy's trembling right hand. Your observational skills are passable, and your shuriken fundamentals are adequate. Bing Yan delivered his assessment. Your body is too slow, and your chakra control is crude. Against a real shinobi, you wouldn't even get a second chance to strike. Itachi took note, seriously, showing no hint of delight at the earlier compliments. Bing Yan then turned to Fuyue. If he had only been thinking about passing the test, he would have safely dodged by now. He was willing to stop for someone on the sidelines. That's why I accepted him. Bing Yan pointed beyond the training ground. I take disciples, not hostages, nor Uchiha pawns to be wagered against the Hokage. I will teach him when to draw his blade, and also whom that blade should be turned against. If you still intend to mold him into a banner between the clan and the village, take him away now. Fuyue looked toward the area outside the training ground. He had meticulously prepared the elders, the ceremony, the gift list, and a political signal potent enough to echo throughout all of Konoha. Yet with a single assessment, Namikaze Bing Yan had blocked every arrangement. The one Itachi had chosen to protect was merely an ordinary clansman tasked with recording. This child had not yet learned to calculate solely in terms of clan interests. Fuyue glanced at Itachi, then at the frozen red carpet. He knew that insisting on the external pomp would not only enrage this man, who had once suppressed the Nine Tails, but also destroy the recognition Itachi had earned with his life. Before absolute power, all schemes are meaningless. Fuyue slowly released his stiff fingers and made his decision. Cancel the apprenticeship banquet. Fuyue looked at the recording jonin. Announce only a training agreement approved by the 4th Hokage signed by me as... The recording jonin at the sidelines lifted his brush and struck out the entire section of ceremonial witness clauses he had drafted. This act meant that the elders and the core members of the police force waiting at the main gate had all been left waiting in vain. The Uchiha clan's political spectacle was unilaterally halted by Bing Yan. Your signature is useless. Bing Yan coldly interrupted Fuyue's arrangements, lowering his gaze directly to Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, I do not demand absolute obedience, nor will I decide the path you should take in the future. Bing Yan looked down at him. Whether you are willing to learn from me is your own choice. Itachi glanced back at his father, then at the largely frozen training ground. After a moment, he bowed his head earnestly. I am willing. All the clan elders were barred outside the grounds. The carefully prepared apprenticeship tea remained untouched. Bing Yan turned and walked away, then followed. Fuyue had prepared a whole street's worth of spectacle, but in the end Bing Yan took only Itachi. When they arrived at the Hokage's office building, the temporary training protocol approved by Minato had already been delivered to the permissions registry. Bing Yan led Itachi toward the registration room. At the end of the corridor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had come to visit Kushina, stopped in his tracks. Hiruzen bit down on his pipe, but did not light it. His gaze fell on the training scroll in Itachi's hand, then swept over the empty corridor behind Bing Yan. Itachi had entered the Hokage's building as Binjian's disciple, and the Uchiha clan's attempts to control the apprenticeship ceremony had been completely excluded. The balance and isolation that the high-ranking officials had built over decades were being overturned by this man in the most domineering fashion. Namikaze Bing Yan. Hiruzen exhaled a heavy breath, his clouded eyes filled with deep contemplation and profound wariness. Where exactly do you intend to lead the Uchiha? Hiruzen's gaze lingered on Itachi for a moment, then fell upon the training scroll in his hand. Fuyue agreed. He signed the guardian permission. And Minato. Bing Yan raised his hand, waving the training agreement. The 4th Hokage seal is right here. Hiruzen saw the crimson Hokage seal at the end of the document, and nodded slightly, but did not immediately step aside. The Uchiha have just been released from isolation, and the Cloud Village has suffered a setback at the border. Taking the clan head's eldest son as a disciple at this time will inevitably breed new speculations among other ninja clans. Hiruzen looked at the young Itachi, his brow furrowing slightly. This child is still young. Becoming a symbol of the relationship between both sides too early may not be good for him. Bing Yan did not argue. You're right. Hiruzen's expression flickered. So I froze Fuyue's red carpet and didn't drink the Uchiha's tea. He is simply the disciple I chose, not a bargaining chip for you to use against each other. Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe paused. Bing Yan took out a scroll covered in thin ice from his sleeve. Since we're talking about children being drawn into politics, I have something I'd like the former Hokage to personally review. He then turned his head, signaling the ANBU ninja in charge of registration to take Itachi to the adjacent waiting room. What's inside is classified. Bing Yan looked at Itachi. Wait for me outside. Itachi nodded seriously. After the door to the waiting room closed, Bing Yan and Hiruzen entered a small conference room. A soundproof barrier was raised. The ice covering the surface of the scroll cracked open. Bing Yan pushed the scroll in front of Hiruzen. The first page clearly recorded the number of orphans Root had taken in during the war. The second page contained detailed plans for mind control and memory overriding. Continuing to flip through, there were records of 1st Hokage's cell, transplantation live subject adaptation, the curse mark of tongue eradication, and personnel transfers that bypassed the Hokage's direct chain of command, all arranged chronologically. At the end of each page, there were corresponding executing officers, experiment numbers, and lists of missing persons. Hiruzen's page-turning slowed with each passing moment. He recognized some of the early missions. They were secret operations he had personally approved and assigned to Root during the most intense period of the war. But the subsequent experiments, personnel transfers, and long-term detentions that followed those missions had never appeared in the official reports sent back to the Hokage's office. Root did indeed undertake some missions that could not be publicly executed at the start. Hiruzen pressed down on one page, his voice dry and tinged with helplessness. At that time, every village was competing for intelligence in the shadows. Some decisions, if brought into the light, would involve even more people. And after the war ended, Bing Yan stared at him coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. The blade Danzo held was not sheathed, instead it was sharpened faster. Hiruzen stared fixedly at the top-secret list on the scroll, his fingers trembling slightly around the pipe. He finally realized that this man before him possessed not only overwhelming combat power, but also the means to overturn the entire chessboard of Konoha. He sighed in defeat. I was the one who indulged him. I thought that as long as it stayed in the shadows, the roots of Konoha would not rot. You have discovered it. Bing Yan raised his hand, precisely pointing at a line of faded annotations. It was a review application for missing Root personnel submitted by the Umbu years ago. The annotation consisted of only 6 characters. Defer, continue observation. Rijan stared at the handwriting he had left behind years ago, his palm frozen at the edge of the scroll. Every time you thought you could observe just a little longer. Bing Yan turned the page with an expressionless face. The page was densely covered with the serial numbers of missing personnel, all uniformly marked as whereabouts unknown. That gave Danzo just a little more time to bury the next batch of corpses. Inside the meeting room, only the soft rustle of scrolls turning remained. Rijan gazed at the shocking numbers, then closed the scroll. What do you want me to do? Rijan's voice grew heavy. Hand over all Root authorizations, oral orders, and tacit approvals within your tenure to the Hokage's direct investigation team. Bing Yan's tone was calm, yet carried an unyielding firmness. When Minato presides over the review, you must testify publicly. Furthermore, from now on, any matters concerning the clans should be submitted through the formal procedures of the Hokage's office. Don't use your former Hokage status to mediate, privately making decisions for Minato before he even gets a chance. Rijan looked up at him. You think him usurping Minato's power. You're accustomed to leaving room for everyone. Bing Yan met his gaze, his eyes as cold as the deepest frost. In the end, responsibility becomes so dispersed that no one can be held accountable. Since Minato sits in the position of Hokage, he should be the one to decide. Bing Yan said, you can oppose him or you can send your opinions to his desk. But whether to adopt them or not is the 4th Hokage's prerogative. Rijan did not lose his temper. How many steps of Danzo's descent to this day had been tread upon the silence of his Sarutobi Hiruzen's own inaction. A Hokage direct investigation ninja soon arrived outside the meeting room. He brought an evidence-sealing box and a confirmation form for cooperation in the investigation and record transfer. Rijan picked up the pen but did not immediately set it down. I will hand over the records and cooperate with the review. Rijan looked straight at Bing Yan, but I will not remain silent on village affairs just because of past mistakes. No one wants to silence you. Bing Yan raised his chin slightly, gesturing toward the official documents on the table. From now on, write your words where they should be written and speak when you can face the people responsible. If Minato does not adopt your suggestions, let him bear the consequences himself. The early authorization records of Root are stored in the old Hokage archives. Rijan looked at those shocking serial numbers, as if seeing countless wronged souls. He finally picked up the pen again, his voice suddenly sounding 10 years older. Some oral missions were known only to Danzo and me. I will organize everything within 3 days. The pen tip descended. The name, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was left clearly at the end of the confirmation form. When the formal review begins, I will be present to testify. The investigation ninja stepped forward, immediately sealed the Root scrolls into the evidence box, and stamped the highest level evidence seal on the confirmation form. The investigation ninja in charge of registration gripped the seal tightly, cold sweat already seeping from his palms as he forcefully pressed the highest-level review stamp beside the former Hokage's name. He was well aware that once the seal fell, the root investigation could no longer be dismissed as Danzo's private affair. Even the authorizations granted during the third Hokage's tenure would be subject to review. Then he took out a new witness registration page. The first column had been blank. Now a name was written there. Witness Sarutobi Hiruzen. The soundproof barrier was removed. Itachi, waiting outside, could only see the evidence box on the table and the signature at the end of the confirmation form. Rijan glanced at Itachi and asked in a deep voice, "Bing Yin, what are you going to teach him?" Bing Yin made Itachi walk to the table and pointed to the signature Rijan had left. "Look carefully." Bing Yin looked at Itachi, his voice not deliberately lowered, each word striking the hearts of the two in the room. Those with power must take responsibility for their choices and their inaction. Rijan's fingers holding the pipe trembled slightly, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth, yet he uttered no rebuttal. Itachi stood blankly staring at the document. The once lofty third Hokage was being publicly used as a negative example and had personally signed his name, sending his own decisions during his tenure into review. This outcome stirred unprecedented turmoil in Itachi's young eyes, and for the first time, he glimpsed the true weight of power. Rijan remained silent for a long time, his gaze shifting from the Hokage seal on the training agreement to his own signature just made. Finally, he put away his pipe and slowly stepped aside. Bing Yin led Itachi onward toward the underground medical area. Rijan stayed behind, quietly watching the investigation ninja carry away the evidence box. At the entrance to the underground medical area, Kakashi, wearing an animal mask, blocked the path with his blade. Even though he was facing the monster who had just frozen him into an ice statue and single-handedly suppressed the cloud, hidden Kakashi's hand gripping the sword was taut with veins. "Lord Namikaze may enter." Kakashi's voice was flat, yet carried a stubborn determination to hold the line. "But this child does not have inner layer access clearance." Kakashi's short sword was held horizontally before the entrance, forcing Itachi to stop. Bing Yin glanced at the seal marks on the door, then turned his gaze to Kakashi. "Who issued the order?" "The fourth Hokage personally signed it." Kakashi's tone was steady, not budging half a step. "Only personnel on the list are permitted to enter the inner underground layer. Not even the person I bring. The temporary training agreement only grants access to the outer areas of the Hokage building. Until the permissions are updated, no." Bing Yin nodded. Instead of pulling rank as Minato's elder brother, he raised his hand and pointed to the inner door behind Kakashi. The outer area of the underground medical zone featured a buffer corridor with protective barriers covering the walls, floor, and ceiling. This was a designated area to intercept and subdue anyone attempting to breach the inner layer. "Itachi, you have 30 breaths." Bing Yin's tone was calm. "Get past him and touch the seal mark on the door, and today he'll take you in to see the real ninja world." Kakashi's single eye behind the mask turned to Bing Yin. "Lord Namikaze, this is a restricted zone. That's why I didn't ask you to let him in." Bing Yin shot a cold glance. "If you dare to treat him like an ordinary child and go easy on him, I'll freeze you back into that ice statue from last time." The two Umbu further down the channel tensed imperceptibly at the mention of ice statue. One of them suddenly clenched his sword hilt tightly, then forcefully released it, muttering in a low voice to his companion, "Don't move recklessly." He froze the captain's lightning cutter on the spot. Drawing a blade is pointless. Kakashi's hand holding the sword paused. The photograph kept by his Umbu colleague was still locked in the duty room drawer. He slowly sheathed the short sword and stood at the narrowest point of the corridor. "I will not go easy on him." Bing Yin retrieved several items from his training ninja tool pouch and handed them to you. 4 unsharpened training shuriken, a thin steel wire, and a training kunai engraved with a one-time frost pattern. "These are all we can use." You weighed them in his hand, subtly concealing one shuriken into his sleeve before swiftly surveying the entire corridor. The walls on either side were less than 3 zhang apart, with Kakashi firmly positioned at the narrowest choke point. The seal mark on the door was not high above the ground. To slip past him, they would at least have to force this Umbu to shift his stance once. Bing Yin turned to look at Kakashi. No drawing your blade, no using offensive ninjutsu, and no injuring his bones or muscles. You cannot leave the 5-step radius around the door, nor let him touch the seal mark on it. Kakashi's single eye behind the mask darkened slightly. These restrictions all but sealed off the Umbu's most effective means of subduing an opponent. The corridor was already narrow, and he had to guard the inner door, behind him unable to create distance or use high-speed movement to lure you away from the target. Facing a child only 5 years old, the Umbu's usual chokeholds, arm breaks, and joint locks were also forbidden. Kakashi withdrew his hand from the short sword and spoke calmly. Understood. Lin Yan raised a hand. 30 breaths. Begin. The first shuriken flew straight at Kakashi's mask, while the second struck the right corner of the wall, deflecting toward his ankle. Then the third arced high, the steel wire attached to it quickly tightening in an attempt to block Kakashi's retreat path. Kakashi merely tilted his head slightly. The first shuriken grazed the edge of his mask. He lifted his foot to precisely step on the second, then hooked the wire in the air with his finger and gave it a gentle tug. The attack routes you had laid out were all neutralized at once. Kakashi remained standing in place, not moving an inch. The first round was completely seen through. Yu's mind raced with judgment. Frontal speed was hopeless and ranged attacks couldn't distract Kakashi. But Kakashi couldn't draw his blade, use offensive ninjutsu, or strike with heavy force. More importantly, Kakashi had to guard the inner door. To approach it, he could only exploit these restrictions, forcing Kakashi to voluntarily change his stance. Yu immediately released the wire and dashed along the left wall toward the inner door. Kakashi did not pursue. He could not leave the 5-step radius. Intercepting Yu within that line was the safest choice. Only when Yu entered his grappling range did he extend his palm, precisely sealing off Yu's shoulder, wrist, and forward path. At that moment, Yu subtly hooked the dangling wire with his toe, using the forward momentum to deliberately break his balance, pitching forward violently, as if about to crash into the ground. Kakashi's expression did not change. The Umbu's standard grappling would dislocate the target's shoulder joint or knock Yu unconscious the moment he came close. But the rules set by Lin Yan forbade him from using such methods. He did not go for Yu's neck, nor did he target the still-developing arms. Instead, he took a half-step forward, preparing to grab Yu's collar and steadily press him back beyond the warning line. Just as his hand was about to land, Yu crushed the training kunai. Crack! A layer of icy blue frost spread rapidly across the ground. Kakashi's forward foot suddenly lost traction, causing his center of gravity to shift slightly. Yu, using the momentum of his fall, abruptly drew his shoulders in. He narrowly slipped under Kakashi's arm. The inner door was right before him, just a few steps away. Kakashi did not draw his blade or use offensive ninjutsu to block the path. Instead, chakra exploded from his feet, and his figure vanished from the spot. The shuriken embedded itself firmly into the softwood target beside the door. The 30th breath ended. Kakashi set Yu back down on the ground, reaching up to touch the scrap. It's over, Kakashi announced in a low voice. Yet before the words faded, the training shuriken Yu had hidden in his sleeve earlier, now propelled by the inertia of his suspended body, flew out straight at Kakashi's face. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he swiftly dodged aside. The unsharpened metal edge scraped across the Umbu mask, leaving a shallow white scratch on its surface. The shuriken embedded itself firmly into the softwood target beside the door. The 30th breath ended. Kakashi set Yu back down on the ground, reaching up to touch the scratch on his mask. The short sword remained in its sheath, and he had not used any offensive ninjutsu. Under the constraints of not harming anyone, not leaving the 5-step radius, and having to guard the inner seal, he had indeed used a shunshin to block the final steps. Kakashi returned to his position in front of the door, stepping over the thin layer of frost, his gaze fixed on the shuriken embedded in the softwood target. 3 probes within 30 breaths, with the final attack still aimed at the door. He murmured his assessment, then looked up at Yu. You never intended to defeat me. From the very start, you only wanted to force me away from that door. At the end of the corridor, an Umbu subconsciously tightened his grip on his sword hilt, while another stared at the wire on the ground, his expression growing grave. The captain was forced to use shunshin by him. This child never planned to force his way through from the beginning. He was using the rules to compress the captain's options. A child who had not yet entered the ninja academy could not possibly defeat an elite Umbu. Even with Kakashi bound by multiple restrictions, you had not actually touched the inner door. Yet with just 4 shuriken, a steel wire, and a frost-marked kunai, he had forced Kakashi to abandon basic footwork and resort to the speed he used on real missions. Kakashi looked down at the wire and the frost on the ground, his tone laced with barely concealed surprise. First you used attacks to confirm whether I would leave the door. Then you deliberately lost your balance, guiding me to choose a grappling method that wouldn't hurt you. Once the frost changed the ground, you seized the brief window of my center-off gravity adjustment. After saying this, Kakashi actively shifted his stance to the side, repositioning himself in front of the inner door, his toes avoiding the spot where the frost had appeared. He had already discerned that the frost was merely a fulcrum to pry open the situation. What you truly capitalized on was the gap created by Kakashi's own adjustment of his center of gravity to avoid causing harm while adhering to the rules. The next time, as long as he didn't give up that adjustment space, you would find it difficult to slip under his grappling again. You looked down at his hands, his voice low. I still didn't touch the door. Bing Yan walked over to him, his tone calm. You faced a shackled Kakashi. In a real mission, an elite Umbu wouldn't give you those opportunities. Even so, you still couldn't touch that door. You pressed his lips together, offering no rebuttal. But your judgment is already qualified for combat. It's just that your body can't keep up with your judgment. Bing Yan pointed at the path you had just charged down. Remember 2 things today. First, train your movement. Second, train your chakra control. Once you can make your body match your eyes, that door just now won't be just a few steps away. Itachi listened quietly. He fixed his gaze on Kakashi, meticulously memorizing the details of his body flicker technique and the flow of chakra. Bing Yan turned his head, his eyes landing on Kakashi. You did well too. Kakashi's form paused slightly. Holding the inner gate, not going easy on him because he's my disciple, and not using power beyond the rules. Bing Yan's fingertip twitched, and a particle of ice instantly shot out, brushing past Itachi's ear to strike the training shuriken lodged in the softwood target with pinpoint accuracy. With a faint crisp sound, the cold immediately sealed the metal's edge, yet the wall and wooden target tightly adjacent to the shuriken remained untouched by even a trace of frost. Kakashi gazed at the training shuriken sealed by the cold, his voice low. If the force landed half an inch off, the result would be entirely different. You even use practical combat to teach your lessons. True control lies in completing the task, while ensuring every ounce of force stops exactly where it should. Bing Yan withdrew his hand, his tone flat. You need to know where the cold should stop, not let it run wild. Kakashi lowered his head to look at Itachi beside him. This assessment on the surface was meant to hone Itachi, but in truth it also served as a warning to Kakashi, the gatekeeper of the Umbu. Kakashi stared at the training shuriken, re-evaluating Bing Yan's mastery over power. If this chilling force were to strike the meridians of a human body, Bing Yan could freeze only a single chakra node while leaving the rest mobile. Such control surpassed the boundaries of ordinary ninjutsu. Kakashi took a half step aside, clearing the entrance to the outer waiting area. Inner access still remains closed. The outer waiting area may be entered under the temporary training agreement. Bing Yan let out a light laugh. Now this is more like a disciple taught by Minato. Itachi strode toward the waiting area. As he passed Kakashi, he paused, bowed earnestly, and said, "Thank you for your guidance." Kakashi touched the faint scratch left on his mask by the shuriken. "Next time I won't let you get this close. Next time I won't use the same method." Kakashi led Itachi into the outer waiting room. The thick soundproof barrier sealed shut, isolating the inner classified area. Just as Bing Yan prepared to undergo the inner identity verification, the monitoring barrier deep in the medical zone suddenly flashed red. A shrill alarm tore through the deathly silence of the inner corridor. A ceiling ninja burst through the inner door and rushed out. He glanced at Itachi, who was isolated by the barrier, then hurried over to Bing Yan. "Lord Namikaze, the white setsa tissue is abnormally proliferating. It's devouring the chakra in the storage room, and a brand new life reaction has emerged inside." The ceiling ninja spoke rapidly. "The existing samples don't match the loss records submitted by Orochimaru. The missing piece has already merged into the main body, and it can't be suppressed." Bing Yan's gaze pierced through the corridor, staring into the depths. Devouring chakra. He stepped forward, heading straight for the inner gate. The extreme chill spread along his flowing white robe, and the flashing red light was instantly covered by a layer of azure frost. The temperature of the entire corridor plummeted to freezing in half a breath. Then let me see if it can swallow my cold too. The inner sealed door had automatically locked the moment the alarm sounded. Earlier, after Kushina's condition stabilized, Minato had issued a temporary research order. Orochimaru was permitted under the joint supervision of the Sealing Corps and the Medical Corps to conduct basic tests on the white Zetsu tissue intercepted at the border. His authority was strictly limited to slicing, culturing, and recording. All samples had independent serial numbers, and each use required the joint signature and verification of 2 supervisors. This regulatory system was already tight enough. However, Orochimaru exploited the immeasurable loss at the edge of necrotic slices, and from the meticulously verified loss records he extracted a small piece of living tissue, prying open a gap through sheer cunning. Lin Yan tossed the temporary training agreement to Kakashi. Itachi stays outside. No one is to reveal any research content inside to him. Kakashi nodded. Lin Yan strode to the inner sealed door, pressing his palm against the cold imprint left on its surface. The identical source of extreme cold chakra inside responded. The seemingly impenetrable sealing technique split open a gap just wide enough for one person to pass. Inside the laboratory, the white Zetsu tissue in several high-strength culture dishes was proliferating violently. Pale filaments pushed against the sealing membrane, writhing along the edges of the glass, searching for a breach. 2 sealing ninja formed hand seals at lightning speed. Layer upon layer of complex sealing formulas pressed down on the outer walls of the culture dishes, but they could only barely slow the spread of the filaments. The proliferation rate is still rising. A medical ninja shouted anxiously, "We can't stack more seals. The material of the culture dishes will give out first." The 2 sealing ninja simultaneously tightened their techniques, compressing the chakra around the culture dishes layer by layer. Yet the white Zetsu tissue devoured chakra along the gaps in the seal, which in turn spurred the growth of the filaments. The parts that had just been suppressed sprang back up in an instant. Conventional suppression methods had reached their limit. The vitality of white Zetsu tissue far exceeded that of ordinary cells. The more it was constrained, the more it devoured the surrounding chakra. Orochimaru stood by the operating table holding an experiment report. He turned to look at Lin Yan as he entered. The culture medium has been contaminated, and the sample has shown a strong stress response. Orochimaru handed the report to Lin Yan, offering a routine suggestion: immediately lower the ambient temperature and forcibly replace the sealing container. Lin Yan did not look at the report. He raised his crystalline right arm and pressed downward through the air. Boom. The cold within the laboratory descended precisely on the outer walls of several cultured dishes, the extreme chill forcibly penetrating the glass inward. The expanding white Zetsu tissue was frozen layer by layer upon contact with the cold. The outermost pale filaments stiffened first, followed by the thick roots connected to the culture medium. In barely half a breath, all abnormal proliferation was sealed solidly in its original position. The fragile sealing membrane that had been bulging showed not a single crack. A sealing ninja still holding his hand seal pose stared at the intact membrane, his voice trembling. It didn't trigger the outer seal, nor did it cause any chakra collision. He directly bypassed the medium and precisely froze the active core inside. Orochimaru's previously relaxed posture suddenly tensed, his narrow vertical pupils contracting slightly. Bypassing the culture medium and multiple layers of seals to precisely deprive specific cells of their activity. This near-microscopic manipulation of chakra completely overturned his understanding of Kekkei Genkai. The 2 sealing ninja ceased their hand seals. The medical ninja immediately stepped forward to check the sample's activity using chakra sensing. Proliferation has stopped. The medical ninja stared at the sensing results. The tissue structure remains intact, and the internal core vitality hasn't been destroyed. The sealing core had exerted all their effort just to crudely suppress the entire culture dish. Yet Lin Yan could make the cold bypass the glass, the culture medium, and the myriad sealing techniques, freezing only the abnormally proliferating tissue itself. Keep it as is. Lin Yan lowered his arm. The on-site personnel were about to start checking the records. But Lin Yan's gaze had already passed over the culture dishes, locking directly onto Orochimaru's left arm. Orochimaru's records were flawless. Necrotic tissue culture contamination, reasonable loss from slicing. Every item of depletion had a corresponding and sufficient justification. The supervising medical ninja had verified the main contaminant's culture dish serial numbers and recorded losses. Everyone had left their signatures on the records, yet none had noticed the tiny missing fragment at the edge of the slice. But the problem lay in the handling of a contaminated sample. Orochimaru had been responsible for removing a slice deemed necrotic from the culture medium. At that moment he avoided the frozen soft tissue modification nodes, and with an extremely covert, purely manual technique, he concealed a small piece of living white zetsu tissue deep within his sleeve. The supervisors watched as the main contaminant was thrown into the incineration box. Yet they failed to notice that the edge of the slice was missing an extremely tiny corner. That slight weight blended into the normal loss undetectable by conventional means. Until now, Bing Yan's fingers curled slightly, directly activating the cold imprint within Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru's left arm stiffened, and a bone-chilling cold burst from his sleeve. A small piece of white zetsu tissue frozen into an ice crystal fell onto the operating table. Orochimaru stared at the frozen tissue on the table, his smile finally freezing completely. He had perfectly avoided the frozen soft tissue modification nodes. How had this cold detected it? He tried to raise his hand to form a seal, but his left arm was completely locked by the cold. Even the chakra in his meridians was frozen stagnant, leaving him helpless as he watched the sample fall into Bing Yan's control. The gap in the records is here. Bing Yan looked at Orochimaru, his gaze icy, directly exposing the seemingly flawless trick. Orochimaru, did you think the cold imprint I left in your body was just a decoration? The sealing squad Jonin placed the previously fallen ice crystal tissue onto the scale, then spread out two records side by side for cross-referencing. His expression instantly darkened. The extruded sample can only fill part of the gap. Even if all signatures match, the remaining weight still cannot be closed. He abruptly lifted his head to look at Orochimaru, the sealing talisman already clasped into his palm, instantly entering a state of alert. Then the sealing squad Jonin's gaze fell upon Orochimaru's left arm, and the perception talisman emitted a faint glow. The life chakra of the missing sample matches the unusual fluctuation within your left arm. Orochimaru kept his hands tucked into his sleeves, his expression unchanged, and argued in a steady tone, "My body has undergone soft body modification. It absorbs the trace life chakra from the culture fluid. Recently, I also participated in Kushina's treatment. It's not strange for my left arm to show a similar reaction." Bing Yan raised his eyes to look at him, his voice cold as ice. "Did I ask you?" Before the words faded, he raised his right hand, formed of ice crystal, and pressed two fingers together. The frost mark left within Orochimaru's body tightened directly. The cold aura bypassed the heart meridians and normal channels, advancing along the unfamiliar, yet vigorous life chakra in the left arm. A pallid hue emerged beneath the skin of Orochimaru's left arm. The tissue began to writhe violently, extending tiny rootlets that attempted to burrow deeper. The cold aura immediately sealed off all escape routes. The rootlets had barely touched the outer layer of the meridians when both they and the main body solidified into pale ice. Crack! Orochimaru's narrow slit-like pupils contracted slightly, and his entire left arm stiffened at his side. Beneath the skin, the frozen white tissue was clearly visible. The two supervising shinobi simultaneously retreated, their sealing talismans firmly locked onto Orochimaru. The sealing squad Jonin glanced at the scale, then at the ice beneath Orochimaru's skin, and immediately made a judgment. He divided the intercepted sample into two parts. The portion in his sleeve was used to blend into normal losses, and the rest has been implanted into his left arm to observe the fusion reaction. With this judgment, Orochimaru's earlier explanation about the soft body modification lost all its meaning. It seems the soft body modification isn't as useful as you claimed. Bing Yan walked up to him. The 5 fingers of his right hand extended into transparent ice blades, tracing a thin line along the periphery of the pale tissue. The cold aura locked the surrounding meridians in advance, and the tissue along with all its rootlets was cleanly excised, falling into the sealing box. Orochimaru looked at his wound, which had been cut open but did not bleed, and murmured to himself, "Even the pain nerves and capillaries have been sealed off simultaneously." He licked his lips, his eyes revealing profound wariness and fervor fixed on that ice crystal right hand. This extreme cold capable of controlling chakra at the cellular level was more terrifying than any precision medical instrument. Once this cold aura invaded an opponent's body in battle, they wouldn't even have the right to resist. A medical shinobi stepped forward to clean the wound and complete hemostasis and suturing. Orochimaru flexed his fingers, now regaining sensation. Using ice release for precise extraction is indeed more convenient than an ordinary scalpel. Want to learn? Bing Yin closed the sealing box. Trade with results. If you want more samples, submit an application following the procedure. If you intercept them privately, again, your operational authority will be tightened one level. Orochimaru looked at the two supervisors. If only observation authority remains, the research progress will be much slower. Then stop stealing. Bing Yin slapped the experimental report onto the workbench. You have research ability, oh, I give you the right to use the lab. If you dare treat this place as your own snake, then I'll make you the subject of research first. The sealing squad Jonin immediately added a note to the authority log. All experiments were changed to dual-person simultaneous operation. Any sample loss must retain residue for verification. Orochimaru pulled out another thin booklet he had not submitted and said slowly, "The white tissue shares highly similar life characteristics with the first Hokage's cells. It can merge with soil and maintain vitality, even without major organs. However, its mental and neural responses are very incomplete, more like a life carrier that has been artificially processed." The sealing squad Jonin took the booklet and flipped to the last page. "You reached these conclusions long ago. Without repeated experiments, I originally did not intend to include them in the formal report." Bing Yin glanced at his freshly sutured left arm, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Now you have a record of live rejection." The sample he stole did not become his research material. Instead, it exposed the entire implantation process, rejection speed, and proliferation reaction. Even the conclusion he had suppressed and not reported became the only bargaining chip to exchange for research privileges. Bing Yin directly set 3 priority tasks. First, complete the rejection warning method for the white tissue, then submit the drug and sealing suppression plan for abnormal proliferation. Finally, I want a complete difference report between the white Zetsu tissue and the first Hokage cells. The sealing squad Jonin immediately picked up his pen and listed the 3 tasks as the highest priority sequence. Orochimaru looked at the resealed sample. Exchanging results for authority is indeed fair. Fairness is for those who follow the rules. Bing Yin turned and walked toward the laboratory exit. "You are still on probation." After leaving the inner area, Bing Yin did not reveal the experiment details to Itachi, who was waiting outside, but only had Kakashi escort him back to the public area of the Hokage building. As soon as he stepped out of the underground entrance, an Umbu appeared like a ghost in the corridor ahead, kneeling on one knee to report, "Lord Namikaze, Bing Yan Hayashi Hyōga, carrying the clan's mission records and several boxes of gifts, is waiting outside the Hokage building, hoping to pay his respects to you in person." Outside the Hokage building, several heavy wooden boxes were neatly arranged, filled to the brim with precious medicinal herbs, sealing materials, and chakra recovery agents from the Hyōga's secret store. Hayashi stood at the front respectfully, holding a mission roster in both hands. Bing Yin emerged from the main entrance, his gaze coldly sweeping over those priceless wooden boxes, his tone utterly flat. "Gifts for visiting Kushina, send them to the medical squad for registration. If you want to talk about the Hyōga matter, bring the list inside." Hayashi's fingers gripping the roster tightened abruptly. He had prepared an entire set of watertight rhetoric attempting to use this vast family resources to pave the way for an equal negotiation, but Bing Yin hadn't even glanced at the box lids. He took a deep breath, forcibly composed himself, and followed with the roster into the meeting room. Inside the meeting room, Minato sat behind a long table on which were spread out the map of Kumogakure's border incursion, the preliminary report on White Zetsu, and the new round of border rotation plans. After taking his seat, Hayashi pushed the roster to the center of the table and stated solemnly, "The Hyōga clan is willing to accept direct missions from the Hokage, form a long-range reconnaissance team, and undertake border patrol and barrier verification tasks." Minato had just opened the first page when Lin Yan standing beside him scanned the first few lines of the list and pressed his fingertips directly onto the paper. A chilling cold aura instantly spread along the edge of the roster, freezing the entire document firmly to the table. "I will not accept this list." Lin Yan's voice was colder than the frost. Hayashi looked up in shock, about to ask the reason, but met Lin Yan's icy, piercing gaze. 12 elite members, 10 of them from the branch family. Lin Yan looked down at the Hyōga clan head from his height, mercilessly tearing apart the superficial, using branch family lives as a tribute to the Hokage building. Is the life of the Hyōga main family so precious? Hayashi's face changed color abruptly, all his prepared words choked in his throat. Only at this moment did he truly realize that Lin Yan had no intention of accepting the false goodwill that the Hyōga traded with lavish gifts and branch family slots. The other's unquestionable dominance directly overturned the facade that the Hyōga clan used to whitewash their privileges, forcing him to answer, why should the main family always hide behind the branch family? Inside the meeting room, the negotiation rhythm that had belonged to the Hyōga clan head was shattered by Lin Yan's single sentence, and the initiative changed hands in an instant. Lin Yan's fingertip tapped the back page of the roster, producing a crisp sound. The 2 jonin from the main house are assigned to backline intelligence gathering. They don't even need to cross the border. He raised his eyes, his gaze piercing coldly at Rizzo. Using branch family lives to fill the front lines in exchange for securing core defense positions for your main house. The Hokage's direct subordinate in charge of records gave a start, the tip of his pen smudging a blot of ink on the paper. He swallowed hard, his peripheral vision sweeping over the frozen roster, shockwaves surging within him. The 1,000-year privilege of the Rishiang main house had been overturned by a single sentence from bluffing Lin Yan. He didn't even dare to lift his head, fearing he would provoke the Rishiang clan leader, who was on the verge of eruption. Veins bulged at the corners of Rise's eyes as he suddenly activated the white eye, attempting to see through the other's secrets with his dojutsu. However, in the white eye's field of vision, he was horrified to discover that the icy aura on Lin Yan's body had not erupted, yet it had already, like an invisible giant net, silently sealed off all trajectories of chakra flow within the room. Rizzo forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, clenching his slightly stiffened hand in his sleeve, and argued in a low voice. The branch family bears the caged bird curse mark. Once they die in a mission, the curse destroys the nerves to seal the white eye, preventing the Kekkei Genkai from falling into enemy villages. The main house is responsible for preserving the bloodline and core secret techniques, and must minimize the risk of death or capture. This system is the foundation of the Rishiang clan's 1,000-year legacy. Lin Yan's expression remained utterly calm as he slapped the map of Yun'in's border, crossing onto the table beside the frozen roster. Yun'in's elite infiltrated from the north, and Mui's standard sensory squad only detected the anomaly after they had crossed 2 defensive lines. Next, he slammed the preliminary report on the Baiju onto the map. These things can silently move through soil and rock layers. The white eye may not be able to see through all their transformations, but it can lock onto abnormal humanoid chakra underground in advance. Lin Yan raised his finger and struck the roster heavily. Crack! A thin fissure split along the ice at his fingertip, extending along the names of the 10 branch family ninja, clearly separating the front line and rear arrangements. My now needs the Rixiang's eyes to look outward to keep watch on those rats infiltrating underground. Lin Yan looked down at Rizzo, his voice frigid to the extreme. But you only dare to use these eyes to stare at the foreheads of your own clansmen. Rise's nails dug into his palm, his gaze fixed tightly on the report of the Baiju. As long as the Rishiang can establish an anti-infiltration reconnaissance system, they can leverage the white eye to enter Mui's core defense, becoming an irreplaceable reconnaissance force for any ninja clan. This was far more valuable than the 10 boxes of generous gifts outside the door. But he also knew clearly that Lin Yan, having placed this opportunity on the table, would never allow the main house to continue hiding behind and reaping the benefits. What do you want the Rishiang to do? Rizu forcibly retracted the white eye, his voice tinged with hoarseness. First, the border reconnaissance team will be a mixed unit of adult ninja from both the main and branch families. Bing Yan raised one finger, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The main house must go to the front lines. Second, all military merits, casualties, and mission responsibilities are to be recorded in the Hokage's direct archives. The clan may give additional rewards or punishments, but tampering with the records is absolutely forbidden, and don't even think about attributing the branch family's hard-won achievements to the main house. With that, Binjian's eyes grew even colder as he raised a third finger. Third, until the Hokage, the Rishion clan, and the Sealing Corps complete a joint review, the application of the caged bird curse on unmarked branch family children is to be fully suspended. Rizu abruptly stood up, slamming both hands heavily on the table, secretly gathering gentle fist chakra in his palms, attempting to forcibly shatter the ice layer on the roster. Suspend the curse mark. Wolfing Bingyan, you are cutting off the foundation of the Rishion clan. Once the white eye leaks out, who will bear the responsibility? The solid wood table issued a dull thud, yet the list, frozen by the extreme cold, remained utterly still. Not only that, but a domineering cold surged back along the paper, instantly reverse freezing the gentle fist chakra in Rise's palm, forcing him to grunt and quickly withdraw his hand. Wolfing Schumann, who had been silent all along, calmly pulled over a blank provisional agreement and picked up a pen to write the terms. The initial review period is set at 6 months. Schumann's voice was gentle, yet carried the absolute authority of the Hokage. Within 6 months, the unmarked branch family children are to be under daily protection by the Rishion clan, while the Hokage's direct umbu will take over external security. Before the review period ends, the Sealing Corps must investigate the caged bird's technique, boundaries, forced activation mechanism, and safety risks. If no clear conclusion is reached, the suspension order automatically renews until the 3 parties complete a joint review. Bingyan watched Rizu coldly pressing step by step. The existing caged bird involves the brain and core meridians. Anyone who forcibly removes it without understanding the technique is gambling with the lives of branch family ninja. I only demand a suspension of new applications. During this time, the Sealing Corps studies the curse mark, and your Rishion clan hands over all known risks. Whether it can be used in the future will be decided by the review results. Rise's chest heaved violently, but he was rendered speechless. Shuemin had deployed the umbu for protection, the Sealing Corps took over risk assessment, and Bingyan had directly used the frontline mission to block any excuse for the main house to evade. Every cost had someone to bear it, and every ounce of power had been shackled. He could no longer use the vague phrase protecting the white eye to fend off the Hokage building's review. If he continued to refuse, the Rishion would not only lose the opportunity to enter core defense, but the fact that the main house was reaping benefits behind the branch family would be nailed down permanently by this roster. The struggle in Rise's eyes eventually turned to dejection. He closed his eyes, his voice betraying deep exhaustion. The initial reconnaissance will be led by Richa. I will also assign 2 adult main house jonin to execute the mission alongside the branch family. The temporary suspension order will be signed by me in my capacity as clan leader. I will personally suppress the opposition from the clan's elder council. Rizu reached out, intending to retrieve the frozen roster. The moment his fingertips touched the paper, the ice covering it shattered. Rizu looked down, his pupils suddenly constricting, his movements completely frozen. The names of the 10 branch family mainstays remained intact, while the 2 main house jonin originally assigned to intelligence gathering in the rear had their names boldly circled by a sharp ice trace, the cold even piercing through the back of the paper. Binjian's cold gaze fell on Rise's face, delivering an irrefutable verdict. These 2 main house members are to be transferred to the very front line. Rise's hand holding the pen trembled slightly. Finally, under the overwhelming intimidation of Binjian's absolute dominance, he crossed out the 2's positions from rear and changed them to vanguard reconnaissance. Shuemin took the opportunity to add the final clause to the provisional agreement. All initial missions are to be included in the Hokage's direct archives. No one may tamper with mission results within the clan. Rizu gritted his teeth and signed his name. Bingyan casually flicked his finger, pulling the old page once filled with the names of branch family cannon fodder from the remnants of ice, and tossed it into the wastebasket, like discarding trash. Rewrite it. The Hokage's recording ninja quickly stepped forward and took the new list. He glanced at the crossed-out main house rear positions and immediately recorded the mission risks, military merit attribution, and casualty responsibilities of the two main house jonin into the Hokage's direct archives. From this moment onward, if the main house wanted to hide behind the branch family again, they would first have to face the official records left by the Hokage building. The 10 boxes of generous gifts brought by Rizu still stood alone outside the Hokage building untouched. What was truly accepted and stamped by the Hokage building was only a mission roster where the main house and branch family would go to the front lines together and share the risks. That afternoon, a huge uproar erupted within the Rishon clan. But under Rise's strong suppression and the Hokage building's deterrence, the temporary suspension order officially took effect. As the fourth Hokage, Shuemin simultaneously issued the provisional agreement. Elite Umbu quickly stationed themselves around the Rishon compound, and the Sealing Corps fully intervened in the curse mark review. Initial review period 6 months. If no conclusion is reached, the suspension automatically continues. The first truly mixed reconnaissance team of main and branch families since the founding of the Rishon clan was declared established. At dusk, Rishon Richa stood in the courtyard receiving the heavy mission scroll. When his eyes swept over the attached registration page of unmarked children, his gaze suddenly locked onto a name, Rishon Ningxi. Richa's fingers gripping the scroll tightened abruptly, his knuckles turning white, even his breath stopped for a moment. He stared at that name, his eyes reddening, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Ningxi doesn't have to be branded with that mark. Ningxi was still young, with several years left before he would originally receive the caged bird. This suspension order from the Hokage building had erected an insurmountable iron wall before that cruel curse mark could fall upon the innocent child's forehead. Several days later, Rishon Richa led the first mixed reconnaissance team, quietly arriving at the northern border. Outside an abandoned mine, several Rishon ninja simultaneously formed hand seals. Veins bulged at the corners of their eyes as the white eye suddenly activated. The invisible field of vision pierced through the thick rock walls, extending deep along the crisscrossing underground fissures. Found it, a branch family ninja reported in a low voice. About 100 meters underground, detected abnormal chakra fluctuations. In the white eye's vision, several pale, humanoid chakra signatures were moving slowly through the hard rock layers like ghosts. Their bodies were almost merged with the surrounding soil, their chakra flow patterns completely different from normal ninja. Rich's eyes sharpened, and he immediately raised his hand ready to signal the team to encircle. Just then a pale figure deep underground suddenly stopped moving. It stiffly raised its head, turning slightly toward the surface through dozens of meters of rock, as if sensing the gaze from above. Meanwhile, on a solitary cliff far from the mine, a spiral distortion rippled in space. Dai-Tu, wearing a spiral mask, appeared on the cliff top, his single eye coldly watching the suddenly appearing Rishon reconnaissance team below. Wolfing Bingyan. Dai-Tu stared at the Rishon ninja, with their white eyes activated, his voice heavy and dull. He actually forcibly broke the Rixiang's rules, forcing the white eye to the front lines specifically for underground searches. Ju's intelligence network has been crippled by him. Dai-Tu did not linger. His figure twisted and vanished with the spatial vortex. The eyes of Mai that had originally only stared at the foreheads within the clan had been forcibly turned by Wolfing Bingyan, firmly fixed on the underground. When Obito left the lonely cliff, the sun difference outside the abandoned mine had not yet issued the order to encircle and suppress. The Byakugan pierced through layers of rock, firmly locking onto the pale figure that had just raised its head. The opponent possessed no dojutsu, yet was exceedingly sensitive to the detection of chakra. Don't move yet. Hisashi raised a hand to stop the clan members who were about to enter the mine. The two pale figures deep underground paused briefly, then split into two paths. One retreated deeper into the mine, deliberately slowing down, pausing, frequently fearful that the Hyōga on the surface would lose track. The other completely merged into the rock layer, moving along the cracks beneath the surface to circle around to the flank of the reconnaissance team, targeting the branch house shinobi, who was maintaining perception. Hisashi saw through this trick. If the branch house entered the mine to pursue, as usual the narrow terrain would cut the team apart. The enemy lurking on the flank would strike, trapping everyone underground. Branch house stays in the open area, lock onto all chakras. Hisashi turned to look at the two main house jonin, whom Lin Yan had personally transferred to the front lines. You guard the exit. The faces of the two main house jonin shifted. One immediately retorted, underground tracking has always been the branch house's responsibility. It would be safer for the main house to stay behind and coordinate the vision. Hisashi did not argue, his gaze fixed on the man's feet. The enemy is already beside you. As his words fell, the rock layer at the main house jonin's feet bulged. A pale hand burst through the soil, its 5 fingers grazing past his side, aiming straight for the throat of the branch house shinobi behind. The main house jonin wanted to dodge. His peripheral vision swept over the mission scroll at Hisashi's waist. On it, the name originally responsible for rear coordination had been marked by Namikaze Lin Yan's ice crest at the very front. If he retreated today, the suspension order, just signed by Hayashi, would immediately become worthless. The main house jonin gritted his molars, forcibly halted his reflexive evasion, and turned to stand in front of the branch house shinobi. Bang! Baiju emerged from the rock layer, half its body exposed, and punched him in the shoulder. The main house jonin slid back several steps, a sharp crack echoing from his shoulder bone. Yet at the moment of being struck, he seized Baiju's wrist, and using the momentum of his retreat, yanked it completely out of the rock. Main housema. The branch house shinobi's fingers forming seals trembled violently. For 1,000 years, only the branch house had died for the main house. He had never imagined that the lofty main house would use its own flesh and blood to shield him from this blow. Don't freeze lock his chakra. The main house jonin, enduring searing pain, barked out, his grip on Baiju's wrist unyielding. Taking advantage of Baiju's complete separation from the rock, Hisashi's figure instantly appeared at its flank. The Byakugan locked onto the meridians through which the enemy was channeling chakra, and the gentle fist rained down. Bang! 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 Several meridians, transmitting chakra to the earth, were simultaneously sealed. Baiju's unfinished mayfly technique was interrupted. The smile on its pale face froze. The Hyōga's gentle fist can seal this kind of technique. Baiju turned and lunged directly at the branch house shinobi responsible for perception. The branch house shinobi, already scattered on both sides, simultaneously hurled several sealing spikes, precisely pinning the outer sides of its limbs. Seal. They formed seals together. Black spell patterns spread along the sealing spikes, dragging Baiju's body, which had not yet fully merged into the rock, back to the surface and pinning it in place. The other Baiju, lurking underground, saw the situation was dire and immediately abandoned the lure plan. It decisively detached the already exposed pale tissue from its body, while the remaining part drilled into a narrow rock fissure, vanishing from the edge of the Byakugan's vision in an instant. One main house jonin stepped forward to pursue. Stop! Hisashi stretched out his arm to block him. It's still waiting for us to enter the mine. Bang! 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 Several meridians, transmitting chakra to the earth, were simultaneously sealed. Baiju's unfinished mayfly technique was interrupted. Hisashi looked at the sealed Baiju. What Benjiansama brought back was only a fragment of active tissue. This one before us is the first complete living specimen. It can speak and has independent memories. Keeping it alive is more valuable than blind pursuit. The main house jonin fell silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, so Benjiansama never changed, just a single list. He withdrew his pursuing step and bent down to help the branch house shinobi reinforce the seal. In past Hyōga missions, the main house gave orders, and the branch house filled the gaps with their lives. Today, for the first time, the main house had held the most dangerous exit. If he had fallen back, the branch house shinobi would have been dragged into the rock. If the branch house had not continuously locked onto the chakra, the main house would have missed the moment to seize Baiju as it left the earth. Lin Yan had only altered 2 names on the list, but the positions on the battlefield had been completely reversed. Several hours later, in the underground interrogation area of Konoha, Baiju was fixed to a stone platform, its limbs wrapped in black chains. A thin layer of blue ice covered its body surface, cutting off any possibility of it merging into the rock again. Orochimaru stood outside the barrier, placing the freshly cut tissue into a glass container and comparing it with samples from previous days. The structure is completely identical. Orochimaru stared at the sample. It possesses extremely strong life activity very close to the product of the first Hokage cell experiment. He pointed at the living specimen on the stone platform. The main house Jonin wanted to dodge. His peripheral vision swept over the mission scroll at Hizashi's waist. On it the name originally responsible for rear coordination had been. Currently there is no evidence that they can share all memories across distances. The interrogator from the Yamanaka clan pressed his palm onto Baiju's head. Fragmented images flashed through his mind in succession: underground tree roots, Konoha streets, the perimeter of the Namikaze ancestral home, the Uchiha clan grounds, and the back of Kakashi as he moved alone. The Yamanaka shinobi opened his eyes and reported. It has been monitoring 3 targets recently: the Namikaze ancestral home, the Uchiha clan grounds, and Kakashi. Kakashi, leaning against the wall, raised his gaze, his single eye fixed on the stone platform. Who gave the order? There is no complete face in the memory. Cold sweat beaded on the Yamanaka shinobi's forehead. I can only see one Sharingan. When that person appears and leaves, a spiral-shaped spatial distortion forms around them. Minato stood by the interrogation table, his fingers lightly tapping the mission records. A single-eyed Sharingan, the dojutsu that could control the Nine Tails, and a space-time ninjutsu different from the Flying Thunder God. He was about to order the Umbu to compile the battle records of the Night of the Nine Tails when Bing Yin pushed the door open. No need to start from scratch. Bing Yin's gaze passed over Baiju on the stone platform and landed on the forehead protector covering Kakashi's left eye. The masked man from the Night of the Nine Tails is named Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. Minato's fingers tightened on the scroll. Brother Obito died in the Kanabi Bridge battle. Kakashi abruptly straightened his fingers, gripping the edge of his forehead protector, disbelief flooding his single eye. His voice hoarse. Obito died at Kanabi Bridge. The right half of his body was crushed by a boulder, and I personally brought back the death report. Minato did not agree. Obito was his student. And the masked man of the Night of the Nine Tails had personally attacked Kushina, controlled the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha, and nearly killed Naruto. Between these two identities lay too much blood. As a teacher he could not accept it immediately. As the Hokage he could not convict anyone based on a single sentence. Brother. Minato looked up at Bing Yan. I need verifiable evidence. Bing Yan did not take offense. If Minato had pinned the Nine Tails rampage on a hero presumed dead based solely on Binjian's words, that would have been a true dereliction of duty. Obito did not die on the spot at the Kanabi Bridge. Bing Yan spoke. Someone rescued him from the rubble and used tissue derived from the white zetsu to reconstruct the right half of his body. Bing Yan raised his hand, pointing at Kakashi's left eye. He kept his own right eye. The left eye in your socket is connected to the same extra-dimensional space as his right eye. When he phases, he shifts the body part under attack into that space. To grab someone or pull a target into the dimension, he must become tangible the moment he makes contact. Orochimaru licked his pale lips, a fanatic gleam bursting in his eyes. 2 eyes sharing the same extra-dimensional space across distance. This ocular power that transcends common sense is a perfect work of art. Minato's gaze hardened. This matched the clash during the Night of the Nine Tails completely. His kunai could pass through the masked man's body, but when the man reached for him, his body became solid. Bing Yan looked at Minato. Did you leave a Flying Thunder God technique mark on him that night? Minato's mind flashed through that brief, but Flying Thunder God Step 2. The kunai passed through the masked man's head, and in the instant the man reached out, Minato completed the teleportation, slamming a Rasengan into his back and leaving the mark there. On his back. Minato's voice grew heavy, his eyes sharpening. The spatial mark of the Flying Thunder God does not fade over time. If he is truly Obito, then my mark must be on his back. As long as the mask was torn off, all the truth would be lit. Kakashi clenched his molars. The Flying Thunder God mark of his sensei could not be wrong. The one who attacked his master's wife and nearly destroyed Konoha was truly the comrade for whom he had once risked his life. Minato closed the record scroll. I want to see the face beneath the mask myself. Agreed. Bing Yan answered without hesitation. He had originally planned to wait for Obito's next appearance, directly destroy his right eye, and then trace through the white Zetsu network to find the base left behind by Madara Uchiha. Minato's choice changed the order of operations. Minato needed to confirm how far his disciple had fallen. Kakashi also needed to know whether the comrade he had mourned for years was truly dead or the enemy behind the mask. If this relationship remained unresolved, it would eventually become a rift among them all. Bing Yan turned to the sealing core. Prepare to remove Kakashi's Sharingan. Kakashi looked up. Bing Yan added, conduct a fake surgery. Announce that tomorrow night we will take out the left eye and use the spatial wave shared by both eyes as an anchor to reverse lock the coordinates of the other eye and the dimension. Kakashi himself will remain in the sealing array and a substitute will be placed in the container. A Jonin of the sealing core lowered his voice, using Captain Kakashi as bait. Once the spatial channel over there opens, Obito could drag him into the dimension at any moment. Minato immediately grasped Binjian's intent. You want to lure Obito back. If he doesn't come, we continue tracing through the white Zetsu. Bing Yan swept his gaze over the living specimen on the stone platform. If he does come, we save the detour. That night, Hisashi, following orders, deliberately left open an underground passage that had already been fully mapped by the Byakugan. The medical tools, sealing materials, and umbu deployments needed for the next day's surgery all passed blatantly near this route. Dozens of miles away, a white Zetsu that had escaped the mine had just emerged from a tree root when the space before it twisted. Obito, wearing the spiral mask, stepped out of Kimui, his lone eye looking down at it. One of our comrades was captured. The white Zetsu reported urgently. Konoha plans to remove Kakashi's Sharingan tomorrow night and use that eye to reverse lock the Kimui dimension. The Sharingan behind the mask rotated. Several underground passages could be abandoned and ordinary white Zetsu could be sacrificed. But Kakashi's left eye was connected to the Kimui dimension. If Konoha could indeed use it to lock onto the coordinates of that dimension, then every time Obito entered or exited Kimui, he might be exposed to bluffing Bing Yan, and his final absolute retreat would lose its security. Continue monitoring. Obito stepped back into the spatial vortex. The eye on the ceiling platform might be a fake. I want Kakashi himself. The next night after dark, outside the bluffing clan estate, a pale hand emerged from beneath the ground, pressing toward a barrier node. The moment the palm touched the earth, the dense sealing patterns buried in the soil suddenly lit up. Inside the house, Kushina sat cross-legged beside Naruto's cradle, her hands forming seals rapidly. Seal. The Uzumaki clan's techniques tightened along the underground, forcibly squeezing several white Zetsu hidden in the soil to the surface. Before they could recast the mayfly technique, the frost patterns that Bing Yan had implanted in the nodes erupted simultaneously. Biting cold surged backward along the chakra, connecting the white Zetsu to the soil. One by one, the white Zetsu were frozen outside the high walls of the estate, turning into stiff ice sculptures. Kushina slowly released her hands from the seals, sweeping her gaze over the ice sculptures through the window, deep admiration in her eyes. Brother calculated even the rhythm of chakra mobilization of the underground infiltrators when he left these frost patterns. The moment they surfaced, their escape route was sealed. Naruto, awakened by the commotion, cried out. Kushina cradled the child in her arms, gently patting his back. Don't be afraid. Your uncle knew these things would come long ago. They can't even touch the walls of our courtyard. Meanwhile, in the root archive sealed area, several white Zetsu, having just emerged from underground and transformed, found several pairs of crimson Sharingan eyes before them. Fugaku, leading the Uchiha police force, stood guard outside the archive room. Flanking them were the Hokage's direct umbu, fully on alert. In the past, the Uchiha clan had been forcibly excluded from core investigations by Danzo under the pretext of guarding against the Nine Tails. Now they stood on the most crucial line of defense, personally protecting the top-secret investigation materials on the first Hokage cell experiments, white Zetsu samples, and the masked man. A white Zetsu disguised as an umbu tried to slip into the rear of the patrol during a shift change, attempting to approach the archive door. Fugaku's Threedamo's Sharingan swept coldly, seeing through the disguise at a glance. The chakra flow pattern doesn't match the standard umbu pattern at all. Before the words faded, a blade flash flared. With a thud, the shoulder of that white Zetsu was pinned to the wall by a ninja sword. Pale blood dripped along the blade. The umbu squad leader beside him looked at the easily subdued infiltrator slowly loosening his grip on the hilt, his tone carrying a new seriousness of reassessment. Even the Anbu-specific chakra concealment technique can be seen through at a glance. Lord Binjian's placement of the Uchiha in the core defense line is indeed the sharpest blade for rooting out infiltrators. Fuyue flicked his wrist, drawing his ninja blade, and raised his hand to issue a stern order to the police department behind him. Leave them all alive. Not a single page from the archive room is to be missing. Inside the northern passage, the Baiju who had actively exposed himself attempted to repeat the same trick, luring the Rishiang reconnaissance team out of the village. Richa decisively changed tactics, leading his squad to guard the direction facing Mai and sealed off all underground routes by which they could infiltrate the village in reverse. Two main family Jonin held the most dangerous passage exits. Branch family ninja activated there by Yin, firmly locking onto every abnormal chakra fluctuation within the rock layers. The more desperately Baiju tried to break out, the clearer the underground network exposed in the Bai Yan's vision became. A main family Jonin struck back a Baiju that sprang from the rock wall, with a palm gasping for breath as he looked back at Richa. If not for Lord Bingyan forcing the rules to be broken and letting us go to the front lines, the Rishiang clan would never have discovered how many tunnels these things have dug underground. Richa's eyes were like torches, his Bai Yin fixed firmly on the underground as he barked in a deep voice, "Hold the exits. Don't let a single one escape." The sealing zone beneath the Hokage building. War reports from all directions fell like snowflakes into Shui Min's hands. The bluffing ancestral home is under attack. Enemies discovered in the root archive sealed area. Large numbers of white creatures have appeared in the northern passage. Shui Min pressed his palm on the flying thunder god Kanai on the table. In the past, he would have immediately activated the flying thunder god to rush to the bluffing ancestral home, and then turn to the archive area and the northern passage to rescue. The entire Mai village had long been accustomed to relying on the yellow flash to resolve all deadly crises. Stay here. Bingyan stood beside the sealing platform without turning back. Shui Min frowned. Brother Joshinai just woke up not long ago. The sealing array at the ancestral home was personally reviewed by her, and I left frost patterns in the nodes in advance. Bingyan glanced sideways, his cold gaze cutting off Shui Min's words. At that moment, a new war report arrived again. All the invading Baiju at the bluffing ancestral home have been frozen and controlled. The archive area is unscathed. The Rishiang squad at the northern passage has completed the counter-encirclement. Shui Min listened to the report, his tense body gradually relaxing, and the hand holding the flying thunder god, Kanai, slowly lowered. He looked at Bingyan. In just a few days, the defense line you reorganized is more stable than if I had personally rushed to the battlefield. Bingyan forced the Rishiang main family to the front lines, had the Yuzhibo clan officially intervene in the Ninetales investigation, and precisely distributed the classified materials left by Root and the Defense Authority to the ninja clans truly capable of bearing the responsibility. Dai 2 used Baiju to simultaneously harass 3 key locations, trying to force Shui Min to keep moving, and then from the landing points of the Flying Thunder God, deduce the gaps in the sealing zone. But the 3 defenses stabilized one after another instead, helping Bingyan verify the effectiveness of this new arrangement. He has been waiting for me to move. Shui Min saw through the enemy's scheme. As long as I appear in different locations, he can accurately determine when the sealing zone loses its protection. Bingyan looked at the sealing array. Don't let him see the familiar Mai. Let him see whether this village can stand firm without the Hokage coming to the rescue. Shui Min's eyes sharpened, and he backhandedly thrust the flying thunder god Kanai into the stone platform beside Kakashi. The perimeter continues to act according to the plan. Shui Min issued orders to the Umbu chakra faintly boiling around him. The sealing zone will be my personal responsibility. The 3 external disturbances were successively suppressed, while the underground sealing zone still maintained a visibly tense deployment. The fake surgery officially began. On the main sealing platform was placed a transparent container with a replacement eyeball quietly soaking in the medicinal liquid. Surrounding it were densely packed sealing formulas. Kakashi lay flat on another stone platform, his left eye still covered by the forehead protector. Shui Min stood guard before the stone platform, while Bing Yin stood at the other end of the ceiling array. Wan stood outside the medical array, toying with a scalpel, letting out a low sneer. Kakashi's eyes are still on him, yet a replacement eyeball is placed on the platform to lure the enemy. This kind of absurd surgery I-1 have never seen. Kakashi remained silent, his body tensing secretly. The air behind him began to distort in the most subtle way. Dai-2 didn't even glance at the container on the ceiling platform. The defense of my today was too deliberate. The authenticity of the container could not be verified at all. Dragging Kakashi along with his eye directly into the shunwei space was the most reliable choice. A spiral spatial vortex silently opened behind the stone platform, and Dai-2's right arm and half of his body gradually emerged from the other dimension. Kakashi sensed the spatial fluctuation behind him, suppressing his instinct to counterattack and not turning over. He knew that he was always within the protection range of Bing Yin, Shui Min, and the entire ceiling array. Everyone was waiting for that moment when Dai-2 would be forced to become solid in order to touch him. The gloved right hand drew closer, and the 5 fingers rested on Kakashi's shoulder. The moment contact occurred, Dai-2's right hand and forearm left the intangible state and returned to reality. The tiny frost particles scattered throughout the ceiling array, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, simultaneously erupted with a deep blue light. A piercing chill drilled into the palm through the gaps in the glove, forcibly severing all chakra nodes running through Dai-2's hand and wrist. Dai-2's 5 fingers stiffened on Kakashi's shoulder. He whirled his head to look at Bing Yin, a storm of shock surging in his single eye. Bing Yin had long ago nailed the flaw that the opponent must become solid when touching the target into the ceiling array. The deep blue mystical ice spread upward along Dai-2's right arm. The freezing speed was despairingly fast. Dai-2 did not hesitate for a moment, nor dared to attempt to reclaim control of his right arm. The right half of his body was supplemented by Baiju tissue. The arm could be replaced at any time. If he delayed even half a breath, the cold aura would directly invade his heart meridian. Dai-2's left hand grabbed above the frozen part of his right arm, and with a violent pull he tore the entire frozen forearm off. Pale liquid splashed onto the ceiling array, and before it could fall it was frozen into ice crystals by the cold aura. The spatial vortex contracted rapidly, and Dai-2 with the stump of his severed arm fled back into the shunwei space in disgrace. Wan's action of toying with the scalpel abruptly stopped, his gaze fixed on the pale, severed arm on the ground that had turned into ice crystals. Not a trace of hand seals, yet he crushed the extreme cold chakra into frost particles specifically to capture that moment of materialization. Wan licked his dry lips, his eyes revealing deep fear and fervor. Just by contact he can freeze such a vast life force. Wolfgang Binjian's control over chakra is simply monstrous. Kakashi touched the lingering piercing chill on his shoulder, still shaken. I didn't even notice the frost particles, and the ambush was already dismantled. Shui Min closed his eyes, trying to sense the old flying thunder god formula left on that person's back. But most of Dai-2's body was hidden in the other dimension, and the connection from the formula was extremely faint, disappearing completely as the spatial vortex closed. Minato furrowed his brow, his hand already reaching for the flying thunder god kunai, intending to forcibly confirm the coordinates through the lingering spatial fluctuations and pursue into the Kamui dimension. Bing Yin raised his hand to stop him. Let him go. Minato looked at the empty ceiling platform and immediately understood. Your frost mark is embedded in his severed arm. It has already frozen into the tissue. Bing Yin walked slowly behind Kakashi, his fingertip lightly tracing the stone surface. He picked out a shard of ice that had peeled off from the severed arm before Obito's escape lodged in the crevice of the platform. The residual spatial fluctuations captured by the ceiling array had not yet dissipated when they were locked into the azure ice layer by the cold energy. Kakashi sat up and warned in a low voice. Given his caution, he will certainly discard that severed arm directly. Of course he will. Bing Yin looked down from a height at the thin ice that had sealed the spatial fluctuations. From the very beginning, I never expected to track his position through a severed arm. The cold energy in the severed arm shares the same origin as this ice fragment. Orochimaru stood to the side, his tongue excitedly moistening his pale lips, a fanatical gleam bursting in his eyes. The more Obito rushes to throw the arm into the different dimension, the less he will realize that you are truly waiting for his next Kimui activation. Kakashi stared at the ice fragment, his shoulders and back involuntarily tensing. Binjian's purpose in letting Obito go was now clear. The enemy would personally bring the cold energy into the Kimui dimension he deemed safe. Meanwhile, within the Kimui dimension, the completely frozen, severed arm crashed heavily from the vortex. It rolled a long distance across the dark stone platform. Obito's chest heaved violently as he lowered his head to examine the stump of his right arm. Under the stimulation of chakra, the white zetsu tissue rapidly wriggled and grew, soon coalescing into a complete arm. He repeatedly sensed the meridians throughout his body, confirming that no trace of cold energy remained within. Obito lifted his foot and kicked the frozen arm far into the deepest part of the Kimui dimension. Using an arm that could be replaced at any time in exchange for the Kimui dimension remaining hidden. This price he deemed well worth it. Underground ceiling zone. The shard of ice that had peeled off from Obito's severed arm lay quietly in the center of the array. Binyan pressed 2 fingers on the ice surface, carefully sensing the flow of cold energy. As the Kamui dimension completely closed the resonance between the ice fragment in the array and the frost mark deep within the arm also fell utterly silent. Minato stood outside the array, intently watching the changes in the ceiling inscriptions. It can only sense when Kamui is opened. When the space is completely sealed, the cold energy inside naturally cannot respond to me. Binyan slowly opened his eyes. But as soon as Obito reopens the portal, the 2 spaces briefly connect, and the resonance will immediately restore. Minato abruptly turned his head, looking at the map of the Land of Fires underground on the table. The Hyōga reconnaissance team had already marked all the anomalous routes discovered recently. Binjian's finger pointed at the map. The cold energy can confirm the precise time of Kimui's activation. The Hyōga will investigate the underground areas that show anomalies at the same time. Once Obito fully returns to reality, the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on his back will also re-enter perception. The ceiling squad Jonin stared at the ice fragment in the array, his breath catching, then suppressed the order to dismantle the array and instructed his subordinates to immediately record every moment of resonance. Minato's gaze shifted between the ice fragment in the array and the underground map, and the 3 clues locked together completely. Byakugan sees reality. Flying Thunder God locks the same space. Cold energy resonates with the timing of Kamui's opening. Minato spoke in a low voice, admiration in his tone. Brother, you have forged these 3 into an inescapable chain. Every time Obito opens a portal in what he thinks is safety, he is actually drawing a map of his underground lair for us. The Yamanaka shinobi pressed his palm back onto the head of the first white zetsu. Fragmented memories flashed through his mind. Surveillance, infiltration, underground transport, receiving orders. Finally, a figure that was markedly more aged and pale repeatedly appeared in the depths of memory. This white zetsu did not participate in the operation at Rin's death. The Yamanaka shinobi frowned, but it repeatedly received orders from the same contact. That contact was stationed long-term between the Canopy Bridge and the border of the Land of Water, managing the underground routes left over from the Third Shinobi World War. Kakashi's head snapped up, his lone eye instantly bloodshot, his voice trembling violently. Canopy Bridge. Beside him, Minato's face also changed drastically, his hand on the table tightening abruptly. The Yamanaka shinobi continued reading the memory. In the blurry image, the old white zetsu stood in an underground cave, sternly ordering other white zetsu not to approach a mist battlefield where combat was occurring. Later, it was also this one that personally appeared before Obito, who had just regained the ability to move, and told him that Kakashi and Rin were in danger. The scene ended there. This white zetsu before them had not participated in the subsequent actions, it only knew that contact. Orochimaru looked at the interrogation record, his eyes narrowing dangerously. They knew the positions of Kakashi and Rin in advance, yet deliberately forbade other white zetsu from approaching. This was to deliberately guide Obito to witness that tragedy. Kakashi stared fixedly at the white zetsu on the stone platform. He did not utter a word, but the suppressed lightning-natured chakra around him was faintly crackling. The image of Rin's death haunted his dreams almost every night. He had always believed that he had failed to see through the mist's plan that Minato Sensei had not arrived in time, and that Obito had died at Canopy Bridge long ago. But now the truth was brutally torn open. A group of creatures that could move freely underground had already been stationed near that battlefield in advance, using all of them as pawns to manipulate Obito. Lin Yan spread out the map and pressed his fingertip firmly on it. Once Obito realizes that a complete living specimen has fallen into Konoha's hands, he will certainly transfer critical evidence. The records of the Nine-Tails Knight can be destroyed, and the experimental traces of the first Hokage cells can be hidden separately. His fingertips slowly slid toward the vicinity of Canopy Bridge. But the white Zetsu that actually participated in the communication back then cannot be recreated. Minato looked at the marked dead ends on the map, his gaze sinking completely, instantly seeing through Binjian's entire tactical plan. You intend to force Obito to choose his own retreat route. The underground routes leading to Konoha, the Namikaze ancestral home, and the northern border have all been sealed by Hisashi. He has no way out. Lin Yan drew the final line on the map, his tone icy and certain. Only the direction of the old battlefield remains. The witness he most wants to hide will naturally evacuate through the most familiar path. Minato gazed at the single escape route on the map, and immediately gave the coordination signal to the ANBU. His brother was not blindly chasing Obito. He was using the entire underground defense of the Land of Fire to force Obito to put his own neck into the noose. Within the Kamui dimension, Obito stared grimly at his newly grown right arm, the terrifying cold that had frozen everything in an instant, haunting his mind. He dared not hesitate for a moment, and immediately issued a death command to the remaining white Zetsu in the Kamui dimension: evacuate all exposed nodes. Transfer the observation records of the Nine-Tails Knight separately, and destroy all materials related to the first Hokage cells. A white Zetsu asked, "What about the old one who used to pass you messages?" Obito was silent for a moment, his single eye gloomy. "Send it to the backup base in the direction of the Land of Water." The white Zetsu tilted its head in confusion. It has been hidden there for many years. Konoha has already obtained a complete living specimen. Obito glanced coldly at it, his tone laced with profound wariness. Lin Yan will never be content with merely digging out a few underground routes. Spatial vortices opened one after another, sending batches of white Zetsu and scrolls to different locations. Obito tried to disrupt Konoha's judgment through multiple transfers. Every time Kamui connected to reality, the ice fragment at the center of the ceiling array would emit a brief, faint glow. The Hyōga reconnaissance team, based on the moments of each resonance, cross-referenced the pre-marked anomalous routes, and quickly identified these deliberately dispersed transfer points. But Lin Yan paid no heed to those ordinary materials. He had Hisashi keep a tight watch on the direction toward the old battlefield. Several hours later, an underground transfer point on the border of the Land of Fire. Several pale figures were moving rapidly along the rock layers. One white Zetsu was noticeably older, moving slower than the others, but was firmly protected at the center of the formation. Above ground, Hisashi's activated Byakugan had long penetrated the thick rock layers. "Target has appeared," a branch family shinobi reported in a low voice, his tone brimming with barely restrained excitement. 4 escorts, 1 in front, 2 behind, and 1 moving along the upper rock layer. The 2 main house jonin tightened their grip on their kunai. Having experienced the encirclement in the mines, they had fully grasped the white Zetsu's means of escape. Hisashi did not rush to give the order. He watched the branch house ninjas' gestures until all the white Zetsu guards had retreated into the narrowest transit cave. "Seal the entrance." The explosive tags detonated with a thunderous roar. The rock layers on both sides collapsed extensively, and the rubble sealed the main passages leading to the transit cave. The white Zetsu tasked with the escort did not stay to protect the target. Instead, they scattered toward different rock walls, each attempting to escape on their own. If even one escaped, the intelligence could be relayed back. In the Byakugan's field of vision of the branch house ninja, every chakra trajectory was clearly visible. Right rock layer, rear underground, 1 more above. The information came in succession. The 2 main house jonin followed the guidance, and from the front forced the white Zetsu attempting to break through back to the center of the cave one by one. Hisashi paid no heed to those guards. His gaze was fixed on the aged white Zetsu. At that moment, the old white Zetsu's legs had already merged into his ashi cut in from the side, his palms landing consecutively on the old white Zetsu's abdomen and the base of its thighs, which were still exposed above the ground. The gentle fist chakra forcibly invaded the meridians following the nodes locked by the Byakugan, directly disrupting the chakra flow of the mayfly technique. The old white Zetsu was forcibly squeezed out of the rock layer. Its pale face finally showed panic. "Since when do the Hyōgas I see underground?" the old white Zetsu asked in a hoarse voice. Hisashi looked down at it. "Since the moment you set your sights on Konoha, locking onto the meridians through thick rock layers and severing the technique before it fully merged. That's incredible." A main house Jonin swung his kunai to drive back the charging white Zetsu, his peripheral vision catching the target that had been forced out of the ground. Shock filled his eyes. Lord Binjian's tactical arrangement has maximized the Byakugan's value. Ceiling Squad Ninja leaped down from the cave ceiling. Several pitch-black chains intertwined and flew, binding the old white Zetsu's limbs, and dense ceiling formulas rapidly covered its entire body. On the other side, the main house and branch house completed the encirclement with seamless coordination. Some guards were captured alive. Only one white Zetsu abandoned its comrades and squeezed into a natural fissure that had not yet fully closed. Hisashi's Byakugan kept locked on it, but he did not order a pursuit, only instructing the sealing squad to reinforce the seals on the old white Zetsu. "Don't chase. Let it take the message back." This old white Zetsu, which had participated in the communication relay during that incident, was escorted back to Konoha intact. The news soon reached Obito. He stood before an underground tree root staring at the white Zetsu that had escaped. It was captured. The Hyōga had sealed off all the old one's escape routes in advance. The white Zetsu reported hastily. They never went after the other scrolls. They were waiting for that old one all along. Obito remained silent. Kakashi's left. I was still in Konoha, and he could easily continue seeking an opportunity to take it. The capture of an ordinary white Zetsu would at most expose a few insignificant underground passages. But this old white Zetsu was different. It had personally participated in the communication arrangements surrounding Rin's death. Once its memories were read by Minato and Kakashi, the cruel scene Obito had used for years to prove that reality was beyond salvation would become a stage meticulously built for him by others in advance. The Sharingan behind the mask rotated slowly. Obito had already decided to fully withdraw from the Land of Fire, but now he activated Kimui once more. In the underground interrogation area of Konoha, the old white Zetsu had just been locked onto the ceiling pillar. The shard of ice at the center of the formation glowed with a faint blue light. The ceiling formulas at the periphery of the interrogation area showed a slight disturbance. Binyan stood up and walked to the ceiling pillar. In midair, a spiral spatial distortion was forming. The vortex mask emerged from the center of the swirl. Binyan looked at the figure, his tone calm. "Obito, you've finally come to see your teacher." The Kamui vortex paused briefly. Obito confirmed that Binyan knew exactly the identity hidden beneath that mask, but he did not retreat back to the other dimension. A thick iron chain shot out from the vortex, first aiming straight for the old white Zetsu on the ceiling pillar. Binyan did not form hand seals. Blue mystic ice rose from the ground. Boom. The chain slammed heavily into the solid ice wall, sending large shards of ice flying to both sides. Obito then fully emerged from the spatial vortex. Orochimaru stared at the twisted swirl, a scalpel flipping between his fingers, and licked his lips, a space-time transfer that ignores barriers and seals. The Uchiha's Mangekyo truly is an unreasonable eye. Several white Zetsu that had been hidden inside the Kimui space charged out, simultaneously lunging at the Yamanaka interrogation ninja and the sealed table containing records. "Evacuate personnel," Minato ordered sharply, reaching out to grab the nearest interrogation ninja. Golden light flashed in succession. The interrogation personnel and the just organized top-secret records were transferred to various secure locations. Kakashi stood in front of the old white Zetsu's ceiling pillar, the kunai in his hand crackling with lightning-natured chakra. A white Zetsu lunged from the side. Kakashi sidestepped his kunai, slicing along the enemy's shoulder and neck, pinning it to the ice wall. Obito did not pause. Most of his body remained in a phased state. Only the arm controlling the iron chain would briefly solidify when the chain was about to strike the target. The black chain constantly changed its attack angle across the wall's floor and ceiling pillar. Sometimes it lashed straight at the old white Zetsu from the front, other times it eerily pierced through the wall to strike from behind the pillar. Ordinary ninjutsu could not reach the phased Obito. If the slightest opening appeared in the defense, the old white Zetsu would be reduced to a bloody mess by that chain. Bing Yan stood steadily at the center of the ceiling area. He did not waste chakra attacking the untouchable phantom. The cold air spread rapidly along the wall's floor and ceiling formation, tightly sealing off all possible routes the white Zetsu could use to infiltrate. Those nearly imperceptible fine frost particles hung silently around the old white Zetsu. Obito could make most attacks pass through his body, but to destroy this witness, the arm holding the chain had to become solid the moment the attack landed. The chain shot out from the ground again. Kakashi swung his kunai to block it. Clang! Lightning and the black chain collided with a thunderous impact, the shock numbing Kakashi's arm. Obito's body passed directly through the kunai's blade, his right hand reaching straight for the left eye beneath Kakashi's forehead protector. Kakashi! A low, hoarse voice came from behind the mask. You've used that eye for far too long. Kakashi's breath caught. That tone, that pause, the way he addressed him. It all belonged entirely to the boy in his memory, who was always late. His leg muscles instinctively wanted to retreat, but the ceiling pillar was right behind him. If he gave up even half a step, Obito would take the chance to kill the old white Zetsu. Kakashi forced his feet to stay rooted. When carrying out high-risk missions in the past, he had countless times thought of using death to repay his guilt toward his comrade. But now he knew more clearly than ever that he had to survive. Because he firmly believed that Bing Yan and Minato Sensei would definitely be able to counter this killing blow. Kakashi's eyes sharpened, and he swung his kunai down in a counter-strike. Obito's hand passed through the blade again without obstruction. Just as his fingers were inches away from the left eye, the iron chain, hidden underground, changed direction. Taking the eye was only a feint to distract. The true fatal blow was still aimed at the old white Zetsu. The Kamui space and the real world connected once more. Deep in the alien dimension, the severed arm that had been completely frozen produced a brief resonance. Bing Yan raised his right hand. The tiny frost particles floating around Obito simultaneously responded to the arm's resonance, surging along the still-open Kamui passage toward his right eye, then slipping through the eye hole of the vortex mask to precisely attach to the rapidly operating chakra meridians. Obito's pupils abruptly contracted. He forcibly activated his ocular power, but the spatial vortex in his vision twisted halfway and then collapsed on the spot. He was horrified to find that although his right eye was not yet fully frozen, the chakra rhythm of Kamui during the moment of switching between reality and illusion had been precisely severed by those pervasive extreme cold particles. The spatial transfer was forcibly stuck between two spaces, unable to advance or retreat. He actually crushed his extreme cold chakra into particles. Orochimaru suddenly gripped his scalpel, his pale face showing deep fear and fanaticism. Invading precisely at the moment of space-time conversion, such microscopic control is beyond the scope of conventional ninjutsu. The lethal chain froze stiffly in front of the old white Zetsu. Most of Obito's body was forced to remain in the real world. At the same time, Minato clearly sensed the familiar flying thunder god seal. The mark left during the Night of the Nine Tails was still deeply imprinted on the back of this body. Golden light burst forth suddenly. Minato didn't need to get close or throw another kunai. He directly teleported to behind Obito, following the seal from years ago. His hand blade struck down, severing the iron chain fiercely. The lethal attack was completely deflected away from the ceiling pillar. Obito's back stiffened. That familiar pressure made his breath catch in his throat. The fourth Hokage's flying thunder god mark had been on his back all along. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead beneath the mask. Obito's right eye spun rapidly, trying to reopen Kamui to escape. But Bing Yan had already reached him from the front. A hand wreathed in a blizzard of extreme cold mercilessly grabbed the edge of the orange vortex mask. On the Night of the Nine Tails, you escaped unscathed by phasing. Binjian's voice was as cold as Tinto Sandy-rolled ice, the blue chill instantly sealing all spatial fluctuations around Obito. But today I have already locked the shackles for you. Obito's safest trump card was nullified and he could no longer decide when to re-enter the intangible state. Acting on instinct, he prepared to tear off the frozen white Zetsu arm and shed his cloak to escape. Yet Lin Yan ignored the replaceable tissues, his fingers clamping like iron pincers onto the right edge of the orange spiral mask, firmly pressing down on the outer side of the right eye. Obito immediately activated the ocular power of his right eye, attempting to shift his head into the Kamui dimension. However, the chilling cold slithered along the mask's edge, directly invading the chakra channels around the right eye and forcibly freezing the spatial transition node. Arms can be replaced, bodies can be mended. Lin Yan looked down at the solitary eye from above, his tone utterly flat. But this eye, would you be willing to lose it? Obito's eyelid twitched violently, the Mangekyo pattern in his right eye freezing in place. Lin Yan's fingers tightened. Crack! A piercing, shattering sound exploded within the ceiling zone. The spiral mask fractured outward from the right eye, dense cracks spreading across the entire mask before it disintegrated into powder within the icy palm. Pale fragments fell to the ground with a rustle. That face, which should have been buried beneath the ruins of Canopy Bridge, was now exposed to the air without any cover. The right side was covered in twisted bark-like scars, while the left side still retained the contours of his youth. Minato's gaze fixed on that face. In his perception, the flying thunder god seal left on the masked man's back during the Ninetales night perfectly aligned with the person before him. The face, the identical eyes, the old seal. All evidence converged in this moment. Minato reversed his grip on the flying thunder god kunai, shifted half a step to the side, and completely sealed Obito's last escape route. Maintain the seal. Capture him alive. He stared at Obito, his tone sinking fully. Every debt from the Ninetales night. He will answer for them himself. Kakashi's gaze collided with the Sharingan that mirrored his own left eye. His Adam's apple bobbed painfully, and the lightning flickering on his kunai quivered. Obito, you're really still alive. Kakashi's voice was hoarse, as if he had swallowed sand. The comrade for whom he had once personally delivered a death report had become the one who nearly destroyed Konoha. Obito's right half was firmly frozen in place by the ice. He did not deny it, nor did he acknowledge Kakashi. His crimson right eye bypassed Lin Yan, locking directly onto Minato behind him. Sensei. The word caused Minato's shoulders to sink slightly. Where were you when Rin died? The venom suppressed for years finally tore through the facade, Obito's voice echoing through the underground space. Why can you protect Kushina, now protect Naruto, save all of Konoha? But back then, why didn't you save Rin? Shut up. Kakashi lunged forward, his single eye blazing with incredulous fury. The lightning chakra on his kunai let out a piercing, uncontrolled crackle. That day Sensei was held back by a swarm of IWA shinobi. How dare you blame everything on him? Minato opened his mouth, but beneath his golden hair his eyes betrayed a deep weariness. That day he had indeed failed to arrive. No amount of missions or orders could fill the void left by his student's death. Minato didn't make it. That's on Minato. Lin Yan's cold voice cut through the spreading guilt. He did not defend Minato, nor would he allow Obito to use this moral blackmail to obscure the truth. But someone knew everything in advance, deliberately ensuring that you would witness Rin's death before delivering the news to you. That's another account. Lin Yan stared coldly at Obito. The one who truly pushed Rin to that spot is still hiding underground, yet you've already condemned the entire world on her behalf. Obito shifted his gaze from Minato for the first time, turning toward the old white Zetsu bound by the ceiling pillar. They just watched. Obito's teeth clenched, his breathing growing heavy. That day Sensei was held back by a swarm of IWA shinobi. How dare you blame everything on him? That day Sensei was held back by a swarm of IWA shinobi. How dare you blame everything on him? Minato opened his mouth, but beneath his Lin Yan had already locked onto that anomaly. Tired of further words, he stepped forward, directly raised his hand, and pressed his palm flat against Obito's left chest right over the heart. The glacial chakra bypassed the organ itself, turning into fine frost needles that slowly pierced the meridians around the heart. One by one, the black technique patterns long hidden deep within the flesh and symbiotically integrated with the heart's meridian were forced to the surface by the cerulean frost. Obito lowered his head, his venom and fury frozen in place. This cursed seal had been buried near his heart for who knows how many years, yet he himself had never sensed the slightest anomaly. The black technique was like a spider's web tightly coiled around Obito's heart. Every line was clearly visible under the frost's outline. "What is this?" Obito's voice trembled. Orochimaru walked slowly to the edge of the ceiling array, his golden slit pupils greedily tracing the technique's structure. "This is an extremely ancient binding curse seal. The technique has fully fused with your heart's meridian." Orochimaru chuckled, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. "It can interfere with chakra flow and prevent the host from removing it. As for what specific behaviors it restricts, would have to cut it open to find out." He toyed with the scalpel, his gaze toward Obito like that of a defective product. "But one thing is clear, whoever implanted this into your heart without your knowledge never intended for you to have freedom. Even your heart's meridian was taken over. The caster never treated you as a person. You were merely a tool that could be detonated at any moment." Obito's still mobile left arm trembled violently. Back then Madara Uchiha had dug him out from under the rocks, taught him the despair of the shinobi world, and entrusted him with the Moon's Eye plan. But why would a true heir have a dog chain buried in his heart that he didn't even know about? The Yamanaka shinobi still had his hand on the old white Zetsu's head, cold sweat beading on his forehead, breathing rapid. In the memories, there's Madara Uchiha. Obito whipped his head around, his gaze like a blade slicing toward the old white Zetsu. The Yamanaka shinobi, fighting the dizziness from the enormous memories, haltingly recounted the dark conversation. The old white Zetsu reported to Madara that Kirigakure had already sealed the three tails inside Rin Noera. Madara ignored their life-saving proposal, directly ordering them to continue observing covertly, ensuring Obito received the news at the most opportune moment. Madara also mentioned that near Rin's heart there was a seal restricting her from ending her own life. Kirigakure wanted her to return to Konoha to release the three tails. The White Zetsu's mission was to prevent her from breaking free early and ensure Obito witnessed the final outcome. Kakashi's arm went limp. The kunai wrapped in lightning clattered onto the ice. Kakashi stood there devastated as years of nightmares were torn open to reveal the cruelest truth. Rin could not return to Konoha, nor could she end her own life. In the end, she met Kakashi's Chidori. That was her final choice after all paths were sealed. The White Zetsu knew everything in advance, yet stood by indifferently, and the timing of Obito's information was precisely calculated, so he could only catch the last glimpse. The Yamanaka shinobi slowly withdrew his hand. The interrogation zone was so silent that only the faint sound of ice crystallizing could be heard. Obito's chest heaved violently, his remaining right eye bloodshot. Even if Madara arranged all this, what does it prove? The fear before his faith crumbled drove him into a hysterical roar. Kirigakure wanting to use Rin to destroy Konoha is a fact. Sensei not arriving in time is a fact. Kakashi piercing her with his own hand is a fact. This shinobi world is already hell. Minato stood behind Obito, the guilt that never dissipated surging up again in his eyes. Obito, that day I really... Before Minato could finish, Binjian's cold voice cut in sharply. You were stupid enough to become someone else's blade. Don't play the victim here. He kept his hand pressed over Obito's heart, swung his other hand back, and a sharp slap cracked across Obito's left cheek, which still retained the contours of his youth. Binjian's cold, hard voice echoed through the underground hall. Minato turned to look at his elder brother, the self-reproach in his eyes forcibly suppressed by those words. Minato can be held responsible for failing to arrive in time, Kakashi for failing to see through the mist's plan, and Rin made her choice to protect the leaf. Binyan looked down at Obito from on high, his gaze as sharp as a blade. But all these responsibilities combined cannot cleanse the one who knew the Three Tails plan in advance, restricted Rin's escape routes, controlled the White Zetsu's message, and even planted a dog chain in your heart. Orochimaru stared at the hidden talisman on Obito's chest, a mocking smile curling on his pale face. Even hatred is a script handed to you by others. The Mangekyo of the Uchiha is truly pitiful. Obito pressed his lips tightly. He did not refute. The lightning in Kakashi's hand gradually dissipated. He stared fixedly at the old white Zetsu sealed within the pillar, his chest heaving violently. After a long silence, he finally spoke hoarsely. Rin did die by my hand. Obito's right Mangekyo spun rapidly, his chakra on the verge of spiraling out of control. But Kakashi suddenly raised his head, his remaining eye meeting Obito's gaze directly with no trace of the former avoidance and guilt. But someone pushed her in front of my lightning blade beforehand. Obito, do you dare to go back and investigate? Minato watched his disciple straighten his spine once more, and his fingers, which had been resting on the flying thunder god, kunai, slowly relaxed. Obito's pupils suddenly contracted. Go check the talisman in your heart, the records left by Uchiha Madara, and what orders these white Zetsu received before Rin's death. Kakashi raised his voice, demanding harshly. Obito's right Mangekyo spun rapidly, spatial distortions spreading from his body. Minato sensed the flying thunder god seal on Obito's back and gripped the kunai in reverse, ready to activate the flying thunder god's second step at any moment. Bing Yan stood still, his fingertips moving slightly. Just as the Kimui vortex took shape, he actively withdrew the frigid chakra covering Obito's right eye and simultaneously raised his hand to stop Minato's arm. Elder brother. Minato looked at him in confusion. Let him go. Obito's intangibility paused, his right eye locked onto Bing Yan. What are you plotting? Keeping you in the leaf would only yield a prisoner who never opens his mouth. Bing Yan's tone was calm, yet exuded absolute control. Since you firmly believe Madara didn't deceive you, go back and find the answers yourself. Obito stood at the center of the vortex, hesitating to retreat into the other dimension. Bing Yan glanced at the shrinking spatial vortex and coldly added a final hammer blow. Kimui is no longer your escape route. From the moment you brought that frozen, severed arm inside, every time this door opens it leaves a trace in reality. Obito's right eye darkened slightly. He dared not linger any longer, and his form was completely swallowed by the distorted space. Inside the other dimension, Obito continuously activated Kimui, jumping between several abandoned transit points. Meanwhile, the white Zetsu that had received the evacuation order earlier began to disperse in different directions. In the underground hall, Bing Yan stood silently, his deep gaze seeming to pierce through the barriers of space. He was well aware that once Obito grew suspicious and began to investigate, the hidden mastermind behind the scenes would inevitably launch a large-scale transfer to destroy evidence, and those concealed core routes and underground strongholds would expose themselves in the ensuing chaos. After confirming that Obito had completely left reality, Bing Yan raised his right hand and casually snapped his fingers. Throughout the underground passages within the Leaf in the Land of Fire, the long-waiting Hyōga mixed reconnaissance squad struck simultaneously. As the branch family ninjas activated their Byakugan, precisely locking onto every white Zetsu attempting to flee, the main family Jonin immediately formed hand signs, driving ceiling spikes deep into the underground core nodes. In an instant, the frost patterns that Bing Yan had prelayed erupted with a blue glow, and the extreme cold spread rapidly along the underground routes and hidden passages, completely freezing all the backup routes hidden beneath the Leaf's barrier. Hayashi stared at the passages completely blocked by ice in his Byakugan vision, his gaze sharp. The Byakugan locks onto their movements, ceiling spikes sever the nodes, and frost patterns seal off the escape routes. Lord Bing Yan has even factored in the enemy's counterattack into the net-closing node. The white Zetsu that were forced to the surface by the cold air immediately ran into the waiting Hokage Direct ANBU and the Uchiha police force, and were subdued without any chance to resist. Late at night in the Hokage's office, Minato picked up his brush and wrote the highest-level classified seal order. Obito's true identity was temporarily classified as top secret, known only to the core personnel present. Minato heavily stamped the Hokage's seal, his tone cold. The blood debt of Obito's involvement in the Ninetales incident will not be erased just because he was manipulated by Madara. But until we root out the forces behind the scenes, his identity must be sealed. Kakashi stood before the desk, pulling his forehead protector back down to cover his left eye. I want to participate in the next operation. Minato looked up at his disciple and saw the determination that no longer shied away. I want to see with my own eyes what exactly Uchiha Madara left for Obito. Kakashi clenched his fists, his voice firm. Bing Yan leaned by the window, his gaze sweeping over Kakashi's forehead protector as he laid out his condition. You can go if you want. First, learn to control the chakra consumption of your left eye so you don't become a burden on the battlefield. Kakashi nodded heavily. I will. Outside the Land of Fire, at a backup underground stronghold. After several careful transfers, Obito finally landed here. This place did not house the demonic statue of the Outer Path, only some old records left by Uchiha Madara, and a few backup routes leading to the core base. Several white Zetsu gathered from the shadows. You're injured. Obito ignored them. He tore open his chest front, staring at the black talisman marks that had not yet completely dissipated over his heart, his eyes filled with gloom. After a moment, he roughly pushed aside the white Zetsu blocking his way and headed straight for the stone chamber containing the old scrolls. Bring out all the intelligence records from before and after Rin's death. Obito commanded harshly. The smiles on the white Zetsu's faces instantly froze. Deep within the rock walls of the stronghold, a pitch-black figure silently emerged. Black Zetsu's yellow eyes spun rapidly, his mind in turmoil. Obito had already begun to suspect Madara. This strike at the heart by Lin Yan was too ruthless. Not only did it shatter Obito's faith, but it also sought to dig out their true identities. To prevent the core from being exposed while Obito was searching through the old records, Black Zetsu decisively ordered the remaining white Zetsu to immediately transfer all core materials related to the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's building within the leaf, almost simultaneously Lin Yan precisely captured the cold resonance transmitted by Obito's continuous activation of Kamui, and Minato used this to relock the Flying Thunder God seal left on Obito's back. Coupled with the chakra anomalies caused by the large-scale white Zetsu movement, 3 clues converged perfectly on the tactical map. Not only did they firmly pinpoint Obito's overseas stronghold, but they also traced along the exposed backup routes all the way to the deeply hidden core base. Lin Yan looked at the red markers lighting up on the map, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Before Black Zetsu abandoned this pawn, they would strike first and go straight for Uchiha Madara's core base.
On the tactical map, the glaring red dot representing Dai Tu's coordinates finally halted at a deep mountain beyond the borders of the Hua country. Shui Min stared at that location, the blood debt of the Nine-Tails Knight, and his disciple's betrayal weighing simultaneously on his heart, a rare glint of cold severity flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he gripped the Flying Thunder God Kunai on the table. Golden chakra surged at his fingertips and spatial ripples spread outward along his arm. Following the technique left on Dai Tu's back during the Nine-Tails Night, the Flying Thunder God's second stage could allow him to cross the border in half a breath and press the spiral sphere directly onto that traitorous disciple's spine. Just as the spatial passage was about to take shape, an icy hand landed on Shui Min's shoulder. Profound blue frigid chakra emanated from the palm, precisely severing the operational nodes of the Flying Thunder God. The surrounding distorted spatial ripples, as if struck by extreme cold, solidified, shattered, and dissipated into intangible frost dust in the air. Shui Min's pupils contracted. Lin Yan had only severed the spatial nodes currently active in the technique. The Flying Thunder God mark left on Dai Tu's back remained intact. This level of control over spatial circuits was so precise that even the caster himself could barely replicate it externally. Brother. Shui Min turned his head, his golden hair framing eyes filled with suppressed fury and confusion. Dai Tu is my disciple. The blood debt of the Nine-Tails Knight, the calamity that nearly destroyed Mu Yi, must be settled by my own hands. And then, oi. Lin Yan stood beside him, his voice as cold as if tempered in ice water. You fly over with the Flying Thunder God, wage a furious battle with Dai Tu beyond the border, and force the mastermind lurking in the shadows to emerge. Then who will govern Mu Yi? Shui Min's breath caught. Dai Tu's identity has just been exposed, and there is still another's dog chain buried in his heart. Lin Yan's finger pointed to Mu Yi's position on the map. That mastermind hidden underground, capable of controlling Baiju and even outwitting Yujibwa Ban, is now more anxious than we are. Lin Yan met Shui Min's gaze, striking at the core with each word. You used to be accustomed to fighting fires alone because you were the Yellow Flash. But now you are the Hoying. The moment you leave the village, the enemy will activate a backup route, infiltrate the underground interrogation zone, and silence the old Baiju. Shui Min's anger abruptly checked, his gaze falling on the Mu Yi mark at the center of the map. Not just the old Baiju. Lin Yan's eyes were sharp as knives. Jiao Xian Nai has just awakened, and the seal within Ming Ren has only been stable for a few days. Once the mastermind lures you away, can the flying thunder god marks you left in the village reach everyone in time to save them? Bing Yan's deduction laid bare the blind spot that guilt had shrouded in Shui Min's mind. He was too eager to make amends for his disciples' betrayal, too eager to end the source of the Nine-Tails calamity, yet he nearly forgot that on his shoulders rested the fate of a Mu Yi that had just endured catastrophe and was hollow within. Shui Min's tense shoulders slowly relaxed. He released his grip on the kunai and the surging golden chakra fully receded. I was impulsive. He raised his head, his eyes regaining the absolute rationality befitting a Huaying. I will remain at the Huaying building to coordinate overall strategy. I will continuously sense the flying thunder god technique on Dai 2. Shui Min's finger traced a straight line on the map. As long as he moves, I will provide real-time directional warnings to the pursuit team. That's right. The Huaying guards the nation's gate, who leave the killing to me. Bing Yan withdrew his hand, turned to face the team already waiting outside the door, and began assigning roles directly. Kakashi stepped forward, his single eye bloodshot. Present. Your left eye is of the same origin as Daitas. Once beyond the border, any subtle fluctuation in the Shunwei space will be your responsibility to resonate and lock onto. This time you must see clearly what he has been hiding. Understood. Kakashi nodded heavily, pressing the headband covering his left eye. Richa. Bing Yan's gaze shifted to the representative of the Rixiang clan. Richa knelt on one knee, veins bulging around his Byakugan. The Rixiang mixed reconnaissance squad has sealed off all backup passages within the village. You will lead 2 main house Jonin and accompany me. The underground network beyond the border is deeper than in the whole country. I want your Byakugan to see through every hidden passage leading to the core base. Not a single Baiju is to escape. As you command. Clan leader Fuyu. Bing Yan finally turned to Yujibwa Fuyu. Fuyu gripped the ninja sword at his waist, his 3-demo Sharingan glowing with a scarlet light in the night. He knew well what this night's action meant. There might be old records left by Yujibwa Ban, and it also concerned whether the Yujibwa clan could clear their suspicion in the Nine-Tails incident and reclaim a position at the core of Mu Ye's power. Since Dai 2 has used this place as a stronghold left by Ban, the periphery likely retains the ancient barriers and jinjutsu of the Yujibwa clan. Bing Yan looked at him. I will freeze the chakra. You will forcibly dismantle the formations. The Umbu and Sealing squad will follow behind, scraping every scroll experiment record and living sample from the base, even the wall plaster, and bring it all back. The Yujibwa police department will not fail its mission. Fuyu replied in a deep voice, his tone carrying the resolve to sever the past. Shui Min's eyes swept across the team and the map, instantly grasping the configuration. Byakugan Pier's underground Sharingan dismantles Jinjutsu, Shinwei Resonance locks the escape route, and your brother's extreme cold crushes from the front. Every trump card Dai 2 and Baiju currently possess is countered. Wait! A hoarse, chilling voice came from the shadows of the corridor. Deshiwan sauntered into the light, his pale face wearing an undisguised fervor. He had just heard in the underground lab that Dai 2 had been forced back, and that the target stronghold might contain old records of Yujibwa Ban. If Ban's experiments were truly there, the secret of merging the first Hokage cells with the Sharingan could lie within. Lord Bing Yan, how could an expedition to seize such an ancient stronghold lack a professional researcher? Deshiwan licked his lips, his golden slit pupils fixed on Bing Yan. Variants of the first Hokage cells, experimental traces left by Yujibwa Ban. If those crude Umbu operatives touched them, the damage would be a great loss to Mu Yi. I request to accompany you. Bing Yan looked at Deshiwan without uttering a single superfluous word. His right hand's 5 fingers casually closed inward. Deshiwan let out a muffled groan, and his smug smile froze. He clutched his left arm and chest, his knees crashing heavily onto the stone floor. The cold seal lurking deep in his meridians erupted. The piercing cold did not destroy his flesh, but precisely locked every node of chakra flow within his body. The excruciating pain, as if even his soul would be frozen, made Deshiwan curl up on the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. Did you think I was going on a tomb visit? Bing Yan walked up to Deshiwan, looking down at him from above. What lies in that place can outwit even Ujibwa ban. Your greed and probing will only add variables to my team. Lin Yan's tone was utterly flat, but carried a suffocating pressure. Stay obediently in Mu Yi and finish writing the rejection report on the Baiju. If you dare to reach for what you shouldn't touch again, it'll freeze your brain into an ice sculpture. Deshiwan raised his head with difficulty in the throes of agony, the fervor in his eyes suppressed by an abyssal fear. He knew that this cold could ignore his soft body modification and freeze cell nuclei directly. The other party could end his life at any moment without forming hand seals. Gritting his teeth, he rasped out a single word, yes. Bing Yin withdrew the pressure, turned, and walked back to the desk. Shui Min handed him a specially crafted flying thunder god kunai. On the handle of the kunai was engraved the Hoi Ying's mark representing the highest authority. This kunai is directly linked to my flying thunder god technique, Shui Min explained solemnly. If you encounter an uncontrollable crisis or need to transfer large quantities of supplies, immediately inject chakra into it. I will use it as a coordinate to arrive and then teleport personnel and supplies. Guard your Mu Yi well. Bing Yin took the kunai and tucked it into his ninja tool pouch. He strode toward the door, his black robe rustling in the night wind. Move out. At the command, Kakashi Fuyue Richa and 2 Riseong Mainhouse Jonin leaped out first, followed by the elites of the Ujibwa Police Department Umbu and Sealing Squad. This team, gathering Mu Yi's strongest reconnaissance and decryption capabilities, transformed into a series of afterimages under the dual guidance of the Flying Thunder God's early warning and the Byakugan, tearing through the night at maximum speed, heading straight for the deep mountains beyond the Hua country's border. Meanwhile, deep in the stronghold, hundreds of Liuwei Heiju was directing a large number of Baiju to stuff the core scrolls related to the Outer Path demon statue into an underground transfer passage. Dai Tu had grown suspicious. This place could no longer be maintained. Suddenly, Heiju's yellow eyes froze, half of its body rigid within the rock wall. The backup sensing nodes it had left underground in the Hua country were losing connection at an alarming rate over a vast area. Routine checks could never cause such a disconnect. An extreme cold force was advancing through the underground root system, severing the entire chakra network and sealing it off completely. Mu Yi had not only refrained from pursuing the deliberately planted false intelligence, but had directly sealed off every escape route. That icy, murderous intent following the Earth's veins was now approaching straight toward this core stronghold.
Beyond the land of fire, deep within the mountains, Black Zetsu's body was half submerged in the pitch-black rock wall, his yellow eyes slowly rotating as his perception firmly locked onto the network surrounding the stronghold's perimeter. Severed. The backup tunnels within the land of fire and the underground relay stations along the route were losing contact in a cascade. The speed of the disconnection far exceeded routine checks. It was as if an intense cold was advancing along the exposed underground routes, freezing every chakra node in its path to death. More fatal was that Obito was right in the core stone chamber of this stronghold. The direction of the Konoha pursuers had never deviated, proving that the Flying Thunder God technique branded on his back during the Ninetales night was still active. This stronghold had been lit up by Obito himself for Konoha. Namikaze Hyōga. Black Zetsu clenched his sharp teeth for the first time, feeling such a piercing chill in his heart. This suddenly awakened eldest brother of the Namikaze clan completely disregarded the common sense of the shinobi world. Not only had he torn apart Obito's faith in Uchiha Madara with a few words, but now he was using Obito as a pawn to trace the vines back to the core of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Obito had grown suspicious. This pawn was temporarily out of control. If he continued investigating, or if Konoha's people broke into this stronghold, the route to the demonic statue of the Outer Path and the millennium-long scheme could be exposed. Black Zetsu, having survived for 1,000 years, was never lacking in the decisiveness to cut off the tail to save the head. Notify all white Zetsu in the stronghold. Black Zetsu issued a death command to the several white Zetsu beside him. Immediately burn all original records concerning the Canopy Bridge Rin Nohara and the Three Tails plan. And Obito? A white Zetsu asked. Leave him alone. Black Zetsu's body began to sink deeper into the earth's veins, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. As long as the records aren't burned, he won't leave. Since Konoha is following the flying thunder god here, let him be the bait to hold back the pursuers. Cut off all backup routes that could lead to the statue, and seal this labyrinth shut. With those words, Black Zetsu fully merged into the rock layer, concealing all traces of his chakra. Meanwhile, inside the core stone chamber, Obito tore open the stone cabinet containing the secret scrolls. He urgently wanted to find the command records left by Uchiha Madara and personally verify the brutal truth that Hyōga had uncovered in the underground interrogation area. Just as he reached for an old archive, several white Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground. Ignoring Obito's orders, they simultaneously pressed their palms into the pre-embedded seals on either side of the stone cabinet. Blazing fire erupted along the seal patterns, surging toward all the scrolls inside. You're asking for death. Obito's pupils constricted and the Mangekyo in his right eye spun rapidly. Rage shattered his reason. He swung a black iron chain, smashing several ignition points, then grabbed a white Zetsu by the neck and slammed it hard against the stone wall. Where are the records Madara left? What orders did you receive back then? Obito demanded fiercely, his chakra surging violently with his emotions. The captured white Zetsu did not answer. Half of its body rapidly swelled, and beneath its pale skin the blinding red light of an explosive seal began to glow. Obito's expression changed, and he immediately activated the intangibility of his right eye. Boom! The explosion sent a violent shockwave through the stone chamber. Obito used Kimui to avoid the blast, but when he materialized again, the scrolls he had reached for were already reduced to ashes in the flame. More white Zetsu emerged from the rock walls, splitting up to burn the remaining supplies, and even starting to destroy the load-bearing pillars of the chamber. They intended to bury the stronghold and all evidence together within the mountain, above ground deep in the mountain forest. The night wind swept through the treetops. Several afterimages passed through the woods and landed steadily in the open space outside the stronghold. Hyōga stood at the front, his gaze sweeping over the hard, weed-covered rocky ground. Kakashi, Fugaku, and Hayashi followed closely behind, while elite members of the Umbu police force and Sealing Corps spread out, occupying key positions around them. An Umbu squad leader made a tactical hand gesture and reported in a low voice, "Lord Hyōga, the rock layer here is complex. According to standard procedure, we need about 1 incense stick's time to check for ventilation shafts and weak rock layers, confirm the hidden entrance, then infiltrate to avoid triggering self-destruction mechanisms. No need to search." Hyōga turned directly to the side. Hayashi looked below. Yes. Hayashi focused, activating his Byakugan, veins bulging around his eyes. The Byakugan's vision pierced through layers of soil and granite, reaching 80 meters underground. After just one glance, Hayashi's expression darkened. Lord Hyōga, the chakra reactions at 80 meters underground are extremely chaotic. Hayashi quickly extracted key information from his field of vision. A large number of pale humanoid creatures are gathering in the core area. They have activated ignition seals and are burning scrolls and supplies. Continue. Also, some passages are being artificially collapsed, cutting off the underground routes extending outward. Hayashi locked onto the area with the most intense chakra conflict. Obito is there too. He's trying to seize the scrolls, but those monsters are forcing him to keep using intangibility through self-destruction. Hayashi deactivated his Byakugan and gave a professional assessment. They have no intention of defending, they are destroying evidence. If we first find the entrance, and then traverse the underground maze, it will take at least 1 incense stick's time. By the time we arrive, the core archives will already be burned. Fugaku gripped the ninja sword at his waist, his brow furrowed tightly. The key evidence that could clear the Uchiha clan's name was likely below. Once destroyed, most of the value of tonight's operation would be lost. Beat the grass to scare the snake. Hyōga sneered, his gaze falling on the rocky ground beneath his feet. The snake is already burning its nest. Why look for a door? Having gathered Konoha's strongest reconnaissance and barrier-breaking forces tonight, he naturally wouldn't waste time navigating the enemy's laid-out maze. Since the mastermind wanted to use the underground tunnels and Obito to delay, he would simply discard the tunnels. Hayashi marked the spot directly above the core stone chamber. Hayashi immediately stepped forward twice and stamped his foot heavily on the ground. Right here. Directly below 80 meters deep is the area with the densest chakra conflict. The Umbu squad leader looked at the hard granite surface, his expression shifting. Lord Hyōga, there is 80 meters of solid rock below, plus multiple layers of composite barriers. Even using large explosive tags to open the way might collapse the stone chamber, destroying the evidence along with it. Before he could finish, Hyōga had already stepped past everyone and stood on the spot Hayashi had marked. Entrance. Hyōga raised his right hand slowly, spreading his fingers. The entrance is right beneath my feet. The same compression technique used in the spiral penetrating lance began to activate. A vast amount of freezing chakra converged above his palm, condensing into a deep blue ice core. Though the cold power was compressed to the point of almost no leakage, the cold pressure emitted by the ice core itself still froze the night wind around, coating tree trunks and rocky ground with frost. Fugaku's 3 Tomo locked onto the ice core. He could clearly see that every trace of escaping cold air was being forced back, and it was not a simple accumulation of chakra, but the power to freeze an entire mountain forest compressed into a point the size of a palm. Ice release meteorite pierce. Hyōga pressed his 5 fingers downward. The azure ice core shot upward, transforming into a giant ice spear several meters in diameter. A heavy wind pressure swept down from above through the forest, and the ice spear, like a falling meteor, struck straight down onto the hard rock. Boom! The roar tore through the stillness of the deep mountains. The granite was first embrittled by extreme cold, then shattered layer by layer under the terrifying crushing force. Soil rock, the underground composite barriers, and even the steel dome supporting the underground palace, all collapsed in succession before this power. The giant ice spear pierced through 80 meters of strata along the vertical path marked by Hayashi. All the shattered rock debris before falling into the stone chamber was frozen solid against the inner walls of the passage by the cold, forming a solid support layer. An ice-sealed passage leading directly to the core area was thus formed. The cold air poured down the passage into the underground chamber, forcefully extinguishing the flames and freezing the still-active ignition seals in place. Fugaku's 3 Tomo contracted sharply. 80 meters of rock, multiple layers of composite barriers, pierced through in one strike, while also suppressing collapses and fire. He simply discarded the hidden entrance and opened a new attack route right here. He immediately drew his ninja sword and changed the deployment, police force shift to evidence recovery formation. Follow Lord Hyōga closely. Move out. Hyōga withdrew his hand, his black robe swirling, and leaped first into the bottomless ice-sealed passage. Kakashi pressed his forehead protector and followed closely. Fugaku and Hayashi led the elite members of the Umbu police force and sealing corps, entering like a black arrow. The wind rushed past their ears. Bang! Hyōga's combat boots landed on the ice-crusted stone floor, steadying himself in the center of the core underground stone chamber. As he landed, the cold spread outward along the stone slabs. He looked up. The stone chamber before him was ravaged beyond recognition. Obito was in a corner. Several thick tree roots covered with self-destruction seals were emerging from the walls, lashing at him from all sides. Every time he deactivated his intangibility to reach for a scroll, the roots lunged at him, forcing him back into Kamui. In front of the chamber, a large group of white Zetsu was crowded into a massive black formation. The formation's patterns emitted a blinding red light, and a vast amount of chakra was surging from deep underground. They had activated a chain self-destruction array intending to bury the entire stronghold and all evidence together. Hyōga's cold gaze met the group of white Zetsu in the formation. He lifted his foot and stepped on a glowing formation line, azure frost pressing back against the red light into the ground. The rumbling chain array suddenly stalled. The foremost white Zetsu lowered its head hurriedly, pouring more chakra into the formation lines beneath its feet, but the blinding red light was still solidifying inch by inch under the frozen ice. Hyōga faced the abruptly changing expressions of the white Zetsu group, his tone icy. Leave the formation, and you will stay. The formation is frozen. As the chain self-destruct array that was about to devour everything was forcibly suppressed by a streak of icy blue frost, the leading white Zetsu let out a sharp, piercing screech. Without hesitation, it slammed its hand against the rock wall behind it, shrieking, The suicide talismans in the wall. Activate them. Bury everything including them together. A dull hum resonated through the air. Before its words had even faded, the entire stone chamber's walls and ceiling lit up with dense blood-red runes. Each rune was connected to specially prepared explosive talismans embedded deep within the rock layers, all interlinked by an intricate network of barrier circuits, forming an all-encompassing self-destruction system. Blazing firelight surged along the walls, patterns threatening to ignite the area where the core scrolls were stored in an instant. Don't move. Uchiha Fugaku barked, his three-tomo Sharingan already pushed to its limit. He stared intently at the lightning-fast chakra circuits on the walls, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This is Uchiha Madara's exclusive Dojutsu chain seal. These circuits are mixed with his Dojutsu imprint. Any external attack will be recognized as an intrusion, instantly triggering all the explosive talismans to detonate simultaneously. This is the highest level of anti-tampering mechanism. An ANBU squad leader urgently asked, "Lord Fugaku, can you undo it?" "I can. But it takes time." Fugaku's gaze darted rapidly across the complex runic patterns, his three-tomo spinning wildly as his mind raced through deductions. "This is an old-style seal from decades ago. The circuits are far too intricate. I need at least the time of one incense stick to reverse-engineer its chain nodes otherwise. By the time he unraveled it, all the evidence would have long turned to ash." One incense stick. Bing Yan glanced at the already curling and blackening edges of the scroll, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. He stepped forward, directly cutting off Fugaku's professional analysis. "Too slow." Fugaku froze, then whirled around. "Lord Bing Yan, this cannot be solved with brute force. If we trigger it by mistake, I'm not going to solve it." Bing Yan swept his gaze over the iridescent walls as if they were nothing more than a messy tangle of inferior threads. "Fugaku, can your Sharingan keep up with my speed?" Before Fugaku could even react, Bing Yan's command had already landed. "Forget the chains, forget the Dojutsu imprint. Use your eyes to lock onto the source of the chakra flow. You call out the positions, I'll handle the rest." These words completely surpassed Fugaku's understanding of sealing technique, offense, and defense. Not solve it, but directly target the source. How was that any different from an active attack? Yet meeting Bing Yan's unwavering eyes, Fugaku's heart clenched, and he suppressed all his doubts. He activated his Sharingan once more, and everything in his vision slowed down, the complex chakra flows breaking apart into countless points of light. He caught a concentration of energy closest to the advancing flames, and immediately roared. "Left wall, the seam of the third row of stone bricks. That's one of the energy hubs." The moment the words left his mouth, swish! An icy blue needle finer than a strand of hair materialized from thin air, silently piercing the air and precisely embedding into the stone brick seam that Fugaku had indicated. No explosion, no thunderous roar. The blood-red runic patterns in that area, which had been raging wildly, seemed to have their necks seized by an invisible giant hand. Their light suddenly stalled, then from the point where the ice needle had entered they froze inch by inch, turning into a dim, icy blue. The chain reaction of simultaneous detonations was forcibly frozen dead in the middle of its cycle. Fugaku's eyes widened slightly, his dojutsu pushed to the extreme. He understood. Bing Yan hadn't bothered with how exquisite Uchiha Madara's dojutsu mechanism was. He used the most unreasonable method. Before the energy could complete its transmission and trigger the explosion, he used absolute cold to freeze the energy itself dead in its transmission pipeline. He can even precisely freeze an intangible chakra flow mid-transmission. Fugaku blurted out, his grip on his ninja blade tightening abruptly. He took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his stance, and his Sharingan spun rapidly, locking onto the next target. Ceiling 7 feet to the right. The runes there are accelerating. Swish! Another ice needle shot through the air. Right rear, the corner between the floor and the wall. Swish! Directly ahead under that white zetsu. It's using its own chakra to power the main node. Swish! The ice needles struck like relentless bone-piercing curses, precise and lethal. Fugaku's shouts and the whistling of the ice needles formed a rapid, efficient duet. In just over a dozen breaths, the once menacing blood-red runic patterns on the walls of the entire stone chamber, which had seemed ready to devour everything, had all dimmed, covered in a thin layer of mystic ice, like ancient relics sealed in amber. The top-tier defense system that Uchiha Madara had painstakingly designed, one that would give any cage-level powerhouse pause, had been reduced to a pile of useless frozen scrap in the face of absolute cold. The self-destruct sequence has been forcibly interrupted. A sealing team Jonin exclaimed in shock, then quickly recovered and shouted, "Quick! Save the scrolls!" The ANBU and sealing team ninjas rushed forward using special sealing scrolls to collect the white Zetsu cultivation data, first Hokage cell experiment records, and numerous old archives written in the Warring States period secret language that had not yet been completely destroyed. Just then a suppressed groan suddenly rang out. Ugh! Kakashi abruptly dropped to one knee, his left hand pressing hard against his forehead protector, thin wisps of cold air seeping through his fingers. Beneath the protector, Obito's Sharingan felt as if it had been thrust into a branding iron. A sharp piercing pain shot straight into his brain, and the eye began to spin uncontrollably at a furious speed. A powerful spatial resonance emanated from the deepest part of the corridor. Kakashi! Fugaku instantly went on alert. Kakashi did not answer. Fighting through the agony, he lifted his head abruptly. His lone remaining eye was bloodshot, a mixture of anger, pain, and a certain certainty. His arm trembling, he pointed toward the massive stone door at the end of the corridor, which was sealed with heavy barrier locks. Obito. Kakashi's voice was hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper, every word trembling with barely contained emotion. He's behind that door. Bing Yan's gaze followed. The stone door was also covered in frozen suicide blast runes, clearly part of the same defense system as the walls. Without a moment's hesitation, and without giving anyone time to react, his black robe swept into a sharp arc as he charged forward. Boom! A deafening roar exploded through the corridor. The heavy stone door, reinforced by Uchiha Madara's dojutsu, and capable of withstanding strength ninjutsu along with the ice layer frozen onto it, shattered violently under the savage kick, sending icy shards and rubble cascading inward. Behind the door, the figure that had been spiraling into madness and confusion due to the brutal truth suddenly looked up. Boom! Ice shards and rubble cascaded inward as the violent blast cleared the last traces of smoke from the chamber. The heavy stone door had vanished, leaving behind a gaping breach fringed with icicles. Wolfing Bing Yan stood like a reaper from the frozen north, motionless at the center of the breach, his cold gaze piercing through the settling dust into the depths of the sea. Hisashi looked at the sealed Baiju. What Benji-Ansama brought back was only a fragment of active tissue. This one before us, at the farthest end of the chamber before an ancient stone pedestal, stood Uchiha Obito. He wore no mask, and his face, half handsome, half covered in wrinkled scars, appeared twisted and ferocious in the flickering firelight. His body trembled violently, not from fear, but from the scorched and incomplete old scroll he had just retrieved from the flames. The edges of the scroll were charred black, yet the core content remained clearly legible. Written in the ancient secret script of the Uchiha clan, it clearly recorded a plan-coded homecoming detailing precisely how to implant a sealing curse seal inside the heart of the mist village Jinchuriki Rin Noera. A seal that would trigger the tailed beast's rampage the moment she attempted self-destruction or was rescued. Beneath it lay a precise action timeline accurate to the second. Annotated in vermilion ink, it noted that white Zetsu responsible for delivering messages must pass the mist pursuer's intelligence to Obito only after the Konoha Umbu had withdrawn from the Kanobi Bridge battlefield. Even the fastest route for Obito to return to the battlefield after awakening his Mangekyo, along with the approximate time, had been meticulously calculated in a tiny annotation. Ensure he witnesses the killing comrade scene of despair to serve as the key to homecoming. Beside the annotation was the stark, cold signature of Uchiha Madara. So it turned out that his revenge for love, his war against the world, the pain and hatred that had consumed him for over a decade, all of it from start to finish was nothing but a carefully scripted performance. He was never the protagonist nor the chess player. He was merely a pitiful puppet, every step of his reaction calculated in advance. A key named despair meant to unlock some grand scheme. Huh. A dry, unnatural laugh escaped Obito's throat. He clutched the scroll, his hands trembling uncontrollably as if he wanted to crush this cruel truth along with his own bones. Now Kakashi's icy voice came from the entrance, shattering the suffocating silence. "Do you see clearly, eh?" Obito jerked his head up, his crimson Mangekyo locked onto Kakashi. Kakashi stepped slowly into the chamber. The eye that had once been filled with guilt and evasion now held only a clear, piercing question and a cold, sharp light. "Now do you see clearly?" Kakashi's tone carried no sympathy, only a blade that cut straight to the soul. "Who was it that pushed Rin in front of my Raikiri?" Those words, like a red-hot iron rod, stabbed deep into the largest wound in Obito's heart. "Shut up." Obito let out a beastly roar. The madness of a shattered faith and the fury of betrayal transformed in an instant into murderous savagery. His right Mangekyo spun rapidly, and distorted spatial vortices began to manifest around him. He would kill Kakashi. He would suck this damned scroll and everyone who knew its contents into the Kamui dimension and bury them forever. Yet as his gaze swept over Kakashi and instinctively fell upon the cold figure behind him, his movements froze. Those azure eyes, as if containing an eternal winter, stared at him calmly. They were utterly placid, devoid of murderous intent or mockery, as if stripped of all emotion. It was like looking at a roadside stone, an insignificant dead object. But those very eyes caused a nerve deep in Obito's brain, corroded by extreme cold, to twitch violently. The suffocating sensation of having his mask crushed by a single hand in the underground interrogation area, the absolute helplessness of being invaded by freezing chakra that rendered even his intangibility useless, and the Mangekyo Sharingan that had nearly been destroyed by an ice needle. All the suppressed fear, like a dam breaking, flooded and overwhelmed the madness he had just ignited. He suddenly realized an even crueler truth. Before bluffing Lin Yan, he didn't even have the right to fight to the death. His proud Kamui, his life-saving intangibility, even his final trump card. In the face of absolute zero, they were nothing but a joke that could be snuffed out at any moment. The chaos of a shattered faith and the bone-deep fear of bluffing Lin Yan clashed violently within his mind, ultimately dismantling all his will to fight. Ugh! An unintelligible whimper escaped Obito's throat. The rampaging chakra around him suddenly stalled. He dared not linger another moment. He could not even utter a single retort or a harsh word. The spatial vortex contracted with unprecedented speed. Obito glanced at the broken scroll in his hand, clutched it like a last lifeline, and staggered back into the vortex. His figure, along with the evidence that revealed all the conspiracies, vanished in the warped light. Throughout the entire process, Lin Yan simply watched without even moving a finger. Only after the aura of Kamui had completely faded from the space did he slowly withdraw his gaze, glancing at the empty stone pedestal and the scattered piles of root and white Zetsu experimental data that had not been destroyed in time. He had no need to kill a faith-broken madman here. The treasure trove behind Obito, abandoned by the mastermind and filled with incriminating evidence, was his true target. Lord Lin Yan. Uchiha Fugaku gripped his ninja blade and stepped forward, his Sharingan keenly tracking the residual spatial fluctuations, confirming that Obito could not return. He looked at the empty pedestal, a hint of confusion in his voice. Obito escaped. Shall we attempt to track him? Track what? Lin Yan turned slowly, walking toward the scattered scrolls, his deep gaze sweeping over the classified documents. A faith-broken stray dog is worthless to kill. He himself left this treasure trove of evidence intact for us. Track what? Lin Yan turned slowly, walking toward the scattered scrolls, his deep gaze sweeping over the classified documents. A faith-broken stray dog is worthless to kill. He himself left this treasure trove of evidence intact for us. As his words fell in Hyōga Hayashi's Byakugan vision, the underground chakra passageways that had connected the base in all directions were suddenly severed from deeper within by a cold, sinister force. Black Zetsu had cut off its tail to survive. This vast underground base, which had once hidden Uchiha Madara's thousand-year conspiracy, was now completely isolated from the outside world, a true island. An island of evidence now fully under Konoha's control. An island of evidence now fully under Konoha's control. The fluctuations of the Shunwei space subsided and Dai Tu's presence vanished without a trace. The empty chamber was left in silence, with only the scattered broken scrolls recording Yuzhibo Band's conspiracy lying on the floor. Yuzhibo Fuyu's gaze shifted from the empty stone platform sweeping around. His Sangoyu Xiaolin Yan no longer perceived secrets or power, but a field of gruesome bones that struck the eye. Beside the martyr runes that had been forcibly interrupted by ice needles on the walls, numerous experimental deductions of the fusion between the first Hokage cells and the Xiaolin Yin were etched. In the corners, several intact culture tanks vaguely revealed twisted humanoid tissues mixed with the emblem of the Yuzhibo clan. Everything here coldly narrated a fact. In the eyes of Yuzhibo Ban, the so-called kin were merely expendable experimental materials. The Wanhua Tong, regarded by countless clansmen as glory and the ultimate destination, was merely a component to initiate some grand scheme. The bloodline and history that the Yuzhibo clan prided themselves on became a joke before these records. If they continued to indulge in the glory of the past and clung to that illusory arrogance, the future of the Yuzhibo would only be like Dai Tus, a pawn on someone else's chessboard ready to be discarded at any moment. Fuyue gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and the scabbard emitted a faint muffled sound. He took a deep breath, suppressed the storm within his heart, turned to face Bing Yan, and solemnly knelt on one knee. Bing Yansama. Fuyue's voice was low and forceful, devoid of the pride of a clan leader. I understand. The future of the Yuzhibo clan lies not in chasing Ban's phantom, but in standing firm in the present Mu Yi. Bing Yin withdrew his gaze from the scrolls, his deep eyes falling upon Fuyue. An intangible aura of extreme cold pressed down, and then instantly receded. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Ban's legacy is a dead end. I, along with the fourth Hokage, only value the loyalty and worth of the present. From today onward, the Yuzhibo police force will follow the commands of the fourth Hokage. Fuyue lowered his head. This was the first time he had unreservedly placed the clan's will under the Hokage. All secrets concerning this place shall never be divulged by my clan. The seized scrolls and samples will be sealed by the Hokage's direct umbu. He had made his choice, steering the entire Yuzhibo clan toward a new direction. Very well. Bing Yin nodded slightly. He said no more, turning to walk toward the center of the stone chamber. Since the hidden Heiju had cut off all retreat, this abandoned stronghold was the most bountiful trophy for Mu Yi. To prevent evidence from being destroyed or overlooked, he chose the most direct method of packing. Bing Yin raised his right hand, and the extreme cold chakra no longer compressed into a single point, but radiated outward. An icy blue chill surged like a tide, silently spreading along every crevice of the floor, walls, and ceiling. The first to be struck were the still struggling Baiju. They could not even let out a scream before their bodies were frozen from within. Their cellular activity and chakra flow solidified together. The cold continued to spread, covering the scattered scrolls, experimental equipment, and Baiju cultivation pools. Even the eye technique imprints left by Yuzhibo Ban on the walls were completely sealed within a layer of ice. The entire underground stronghold under this domain of extreme cold became a massive ice tomb. The special Jounin of the Feng Yin Ban, following behind, abruptly halted the dozens of large ceiling scrolls he had prepared frozen in midair. He even locked down the chakra circuits and microscopic cellular activity. The Jounin stared at the complete ice tomb before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. As a professional sealing ninja, he knew that packing up such a research base intact would normally require dozens of elites over several days, yet Bing Yin had accomplished absolute suppression, surpassing conventional sealing techniques with a mere gesture. At the Umbu squad leader's command, the others snapped out of their daze, rushing forward to quickly affix sealing talismans onto these massive ice exhibits and transfer them in batches. In the corner, Kakashi slowly stood up. He did not pay attention to the astonishing results. Instead, he walked to the stone platform, where Dai Tu had stood bent down, and picked up a small fragment of a scroll that had been missed. The edges of the fragment were charred with only a few words written on it. Precisely the description of implanting the imprisonment curse seal into Yi Yuan Lin's heart. This seal ensures that the Jinchuriki cannot self-destruct nor be rescued. Once an external force touches the core of the seal, the San Wei will instantly go berserk. Kakashi stared at the words, his fingertips trembling slightly. For a long time, the scene of Lin dying under his Raikiri had gnawed at his soul like a nightmare. He had borne the sin, exiled himself into Umbu missions, and once longed to die on the battlefield to find relief. Until this moment, the fragments of the truth were pieced together. Lin had not died because of his mistake. She had chosen to rush into his Raikiri to protect the village. Forced into a corner, she had used her last strength to complete her choice. Kaka, she closed his palm, clenching the fragment inside. The heavy shackles that had weighed on his heart shattered with the arrival of the truth. He raised his head, the former death wish and confusion in his single eye swept away, replaced by clarity and determination. The next morning, the fully laden team escorted dozens of massive ice blocks wrapped in sealing talismans, returning to Mu Yi in silence. Inside the Hokage's office, Bo-Fong Shui-min, who had not slept all night, stared at the mountain of evidence before him. After listening to the brief reports from Fuyue and Kaka, she remained silent for a long time. Bing Yin casually tossed a top-secret scroll brought back from the core area onto the table, which contained the truth about the Baiju network and the Shun Wupai bridge. Shui-min reached out, took the scroll, and slowly unrolled it. When he saw the complete plan concerning Yi Yuan Lin's death and the signature of Yuzhibo Ban at the end, the fourth Hokage's movements froze completely. The suppressed fury and anguish in his eyes intertwined, finally dissolving into a heavy sigh. Thus the mastermind behind the Jouei incident was unmasked, and the intelligence network lurking in the shadows suffered a devastating blow. Mu Yi was no longer a target for prying eyes, but had truly grasped the handle of the counterattack. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the dust in the office. Shui-min silently rolled up the ironclad evidence that could topple the shinobi world and personally locked it into the filing cabinet behind him, representing the highest level of secrecy. At this moment, Mu Yi's absolute initiative was firmly secured. Konoha, the deepest underground shrank sealing chamber. The air here was so thick it seemed to drip with moisture. Dozens of elite ninjas from the sealing corps and the Uchiha police force held their breath, cautiously performing layered thawing on the massive ice blocks transported from outside the village. Each block of ice encased evidence of Madara Uchiha's crimes and might also conceal deadly traps. Bing Yin merely stood silently aside, his frigid chakra, like an extension of his own domain, invisibly enveloping the entire sealing chamber, ensuring any anomaly would be suppressed in an instant. Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha stood before the central stone platform, rapidly reviewing the scrolls that had been initially unsealed. Orochimaru, like a serpent catching the scent of blood under the pretext of assisting in deciphering ancient techniques, stealthily moved toward an ice block containing records of the fusion of the first Hokage cells and the Sharingan. His eyes blazed with undisguised greed and fanaticism. If he could obtain Madara's research data, the immortality and power he had long dreamed of would no longer be a mere illusion. Just as his fingertips were about to touch that ice crystal, a bone-chilling cold that seemed to freeze the soul erupted without warning within his body. A stifled grunt escaped Orochimaru's throat as he froze in place. The cold precisely locked down the chakra pathways in his left arm, rendering him unable to lift even a single finger. He abruptly lowered his head and saw that the crystalline ice evidence before him had been covered with a layer of deep blue frost patterns, completely sealing the object of his covetousness. Bing Yin did not even glance back at him. His cold voice echoed in the sealing chamber. "Your authorization is limited to analyzing the white Zetsu rejection data I brought back. Anything else don't touch." Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on Orochimaru's forehead. He could feel that frosty aura traveling through his body, as if it could freeze his heart channels at any moment. This proud member of the legendary Sannin felt a storm surge within his heart. He had managed to bypass my chakra defenses precisely, without forming hand seals, or even turning around, and directly detonated the cold seal deep within my meridians. He forcibly suppressed all the greed in his eyes, forcing a stiff and obedient smile as he slowly stepped back. "Yes, Lord Bing Yin." Fugaku used his 3-Demo Sharingan to quickly scan the unsealed old-style Uchiha seals, categorizing and organizing the documents. The more he saw, the more shocked he became, and the more he felt fortunate for his decision. Minato, this is indeed the core base that modified Obito and controlled the White Zetsu network in the Land of Fire. Fugaku reported in a deep voice, "All the experimental records, personnel transfers, and material shipments point to Obito's activities before the Ninetales attack. Minato looked at the mountain of ironclad evidence on the table and let out a long breath. The gloom that had weighed on his heart for days finally lifted for the most part. "Thank you for your hard work, clan leader Fugaku." A trace of weary smile appeared on Minato's face. Black Zetsu has been cut off, Obito's faith shattered, and this base has been completely uprooted by us. The immediate threat of the Ninetales attack has finally been eliminated. Next, Konoha can finally focus on reconstruction. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than he was interrupted by a cold voice. "No, it's still far too early." Bing Yin had somehow walked over to a huge, recently emptied filing cabinet. He did not look at the confiscated scrolls, but instead extended a finger and gently brushed it across the empty shelves of the cabinet. A layer of extremely fine ash clung to his fingertip. "Minato, come and take a look." Minato and Fugaku exchanged a glance and stepped forward in puzzlement. The scroll numbers here jumped directly from Jia 7 to Jia 21. Bing Yan's tone was calm and unruffled, but it made Minato's pupils abruptly contract. 13 whole scrolls are missing in between. "And look at the ash here." Bing Yan rubbed the ash between his fingers and said coldly, "This ash is an old residue completely different from the fresh ash left by Black Zetsu's hasty burning when we rushed in. This means that these 13 volumes of archives were deliberately and calmly removed long before our operation." Fugaku's expression changed upon hearing this. He immediately activated his Sharingan and carefully examined a remaining index directory on the edge of the filing cabinet. His 3-tomo spun rapidly, cross-referencing the blurred characters with intelligence in his memory. After a moment, Fugaku raised his head in disbelief, his voice turning dry. "Lord Bing Yin is correct. According to the remaining index descriptions, the missing parts correspond to several top-secret projects." Fugaku swallowed hard and enunciated each word. "Special Eyes Observation Records, Uzumaki Clan Bloodline Vessel Experiment, and the Demonic Statue of the Outer Path Summoning Compatibility Report." The last trace of color drained from Minato's face. Bing Yin turned around, his deep gaze sweeping over everyone present before finally settling on Minato, coldly delivering his final conclusion. "Do you think that a man like Madara Uchiha, who could scheme against the entire ninja world and set up chess pieces even after his own death, would place all his hopes on an emotionally unstable teenager? Obito was just one link in his plan, perhaps even a spare substitute. This base is at best a transit station for modifying spare parts and monitoring the Land of Fire, nowhere near the troop." Bing Yan's tone carried not a hint of fluctuation, yet it struck like a sledgehammer on everyone's hearts, shattering the joy of victory they had just obtained. The ultimate trump card that Madara used to bear those eyes, and the Uzumaki bloodline, still remains hidden in some corner of the ninja world, never exposed to this day. And that missing directory pointed straight to an abyss known to none. Minato took a deep breath, and the exhaustion in his eyes was instantly replaced by the utmost vigilance. He unhesitatingly overturned his optimistic assessment of a moment ago and immediately issued a new order. "ENBU, immediately seal the intelligence on this index directory. Clan leader Fugaku, have the police force and sealing corps accelerate the unsealing speed. I want to dig out any clue pointing to that ultimate trump card from these scraps." Meanwhile, inside the Kamui space, Obito Uchiha was staring at the half-rolled remnant page he had snatched back from the Sea of Fire. Within the Shunwei space, a desolate silence reigned. Countless twisted cubes floated in the gray void, the remnants of what had once been devoured by these eyes, then forgotten by their master. Uchiha Obito sat in the center of this ruin like a stone statue devoid of soul. In his hand, he tightly clutched a charred, broken scroll rescued from the Sea of Flames. Again and again he read the contents written in ancient Uchiha cipher. Each word was like a poisoned blade slicing through the rubble of his shattered faith. Implant the imprisonment curse seal into the heart of Kirigakure's Jinchuriki Rin Nohara, ensuring she cannot self-destruct nor be rescued. After the Konoha Umbu withdraw from the Kanabi Bridge battlefield, have White Zetsu relay the message, ensuring the target Obito witnesses the despair of comrade killing comrade as the key to his return. Annotation: after the target awakens the Mangekyo, the fastest time to return to the battlefield is approximately 37 breaths. key to his return. A dry, distorted laugh forced its way from Obito's throat. His revenge for love, his enmity against the world, the pain and hatred that had consumed him for over a decade. From beginning to end it was all nothing but a meticulously crafted script. He was never the protagonist, nor even a player. He was merely a pathetic puppet, every reaction calculated in advance. A key named despair meant to unlock some grand scheme. Ha ha! Rage and despair surged like lava, breaching the levee of his sanity. He jerked his head up, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan fixed on the scroll in his hand, his chakra roiling like boiling water. Die. Damn this script. Damn this lie. He would shred this record of his lives joke along with his pathetic past into nothing with Shunwei, burying it forever in this void of nothingness. The power of space twisted according to his will, aimed at the broken scroll. Yet at the moment Shunwei's chakra touched the scroll, a sudden change. The scroll was not torn apart as expected. Instead, from its scorched edge, intricate and glaring crimson patterns abruptly flared to life. Those patterns spread like living things, covering the entire fragment, in an instant forming an extremely complex Uchiha-style sealing interface. With a low hum, Obito's right Mangekyo upon seeing that interface resonated uncontrollably with it. A searing pain far more piercing than the bitter cold emanated from the depths of his eye, as if an invisible probe were forcibly interfacing with his dojutsu core, performing some kind of authorization verification. Ugh! Obito grunted in agony, instinctively trying to close his eyes, but the resonance had locked his gaze firmly. He realized with shock that this was no ordinary scroll recording a conspiracy. It was a key. A dojutsu key that could only be activated with a Mangekyo Sharingan to access higher-level archives. Die. Damn this script. Damn this lie. He would shred this record of his lives joke along with his pathetic past into nothing with Shunwei, burying it forever in this void of nothingness. At that moment Obito felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. He suddenly snapped awake. Uchiha Madara, the man who had pulled him from death's brink only to push him into hell, had concealed the true core plan from him. Everything he had been told, the so-called Moon's Eye and Infinite Tsukuyomi, was only the tip of the iceberg. Even this scroll revealing the truth was merely a ticket to an even greater deception. He slowly released his clenched fists, the rampaging chakra around him gradually calming. The madness and fury in his eyes faded, replaced by a dead calm, and beneath it a malevolence cold enough to freeze everything. He carefully tucked away the fragment that had become a key, as if treasuring a rare artifact. Take revenge on Konoha. Destroy the world. No, none of that mattered anymore. He would use this key to find Madara's true archive, unearth all his hidden cards, and see the true face of his thousand-year scheme. Then destroy it with his own hands. He was no longer Madara's successor. From this moment on he was the sole grave digger of Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, deep beneath the earth in the dark rock layers, a pitch-black silhouette writhed silently, as if fused with the entire ground. Black Zetsus yellow eyes rotated slowly, calmly tallying the damage reports just received. Over 70% of the white Zetsu network within the Land of Fire had been uprooted. Crucial overseas bases along with massive experimental data and backup materials had been completely seized by Konoha. And all of this started because the pawn Obito had developed unwarranted suspicion. What a waste. Black Zetsus' hoarse voice echoed in the empty underground, betraying no emotion. It seems we'll have to abandon him. For an entity that had lived for over 1,000 years, discarding a rogue pawn was as natural as a lizard shedding its tail, an instinct for survival. But just as it was about to sever the last perceptual link with Obito, its yellow eyes froze. It sensed it. Deep within the Shunwei space, the fragment deliberately left behind to ignite conflict between Obito and Konoha had been activated. Not only had Obito not completely collapsed before the truth, but he had inadvertently triggered the dojutsu seal attached to the scroll. A rare flash of uncontrolled urgency crossed Black Zetsus' black face. What it feared was not Obito's combat power. What it truly dreaded was the damned authority in Obito's hands. Once Obito followed that key to uncover the clues about the Rinnegan and Nagato, it would be a fatal threat to the entire plan. Troublesome. Black Zetsus' body emerged from the rock wall, its yellow eyes spinning rapidly as it calculated countermeasures. Obito had become a ticking time bomb that could detonate the entire arsenal at any moment. Immediate action was necessary. It had to throw out a bait large enough to divert Konoha's pursuit, and more importantly, to keep Obito occupied, preventing him from studying that key. To protect the true core black, Zetsu unhesitatingly cast a carefully disguised lure into the outside world. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight struggled through the thick morning mist, filtering into the Hokage's office. Namikaze Minato locked the last top-secret scroll into the specialized archive cabinet behind him, letting out a heavy sigh. Having stayed up all night, his eyes were bloodshot, yet his mind was in a state of extreme exhilaration and tension intertwined. The immediate threat of the Ninetales rampage had been eradicated at its root, and Konoha finally held the hilt of a counterattack. Yet the missing 13 volumes of archives were like a thorn lodged in its throat. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent knock broke the silence in the room. Enter. Minato turned and walked back to his desk, quickly adjusting his dignified posture as the Hokage. Nara Shikaku, the head of the intelligence division, quickly pushed the door open, holding a scroll sealed with a red urgent mark representing the highest crisis. Kakashi, as a direct subordinate of the Hokage in the Yanbiyu, followed silently and stood in the shadows by the door awaiting orders. Fourth Hokage, there is urgent military intelligence from the eastern border. Without any unnecessary words, Shikaku unrolled the scroll directly in front of Minato, pointing to the shinobi world map attached to the scroll. A stick of incense ago, the ANBU team responsible for sealing the eastern defense line of the Land of Fire intercepted an extremely faint chakra signal deep underground near the Land of Waves. Minato's gaze sharpened. From White Zetsu. Yes. Shikaku nodded, his expression grave. That signal was hidden so deep that had the mixed reconnaissance team of the Hyōga clan not expanded the Byakugan search radius, it would have been impossible to detect. The content of the signal had been deliberately destroyed, but after the Cipher Corps conducted reverse tracking overnight, the frequency of transmission and the final coordinates were very clear. Shikaku's finger drew a straight line eastward on the map, heavily tapping an island surrounded by the sea. The Land of Water, the hidden mist village. Minato frowned slightly, quickly connecting the intelligence from last night in his mind. This is not an isolated piece of evidence, fourth Hokage. Shikaku keenly caught Minato's train of thought, demonstrating the expertise of Konoha's chief strategist. Combined with the irrefutable evidence retrieved from our overseas outpost, the implantation of the three tails into Rin no Arabak then was carried out by Uchiha Madara using the Hidden Mist ANBU. This means that the upper echelons of the Hidden Mist village, even the ANBU system, had long been infiltrated by Madara. Shikaku looked up, his eyes sharp with calculation. More importantly, the Hidden Mist village has been implementing the extreme blood mist policy, completely isolating itself from the world, and even the daimyo of the Land of Water cannot interfere with its internal military affairs. A completely closed, highly centralized military fortress that had once been deeply controlled by Madara. Shikaku gave his final strategic assessment. I suspect that after the mastermind blew up the outpost outside the Land of Fire, they have transferred the true core archives and ultimate trump card entirely to the Land of Water. That faint signal is likely the trail they failed to erase during their retreat. I recommend immediately deploying reconnaissance forces to the eastern border while dispatching elite ANBU to infiltrate the Land of Water, following the lead while they are still unsettled. Minato listened, a glint of approval in his eyes. Shikaku's deduction was flawless. It had historical evidence, real chakra signals to guide, and the abnormal political landscape of the Hidden Mist village as context. At a time when Konoha had just dismantled an enemy outpost and urgently needed to expand its gains, this was indeed the most perfect and logical path of investigation. Kakashi, Minato looked up at his student, ready to issue reconnaissance orders. Go inform the ANBU. Nah, a crisp, unusual sound interrupted Minato's command without warning. A pitch-black ice spike materialized out of thin air, like a sharp steel nail, flying past Minato's shoulder and piercing the tactical map on the desk with precision and brutality. The spike landed exactly on the island marking the Land of Water. The intense frost spread violently across the paper, instantly freezing the Land of Water and its surrounding seas into a dead gray ice field. The chill released caused the temperature in the room to plummet, and even Shikaku couldn't help but shiver. Shikaku's eyelids twitched, and he turned to look at Namikaze Yin, who had been standing by the window, as if detached from the matter. Lord Yin. Shikaku slightly bowed, his tone tinged with confusion at the interruption. Do you find my deduction? Yin turned around, his black robe gently fluttering in the morning breeze. He walked to the desk, his deep eyes scanning the urgent scroll, a faint undisguised sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Shikaku, your tactical analysis is perfect. The logic is rigorous, the chain of evidence is complete, and you even factored in the political landscape of the Hidden Mist Village. In the context of a conventional shinobi village power struggle, this would be an impeccable staff-level judgment. Binjian's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable pressure. But precisely because it is too perfect, it is a shoddy trap. Shikaku froze, his brow furrowing. A trap? You mean that white Zetsu signal was intentionally exposed to us? Otherwise... Yin countered, his pitch-black eyes radiating an extreme coldness and clarity. Last night at the outpost overseas, the hidden mastermind, to cut off our pursuit, even blew up the underground network in the Land of Fire that they had painstakingly built for over a decade. Yin extended a finger and tapped on the frozen ice field on the desk. They abandoned Obito, a top-tier combatant with the activated Mangekyo Sharingan, like tossing away trash, without hesitation. They didn't even bother to take a second look at the core materials in the outpost. They directly triggered the chain self-destruction formation to cut their losses. Binjian's tone grew heavier, each word striking Shikaku's heart like a hammer. A monster like this, living in the shadows with survival and concealment carved into its bones, a cold-blooded beast that could discard even Obito. Without a second thought, how could it possibly accidentally leak a faint signal at the border the morning after a successful retreat, conveniently allowing us to intercept a clear destination? Shikaku's pupils suddenly contracted, cold sweat instantly drenching the back of his shirt. He suddenly realized that he had been misled by his habitual intelligence analysis. Subconsciously, he had treated the enemy as a conventional military commander, ignoring that the mastermind was not human at all, but an inhuman being willing to sacrifice everything to hide itself. It is afraid. Minato, following Binjian's train of thought, immediately saw through the fog, his eyes beneath his blonde hair turning extremely sharp. It deliberately threw out the Land of Water as a false lure, because it is afraid we will investigate other things. Exactly. Yin withdrew his hand and directly issued an unquestionable order. The more it tries to divert our attention eastward, the more the true answer lies in the opposite direction. Minato, immediately cease all probes into the Land of Water. Withdraw all reconnaissance nets prepared for the east, and don't send even a single fly there. Note this line was missing in the original but appears in the input. The translation is based on the clean content. The original input had 39 as part of the same utterance, but the JSON structure separates it. He'll proceed with the given IDs. If we don't investigate the Land of Water, what do we investigate? Shikaku quickly adjusted his thinking, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and kept pace with Binjian's rhythm. Yin turned his head to look at the enormous archive cabinet that had just been emptied, his gaze as cold as a blade. Investigate the missing catalog from last night. He enunciated the two words that could shake the shinobi world one by one. The Whirlpool bloodline, and the aberrant eyes. Binjian's deduction, like peeling an onion, tore apart Black Zetsu's pitiful disguise. It blew up the outpost, abandoned Obito, and took only those 13 volumes of archives. Now it hastily throws out the Land of Water to divert attention. This means that what is recorded in those archives is its true weakness. Yin turned around, his eyes blazing. The vessel it truly intends to use to carry Uchiha Madara's final trump card is not in the Land of Water at all. Activate all of Konoha's top-secret intelligence networks immediately. Forget the Hidden Mist Village. Expand the search scope to the entire shinobi world, and look for survivors matching the two traits of Whirlpool bloodline and aberrant eyes. Shikaku took a deep breath and directly closed the urgent scroll. I understand. Lord Yin, I will immediately adjust the intelligence division's search direction. However, Shikaku hesitated, showing a troubled expression. The shinobi world is too vast. Since the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan has scattered across the four corners. As for the so-called aberrant eyes, there is no clue at all. If the mastermind has hidden this backup vessel in some isolated minor country, or even deep underground, conducting a blind search like this would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Minato also frowned. What Shikaku said was true. No matter how strong Konoha's intelligence network was, it could not possibly search every corner of the shinobi world in a short time. This would require enormous manpower and time, and what they lacked most was time. Looking for a needle in a haystack. Lin Yan let out a cold laugh. Who said we are going to search the haystack? His gaze swept past the desk, past Minato and Shikaku, and landed directly on Kakashi, who had been standing silently in the shadows by the door. More precisely, it landed on Kakashi's left eye, which was completely covered by his forehead protector. Lin Yan's gaze crossed the desk, landing unerringly on Kakashi's left eye, which was completely concealed by his forehead protector. Following his line of sight, intelligence squad leader Nara Shikaku was momentarily stunned. His brain, accustomed to strategic planning, swiftly pieced together scattered intelligence into a coherent web. He turned to look at Kakashi and blurted out, "Kimui resonance." Shikaku's voice carried an unmistakable excitement. "Lord Bing, Yin means that the fragment Obito holds has already been activated." And Binjian's gaze once again fell on Kakashi's left eye, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Are the compass that amplifies this resonance and presents it." At these words, the fatigue in Minato Namikaze's eyes faded, and a sharp light reignited in his golden irises. Without hesitation, he turned and pulled a blank mission authorization form from the top-secret file cabinet, then wrote the words, "Chainbreaker," at the top. "Since the target is clear, we must sever their connection and seize the core archive before Black Zetsu transfers the net." Minato pressed the authorization form onto the desk, his gaze sweeping over the people in the room as he issued the order. "From this moment, the Chainbreaker top-secret mission unit is established. There are only two objectives: ascertain the whereabouts of the Uzumaki bloodline, and uncover the true nature of those aberrant eyes." Minato looked at his disciple standing in the shadows. "Kakashi, if Obito activates Kimui again, how long will it take you to pinpoint his general location?" "As long as he uses his dojutsu, I can narrow it down to within 10 li. Kakashi pressed his hand against his forehead protector and gave his assessment in a low voice. "That's enough." Minato gripped the Flying Thunder God kunai on the table, his tone exuding a murderous intent. "Once Kakashi locks the coordinates, I will use the old mark left on Obito's back during the Ninetales night to launch a direct Flying Thunder God assault. Clan leader Fugaku Hayashi, lead the military police force and elite Umbu to seal off the spatial escape routes from the perimeter." Minato stared at the blank area on the map, his fingers tightening. "We must capture him with lightning speed. Once he's brought to Konoha's underground interrogation chamber, the Yamanaka clan can extract the ultimate coordinates from his mind." This was the safest tactic Minato could conceive. To personally bring back his wayward disciple in the mistakes he had made and extinguish the embers of the Ninetales riot. However, after hearing the entire deployment, Bing Yan did not move a single step. "Exactly," Bing Yan nodded. "The more he tries to lure us toward the land of water, the more it proves he has fled in the opposite direction. He thought hiding in Kimui was foolproof, but he doesn't realize." Clan leader Fugaku Hayashi, lead the military police force and elite Umbu to seal off the spatial escape routes from the perimeter. Minato stared at the blank area on the map, his fingers tightening. "Foolish." Bing Yan spat out the word without mercy. Minato's face stiffened. Shikaku, standing nearby, felt his eyelid twitch. His tactical mind instantly grasped the implication, but he wisely kept his mouth shut. Fugaku even lowered his head, not daring to provoke the elder brother of the Namikaze clan. Bing Yan walked to the desk and knocked heavily on it. "What state do you think Obito is in right now?" He just discovered he's been played for a fool for over a decade, that even the death of his beloved was meticulously orchestrated. His entire world's faith collapsed last night. Bing Yan's gaze bore down on Minato with overwhelming pressure. He's now a highly alert, frightened bird. He no longer wants to destroy the world. He just wants to find the shadow of Madara Uchiha and demand the truth. If you lead Umbu to encircle him, use Flying Thunder God to ambush him and push him into a corner, hell, just hide in Kimui's dimension and destroy that fragment. Then what will you use to find Madara's ultimate trump card? Rely on the guilt in your mind. Bing Yan's words like a sharp scalpel ruthlessly cut through Minato's tactical. He holds the key and he knows the old network Madara left behind better than we do. Bing Yan leaned forward slightly, presenting a cold strategy. We don't need to capture him at all. Konoha will use him as a retriever. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Fugaku's grip on his sword hilt tightened, and he exchanged a shocked glance with Hayashi. Treating and shrank rogue ninja who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan once triggered the Nine Tails riot and nearly destroyed Konoha as a mere retriever to scout the way. This elder brother of the Namikaze clan's contempt for the enemy and his willingness to exploit them was far more cold-blooded than any scheme they had known, yet also far more lethal. Kakashi, use your left eye for long-range resonance. Follow him from a distance. Don't alert him. Bing Yan straightened up, his voice cold as frost. Isn't Black Zetsu fond of cutting off its tail to survive? Let Obito step on Black Zetsu's traps. Let him use that key to pry open the real core archive of Madara for us. When they fight like dogs tearing each other apart, we'll move in and sweep the net. No. Minato slammed his hands on the desk, his golden hair trembling as his eyes warred fiercely. If we let Obito roam the shinobi world, what if he goes out of control? What if he slaughters innocent civilians or ninjas from other villages while searching for clues? Will Konoha bear that cost? If the Hokage doesn't bear it, who will he? Bing Yan looked down on him from his height, his tone carrying an unyielding authority. You're still viewing this with the mindset of a teacher. You want to capture him yourself just to give yourself closure. But now that you sit in this seat, you must calculate the accounts of the entire Konoha. Bing Yan pointed at the village just awakening outside the window. The mastermind holds the Uzumaki bloodline and a pair of unknown aberrant eyes. Once he completes the vessel, Konoha will face a catastrophe 10 times more terrifying than the Nine Tails riot. To uproot this ultimate threat, even if it costs a few civilians or sacrifices an entire Umbu squad, you must plunge in without hesitation. Obito is no longer your disciple. Bing Yan enunciated each word, smashing the brutal reality before Minato. He is a tool. A scouting tool to shield Konoha from annihilation. Use him in the most efficient way. Minato stared at the chainbreaker authorization form on the desk. Bing Yan's words struck at his heart, stripping away all hypocrisy and pointing directly to the cold reality beneath the Hokage's authority. He recalled the Umbu members who fell in the bloodbath of the Nine Tails Night, and Kushina and Naruto, who nearly died. If he preserved his own teacher-student bond and moral bottom line, allowing the true trump card to slip away, he would be unworthy of this seat. Minato slowly closed his eyes. The office was filled with nothing but heavy breathing. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes again. The pain and struggle of a teacher in his gaze were buried deep into the abyss. In its place emerged the cold rationality of the fourth Hokage. He picked up the pen and signed his name heavily at the end of the authorization form. Call off the capture. Minato's voice no longer held a trace of warmth. Execute the retriever plan fully. Kakashi, from now on you have only one mission: stay on Obito's shadow. The moment the words fell, Kakashi, standing in the shadowy corner, let out a stifled groan. He raised his hand and pressed it tightly over his left eye, hidden by the forehead protector. A powerful spatial fluctuation surged backward through his chakra circuits, causing the Sharingan to spin uncontrollably at high speed. He's moving. Kakashi fought the dizziness in his mind, his single eye instantly bloodshot, staring intently at the void. Obito has activated Kamui. The astonishment on Narashikaku's face had yet to fade. Within the Hokage's office, all eyes followed bluffing Binjian's gaze and focused on Kakashi, who stood in the shadows by the door. A needle in a haystack. Bing Yan withdrew his gaze, his tone as flat, as if stating an established fact. That's because your ship wasn't fitted with the right compass. He walked up to Kakashi, his deep blue eyes calmly fixed on the latter's left eye, tightly hidden beneath the forehead protector. Kakashi, your Sharingan and Obito's are connected to the same alternate dimension. This is an unbreakable bond between you. Kakashi's body stiffened abruptly, his fingers instinctively tightening on the edge of his forehead protector. He had only vaguely sensed this truth during his clash with Obito, yet Bing Yan seemed to have uncovered every secret. The oppressive feeling of being utterly seen through sent a chill down his spine. Bing Yan ignored his emotional upheaval and continued coldly laying out the plan. Last night, in the underground interrogation area, Obito severed his own right arm and retreated into the Kimui dimension to escape. And that severed arm has already been invaded by my frost dust down to the marrow. Bing Yan raised his right hand, and a translucent hexagonal ice crystal condensed in his palm out of thin air, radiating the same frigid aura as the severed arm. This source ice and the frost dust that invaded his arm form a coordinate pair. As long as he continues to use Kamui, as long as that severed arm remains in that space, the two will resonate. And Binjian's gaze once again fell on Kakashi's left eye, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Are the compass that amplifies this resonance and presents it before our eyes. Minato immediately grasped Binjian's intent, a flash of understanding lighting up his golden eyes. You want Kakashi to reverse sense the fluctuations of the Kimui dimension using that severed arm as an anchor to track Obito's real-world location. Exactly, Bingen nodded. The more he tries to lure us toward the land of water, the more it proves he has fled in the opposite direction. He thought hiding in Kimui was foolproof, but he doesn't realize he carried the tracking beacon inside himself. A bead of cold sweat slid down Shikaku's temple. As Konoha's chief strategist, he understood the terrifying nature of this move. From the moment Bing Yan severed Obito's arm last night, he had transformed the enemy's vaunted absolute defense into a one-way transparent tracking network. I understand. Kakashi slowly lowered his hand from the forehead protector. In his lone exposed eye, the former confusion and pain had been replaced by resolve. For his sensei, and to prevent Obito from continuing down this wrong path, he had to turn this compass himself. Half an hour later, in the deep soundproof confinement room beneath the Hokage building, a massive map of the shinobi world was spread across the central stone platform. Bing Yan placed the source ice at the center of the map, the location of Konohagakure in the Land of Fire. Kakashi removed his forehead protector, revealing the crimson eye, where 3 tomos slowly rotated before finally solidifying into the pitch-black shuriken shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Bing Yan placed his hand on Kakashi's back, and a cool pure chakra silently flowed into his meridians. I will use my cold energy to stabilize your chakra consumption. You only need to concentrate and sense the cold that belongs to me within that space. Yes. Kakashi closed his eyes, then opened them abruptly. Kamui. An invisible wave of dojutsu power radiated outward from him. The immense burden that usually accompanied activating the Mangekyo did not appear. Binjian's cold energy, like a solid dam, precisely enveloped the core of the dojutsu, forcibly suppressing all backlash and consumption. A flash of undisguised shock passed through Kakashi's lone eye. He had long prepared himself to endure excruciating pain, but he never expected that even the Mangekyo's rule backlash would meekly submit before Bing Yan. He quickly composed himself, and without any burden plunged all his perception into that gray, silent, alternate dimension. He saw it. Deep within countless twisted cubic ruins, a frozen right arm lay quietly. The arm was emitting a faint but distinct aura of extreme cold. Found it. Kakashi linked his perception with that cold aura. On the stone platform map, the motionless source ice suddenly lit up with a deep blue glow. Immediately, a wisp of frost spread from the base of the source ice, like a living pointer tracing a clear trajectory across the map. Under the tense gazes of Minato, Fugaku, and Shikaku, the frost line crossed the border of the Land of Fire, extended straight to the northwest, and finally stopped at the country long marked as Rain. The Land of Rain. Shikaku murmured, staring at the frost line. Binjian's deduction was perfectly validated. The bait they had thrown was to the east, while the true escape route lay in the completely opposite northwest. A sharp glint flashed in Minato's golden eyes. He suddenly recalled the investigation report Jiraiya had once submitted, after the fall of Yuzashio. The last trace of the Uzumaki survivor that Sensei tracked was lost in the Land of Rain. Uzumaki bloodline. Aberrant eyes. The Land of Rain. 3 seemingly unrelated clues were now perfectly linked together by that frost trail. Madara Uchiha's true trump card, the vessel that carried his last hope, was there. We can't wait any longer. Minato slammed his palm onto the stone platform, his eyes regaining the decisiveness and sharpness of the 4th Hokage. Form a pursuit squad immediately. Bing-yin, you lead. Kakashi handles tracking clan leader. Fugaka handles breaking any possible old Uchiha seals. Hayashi Hyōga. Bing-yin interrupted him directly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Send Hisashi Hyōga. Minato was taken aback, then immediately understood Bing-yin's intent. Shikaku was secretly startled. To reject the Hokage's orders so bluntly and instantly weave political calculations into tactical arrangements. This elder brother of the Namikaze clan had already risen above conventional rules in his control of the situation. This was not only a recognition of Hisashi's abilities, but also a move to use this top-secret mission to further tear open the barrier between the Hyōga main house and branch house. Alright. Minato nodded, took out a specially made kunai with a complex seal engraved on it from his tool pouch, and handed it to Bing-yin. This is a flying thunder god coordinate. No matter where you are, if you crush it, I will arrive within 3 breaths. Bing-yin took the kunai and slipped it into his sleeve. He turned around, his cold gaze sweeping over the assembled Kakashi, Fugaku, and Hisashi. Target the land of rain. Bing-yin's voice echoed in the confinement room, as cold as the impending snowstorm. Move out. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office froze at Bing-yin's words. Shikaku followed Bing-yin's gaze, turning to look at Kakashi, standing in the shadows, his eyes settling on the left eye partially covered by his forehead protector. As Konoha's chief strategist, Shikaku quickly caught on. He knew that Kakashi's left eye and Obito's right eye were originally one, but conventional intelligence thinking still left him skeptical. Lord Bing-yin, you intend to use this Sharingan to track? Shikaku frowned, raising a technical challenge. The coordinates of space-time ninjutsu are not fixed. Even if both eyes share the same origin, unless Obito actively activates Kimui near Kakashi, we cannot capture across vast distances. It's still like searching for a needle in a haystack. Normally, indeed, we cannot capture it. Bing-yin turned around, his gaze determined. But now it's different. Obito snatched a fragment from that. Minato's eyes lit up, following his elder brother's train of thought. Bing-yin continued, the mastermind designed the death of Rin Noara and the Canopy Bridge conspiracy as a script to manipulate Obito. Now that Obito knows the truth, what will he do? He will inevitably seek the remaining answers and destroy Madara's trump card. Bing-yin extended a finger, pointing at the frost still lingering on the table. The fragment bears a seal personally placed by Madara. For Obito to unravel it, he must use his Mangekyo Sharingan. Bing-yin's voice carried a sense of control. When Obito channels his ocular power into Madara's barrier, that right eye will inevitably be in a state of high-pressure eruption. Since both eyes share the same origin, as long as Obito generates a high-intensity backlash of ocular power, Kakashi can capture the resonant ripple. There is no need for a wide net. No need to take the crude bait in the water country. Just keep an eye on this eye and Obito will expose his destination himself. Shikaku took a deep breath, looking at Bing-yin with a hint of awe, completely bypassing conventional intelligence games, directly breaking the situation from the source of power. This kind of tactic is impossible for the enemy to defend against. This line of thinking, leaping beyond conventional tactics to deliver a dimensionality-reducing strike against the mastermind, left him utterly convinced. In the corner, Kakashi did not hesitate for a moment. He stepped forward twice, raising his hand to push up the forehead protector covering his left eye. That crimson Threetomo Sharingan glinted with a cold, sharp light in the morning glow. What do I need to do? Kakashi asked in a low voice, his tone only reflecting the focus of an elite ANBU operative. Release the chakra you usually use to suppress the Sharingan. Bing-yin walked up to Kakashi. I will forcibly amplify this resonance. Kakashi immediately complied, and the veins around his left eye bulged slightly. Bing-yin raised his right hand index and middle fingers together. Moisture in the air rapidly condensed into 3 ice needles as fine as ox hair, emitting a ghostly blue chill. Such micromanipulation far surpassed top-tier medical ninjas, demonstrating his absolute control over chakra and extreme cold. Bing-yin's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his fingers he precisely inserted the 3 ice needles into 3 main meridian nodes around Kakashi's left eye. Bear with it. As the words fell, the low temperature severed the chakra return channels in the left eye area. Kakashi's body stiffened, half his brain feeling as if it had been frozen, and cracked pain piercing his neural center. Under this extreme cold blockade, the chakra in Kakashi's body had no outlet and was forced to surge toward the only unobstructed path, his left eye. The Sharingan under this high-pressure stimulation directly entered a state of stress. In the bloodshot socket, the three tomo began to spin faster, eventually connecting end-to-end, forming a Mangekyo pattern resembling a black shuriken. At the same time, in the dim Kamui dimension, however far away, Obito Uchiha stared at the suspended fragment. His right eye was bloodshot, the Mangekyo Sharingan outputting ocular power at all costs, forcibly resonating with the ancient seal interface on the scroll. Boom. The moment the seal on the fragment was forcibly activated, a powerful spatial fluctuation following the same origin of ocular power violently crossed the boundary between reality and the other dimension. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi let out a muffled groan, a trail of blood tears streaming from the corner of his left eye. The intense ocular resonance struck his brain like a heavy hammer. Kakashi's vision was torn apart, a twisted afterimage forcibly squeezed into his sight. Had it been an ordinary ninja, they would have already closed their eyes and screamed from the tearing sensation. But Kakashi did not. He gritted his teeth, letting cold sweat soak his back, and forcibly kept his bleeding left eye open. Using the reconnaissance skills honed over years in the ANBU, he quickly captured fleeting topographical features and chakra fluctuations amidst the distorted, bizarre afterimages. "What do you see?" Lin Yan asked in a low voice, the chill at his fingertips still steadily maintaining the high pressure in the meridians. Kakashi gasped for air, his voice hoarse, but clearly reporting intelligence. No ocean, no smell of sea breeze, high air humidity, heavy rain. Shikaku immediately marked the water country and its surrounding sea areas with red crosses on the tactical map. Bait elimination complete. Anything else? Minato stared at the map and pressed for more. The surroundings are desolate, with huge rock pillars like natural barriers. Kakashi continued, fighting the dizziness in his mind. Below the rock pillars there are many decayed steel pipes, like some kind of abandoned large drainage facility with a cold chakra fluctuation. Shikaku's eyes swept rapidly across the map. No ocean, persistent rain, huge rock pillars, abandoned steel industrial facilities. Found it. Shikaku pulled out a kunai and drove it heavily into a marginal location on the map. The border between the rain country and the grass country. Shikaku affirmed, that area is perpetually affected by the edges of the rain tiger at will technique with a cold and rain. During the Second Shinobi World War, a batch of semi-underground heavy industrial facilities were built there, later abandoned. The terrain is hidden, perfectly matching the characteristics Kakashi described. The location was confirmed. The false bait thrown by Black Zetsu was crushed under Binjian's brutal and precise physical mapping. Binjian withdrew the ice needles from around Kakashi's eye. The extreme cold dissipated and the Mangekyo in Kakashi's left eye regressed to 3 tomo. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, but his eyes were unusually bright. "Minato." Binjian turned to the 4th Hokage, directly issuing the next instruction. "Halt all probing actions on the eastern front line. Don't send even a single recon bird toward the water country. Let them think we are still hesitating." "Understood." He'll have the ANBU completely seal the information and maintain the illusion of the eastern front line. Minato nodded solemnly, quickly assuming the state of a wartime commander. "The coordinates at the rain country border, he'll lead the team personally." Binjian grabbed a black cloak from the rack beside him and draped it over his shoulders, his tone exuding an undeniable killing intent. "No matter what trump card of Madara is hidden there, it will be uncovered today." At the door, Binjian stopped and turned back to look at Shikaku. "Inform the interrogation unit to continue extracting information from the old white Zetsu. Even if they have to peel its nerves into threads, wring out something useful. Have the sealing unit work on that incomplete catalog. By the time I return, I want to know what those 13 volumes of archives actually contain." "Yes." Shikaku straightened his back in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, deep beneath the fire country, Black Zetsu was attached to a pale tree root, monitoring the eastern border through the earth vein network. As time ticked by, the Konoha defense line facing the water country remained silent as still water. No ANBU had gathered, no flying thunder god markers flickered, and even the basic sensory barrier had not shifted eastward an inch.
What's going on? The originally smiling face of Black Zetsu with its distinct black and white features instantly vanished, replaced by a trace of barely concealed unease. Minato Namikaze's strategy team couldn't have missed such an obvious signal. Why are they staying put? Just then Black Zetsu's body trembled violently. He sensed it. The hidden seal he had placed on Madara's scroll fragment had been forcibly triggered. That fool Obito. Black Zetsu's voice turned shrill with fury. He finally understood why Konoha had not moved eastward. That monster Namikaze Lin Yan had completely ignored the bait thrown out and directly locked onto Obito as the target. Not only had Konoha not fallen for the trick, but it had also used Obito as a variable to find the true direction. They cannot meet at the Rain Country. Black Zetsu made a split-second decision, abandoning the Water Country layout. He immediately sent the highest-level Forced Awakening command through the Earth veins to all dormant White Zetsu networks around the Rain Country. He had to intercept Obito before the Konoha pursuers arrived. At that moment, at the desolate border between the Rain Country and the Grass Country, cold rain washed over the corroded steel pipes, producing a dull dripping sound. Following the guidance of the scroll fragment, Obito stepped into the cold, damp, abandoned facility at the Rain Country border. He did not know that Konoha's pursuers and Black Zetsu's killing intent were both closing in on that facility at the same time.
The icy rain scoured the desolate borderlands of the Rain Country, cascading through the crevices of colossal rock pillars, striking the rusted steel pipes below with a hollow dripping sound. Uchiha Obito walked through the dark, damp underground corridor. No White Zetsu army guarded it, nor did the demonic statue of the outer path loom with its mountain-like oppression. At the end of the corridor was an ancient stone door deeply embedded in the rock wall, its surface engraved with the unique dojutsu seal array of the Uchiha clan. This was a hidden nexus. Obito stood before the stone door, pulling out the half-damaged scroll from his chest. Last night, amid the sea of flames, he believed he had snatched the original record of Uchiha Madara manipulating him and orchestrating Noara Rin's death. He believed that if he could find this place, he would uncover all the truth and shatter Madara's deceitful scheme. He pressed the broken scroll into the recess at the center of the stone door. His right eye, a crimson Mangekyo, spun rapidly, pouring its dojutsu power without reserve into the seal interface. A deep rumbling sound echoed as heavy gears engaged within the stone door. As the first layer of thick stone slab slowly rose, it revealed an even more intricate barrier seal pattern inside. But then a harsh grinding sound came from deep within the wall. The seal pattern flickered twice before dimming, and the entire opening process ground to a halt. Obito's face darkened. Staring at the half-damaged scroll, he finally realized that this was not a direct record of the truth, but a high-level decryption key left by Madara for his executor. Like a meticulously crafted false evidence, only with the complete key could one unlock the true core archive. And the scroll fragment in his hand had been half-burned in last night's self-destruction array. You old fox. Obito clenched his teeth, a bloodshot vein bursting at the corner of his right eye. He refused to accept it. The truth lay just beyond this final barrier. He relentlessly drained his right eye's chakra, attempting to brute force the authority lock imposed by the incomplete key, using pure Mangekyo power. A violent spatial distortion radiated from him, booming through the depths. At the same time, on the massive rock pillars outside the facility, the Konoha pursuit squad, led by Namikaze Hyōga, descended like phantoms, landing silently in the torrential rain. Just as Obito pushed his right eye to its limit, underground Kakashi suddenly grunted, clutching his left eye. His body swayed, and he dropped to one knee on the muddy rock. His left eye, uncovered by the forehead protector, had its previously calm three tomos spinning uncontrollably, merging into a black shuriken pattern. Thus the mastermind behind the Joe incident was unmasked, and the intelligence network lurking in the shadows suffered a devastating blow. Muyi was no longer a target for prying eyes, but had truly grasped the handle of the counterattack. Deep underground, the originally stuck seal lock keenly detected the homologous dojutsu power seeping down from the surface. A dull boom erupted from beneath, shaking the very rain upward. Inside the facility, the door to the second-level archive began to rumble open on its own, driven by the interweaving of the two dojutsu powers. Kakashi's single eye was bloodshot. He instantly realized what was happening. The stone door had mistaken his left eye and Obito's right eye combined for the complete key. He was helping Obito open Madara's core arc. He's down there. My eye is helping him break the seal. Kakashi's face turned pale. He could not allow Obito to obtain Madara's ultimate trump card. He instinctively closed his left eye, trying to cut off chakra supply, and retreated to increase the distance. A cold hand pressed onto his shoulder. Without warning, icy chakra instantly piercing into his shoulder blade, freezing his attempt to retreat in place. Kakashi froze, looking up in horror to meet the deep blue eyes of Namikaze Hyōga beside him. Hyōga looked down at the trembling rock layers beneath, letting his black robe billow in the wind, and remained his expression cold and composed, as if in complete control. He found the door for us, and you completed the key for us. Hyōga's voice pierced the rain, carrying an unyielding authority. This blood debt spanning over a decade has only just begun. Why retreat now? With a precision like a surgical scalpel, the icy chakra from Hyōga's fingertips not only stabilized Kakashi's nearly collapsing ocular channels, but also took the initiative to guide Kakashi's chakra, flowing through the invisible bridge of resonance into the underground seal hub. Kakashi became a tool to complete the seal. Inside the underground hub, Obito watched the second layer door slowly rise, first in ecstasy, but then his pupils sharply contracted. No. This dojutsu power that completed the scroll fragment was not his own. That familiar chakra with its sharp, lightning-natured feel was forcibly pouring into the stone door from above through the chain of spatial resonance. Kakashi. Obito's breath caught. He whirled around, staring at the thick rock layer above. The Konoha pursuers had arrived. And they hadn't launched a surprise attack at all. They had been watching coldly from outside, even actively providing dojutsu power to help him open the door. Last night he thought he had escaped, seized the key, and could destroy Madara's plan on his own. The reality was that he had been under Konoha's surveillance the entire time. That monster with the freezing chakra had never considered him a threat, but rather a retrieval dog to scout the path. And humiliation raged, the frustration of being toyed with. Like venomous snakes, they gnawed at Obito's nerves. He finally understood why Hyōga had let him go last night. Namikaze Hyōga. A beast-like roar escaped Obito's throat. He would never allow himself to become a tool for Konoha to gather intelligence, nor could he bear this truth that was handed to him. He raised his hand, deadly chakra gathering at his fingertips, aiming directly at his own right eye, ready to destroy it, to sever this humiliating dojutsu resonance. Just as he was about to act, deep in the earth's veins, Black Zetsu, who had been lurking in the shadows desperately trying to stop Obito, halted its move. Its black and white face, previously marked by urgency and anger, froze. It clearly sensed that the ancient dojutsu seal within the facility had not only been triggered, but fully activated by the resonance of both eyes. Madara's highest-level archive had been exposed. Too late. Black Zetsu's voice turned cold and viscous, staring at the intricate chakra network deep underground. It immediately made an extreme decision.